Chapter 1. Such a demon, my body can cultivate on its own. In the early morning, atop a small hill behind St. Sol village, Bai Yu leisurely watched as Tang San descended from a nearby hill. His body was automatically cultivating. Your body has gained some insight from observing Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and your learning progress for Ghost Shadow Misty Steps has increased to 100%. Congratulations, you have mastered Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. A prompt echoed in his mind. At last, I've learned Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Tang San, you withheld your Tang sect's secret arts from me. Yet in the end, it was still I who learned them. Bai Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. What could he say? The ability of his body to cultivate autonomously was truly remarkable. Bai Yu was originally a transmigrator. After binge-watching the latest episode of the Douluo Continent anime late at night, he awoke to find himself in the world of Douluo Continent, landing in St. Sol village, where the protagonist, Tang San, resided. However, having transmigrated as a child from an ordinary villager's family, Bai Yu did not dare place all his hopes on an uncertain golden finger. Thus, he shamelessly chose to curry favor with Tang San, hoping to learn the Xiantian skill. Unfortunately, despite his intentions to befriend Tang San and his various indirect attempts to learn the Xiantian skill, Tang San always sidestepped the topic, showing no inclination to teach him. Just when Bai Yu was ready to give up and instead utilize his looks and knowledge to attract wealthy girls in Nodding City, his golden finger finally activated. Bai Yu's golden finger was a system commonly found in novels, known as the spirit cultivation and task system. The system had two functions, one to endow the body and its spirit, and the other to issue tasks that, upon completion, granted rewards. The starter gift from the system was a single opportunity for spirit endowment. Through the system's explanation, Bai Yu learned about the effects of spirit endowment, understanding that once his body was endowed, it could act, learn, and cultivate autonomously. This revelation filled Bai Yu with elation. Goodness, this was akin to an automated feature in a game from his previous life. He could finally realize his dream of possessing a mature body capable of independent action, learning, and cultivation. Without hesitation, Bai Yu used his one-time spirit endowment opportunity from the system on his body. He envisioned his mature body replacing him in attracting wealthy girls, believing this would lead him to the pinnacle of life. Yet, just as he thought he had hit a dead end, a twist of fate occurred. After endowing his body, and with Tang San practicing nearby, the system promptly notified Bai Yu that his body had gained some understanding from observing Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill, thus acquiring a learning progress for the Xiantian skill. Bai Yu was momentarily stunned. Was the automatic learning ability of his endowed body truly this astonishing? It could learn martial arts simply by observation. How extraordinary. Bai Yu then resolved to continue his stealthy learning. After 2 years, he had successfully pilfered the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme magic eye, and today, he had finally mastered Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. System. On the hillside, as Bai Yu lay on the verdant grass, he softly called out to the system upon completing his learning of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Before him, a translucent screen materialized, displaying lines of text rapidly. This was Bai Yu's attribute panel. At the top of the panel, his attribute data was displayed, while below were the tasks issued by the system. Host Bai Yu. Martial Soul. Blue-silver grass unawakened. Cultivation method. Xiantian skill. First layer progress 99.9. Martial techniques. Purple extreme magic. I. Subtle progress 6. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Entry 1 entry. Proficient. Mastery. Control. Grandmaster. 1. Awaken Martial Soul Reward. Spirit Endowment Opportunity X1. Random Heavenly Lottery Opportunity X1. 2. Cultivate Xiantian skill to the first layer's perfection before Martial Soul Awakening Reward. Spirit Endowment Opportunity X1. Random Heavenly Lottery Opportunity X1. Not bad. I've finally mastered Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. However, that rascal Tang San has yet to showcase the Xian Jade Hand and the controlling crane capturing dragon techniques, making them quite difficult to learn. Seeing the entry-level Ghost Shadow Misty Steps on his attribute panel, Bai Yu felt quite satisfied. Yet his inability to learn the Xian Jade Hand and controlling crane capturing dragon left him feeling somewhat regretful. After Tang San's departure, Bai Yu continued to bask in the warmth of the morning sun, lying on the hillside. Meanwhile, his body transitioned from learning mode to cultivation mode, practicing the purple extreme magic eye. Time passed unknowingly until the system's voice rang out once more. The sunrise has concluded, the purple aura of dawn has dissipated, and your body has automatically ceased cultivating the purple extreme magic eye, transitioning to the Xiantian skill. Following this cultivation, Your progress for the purple extreme magic I has increased to 6.04. Has the sunrise already finished? Upon hearing the system's voice, Bai Yu awoke from his drowsiness and commanded his body to return home. His body automatically stood up, cultivating the Xiantian skill as it walked down the hill. However, just as Bai Yu reached the foot of the hill, his body had taken only a few steps when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! Through your Bodhi's relentless cultivation, your progress with the Xiantian skill has reached 100. Congratulations, host, for cultivating the Xiantian skill to the first layer's perfection before the awakening of your martial soul, completing Task 2 and receiving rewards. Spirit Endowment Opportunity X1. Random Heavenly Lottery Opportunity X1. This time, upon hearing the congratulatory voice from his system, Bai Yu was filled with surprise. Had he finally completed Task 2? Ever since he acquired the system 2 years ago and was presented with Tasks 1 and 2, Bai Yu had eagerly anticipated completing both tasks to obtain a new Spirit Endowment Opportunity and the coveted random Heavenly Lottery Opportunity. If the Spirit Endowment allowed his body to learn, cultivate, and act autonomously, wouldn't it also mean that the martial arts he learned could cultivate independently? System, commence the reward draw. Having completed Task 2 and received his rewards, Bai Yu eagerly initiated the lottery. Ding! Lottery opportunity has been used. The system is drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 2. A Useless Tao Te Ching? On how to live a lazy life in Douluo Continent. Congratulations, host, you have received a copy of the Tao Te Ching. As the system's prompt resonated within his mind, Bai Yu, who had previously been filled with anticipation, was suddenly rendered speechless. What? The Tao Te Ching? Although the Tao Te Ching was revered in his previous life and often portrayed as immensely powerful in novels, he was not in a cultivation world where simply reading it could lead to enlightenment and instant ascension. He was in a low-level fantasy world, and the Tao Te Ching was practically useless to him. Sigh. He had known that this random lottery system would be a pitfall for someone like him. Bai Yu thought to himself, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. He should focus on endowing the Xiantian skill with that. He could live a more leisurely life. Imagining a bright future, Bai Yu felt a surge of anticipation. System, endow the Xiantian skill. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu promptly chose to utilize the Spirit Endowment Opportunity he had earned from completing the tasks. Ding! Spirit Endowment Opportunity has been used. The system is currently bestowing. Congratulations, host. Your Xiantian skill has successfully gained spirit, and cultivation is now underway. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Bai Yu felt an incredible sensation. His internal energy began to circulate autonomously without requiring his body to cultivate. Was this the effect of endowing the Xiantian skill? It transformed the Xiantian skill into a mature martial art that could cultivate itself. Such a martial art was exceedingly diligent and promising. Feeling the effects of the endowment, Bai Yu excitedly delved into a realm of darkness. This was his spiritual space. As Bai Yu focused his thoughts, the originally pitch-black spiritual space began to transform rapidly. Instantly, the dark expanse morphed into a silvery white realm. Countless modern furnishings and decorations began to emerge: tiles, a large bed, chandeliers, computers, and walls adorned with figurines. In the blink of an eye, the once dark spiritual space became an exquisitely designed room brimming with modern aesthetics. Outside the window lay a vast expanse of blue sky, ocean, and sandy beaches, with warm sunlight streaming into the room. Bai Yu reclined on a soft lounge chair, lazily snapping his fingers. A small table materialized beside him, neatly arranged with an array of steaming barbecue dishes, snacks, and fizzy drinks. This was a new function Bai Yu had developed through the spirit endowment of his body. The spirit endowment allowed his body to achieve a utilization rate of 100%. His body could fully manifest everything Bai Yu had learned, and this was precisely why. As the body could perfectly utilize the knowledge Bai Yu had acquired, he began to ponder. Could he recreate the flavors of various foods from his memories, as well as the scenes from the novels, movies, TV shows, and anime he had watched? Thus, the current scene came to fruition. However, such an endeavor would deplete a considerable amount of mental energy. Therefore, if Bai Yu were to immerse his consciousness in the realm of the spirit, indulging in unrestrained pleasure, he would be unable to simultaneously cultivate the Xiantian art. Yet, due to the urgency of completing Task 2, Bai Yu had no choice but to endure. Now, having bestowed his spirit upon the Xiantian art, he felt liberated at last, free to indulge and revel. I am truly brilliant, Bai Yu thought to himself, filled with immense pride. Although he could not alter the Douluo Continent, he could certainly transform himself. His dream of a delightful, languorous existence was finally realized in this world. After successfully transforming his spiritual space into a cozy haven, Bai Yu did not immediately succumb to enjoyment. Instead, he recalled the Tao Te Ching he had drawn. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the reward he had extracted on his first attempt. While deep down he sensed that the Tao Te Ching he had obtained was likely an ordinary scripture, he could not help but wonder, what if he had drawn a Tao Te Ching from a world like Shitian? Thus, Bai Yu decided to take out the Tao Te Ching and began to peruse its pages. Yet, the result was disappointing. It was indeed the mundane Tao Te Ching from his previous life. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Bai Yu recited a line from the scripture, only to find that nothing extraordinary occurred. With a sigh of resignation, he prepared to put the Tao Te Ching away and return to his leisurely existence. It was truly challenging. It seemed that he, a non-lucky individual, was best suited to simply enjoy his languid life. The prospect of suddenly drawing an invincible reward was utterly unrealistic. However, just as Bai Yu was about to store the Tao Te Ching, the voice of the system abruptly echoed in his mind. You have recited the Tao Te Ching. Your Shintian art has, for the first time, encountered profound teachings and has entered a state of enlightenment, lasting for 3 hours. Your cultivation efficiency has increased by 100, and the upgrade progress of Shintian art has reached 0.1. What? The sudden announcement from the system left Bai Yu momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. His Shintian art had absorbed the teachings of the Tao Te Ching and entered a state of enlightenment? Was his Shintian art truly this extraordinary? Moreover, it could upgrade automatically. Me heavens. Wait. After bestowing spirit upon his body, it could learn, cultivate, and act autonomously. This was a consequence of that bestowment. Thus, after imbuing his martial arts, could they similarly learn, cultivate, and upgrade themselves? This was incredibly impressive. Bai Yu's heart surged with excitement. He had initially believed that to attain more profound inner strength, he would have to rely on completing tasks to earn opportunities for random draws. He never anticipated that the Shintian art could be so diligent, upgrading itself simply by listening to the Tao Te Ching. Could it be that the Tao Te Ching was a martial art of the Taoist tradition? In that moment, Bai Yu felt a pang of regret. In his previous life, he had read so many fascinating Taoist texts in novels such as the Huang, Ting Jing, Zhuangzi, and Lizi, but he never took the time to delve into them, leading to his current predicament of only knowing the first few lines of the Tao Te Ching. What a pity! Discovering the immense utility of the Tao Te Ching was indeed an unexpected delight. Satisfied, Bai Yu allowed his body to return home while softly reciting the Tao Te Ching, as his consciousness once again entered the spiritual realm to indulge. After spending many years in the Douluo Continent, he had forgotten much of the anime from his past life. It was high time to refresh his memory. Bai Yu's home was situated at the edge of the Holy Soul Village, so he quickly returned home, allowing his body to recite the Tao Te Ching while preparing a meal. After finishing breakfast, Bai Yu continued to catch up on anime in his spiritual space, indulging in titles like Angels Descend Upon Me, Himuto, Omarukin, and my teen romantic comedy Snafu, while his body sat cross-legged on the bed, reciting the Tao Te Ching to aid his cultivation of the Shintian art. Due to the world rules of the Douluo Continent, without awakening his martial soul and absorbing soul rings, the progress of the Shintian art had been stuck at the first layer's completion progress, 100. However, after bestowing spirit upon the Shintian art, its upgrade progress was now steadily increasing. It should only take a little over a month to complete the upgrade. As time flew by, evening arrived. System. Sensing that his body was becoming less efficient due to hunger, Bai Yu withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual space and regained control of his body, calling out to the system. With his call, a panel of attributes instantly materialized before his eyes. Host Bai Yu. Martial Soul. Blue-silver grass unawakened. Cultivation method. Shintian art bestowed spirit upgrade progress, 1.9. First layer completion progress, 100. Martial skills. Purple extreme demon eye. Microcosm progress, 6. Ghost shadow displacement. Beginner 2. 1. Awaken martial soul reward. Spirit bestowal opportunity x1. Random draw opportunity x1. Chapter 3. Martial soul awakening. New tasks. Is the upgrade progress already at 1.9? It should be completed in about a month. I wonder how the effects of the Shintian art will change after the upgrade. As he gazed at the data on the attribute panel, Bai Yu pondered, getting out of bed to stretch and prepare to cook. Certainly, the act of cooking will ultimately be entrusted to the awakened body later on. He, Bai Yu, is someone who is capable of cooking, yet in this lifetime. It seems an unattainable feat. Only by allowing the body to manage it on its own can he maintain a semblance of existence. However, Just as Bai Yu was about to permit his body to prepare a meal, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he was met by an elderly man clad in a brownish-yellow garment, leaning on a cane. "Grandpa Jack, what brings you here?" Bai Yu exclaimed, startled to find the village elder, old Jack, at his doorstep, as if he had anticipated this visit. "My dear boy, today I have visited the martial soul branch in Notting City. I have arranged for a soul master to come to our village tomorrow for the awakening of martial souls. You must rise early and wait at the martial soul branch in the village. Do you understand?" Old Jack admonished in his frail voice. "Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I understand. I will be there punctually tomorrow," Bai Yu replied, nodding in affirmation. After imparting his advice to Bai Yu, old Jack turned and departed, intending to notify the other families. As he watched old Jack's receding figure, Bai Yu felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. How swiftly time passes. Tomorrow marks the awakening of the martial soul, which means he will finally see Tao Ge. This thought fills him with excitement. The following day, at dawn, the anticipation of the martial soul awakening drew many to the exterior of the Holy Spirit Village's martial soul branch, Bai Yu among them. Although he appeared to be quietly waiting, his consciousness was immersed in a spiritual realm, while his body diligently practiced in silence. Before long, old Jack arrived, immediately commencing to gather the children who had already arrived, passionately recounting the glories of the Holy Spirit Village. Just as old Jack was extolling the village's achievements, Tang San finally made his entrance, standing beside Bai Yu. "Good morning, Brother Yu." After standing beside Bai Yu, Tang San could not help but greet him with a smile. The reason Tang San affectionately referred to Bai Yu as Brother Yu was quite evident. Due to his family's financial constraints, Tang San was unable to attend the village's private school. In an effort to befriend him, Bai Yu learned the Xiantian skill and, after mastering the knowledge taught in the private school, dedicated himself to teaching Tang San. Thus, Bai Yu could be considered half a teacher to Tang San. However, given that he was only slightly older, Tang San continued to call him Brother Yu. "Ah, it's you, little San. Good morning." Upon noticing Tang San's arrival, Bai Yu's consciousness abruptly withdrew from the realm of his mental space, regaining control of his body as he flashed a grin at Tang San. Just then, a grayish-white figure suddenly soared from the distance, landing swiftly before the Spirit Hall's division. It was a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s. "Is this Su Yutao? He certainly looks quite dashing, even if he pales in comparison to me by a smidgen." Observing Su Yutao, a celebrated figure in the Douluo Continent known as the Blind Douluo, Bai Yu couldn't help but scrutinize him in silence. Upon his arrival, Su Yutao interrupted old Jack's recounting of the glory of Holy Soul Village and ushered Bai Yu and the others into the Spirit Hall. "Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yutao, and I will be your guide. I will lead you through the process of spirit awakening. Remember, no matter what you see, do not be afraid. Understood?" After setting up the soul awakening array and making the necessary preparations, Su Yutao turned to face Bai Yu and the others, speaking with a calm demeanor. With that, he began to preside over the soul awakening, as seen in the animated series featuring Bai Yu. The children who awakened their souls before him mostly manifested useless martial spirits, such as wooden sticks, sickles, rakes, and blue silver grass, none of which possessed any soul power. Soon, the line reached Bai Yu. "All right, child, it is your turn." After awakening 7 or 8 useless martial souls in succession, Su Yutao felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he beckoned Bai Yu to step forward for his own martial soul awakening. Bai Yu, composed and unperturbed, walked confidently into the martial soul awakening array. In truth, he was already aware of the martial soul he would awaken. Yet, what of the blue silver grass martial soul? With the empowerment of the Xiantian skill, and considering that this skill could evolve on its own, it followed that his martial soul could also, in theory, undergo a process of evolution and enhancement. Thus, Bai Yu remained serene. He closed his eyes, relaxed, and attuned himself to the martial soul within. As Bai Yu entered the awakening array, Su Yutao promptly began to guide him with a low command, while swiftly gesturing with his hands, infusing streams of verdant soul power into the black stones that comprised the martial soul awakening array. In an instant, countless golden specks of light erupted from the black stones, continuously flowing into Bai Yu's being. As the golden light permeated his being, Bai Yu, with his eyes closed, felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his entire body, akin to soaking in a hot spring. In the midst of this sensation, he could faintly sense the presence of his blue-silver grass martial soul within. "Summon your martial soul." A resounding voice echoed in his ears, shattering his tranquility. Instinctively, Bai Yu opened his eyes and extended his right hand, from which a familiar blue-silver grass martial soul slowly materialized. gently swaying in the air. As the martial soul emerged, the voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening your martial soul. Task 1 completed. The task system is refreshing. Refresh complete. As the voice of the system resonated, an attribute panel appeared before Bai Yu, visible only to him. Host, Bai Yu martial soul, blue silver grass cultivation technique, Xiantian skill, spirit assigned, upgrade progress, 2. 1 first layer, perfect, progress 100, martial skills, purple extreme demon eye, subtle, progress 6, Ghost Shadow Misdirection, beginner 2, 1. Absorb a soul ring to become a soul master, reward, spirit assignment opportunity X1, random lottery chance X1 2. Defeat Tang San, reward, spirit assignment opportunity X1. Random lottery chance X1 3. Enroll in Nodding Academy, reward, spirit assignment opportunity X1, random lottery chance X1 3 tasks had unexpectedly appeared. Upon discovering that the task system had refreshed to reveal 3 assignments, Bai Yu could not help but feel a surge of delight. The simplicity of these tasks, aside from the challenge of defeating Tang San, made them seem almost effortless. This was akin to receiving 3 free lottery chances and opportunities for spirit assignment. However, while Bai Yu basked in his excitement, Su Yuntao beside him wore an expression of disappointment. Once again, it was blue silver grass, considered a standard form of a useless martial soul. It was virtually impossible to possess soul power. Chapter 4. 2 innately full soul power blue silver grass soul masters. Brother Tao's heart bleeds. Upon realizing he had been appointed as the master of the martial soul branch in Nodding City and was to wed the goddess Cici, the hope of ascending to the pinnacle of life shattered once more. Although he had prepared himself for this outcome, Su Yuntao could not shake the feeling of disillusionment. Master Su Yuntao, isn't it possible for a blue silver grass martial soul to become a soul master? Perhaps I am an exception? Hearing Su Yuntao's words, Bai Yu, whose heart brimmed with joy at the sight of the 3 tasks, couldn't help but smile broadly at him as he stepped out of the martial soul awakening array. That is impossible. Su Yuntao dismissed the notion without a second thought. He was a respectable enforcer of the martial soul hall, having dedicated years to assisting the children from the villages surrounding Nodding City with their martial soul awakenings, helping countless children awaken their blue silver grass martial souls. Yet, none of them possessed even a hint of soul power, showcasing that blue silver grass was indeed a typical useless martial soul. Brother Tao, one should not speak with such certainty. You might end up with a swollen face later, Bai Yu remarked, utterly speechless at Su Yuntao's response. His mere presence had transformed what should have been a solitary instance of Tang San as an innately full soul power blue silver grass soul master into 2. Bai Yu could already envision Su Yuntao's incredulous expression, questioning his existence. Unbeknownst to Su Yuntao, his fate was about to unfold. Although he felt disappointed regarding Bai Yu's awakening of the blue silver grass martial soul, he recognized that there were still children waiting for their martial soul awakenings. Thus, Su Yuntao retrieved a cerulean soul power crystal ball from the nearby table, handing it to Bai Yu. All right, let us test your soul power. As Bai Yu placed his delicate hand upon the crystal ball, he was suddenly enveloped by a powerful suction emanating from it. Instantly, the soul power within him felt drawn forth, flowing into the crystal ball, circulating within before returning to Bai Yu's body. Simultaneously, the cerulean crystal ball erupted in a dazzling radiance. What is this? Innate full soul power? Having prepared himself for the outcome of Bai Yu's test to yield 0 soul power, Su Yuntao was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief as he processed the revelation. His earlier words echoed in his mind, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The swift and severe slap of reality was almost too much to bear. Cough. Cough. Congratulations, child. I did not expect you to possess innate full soul power. Regaining his composure, Su Yuntao cleared his throat and offered his congratulations. However, just as quickly, he began to shake his head and sigh. Regrettably, your martial soul is blue silver grass, otherwise. Truly, Brother Tao, with your limited vision, any martial soul outside of beast type or common weapons must seem inferior to you. While you could only sigh at Su Yuntao's sudden shift from congratulations to self-deprecating remarks. Your martial soul proof will be provided to you later. For now, please step aside and allow this child to awaken their martial soul. After congratulating Bai Yu, Su Yuntao pointed at Tang San and continued speaking. Bai Yu naturally had no objections. He was curious to see what expression Tiao Ge would have when he encountered another innate, full soul power blue silver grass soul master. All right, child. Come over to awaken your martial soul. After Bai Yu descended, Su Yuntao promptly summoned Tang San, to enter the soul awakening array for his soul awakening. Tang San obediently stepped into the array. Similar to Bai Yu, Su Yuntao, under guidance, swiftly infused soul power into the black round stone. Instantly, countless golden light particles radiated outward, continuously flowing into Tang San's body. Could there be hope? Observing the abundance of golden light particles entering Tang San, a glimmer of hope arose in Su Yuntao's heart. Based on his experience, the greater the number of golden light particles absorbed, the more likely one was to awaken a superior martial soul. However, as he pondered this, for some inexplicable reason, Su Yuntao's thoughts drifted back to Bai Yu's innate full soul power blue-silver grass. Impossible. Impossible. That is merely an exception. How could there be two instances of innate full soul power blue-silver grass? If there were two, I, Su Yuntao, would eat dung while standing on my head. As if to dispel his worries, Su Yuntao hastily shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and swore a vehement oath. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, Su Yuntao continued to watch Tang San with bated breath. This was the hope of marrying the goddess. Amidst the tense anticipation as the moment approached, Su Yuntao suddenly uttered a low command, "Summon your martial spirit." Hearing Su Yuntao's words, Tang San, who had been with his eyes closed, could not help but open them wide and extend his right hand. With a flash of azure light, a blue-silver grass materialized from his palm, gently swaying in the air. Not again blue-silver grass. Upon realizing that Tang San's awakened martial spirit was yet again the blue-silver grass, Su Yuntao's face twitched, his heart lamenting in despair, nearly reaching the brink of collapse. After absorbing so many golden light points, how could it possibly be the blue-silver grass martial spirit? However, recalling the innate full soul power of the blue-silver grass just moments ago, Su Yuntao could only conclude that this was yet another exception. He took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, "All right, my child, let us test your soul power." Due to Bai Yu's influence, Su Yuntao intended to allow Tang San to test his soul power. Previously, he had believed that the blue-silver grass could not possess soul power. But the reality presented by Bai Yu had dealt a significant blow to his assumptions. Thus, he prepared to test Tang San's soul power. "Thank you, uncle," Tang San said politely, sensing Su Yuntao's displeasure as he placed his hand upon the crystal ball that Su Yuntao had offered. Surely, it cannot be innate full soul power, can it? Su Yuntao mused inwardly as he observed Tang San commencing the soul power test. As the saying goes, good fortune seldom manifests, but misfortune often strikes. He had initially thought that Tang San would awaken a commendable martial spirit, only to face disappointment. If it were to be another instance of innate full soul power with the blue-silver grass, his worldview would surely shatter at that moment. Nevertheless, it seemed improbable. The existence of one innate full soul power blue-silver grass was already astonishing, so how could two occur consecutively? Su Yu now consoled himself. Yet the crystal ball suddenly radiated a brilliant light, causing him to widen his eyes in shock, his body trembling. How can this be? Another innate full soul power blue-silver grass. In that instant, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Yuntao's heart, complex and bewildering, to say the least. Although his previous harsh curses had only echoed within his mind, undisclosed to anyone, the emergence of two consecutive innate full soul power blue-silver grass soul masters was akin to a dagger plunged into his heart. Had it been any other martial spirit, even a sickle, a wooden stick, or a hoe, if it possessed innate full soul power, he could report it to the martial spirit hall and receive considerable rewards. The prospect of inheriting the position of the martial spirit branch master in Nodding City and marrying the goddess Cece would have been a natural progression. But why must it be blue-silver grass? Su Yuntao felt as if his heart was bleeding profusely. Chapter 5. The Second Endowment of Spirits, the Unique Douluo 9 Swords. Uncle, what exactly is innate full soul power? Tang San could not restrain his curiosity upon hearing Su Yuntao mention it several times. Innate soul power is the soul power a soul master possesses upon awakening their martial spirit. It signifies a soul master's talent for cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the greater the cultivation aptitude. Innate full soul power represents the pinnacle of potential a soul master can attain, Su Yuntao explained, his expression somewhat complex, before sighing once more, pondering why both Bai Yu and Tang San had awakened the blue-silver grass as their martial spirits. After responding to Tang San, Su Yuntao began to pack his belongings, shaking his head and sighing as he exited the spirit hall, with Bai Yu and Tang San naturally following behind. As soon as Su Yuntao stepped out, old Jack hurriedly approached him. "Master, Do we have any children in Holy Spirit Village with the potential to become spirit masters? There are indeed some, Suyutao replied, his expression somewhat complex upon hearing old Jack's words. He then sighed at Bai Yu and Tang San, and after presenting the spirit certificates to old Jack, he leaped away, swiftly traversing the rooftops of the wooden houses, disappearing into the distance. Little San, little Yu, I never expected both of you to possess innate, full spirit power. Finally, our Holy Spirit Village can produce spirit masters. Although the blue silver grass is considered a useless martial spirit, with your innate full spirit power, as long as you can absorb spirit rings, you can become spirit masters. Thus, I shall ensure that you both are sent to the Spirit Master Academy for your studies. Our village has just the right number of slots for work-study students. In a few days, I will inquire with other villages to see if they have any available slots to borrow, ensuring that both of you can enroll in the Spirit Master Academy. After bidding farewell to Suyutao, old Jack walked alongside Bai Yu and Tang San, gently stroking his long white beard, and could not help but exclaim, Grandpa Jack, what is a Soul Master, and what is a Soul Master Academy? Tang San inquired, somewhat perplexed by old Jack's words. Unlike Bai Yu, who had a different upbringing, Tang San, with his father Tang Hao largely absent from domestic matters, spent his days cooking, managing household chores, and diligently practicing, leaving him little time to contemplate other matters. Consequently, he was entirely ignorant of the concepts of martial souls and soul masters. I'm not entirely certain about that either, old Jack replied, shaking his head. He shared whatever knowledge he possessed regarding martial souls and soul masters, then inquired if Tang San would be interested in attending the Soul Master Academy. Naturally, Tang San hesitated and shook his head, indicating he would first consult his father, Tang Hao. Indeed, you are but a child. Such matters are beyond your purview. And it would be wise to seek your father's counsel, old Jack remarked, feeling somewhat troubled, as he was uncertain of Tang Hao's stance. Xiao Yu, would you like to accompany me and Xiao San to his home? Old Jack asked Bai Yu, resolved to persuade Tang Hao. No, Grandpa Jack, I shall return home. I rose early this morning and have yet to satisfy my hunger. Bai Yu promptly declined. He was well aware of the unfolding events between Tang San and old Jack and preferred to avoid the commotion. His sole desire was to return, partake in a lottery, and contemplate the best approach to allocate his newfound spirit endowment opportunity. After bidding farewell to Tang San and old Jack, Bai Yu immediately dashed home. System, initiate the lottery. After closing the door, Bai Yu promptly sat down on the bed in his room, brimming with excitement. His first lottery draw yielded the Dao De Jing. Although it inadvertently aided in the enhancement of his Xiantian skill, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied. He pondered what the second draw would bestow upon him, hoping for a martial art that could elevate his combat prowess or a body-refining technique. Such an acquisition would facilitate his endeavors in hunting soul beasts and absorbing higher-aged soul rings. Ding! The lottery opportunity has been utilized. The system is now drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sword technique, Duga 9 Swords. As the system's congratulatory voice resonated in his mind, Bai Yu could not help but feel immense joy. Duga 9 Swords. He had drawn the Dugu 9 Swords, a quintessential swordplay found in various Infinite Flow novels, and it proved to be exceedingly practical in the world of Douluo Continent. After all, even the protagonist Tang San's golden finger was merely the martial arts of his past life. Bai Yu did not believe that Duga 9 Swords was inferior to the Xiantian skill. Upon acquiring the Duga 9 Swords, an unfamiliar torrent of memories surged into Bai Yu's mind, revealing the intricacies of the swordsmanship. Simultaneously, the system's attribute template reappeared before Bai Yu's eyes. Host, Bai Yu Martial Soul, Blue-Silver Grass Cultivation Technique, Xiantian Skill Spirit bestowed, Upgrade Progress, 2. 1 First Layer Perfected, Progress 100, Martial Skills, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Subtle, Progress 6, Ghost Shadow Illusion, Beginner, Progress 3, Duga 9 Swords, Beginner, Progress 1, 1. Absorb a Soul Ring and become a Soul Master. Reward, Spirit Bestowal Opportunity X1, Random Lottery Chance X1 2. Defeat Tang San. Reward, Spirit Bestowal Opportunity X1. Random Lottery Chance X1 3. Enroll in Nodding Academy. Reward, Spirit Bestowal Opportunity X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Is this truly the Duga 9 Swords? After receiving the Duga 9 Swords, Bai Yu was filled with exhilaration, convinced that the Duga 9 Swords truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Although the Duga 9 Swords may pale in comparison to martial arts like the Holy Spirit Sword technique, its practicality is undeniably formidable. boasting 9 sword techniques capable of countering a myriad of weapons. Even Tang San's hidden weapons fell within the realm of the Douluo 9 swords countermeasures. Bai Yu had originally planned that if he did not draw any martial arts or body refinement techniques that could bolster his combat prowess, he would allocate this opportunity for endowing spirit to the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, as the ability to escape was just as crucial as combat strength. However, having drawn the Douluo 9 swords, it was only natural to bestow this opportunity upon it. System: bestow spirit upon the Douluo 9 swords. Having previously endowed the Xiantian skill, Bai Yu felt quite adept this time. Ding! The endowment opportunity has been utilized, and the system is currently bestowing spirit. Congratulations, host. Your Douluo 9 swords has gained sentience and is now adapting to its environment. You can facilitate its adaptation by practicing the Douluo 9 swords and greeting it. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Adapting to the environment? Greeting? Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. When he previously endowed the Xiantian skill, there had been no such situation. Was this the distinction between endowing martial arts and techniques? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yu left the room and ventured into the courtyard, picking up a branch to practice the sword techniques of the Douluo 9 swords as instructed in his mind. You are practicing the Douluo 9 swords. Your Douluo 9 swords is accelerating its adaptation to the environment. Congratulations. Your Douluo 9 swords has fully adapted to the environment and is now commencing its cultivation. The system's prompts continued to echo in Bai Yu's mind, causing him to feel a surge of excitement. Success. The Douluo 9 swords had begun its cultivation. Henceforth, he would possess a fully developed Douluo 9 swords when he could cultivate himself. Could it be that even if he were to remain a mere fish, he could still become a sword saint? Should he henceforth be known as the lazy fish sword saint? However, just as Bai Yu reveled in his thoughts, an incongruous prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. Due to your use of a branch instead of a sword, combined with your insufficiently fierce swordplay, the Douluo 9 swords has expressed dissatisfaction, resulting in an 80 reduction in cultivation effectiveness. Current cultivation progress, entry level 2. What? A cacophony of sounds erupted in his mind. Leaving Bai Yu, who was wielding the branch to execute the Douluo 9 swords, momentarily frozen in confusion. What on earth? What was this situation? The Douluo 9 swords was dissatisfied due to his use of a branch, and the effectiveness of cultivation could actually decrease? How remarkably individualistic. Why was the Xiantian skill so compliant during its endowment? Chapter 6. Hiss. Brother Yu is actually a sword Dao genius. Bai Yu found himself momentarily bewildered by the Douluo 9 swords reaction post-endowment. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he ceased his practice in the courtyard. He had not anticipated that a martial art would have such a temperament after being endowed. Why had the body and Xiantian skill behaved so docilely upon their endowment? Bai Yu pondered this conundrum. Ultimately, he attributed the disparity in temperament to the nature of the endowed item. The disposition of the endowed item likely correlated with its identity. Sword techniques necessitate a sword, much like how a person requires clothing, and given that swordplay is a lethal art, it tends to possess a cold demeanor. Thus, lacking a sword and failing to execute the swordplay with sufficient ferocity had triggered the Douluo 9 sword's displeasure. Conversely, the body simply required sustenance and adequate rest to function properly. Hence it rarely voiced any grievances. Nonetheless, the body did have its minor irritations. For instance, if it were not satiated, the efficiency of practicing martial arts would diminish, and insufficient rest would yield similar results. If Bai Yu were to force the body to practice the Xiantian skill day and night, it too would eventually rebel. However, since the body and his sensations were essentially one, he never sensed the body's minor grievances, as he always ensured it was well-fed and well-rested. The Xiantian skill was even more straightforward. Being an internal technique and Taoist in nature, it flowed naturally without demands or complaints. Its sole preference was for the classics of Taoist teachings. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Why did it feel as though endowing was akin to raising a child? Having a son meant one must consider each child's temperament, lest they become irate. Alas, in this lifetime, he had not even had a girlfriend. Bai Yu's parents had always been herbalists, and while they possessed tools for gathering herbs, a sword was certainly absent. Thus, fulfilling the desires of his young son, the Douluo 9 swords, by acquiring a genuine sword seemed an unattainable dream. He could only visit Tang San in the afternoon to see if Tang Hao could assist in forging a long sword. However, enhancing the swordplay's ferocity was a straightforward task. Standing in the courtyard, Bai Yu gripped the branch and relinquished control of his body, allowing it to execute the Douluo 9 swords autonomously. The body's execution of the Douluo Nine Swords was methodical and precise, yielding far superior results compared to Bai Yu's own attempts. Your swordplay's intensity has increased. The Douluo Nine Swords is very satisfied, and your cultivation effectiveness has increased by 20. Current cultivation efficiency, -60. As Bai Yu permitted his body to perform the Douluo Nine Swords, the system's voice echoed in his mind, prompting a sigh of relief from him. After practicing for a while, as noon approached, Bai Yu ceased his training of the Douluo Nine Swords and prepared to kindle a fire for cooking. While he busied himself with the meal, although Bai Yu did not engage in the practice of the Douluo Nine Swords, the technique continued to evolve independently. Following its endowment, the Douluo Nine Swords, much like the Xiantian skill, could cultivate itself without Bai Yu's deliberate effort. This had already matured into a refined form of the Douluo Nine Swords. After finishing lunch, Bai Yu planned to visit the Tang family, seeking Tang Hao's assistance in forging a longsword. Before departing, Bai Yu deliberately brewed a pot of wine. Tang Hao possessed a rather irritable temperament. Without a gift, one would not receive a warm welcome. However, with a pot of wine as an offering, the situation would be markedly different. After preparing the wine, Bai Yu made his way directly to the blacksmith shop. At that moment, within the dilapidated confines of the forge, Tang Hao was instructing Tang San in the art of blacksmithing, the rhythmic clanging of metal resounding through the air. "Little San, Uncle Hao," Bai Yu called out cheerfully as he entered the blacksmith shop, holding the pot of wine. "Brother Yu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Bai Yu, Tang San paused his work, wiping his brow in surprise. "Oh, it's nothing much, just a small matter for which I seek Uncle Hao's assistance. Here is your wine." Bai Yu grinned as he handed the wine to Tang Hao. Tang Hao accepted it without hesitation, promptly uncorking it and drinking heartily. "Father." Tang San felt a twinge of concern watching Tang Hao consume the wine so casually. It was a gesture of gratitude for assistance that had yet to be rendered. What sort of behavior was this? However, had Tang Hao been privy to Tang San's thoughts, he would have scoffed. This lad Bai Yu was quite astute. Since he had brought wine to solicit help, it was certain that assistance would be forthcoming. Otherwise, one could only dream of enjoying Bai Yu's generosity without reciprocation. Is this the ale from Old Tom's place? Quite flavorful. After finishing the wine, Tang Hao slammed the pot onto the table and wiped his mouth, casting a casual glance at Bai Yu. "Speak up, lad. What do you wish for my assistance with?" "It's nothing too significant. Merely a simple request for you to forge a long sword for me," Bai Yu replied, rubbing his hands together with a jovial smile. "A long sword?" Tang Hao chuckled dismissively. "Is that all? Very well. Return home and await my delivery. Tomorrow, I shall have Little San bring it to you." "Thank you, Uncle Hao." "Little San. I shall take my leave now." With Tang Hao's affirmative response, Bai Yu beamed and turned to exit the blacksmith shop. On his way, having assigned himself a task, Bai Yu immersed his consciousness in his mental realm, indulging once more in his favorite series. The following morning, dawn broke. As he prepared to embark on his journey of cultivation, Tang San took with him the iron sword meticulously forged by Tang Hao. His intention was to first visit the Bai Yu household to present the sword before proceeding with his training. Upon arriving at the entrance of Bai Yu's courtyard, just as Tang San was about to knock, he noticed that the door was ajar. Could it be that Brother Yu was already awake? With a sense of curiosity, he pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. However, just as he was about to call out Bai Yu's name, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. There stood Bai Yu beneath a grand tree, wielding a rudimentary wooden sword. His form was as swift as the wind, leaping and darting with agility, continuously brandishing the wooden sword as he executed a myriad of movements, thrusting, sweeping, slicing, and striking. In Bai Yu's grasp, the seemingly rudimentary wooden sword transformed into a formidable blade, slicing through the air with a series of sharp whooshing sounds. With each of Bai Yu's movements, he appeared as a swordsman wielding a long sword. "Is Brother Yu practicing his swordsmanship?" Tang San marveled at the scene before him, astonished. He distinctly recalled that Bai Yu was merely an ordinary individual. Although exceptionally clever, he had not undergone any martial training, especially not in swordplay. Previously, he had never witnessed Bai Yu practicing swordsmanship. After all, such an art requires not only innate talent but also rigorous training. Yet, the skill Bai Yu displayed at this moment bore no resemblance to that of a novice. Rather, he resembled a prodigy from a prestigious lineage of swordsmanship, having trained from a young age. However, having grown up alongside Bai Yu, Tang San was certain that he was not a descendant of any swordsmanship family. Perhaps Bai Yu had practiced in secret, unbeknownst to him. But to attain such a level of proficiency without guidance and in a matter of mere years was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that Brother Yu is a swordsmanship genius? Tang San's mind surged with disbelief. Chapter 7. Shao San, shall we spar a bit? Indeed, Tang San was taken aback. In the spacious courtyard, Bai Yu practiced his swordplay with abandon. Noticing the astonished expression on Tang San's face from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Is this the sensation of showing off? It was akin to quenching one's thirst with a chilled soft drink on a sweltering summer day, pure bliss. Previously, Tang San had frequently put on airs before him, leaving Bai Yu feeling as though he had consumed an abundance of sour lemons. However, the tides of fortune had turned, and today it was his turn to revel in glory. Initially, Bai Yu knew nothing of swordsmanship. Yet, just yesterday, he had drawn the skill known as the Douluo 9 swords and imbued it with spirit. Although the Douluo 9 swords had a mind of its own, refusing to practice without a sword, Bai Yu was undeterred. After dedicating considerable effort to crafting a wooden sword, he managed to persuade the Douluo 9 swords to engage in training. By morning, the Douluo 9 swords had progressed from the basics to a level of proficiency, equivalent to that of a naturally gifted swordsman who had trained for several years. Coupled with the inherent brilliance of the Douluo 9 swords, Bai Yu's current execution left Tang San utterly astounded. Suddenly, as Bai Yu practiced his swordplay, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the towering tree above him to sway and showering an array of leaves. What a splendid opportunity! As the leaves cascaded down, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly wielded the wooden sword, thrusting it forward amidst a flurry of whooshing sounds. Moments later, he abruptly halted. At that instant, Bai Yu's wooden sword was impeccably adorned with leaves that had been pierced through. As Bai Yu, holding a branch, posed with an air of nonchalance, Tang San couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, utterly astounded. This swordsmanship is truly remarkable. I had previously underestimated Brother Yu. Who would have imagined that beneath his seemingly languid exterior, he harbors such extraordinary prowess, a true genius of the sword. However, what Tang San failed to notice was the fading violet glow in Bai Yu's eyes as he struck his pose. Little San, have you finished watching? Would you care to engage in a demonstration? After striking a pose and reveling in the sensation of pretentiousness, Bai Yu, embodying the solitude of a master, slowly withdrew his wooden sword and turned to Tang San, casually proposing, "Shall we spar a little?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, only to be quickly engulfed by a surge of combat spirit. As a reincarnated individual, his mature demeanor, coupled with years of martial arts training, had instilled in him a sense of superiority, rendering him dismissive of his peers in Sacred Soul Village. Bai Yu was the sole exception, as Tang San held his knowledge in high esteem. Yet, as a martial artist, although he admired Bai Yu's intellect, it was merely that, admiration. Tang San had always prioritized strength above all and considered himself the strongest among his contemporaries. However, he now found himself astonished. He had never anticipated that the previously perceived scholarly Bai Yu was not only knowledgeable but also a prodigious swordsmanship talent. This revelation ignited Tang San's competitive spirit, and he was eager to ascertain whether he truly was the strongest among his peers. I can hardly believe it, Bai Yu. You are indeed a swordsmanship genius with such formidable strength. I always thought you spent your days lazily basking in the sun on the mountain. Clearly, I was mistaken. You must have been secretly honing your sword skills after my departure. Gazing at Bai Yu, Tang San's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clenched his fists. Did you keep this from me just to challenge me today? Naturally, I shall not refuse. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training. Really? Must you overthink everything? Bai Yu chuckled, scratching his head at Tang San's exuberance. He wished to clarify that, indeed, he had been basking in the sun and being lazy. However, he chose not to voice this, as, although his mind was at rest, his body was diligently working, especially with the infused Xiantian skill and the Douluo 9 swords. They were exceptionally formidable. The relentless training was more fervent than anything. Not even Agent 007 would be as relentless. Although his younger counterpart, Douluo 9 swords, possessed a unique temperament, often sulking when a sword was not in hand and complaining about the lack of intensity in Bai Yu's swordsmanship, these were trivial matters. After all, children require some coaxing. Even ordinary children frequently cry for toys. The Douluo 9 sword simply yearned for the sword techniques that rightfully belonged to him. Was this not perfectly natural? Come, little San, let us step outside to spar. This space is too confined for us to properly engage. Unable to clarify Tang San's overactive imagination, Bai Yu cleared his throat a few times to interrupt him, then beckoned Tang San to step outside for their duel. This aligned perfectly with Tang San's thoughts, as engaging in close quarters with a swordsman would hinder his ability to utilize his hidden weapons effectively. Thus, the two exited, arriving at the courtyard outside Bai Yu's residence. Bai Yu, This is your sword. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, Tang San promptly tossed the iron sword crafted by Tang Hao to Bai Yu. As Bai Yu received the sword, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. You have obtained the fine steel sword. Your Douluo 9 swords has entered a state of exhilaration, enhancing your cultivation efficiency by 80. Current cultivation progress. Proficient, 10. Excellent. A splendid sword. Upon realizing the improvement in the cultivation efficiency of Douluo 9 swords after acquiring the iron sword, Bai Yu felt a surge of joy and satisfaction. He ostentatiously drew the long sword from its sheath, mimicking the sword fighters he had seen on television, channeling his inner energy into his fingers, and flicked the sword's blade. The sword emitted a crisp, ringing sound, and Bai Yu smiled contentedly. Brother Yu, I'm glad you like it. This sword was crafted with great effort by my father. I have never seen him so earnest in his work before. Seeing Bai Yu's fondness for the sword, Tang San also smiled. Please thank Uncle Hao for me. Bai Yu replied with a bow, reflecting on the past. The wine was not given in vain. Brother Yu, shall we begin? With Bai Yu now equipped with the sword. Tang San's eyes burned with combat spirit as he focused his inner energy, causing his hands to gradually turn a lustrous white jade color, while his eyes shimmered with a purplish light. Wait. However, Bai Yu suddenly called for a halt, driving the long sword, along with its sheath, into the ground. It was evident that he did not intend to engage Tang San in direct combat with a weapon. Brother Yu, aren't you going to use the sword? Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Bai Yu's actions. Since you've called me Brother Yu, I cannot take advantage of you. Without a weapon in your hands, it would only be fair for me to refrain from using one as well. But rest assured, even without a sword, my strength is formidable and will not disappoint you. Regarding Tang San's confusion, Bai Yu cast him a knowing glance and smiled lightly, speaking slowly. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Tang San felt compelled to respond. He had trained in martial arts that did not rely on weapons, thus Bai Yu need not feel at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with his skills such as the Xian Jade Hand and Purple Extreme Demon Eye, he was more than capable of countering Bai Yu's weapon advantage. However, these were his secrets, which he could not reveal. So Tang San could only shake his head with a sigh filled with regret. It seemed that he would not uncover the extent of his own strength this time. He had not anticipated Brother Yu's remarkable integrity. He would have to tread lightly in their upcoming bout. After their sparring session, he would prepare some medicinal ointment to present to Brother Yu. But is this truly the case? Chapter 8. Bai Yu's scheme, Douluo 9 swords breaks the hidden weapons. Ding. Your body has gained some insight from observing Tang San's Xian Jade Hand, advancing your learning progress to 4. After planting the sword in the ground and engaging in a display of bravado, Bai Yu's expression remained remarkably serene. On the surface, he appeared to embody a noble and lofty character. Yet, within, as the system's continuous notifications resonated in his mind, Bai Yu could hardly contain his glee. Finally, he had witnessed Tang San demonstrating the Xian Jade Hand. He could now covertly learn it. Based on past experiences, the closer he was to Tang San, the quicker he could absorb knowledge. Engaging in close combat might allow him to master the Xian Jade Hand during their duel. By then, if he could unleash the Xian Jade Hand himself, wouldn't Tang San be utterly astonished? He suspected he would transform from a swordsmanship prodigy into a martial arts genius. However, despite his inner delight, Bai Yu maintained a facade of calm. After all, he must preserve the image of a gifted individual who had honed his skills over a decade, lest he lose the thrill of showing off later. Meanwhile, having been impressed by Bai Yu's integrity, Tang San, proud by nature, would not take advantage of him. Well then, Brother Yu, be cautious. With that, Tang San dismissed his Xian Jade Hand and Purple Extreme Demon Eye. With a powerful shout, he propelled himself off the ground like an arrow released from a bow. Fist clenched, aiming a punch at Bai Yu's face. Yet, observing Tang San's fierce approach, Bai Yu maintained a gentle smile, taking a slight step back before sidestepping, narrowly evading Tang San's punch. Was this mere coincidence? Surprised that Bai Yu had managed to dodge his strike so narrowly, Tang San felt a flicker of astonishment. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, he did not halt his movements. After missing his first punch, he swiftly turned and launched another strike towards Bai Yu. However, in response to Tang San's subsequent attack, Bai Yu merely chuckled lightly, his body shifting gracefully, narrowly escaping Tang San's blow once more. This was definitely no coincidence. Once was chance, twice was skill. Tang San's mind grew serious. Clearly, he should not underestimate Brother Yu simply because he was unarmed. Brother Yu, I shall get serious now. Brace yourself. After gathering his resolve, Tang San shouted loudly and accelerated the pace of his assault, launching a myriad of attacks towards Bai Yu. However, in the face of Tang San's tempestuous onslaught, Bai Yu remained unperturbed, wearing a serene smile. He neither retaliated nor faltered, effortlessly evading Tang San's strikes at the very last moment. Having surrendered control of his body to the spirit bestowed upon him, Bai Yu now exists in a state reminiscent of a hyper-accelerated infuse 48 combined with the prowess of a martial arts master. Despite both individuals possessing comparable physical attributes and being endowed with innate full soul power through the Xiantian skill, Bai Yu's strength surpasses Tang San's by an immeasurable degree. Tang San's relentless assault has persisted for several minutes. As the battle commenced, Tang San's initially casual demeanor gradually transformed into a serious disposition, which then shifted to one of reluctance, ultimately culminating in sheer disbelief and astonishment. If it were only a few instances where Bai Yu narrowly evaded his attacks, one might attribute it to mere luck. However, over the span of several minutes, he had launched countless assaults against Bai Yu, each met with a perilous yet skillful evasion. This was ample evidence that his opponent's prowess utterly eclipsed his own. Had I underestimated Brother Yu? I never anticipated that he would prove to be not only a genius in swordsmanship but also a prodigy in combat. Gritting his teeth, Tang San resolved to unleash the Xian Jade Hand and the purple extreme demon eye. Brother Yu, be cautious. I am about to employ my ultimate technique. After yet another punch missed its mark at Bai Yu, Tang San let out an unwilling roar, and in an instant, he unleashed the Xian Yu Hand and the purple extreme demon eye, charging fiercely toward Bai Yu. Finally, he has employed the Xian Yu Hand. Upon witnessing Tang San's display of this technique, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The reason he had refrained from counterattacking until now was to provoke Tang San into utilizing the Xian Yu Hand. Haha, let it come. Eager to swiftly master the Xian Yu Hand, Bai Yu laughed heartily toward the heavens, then positioned his body to confront Tang San, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of fierce close-quarter combat, the system prompt echoed frantically in Bai Yu's mind. The progress of mastering the Xian Yu Hand surged dramatically, escalating at an astonishing rate. During the battle, Bai Yu's enhanced combat abilities rendered him nearly invincible. The control over his body reached an astounding 100, encompassing both physical prowess and cognitive function. Achieving full utilization of the body was akin to that of a supreme martial arts master, while a 100 brain utilization mirrored the hyper-accelerated state induced by the infuse 48 within the endless realm. The synergy of both capabilities rendered Tang San's most formidable techniques, including the Xian Yu Hand, purple extreme demon eye, and ghostly shadow displacement, utterly ineffective against Bai Yu. Thus, for Tang San to secure victory, he was left with but one option: to unleash his most potent hidden weapon. Brother Yu, be cautious. I am about to employ my most formidable skill. After an intense battle, Tang San gasped fervently, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yu. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the skill controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, drawing all the surrounding pebbles into his embrace. Catch this, he exclaimed, and immediately, with a resounding roar, he summoned all his strength to activate the purple extreme demon eye, executing the phantom shadows and elusive steps, moving with remarkable swiftness while simultaneously hurling the pebbles as concealed projectiles towards Bai Yu. In an instant, amidst the sound of whistling through the air, the stones surged forth like a torrential hail of bullets aimed at Bai Yu. Bring it on, Bai Yu. Undeterred by the deluge of stones approaching him, let out a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens. He then activated the purple extreme demon eye and mystic jade hand, effortlessly sweeping aside the first wave of stones before employing the phantom shadows and elusive steps to dart towards the iron sword embedded in the ground, swiftly drawing it forth. Solitary 9 swords, arrow-breaking style. With a fierce cry resonating in his heart, Bai Yu wielded the iron sword, executing the solitary 9 swords, arrow-breaking style, specifically designed to counter various concealed weapons. In that moment, the air shimmered with the brilliance of the sword's light. Amidst the sound of slicing air, Bai Yu wielded his steel sword with such finesse that it produced a dazzling arc of silver light, effortlessly cleaving through all the stones hurled by Tang San. Subsequently, Bai Yu executed the phantom shadow technique, seamlessly employing the Duga 9 swords while forcefully breaking through the barrage of stones, arriving instantaneously before Tang San. With the sharp sword poised at his neck, he chuckled, "Little San, you have lost." However, at this moment, Tang San's focus was no longer on Bai Yu's astonishing swordplay. Instead, he stared at Bai Yu in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you also wield the phantom shadow technique, the purple extreme demon eye, and the Xian Yu hand? Having signed a contract, I seek recommendations, collections, and donations. The contract is finalized, and I will be updating twice daily from now on. I hope for your generous support. What are the phantom shadow technique, the purple extreme demon eye, in the Xian Yu hand. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Bai Yu lowered his sword. A look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Why can your hands and eyes transform in such a manner?" Tang San, filled with urgency, extended his right hand, channeling the Xian Yu hand to turn it a lustrous white, then activating the purple extreme demon eye, changing his gaze to a striking purple. "It's quite simple. Just now, I sensed a peculiar flow of your soul power, and I attempted to replicate it, thus my hand transformed to mirror yours. As for the purple extreme demon eye, I observed you practicing at sunrise, and I learned it through imitation. Isn't that rather straightforward?" Bai Yu appeared nonchalant, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Tang San thought to himself, what an anomaly. Merely witnessing me perform the Xian Yu hand and the phantom shadow technique, and he has mastered them both. Gazing at Bai Yu, who seemed entirely unfazed by this remarkable talent, Tang San's expression was a mixture of complexity and admiration. For the first time in his life, Tang San felt a sense of defeat. Bai Yu was truly a source of surprises. He once believed Bai Yu to be an ordinary individual, only to discover he was a genius in swordsmanship. He then thought him merely a swordsman, yet he proved to be a combat prodigy as well. It dawned on him that Bai Yu was not just a master of swordplay and battle, but also a genius in martial arts. The realization that someone could learn a martial technique simply by observing was something Tang San had always thought existed solely in legends. Yet, it appeared such prodigies were indeed real and right beside him. Reflecting on how he had always regarded Bai Yu as an ordinary person, Tang San felt a wave of shame wash over him. He realized, with a pang of self-recrimination, that he had been the fool all along. The thought that Bai Yu might have also acquired his innate blue-silver grass martial spirit after observing Tang San practice the Xian Tian Gong crossed his mind. This seemed quite plausible, yet it mattered little now. He had steadfastly adhered to the Tang sect's rules, vowing never to disclose its secret arts. But who could have anticipated that a prodigy could learn simply by watching him practice? What could he do about it? Tang San felt utterly helpless. "Bai Yu, in this contest, I concede," he sighed, gazing at Bai Yu with a complex expression. "However, the techniques you have learned from me, such as the Xian Yu hand and the purple extreme demon eye, are of great importance to me, and I hope you will keep them confidential. Rest assured, little San." Bai Yu replied, waving his hand with a reassuring smile. "Since you have made such a request, I will certainly keep it to myself." "Very well then, Bai Yu. I shall take my leave." With Bai Yu's affirmative response, Tang San felt a sense of relief and prepared to depart. Through this battle, Tang San gained profound insights. He had always believed himself the strongest among his peers, but after facing Bai Yu, he had come to a stark realization about himself. His life had been too smooth, causing him to grow complacent. It was clear that he must strive harder in his cultivation moving forward. On the journey home, Tang San resolutely contemplated. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Tang San, Bai Yu joyfully hummed a tune, sheathed her sword, and returned to the courtyard with her weapon in hand. System. Upon returning to the courtyard, Bai Yu leisurely settled into a chair and called upon the system. Instantly, a panel of attributes materialized before him. Host. Bai Yu martial soul. Blue-silver grass cultivation technique. Xiantian skill, empowered, upgrade progress. 3. 9 first layer perfection, progress 100, martial arts. Purple extreme demon eye, subtle, progress 7. Ghostly shadow mirage, novice, progress 8. Douluo 9 swords, proficient, progress 20. Xian jade hand, novice, progress 4. Controlling crane catching dragon, learning progress 20, not yet initiated. Will no longer be displayed 1. Absorb a soul ring and become a soul master. Reward, empowerment opportunity X1. Random lottery opportunity X1 2. Defeat Tang San. Reward, empowerment opportunity X1. Random lottery opportunity X1 completed. 3. Enroll in Nodding Academy. Reward, empowerment opportunity X1. Random lottery opportunity X1. Having acquired the Xian jade hand was truly delightful. Though it was regrettable that he had only witnessed Tang San perform the controlling crane-catching dragon once in a fleeting moment, leaving him unable to master it. Seeing the newly added novice level of Xian jade hand on his attribute panel filled Bai Yu with satisfaction. Yet he felt a twinge of disappointment for not having learned the controlling crane-catching dragon. During the previous combat while employing the Douluo 9 swords, it seemed that his fervor had surged, resulting in a remarkable 100 enhancement in cultivation efficiency. Just prior to the battle, he had only reached a proficiency of 10, yet, upon wielding the sword and engaging in combat with the Douluo 9 swords for a brief period, his proficiency soared by another 10. Once martial arts reach proficiency, the rate of progress becomes significantly more arduous than during the novice stage. It appears that the essence of the Douluo 9 swords lies not only in its unwavering dedication to the sword, but also in its affinity for combat. However, it is only natural that a sword technique is designed for battle, and the Douluo 9 swords, being a combat fanatic, is indeed understandable. After perusing the data displayed on the attributes panel, Bai Yu noticed the changes in the Douluo Jiujian section. He pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Well, let's proceed to the lottery first, he mused. Having just completed a task, he was eager to discover the rewards he might obtain and consider whom to bestow the forthcoming enhancement opportunity upon. Rubbing his hands together, Bai Yu felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to utilize the celestial lottery chance earned from defeating Tang San. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. The lottery opportunity has been utilized. The system is now conducting the draw. With Bai Yu's command, the system's voice echoed promptly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Upon hearing the system's congratulatory announcement, Bai Yu was filled with unexpected delight. His luck had been rather fortuitous on both occasions. Previously, he had drawn the Douluo Jiujian, which bolstered his combat prowess. And now he had obtained the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, enhancing his physical constitution. If he could successfully cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he might very well achieve a Millennium-level first soul ring. This indeed is the soul ring configuration that a traverser ought to possess. Upon acquiring the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Bai Yu promptly embraced its essence, preparing to bestow the opportunity for spiritual endowment upon it. However, he remained uncertain about the temperament of the Dragon Elephant Prajna post-endowment. System. Bestow the spiritual endowment upon the Dragon Elephant Prajna. With satisfaction in his heart, Bai Yu eagerly granted the opportunity to the skill. Ding. The endowment opportunity has been utilized. The system is currently bestowing it. Congratulations, host. Your Dragon Elephant Prajna has attained sentience and is now ready to commence cultivation. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Bai Yu felt the vital energy within him begin to surge. A wave of warmth enveloped him as his energy coalesced, flowing through his body along a specific trajectory. Bai Yu recognized this as the Dragon Elephant Prajna, gathering vital energy in preparation for cultivation. The Dragon Elephant Prajna, being a body refinement technique, naturally cultivates not internal strength, but vital energy. Yet, remarkably, the Dragon Elephant Prajna commenced its practice without exhibiting any defiance, unlike the temperamental Douluo 9 swords. This brought a sigh of relief to Bai Yu. Ah, it is a well-behaved child, indeed. Let it not be as willful as that Douluo 9 swords. Previously, without a sword, Douluo 9 swords had refused to lower its training effectiveness and had even gone on strike. Had it not been for Bai Yu's quick thinking in fashioning a wooden sword, Douluo 9 swords might still be languishing in the introductory stages today. Ding. Due to your empty stomach, the Dragon Elephant Prajna has sensed disappointment, resulting in a 90 reduction in cultivation effectiveness. Current progress. Introductory Stage 1. Just as Bai Yu felt a sense of relief, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. This morning, in a bid to impress, he had risen early and nearly forgotten that he had yet to eat breakfast. It appeared that being famished had an impact on the newly endowed Dragon Elephant Prajna, suggesting that it might indeed be a glutton. Henceforth, he would need to venture out to hunt more frequently. Chapter 10. The results of 3 months of cultivation. Preparing to head to Nodding City. 3 months had swiftly passed. During these past 3 months, Bai Yu has maintained an exceptionally regular routine. Each day, as long as the weather is fair, he rises early to practice the ZG Demon Eye on the back mountain. After the sun has fully risen, he ventures into the forest on the mountainside to hunt, returning with his catch to indulge in a hearty feast, relishing every bite. The essence of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is that of a glutton. The better the sustenance, the more remarkable the cultivation results. In the afternoons, he recites the Tao Te Ching to enhance his Xiantian skill, and in the evenings, he performs the Douluo 9 swords to sustain the fervor and enthusiasm of the battle-hungry Douluo 9 swords. Alas, it is indeed a challenge. However, despite the nuances of the post-enlightenment body and Xiantian skill, both the post-enlightenment Douluo 9 swords and Dragon Elephant Prajna skill exhibit distinct characteristics. Gradually, Bai Yu has come to realize that having a unique personality is not necessarily a disadvantage. The more distinctive one is, the more spirited they become. Just like the Douluo 9 swords. After acquiring the exquisite steel sword forged by Tang Hao, Bai Yu dedicated each day to practicing the Douluo 9 swords with it and engaging in hunts, which would invariably plunge the Douluo 9 swords into a state of exhilaration and enthusiasm. significantly enhancing the efficacy of his training. Similarly, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill brought Bai Yu immense joy and satisfaction the more he consumed, thereby amplifying the results of his practice and igniting a sense of pride within him. Soon, the day arrived for him to embark on his journey to the Nottingham Academy. Rising early, Bai Yu languidly lay in bed, shielding himself from the piercing sunlight streaming through the window, before gradually getting up and stretching. It was yet another splendid day. A daily ritual of basking in the sun, admiring the sunrise, and indulging in his favorite shows awaited him. All tasks were entrusted to his spirit-infused body. While the crucial practices of the Xiantian skill, Duga 9 swords, and Dragon Elephant Prajna skill were seamlessly coordinated and executed by his diligent physique and martial arts. The prospect of growing stronger without exerting effort filled Bai Yu with uncontainable joy and a refreshing spirit. Having risen, Bai Yu, still somewhat languorous, decided to indulge in a brief nap, assigning his body the tasks of grooming and preparing a meal, allowing it to act autonomously. Before long, his body accomplished these tasks. In the courtyard, once everything was prepared, Bai Yu's consciousness finally took over. Sitting in a chair, he gazed at the table adorned with several buckets of fragrant rice and a whole roasted goat, freshly prepared from yesterday's hunt, causing his mouth to water profusely. How delectable! Without hesitation, he dove in. While daily tasks were naturally delegated to his body, the formidable endeavor of savoring such culinary delights was a task he deemed worthy of his own effort. Before long, Bai Yu, like a whirlwind, devoured the feast before him with insatiable appetite. After mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Bai Yu's appetite has surged severfold. It would not be an exaggeration to say he now consumes the equivalent of an entire cow daily. This, of course, has significantly enhanced the cultivation effects of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. After all, compared to the combat-obsessed Dugu Jian, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is indeed a voracious eater. Burp. After satiating his hunger, Bai Yu let out a contented burp, gently patting his full belly as he called out, "System." In response to his summons, a luminous screen materialized before him. Host, Bai Yu Martial Soul, Blue-Silver Grass Cultivation Technique, Clear Chi Formula, Empowered, Note, Upgraded, Upgrade Progress, 5, First Layer, Perfected, Progress 100, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Empowered, Third Layer, Progress 28, Martial Arts, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Subtle, Progress 13. 8. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, Proficient, 6, Duga 9 Swords, Empowered, Mastery, 45, 2, Xinyu Hand, Proficient, 6, 3, 1. Absorb a Soul Ring and become a Soul Master. Reward, Empowerment Opportunity X1, Random Lottery Chance X12. Enroll in Notting Academy. Reward, Empowerment Opportunity X1. Random Lottery Chance X1. After 3 months of rigorous training, Bai Yu's prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. In just over a month, Bai Yu successfully completed the upgrade of the Xiantian skill. The inner strength cultivated from the upgraded Xiantian skill possesses a quality that is equivalent to twice that of his previous inner strength, and it can also counteract the detrimental effects of poisoning. However, it remains uncertain whether it can withstand other adverse conditions. Bai Yu has named this upgraded technique the Qingqi formula. During these 3 months, the progress in cultivating the Purple Extreme Demon Eye has also seen some advancement, albeit limited. The refinement of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye is inherently slow, and further compounded by the fact that training can only occur in a brief window after sunrise each day, making such slow progress quite natural. Throughout these 3 months, daily hunts necessitated the frequent use of Ghostly Shadow and Xinyu Hand, thereby enhancing their proficiency, which has now reached a skilled level post-beginner stage. As for the Dugu 9 swords, Bai Yu has achieved mastery. He can now wield all 9 sword forms of the Duga 9 swords with fluidity and seamless transitions, rendering him capable of overcoming myriad weapons with a single sword in hand. Should he attain the level of control, he would undoubtedly be second only to the legendary Duga Bai. Nevertheless, Bai Yu's most significant achievement remains the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. During the past 3 months, Bai Yu has diligently consumed a substantial amount of nourishment each day, resulting in remarkable advancements in his cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. With an accelerated progression now reaching the 3rd level, this esteemed technique encompasses a total of 13 layers, each granting the practitioner the formidable strength of a dragon and an elephant. It is noteworthy that the dragon within this context refers not to a mythical creature, but rather to a colossal python. Nevertheless, the power derived from each layer still amounts to an impressive 3,000 pounds. With Bai Yu having ascended to the 3rd level, His amassed strength now exceeds 10,000 pounds, making him a formidable opponent even against soul masters of the soul respect level. Given my current prowess, I should be capable of vanquishing a Millennium Soul Beast, Bai Yu mused, glancing at his attribute panel while stroking his chin thoughtfully. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by the aged voice of old Jack. Xiaoyu, prepare to depart, gather your belongings, and we shall convene at the village entrance shortly. Understood, Grandpa Jack. Bai Yu responded with enthusiasm, quickly tidying up his surroundings and readying his luggage for the journey ahead. In no time, he had organized everything. Meanwhile, his consciousness quietly slipped into the realm of his mental space, engrossed in watching an anime. Over the course of 3 months, Bai Yu had become weary of his usual series and had now embarked on a new adventure with the anime, A Certain Magical Index. After attending to the affairs at home, I promptly shouldered the neatly packed luggage and bedding, and then set off towards the village entrance. Grandpa Jack, Little 3. When Bai Yu arrived, Tang San and Old Jack had already reached their destination, patiently waiting in the shade of the trees. Both of them carried nothing with them. Upon seeing them, Bai Yu greeted them warmly. Xiaoyu, why did you bring so many things? Old Jack remarked, noticing the large bundle on Bai Yu's back. Momentarily taken aback. Better safe than sorry. Bai Yu replied with a casual smile, then added, Grandpa Jack, it's getting late. We should set off. All right. Let's be on our way then. Chapter 11. The Unyielding Gatekeeper, a different kind of slap in the face. Departing from Holy Spirit Village, the trio made their way toward Notting City. Along the journey, Bai Yu, burdened by his hefty pack, remained engrossed in his animated series. Occasionally, he would glance around, signaling that he was not withdrawn despite leaving the village. Meanwhile, Tang San, ever the curious child, bombarded Old Jack with questions regarding Soul Masters and the Notting Academy. However, Old Jack's knowledge on Soul Masters and the Academy was rather limited, and he could only share what little he knew with Tang San. Unbeknownst to them, time passed swiftly. At noon, the trio arrived in the grand city of Notting. Is this Notting? How impressive! Tang San marveled at the towering walls constructed from formidable black rocks before him. It was his first encounter with such magnificent architecture. Meanwhile, Bai Yu finally emerged from his mental reverie, no longer languishing in idleness. However, unlike Tang San, who was captivated by the imposing walls, Bai Yu's attention was drawn to the vibrant and enchanting young maidens surrounding him, marveling inwardly at their beauty. So many lovely young ladies. Indeed, Douluo Continent proved to be a mystical realm teeming with vitality. With such ethereal essence nourishing them, the girls possessed extraordinary beauty, each a paragon of grace and charm. With just a touch of makeup, they could easily ascend to stardom in the world of Blue Star. It was hard to fathom just how stunning top-tier beauties like Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Qian Renqiwei, and Hu Laina could be. As for Xiaowu, Bai Yu did not include her in his reflections, for he remembered her as the epitome of cuteness, a type he personally did not favor. In his perspective, cuteness paled in comparison to beauty and sensuality. Upon entering the city of Nottingham, after inquiring for directions from Old Jack, the trio swiftly approached the vicinity of Nottingham Academy. Yet, before reaching the entrance of the academy, White Feather spotted a middle-aged man standing at the grand gates alongside a young boy. The man was bowing and conversing with a youth clad in formal attire, before discreetly handing him something and subsequently escorting the child inside. This individual must be the gatekeeper of Nottingham Academy, the one notorious for his ironclad demeanor. As Bai Yu walked alongside Old Jack towards the entrance of Nottingham Academy, he observed the young man standing at the door, wearing a smug expression. In the novel, this individual deliberately made things difficult for Tang San and Old Jack, showcasing a disdain for those from rural backgrounds. However, it appeared that the primary reason for his behavior was Old Jack's failure to provide a toll for passage. TSK. The adage "the king of hell is easier to deal with than a troublesome ghost" seems to hold true in this otherworldly realm as well, Bai Yu mused in wonder. Nevertheless, now that he had arrived, this gatekeeper should not expect an easy time. Halt! Where do you come from? As Old Jack, accompanied by Bai Yu and Tang San, prepared to enter the academy, they were abruptly halted by a stern reprimand from the gatekeeper. Good sir, we hail from the Holy Soul Village. These 2 children are students sent from our village and a neighboring one, with borrowed admission slots. We kindly request that you allow us entry. Old Jack said with a forced smile. Ah, students? 2 of them? Are you jesting with me? It has been years since any students have graced this academy. With your pitiful appearance, you can hardly be anything but beggars. Notting Academy does not accept beggars, so be gone. The gatekeeper scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at old Jack. The mockery ignited a fire within old Jack, who gripped his cane tightly, rage evident in his eyes. While he could tolerate being called a beggar, the insinuation that their holy soul village was a mere hovel was intolerable. It was, in fact, a place of great potential. Before old Jack could respond, Bai Yu suddenly leaped forward and delivered a swift kick to the gatekeeper's abdomen. The impact sent the gatekeeper flying, and he rolled several times upon hitting the ground, finally crashing against the iron gate with a resounding thud, followed by a cry of anguish. "Bai Yu, what are you doing?" Old Jack exclaimed, panic flooding his heart. Though he was incensed by the gatekeeper's taunts, they were in Notting Academy, and as country folk, they should avoid unnecessary trouble. "Grandpa Jack, he didn't believe we were students, so I thought I would show him." Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Old Jack's traditional thinking led him to view the gatekeeper as a figure of authority at Notting Academy. But to Bai Yu, the gatekeeper was merely an ordinary person, while he himself was a soul master with innate full soul power. A status not likely to be punished by the Academy for an insignificant gatekeeper's offense. "You uncouth country bumpkins dare to strike me? I will report this to the Academy. Do not think you can simply walk away." The gatekeeper, seething with anger after being assaulted by Bai Yu, struggled to rise and pointed accusingly at him. Since becoming a gatekeeper, he had never endured such humiliation. Stopping old Jack from apologizing, Bai Yu boldly approached the gatekeeper and flashed a radiant smile. "Well then, I have no intention of leaving just yet. I want to see what kind of academy Notting truly is. It's absurd that a soul master with innate full soul power can be bullied by an ordinary gatekeeper. Even if this reaches the spirit hall, I fear nothing." "Innate full soul power? You, a country bumpkin, surely do not even understand what that means, thinking you can throw around such terms." The gatekeeper laughed derisively, pointing at the iron gate and swearing, "If you truly have innate full soul power, I will eat this iron gate I've guarded for 3 years." Bai Yu, with a sly smile, walked directly to the academy wall and slapped it with his palm. The moment he did, a handprint appeared on the stone, causing the gatekeeper's complexion to drain of color, nearly frightening him into submission. "I was wrong, esteemed soul master. Please forgive me. I truly misjudged you. Do not report me to the academy." The gatekeeper, his face pale and trembling, dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. The scene was extraordinarily vivid. He was merely an ordinary man with a few connections, able to bully those without power, but when faced with a potential soul master, he was nothing. Anyone who could leave a handprint in solid rock was no ordinary person. He feared for his life, knowing a single slap could end him. "Stop your blubbering. If you continue, I will stuff that iron gate in your mouth," Bai Yu exclaimed, unyielding to the gatekeeper's pleas, which silenced him instantly. It became evident that gentle words held no sway over a rogue. "Do not think I am unaware. The reason you trouble us is that we have not offered you any benefits. If you wish for my mercy, it is quite simple," Bai Yu said, grinning as he extended his right hand toward the kneeling gatekeeper, his fingers gesturing expectantly. The gatekeeper, nearly in tears, realized the gravity of his predicament. "Oh heavens! Is there no justice left? I am being extorted." He had always been the one to extort others, yet today he found himself on the receiving end. Faced with this coercion, the gatekeeper reluctantly reached into his waistband and, with trembling hands, produced a silver soul coin, presenting it to Bai Yu. "This is my savings. I ask you, are you playing with me? Do you truly wish to consume this iron gate?" Bai Yu replied, raising an eyebrow, pointing at the gate. "What do you mean?" The gatekeeper was drenched in cold sweat. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he swiftly executed a technique and snatched a black money pouch from the gatekeeper's grasp. "You dare to hide things from me in my presence? My lord, that is my last savings, the money I saved to marry." The gatekeeper cried out in despair, realizing Bai Yu had discovered his secret stash, which he had worked hard to accumulate over 3 years. "How can you take someone's money, Bai Yu? Return it to him." Old Jack, witnessing Bai Yu's increasingly outrageous behavior, finally spoke up with a frail voice. Despite his earlier grievances, his kind-hearted nature prevented him from watching Bai Yu bully the gatekeeper and steal from him. "This is not theft," Bai Yu insisted innocently. "Not theft." Old Jack, the gatekeeper, and Tang San were momentarily at a loss for words. "Of course not. He insisted on giving it to me," Bai Yu claimed, pointing at the gatekeeper with an air of justification. "He has abused his position as the gatekeeper of Notting Academy for years, extorting money from students' families and accumulating ill-gotten gains. Under my guidance, he has experienced a profound awakening and wishes to offer these ill-gotten gains to me, a destitute child, to atone for his sins. This is indeed a most commendable act. Old Grandpa Jack, you should feel elated, for the return of a wayward soul is invaluable. Yet, Why did he weep moments ago? Old Jack appears somewhat perplexed. Those were tears of deep emotion. Grandpa Jack, consider that in narratives. Those who lay down their weapons and achieve enlightenment often shed tears of profound sentiment, do they not? Bai Yu exclaimed with fervor. Is that truly the case? Old Jack could not restrain himself from inquiring of the doorman. Indeed, upon witnessing Bai Yu's piercing gaze, the doorman could only continue to shed tears of heartfelt emotion. My, what a substantial sum, 3 golden soul coins, 20 silver soul coins, and a considerable number of copper soul coins. After explaining to Old Jack, Bai Yu immediately opened his purse, marveling at the contents inside. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the doorman felt an even deeper pain, tears streaming down his face. He regretted immensely why he had to meddle with these country folks. My lord, I beg you, leave me some money. Otherwise, I shall have nothing to eat. The doorman pleaded humbly as he witnessed Bai Yu counting the coins. It was indeed pitiful to go without food. Upon hearing the doorman's lament, Bai Yu cast a glance his way and said, Very well, I shall leave you a little. With that, Bai Yu grabbed a handful of coins from his purse. However, just when the doorman was overwhelmed with excitement, believing the coins were meant for him, Bai Yu tossed the now empty purse in front of the doorman. This money is yours to keep, he said, placing the coins back into his own purse, then smiling at the doorman. Staring at the nearly empty purse, which contained but a single copper coin, the doorman was on the verge of despair. My lord, 1 copper coin cannot even buy a meal. He wept. Then allow me to give you another coin, Bai Yu said, tossing him another copper coin. My lord. Another coin flew through the air. My lord. I truly repent. I shall never dare to extort others again. I implore you, at least let me survive until next month's pay. Driven to the brink of despair by Bai Yu's jest, the doorman collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Whether you starve or not is of no concern to me. This is my money. Bai Yu frowned at the doorman's words. In the future, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask, but grant me a chance to survive. The doorman sobbed, offering his last plea. Very well, I shall spare you this time. But should I ever witness you engaging in such behavior again, be prepared to take your leave. After extracting the last vestiges of value from the doorman, Bai Yu, satisfied with his actions, issued a warning to the doorman before tossing down 3 silver coins. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The lesson imparted to the doorman was observed keenly by a pair of eyes not far away. This child possesses remarkable skill. Upon witnessing Bai Yu imprinting his palm upon the granite walls of Nottingham Academy and subsequently observing his relentless torment of the doorman, culminating in the doorman's eventual submission, the master was profoundly astonished. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? As the events drew to a close, the master, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the scene. Master. Noticing the master's approach, the doorman hurriedly picked up the 3 silver coins that had fallen to the ground and bowed respectfully. I witnessed everything that transpired. Initially, I intended to report the incident to the academy. However, since you have already faced punishment, I shall let it be. I hope you will take today's events to heart and learn from them. Do you understand? After gently issuing a warning to the doorman, the master turned to Old Jack and spoke. Good sir, might I see the soul certificates of these 2 children? Certainly. Although he was unfamiliar with the master, Old Jack could discern from his demeanor that he was an esteemed figure. He promptly handed over the soul certificates of Bai Yu and Tang San, 2 innate full soul power blue silver grasses. Upon examining the certificates, the master was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he engaged in further conversation with Old Jack before preparing to escort Bai Yu and Tang San to the Nottingham Academy. Xiao San, you 2 should accompany the master to register. I shall take my leave now. Remember to heed your teachers at the academy. I will return to fetch you once the new year arrives. After gently ruffling the heads of Bai Yu and Tang San, Old Jack concluded his words and turned to leave. Come, follow me inside. After Old Jack's departure, the master, accompanied by Bai Yu and Tang San, ventured into the Nottingham Academy. The campus was yet to commence its academic year, with individuals leisurely strolling or engaging in playful antics. Among them were numerous enchanting young maidens, surpassing even those seen outside, leaving Bai Yu in awe. This was the campus life he had longed for, thanks to the generous hospitality of the gatekeeper. But you need not worry about expenses for the time being. Once they had hunted the soul beasts, he would contemplate channels for wealth acquisition. As Bai Yu gazed around, admiring the breathtaking scenery of the otherworldly campus, he noticed that Tang San and the master had unknowingly reached the point of impending apprenticeship. Alas, such exceptional talent. Coupled with remarkable intelligence, it seems I must persist for a while longer. After all, You are the fourth individual in a century to possess twin martial souls. Observing Tang San, the master rubbed his brow and sighed. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San's body instantly tensed. Oh dear. Is there still such a presence of monkey dung? It appears we are indeed progressing towards the apprenticeship stage. According to the narrative, Tang San will soon be swayed by the master's eloquence and kneel to become his disciple, won't he? Intrigued by the master's declaration, Bai Yu turned his head, stroked his chin, and regarded Tang San and the master. The tone of this book is lighthearted. Yesterday, someone criticized the author for portraying Tang San and the master in a favorable light, suggesting I should instead depict them in a negative manner. Indeed, both Tang San and the master have committed numerous misdeeds. The master betrayed Bibi Dong, while Tang San obliterated the city of slaughter, dismantled the spirit hall, and brought endless calamities to the Douluo Continent, allowing evil soul masters to run rampant and leaving the common folk in despair. However, it must be said that we are viewing this from a godlike perspective, employing modern reasoning, while both Tang San and the master possess the mindset of ancient natives. One has traversed time, while the other has not. I do not claim that their actions were justified. But given the education Tang San and the master received from an early age, it is impossible for them to adopt the mindset of a time traveler or possess a god's perspective. They cannot foresee the future. Their limitations are a natural consequence of their era. Yet, as everything is yet to unfold, the protagonist has traversed time. Shouldn't this provide a chance for a beautiful conclusion to the original story? The master and Bibi Dong are indeed from different worlds, and it is the protagonist who seeks to reconcile this. Tang San has made mistakes, such as the destruction of the spirit hall, but his intentions were merely to avenge his mother. The spirit hall itself is not at fault. The true culprits are Qian Xuanji and the darkened Bibi Dong, who sought to dominate the continent through the spirit hall. All of this can be altered. The origins of these troubles lie with Qian Xuanji, who desired to kill Ain, the enemy of Tang San and Tang Hao. However, it was Bibi Dong who killed Qian Xuanji, making her, in a sense, a benefactor to Tang San. Unfortunately, this is a truth that remains unspoken in the original narrative, but the protagonist can voice it. If a perfect ending can be crafted, why must we inflict suffering upon any party? The tone of this novel is one of relaxed bravado, and it will not deliberately malign any side, choosing instead to view everything objectively. The master is not omniscient. His theories are not infallible. Bibi Dong is not an unequivocal villain. Her corruption, spurred by the position of the Rakshasa god, led her to massacre the entire Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and this is a fact. Life is not merely black and white. This reflects the essence of humanity and the reality of the world. I am at a loss for words, but I can only assert that I will not intentionally cast anyone in a negative light. Since this is a fan fiction, shouldn't we remedy past regrets with ease? This book will forge a perfect conclusion, and any disparagement towards my portrayal of Tang San or demands for punishment will be dismissed as mere trolling, leading to post-deletion and a permanent ban. Those with suggestions or thoughts regarding this book may share them in the group, as the author frequently engages with readers. Chapter 13. Refusal to become a disciple. My martial soul is my own. What do you mean, master? I cannot comprehend. What is a twin martial soul? Upon hearing the master unveil his secret, Tang San's expression subtly shifted, and his entire body tensed, unconsciously raising the hidden dart he had crafted with his left hand. The secret of the twin martial souls was something his father had cautioned him to conceal at all costs. He never anticipated someone would discern it so easily. I mentioned your innate full spirit power for a reason. It is not just you. Even the child beside you, Bai Yu, is also a twin martial soul. The master smiled confidently, gesturing towards Bai Yu. Brother Yu is a twin martial soul too. Tang San was taken aback. I did not expect to encounter two twin martial souls simultaneously, the master remarked with a hint of awe. Bai Yu interjected apologies. But I am not a twin martial soul. As he watched this exchange unfold, Bai Yu shook his head, adamantly denying the master's unfounded attribution of a twin martial soul to him. While it is possible he may possess one in the future, he certainly does not have one at present. I understand. The twin martial soul is your secret, and it is entirely normal for you to deny it. However, my assertion that you are twin martial souls is not a mere whim. I have investigated 640 individuals who possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul. Upon hearing Bai Yu's denial, the master's expression remained calm, as if he comprehended everything. Casting a meaningful glance at Bai Yu before placing his hands behind his back and beginning to explain the reasons behind his belief that the two were twin martial souls. According to my research on the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls, the magnitude of innate spirit power correlates positively with the quality of the martial soul. Therefore, I can deduce that you must possess more than just the blue-silver grass martial soul. You must be twin martial souls. The master concluded with unwavering conviction. After hearing the master's words, Tang San appeared moved, as if deeply shaken. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Coming to his senses, Tang San immediately knelt before the master, bowing his head respectfully. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, witnessing Tang San's submission, was at a loss for words. Is this how easily he can be swayed? Don't you realize your soul power was cultivated from the Xiantian skill? The master's hypothesis is derived from research data, which appears sound. Yet Bai Yu knows that this inference is fundamentally flawed, akin to a fortunate guess. The blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer cannot possibly coexist as twin souls. This is due to a phenomenon in the inheritance of martial souls, wherein a powerful martial soul tends to devour a weaker one, which is why a child typically inherits only one of their parents' martial souls. Tang San's blue-silver grass can only be considered a twin soul with the Haotian hammer because it is not ordinary blue-silver grass, but rather an unawakened blue-silver emperor. Furthermore, Tang San's innate full spirit power is not a natural gift, but a result of cultivating the Xiantian skill. Regarding the master's research aptitude, Bai Yu holds a degree of respect. After all, he managed to create the 7-in-1 fusion technique in the original narrative, proving his genuine abilities. However, the master's theories are rife with inaccuracies, such as the quantifiable limits of spirit ring absorption. The limits of spirit ring absorption vary from person to person. They are not solely dependent on spirit power, but also on the type of martial soul. If an auxiliary soul master were to follow this theory to absorb their optimal spirit ring, they would likely meet a tragic end without realizing how. In any case, the master's theories are certainly not applicable to Bai Yu. With the abilities of spirit cultivation and a task system, Bai Yu is destined to shatter all impossibilities. Brother Yu, would you like to become a disciple as well? The master's theoretical knowledge is so extensive, it will undoubtedly aid us in growing stronger. On the other side, after paying his respects to his master, Tang San excitedly turned to Bai Yu and spoke. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master smiled faintly and glanced at Bai Yu, seemingly awaiting his decision to become a disciple. However, Bai Yu shook his head and replied, I appreciate it, Xiao San, but while the master's theories are indeed formidable, they do not suit me. Bai Yu couldn't deny the strength of the master's theories. Although they contained errors, that was from Bai Yu's perspective, viewing it from a godlike vantage point. If Bai Yu were an ordinary native of the Douluo Continent, then becoming the master's disciple would indeed be an excellent choice. In the Douluo Continent, perhaps only the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could rival the master's depth of knowledge regarding martial spirits. Yet, these two powerful factions would certainly overlook Bai Yu. Despite his innate full spirit power, his blue-silver grass martial spirit was a significant hindrance. The master's theories were primarily applicable to ordinary individuals, but Bai Yu was anything but ordinary. He was a transmigrator, and furthermore, a transmigrator endowed with a system. In terms of strength, Bai Yu currently surpassed the master by a considerable margin. He was fully capable of hunting soul beasts on his own. As for the development of soul skills, could a modern transmigrator truly be inferior to an ancient native like the master? The only aspect Bai Yu lacked was knowledge regarding soul beasts, but he could undoubtedly compensate for that in the library of Nodding Academy. If that proved insufficient, he could always devise another plan. Therefore, in summation, becoming the master's disciple offered Bai Yu minimal benefits. Rather, it would necessitate concealing his secrets, which would be quite troublesome. Naturally, Bai Yu chose to decline. Tang San, I still want to persuade him, he said. However, the master shook his head, stopping Tang San. He could see that this child genuinely felt he could not assist him. Though young, the child's earlier cunning in dealing with the innkeeper revealed an unusual maturity, indicating that this was not merely a fleeting whim. Although our paths may not align, your talent should not go to waste. If you are willing, I can introduce you to a commendable teacher. Otherwise, if you wish to rely on the Academy's instructors to hunt soul beasts, you may only obtain the most basic 10-year soul ring. The master regarded Bai Yu with a hint of regret. Thank you, master, but that won't be necessary. I have my own methods to acquire a good soul ring. Bai Yu politely expressed his gratitude for the master's goodwill, but ultimately declined. The master's offer of a commendable teacher likely referred to a friend of his, the principal of Nodding Academy. However, in such a small place as Nodding City, even the Academy's principal would at most possess the strength of a soul master. possibly even inferior to Bai Yu himself. The master was taken aback by Bai Yu's words, scrutinizing him closely. Could it be that he had misjudged? This child seemed to be of ordinary civilian origin. How could he possibly possess a method to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, having been rejected twice in succession, the master refrained from pressing further. Since you have your own methods, I shall say no more. Let us proceed to register. Chapter 14. The Leader of Dorm 7. Cuteness is not my preference. In the office on the first floor of Nodding Academy's teaching building, the master continued. Here are the academy's uniforms and toiletries. Please take them. Your dormitory is Dorm 7. Upon your arrival, a dedicated teacher will assist you in arranging work as work-study students. Off you go. After registering Bai Yu and Tang San, Director Su handed 2 packages to them and then proclaimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully enrolled in Nodding Academy. Task 2 completed. Earning you 1 opportunity for Spirit Endowment and 1 chance for the Celestial Lottery. A new task has been detected, and the task list has been refreshed." With the successful enrollment, the voice of the system echoed in Bai Yu's mind, and the attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Bai Yu Martial Soul, Blue-Silver Grass Cultivation Technique, Pure Chi Formula Endowed, Upgrade Progress, 5 First Layer Perfection, Progress 100, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique Endowed, 3rd Layer, Progress 30, Martial Skills, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Subtle, Progress 13. 8. Ghostly Shadow Mist, Proficient, 6, Duga 9 Swords Endowed, Mastery, 46, 9, Xianyu Hand, Proficient, 6, 3, 1. Absorb a soul ring and become a soul master. Reward, 1 Spirit Endowment Opportunity, 1 Celestial Random Lottery Chance. 2. Become the leader of the 7th dormitory. Reward, 1 Spirit Endowment Opportunity, 1 Celestial Random Lottery Chance. This new task seems rather simple. Becoming the leader of the 7th dormitory. Isn't that practically handed to me? After bidding farewell to Director Su and leaving the office to head toward the dormitory building, Bai Yu felt an exhilarating rush upon seeing the simplicity of the newly generated task. Having exited the teaching building, Bai Yu and Tang San made their way to the dormitory and descended to the 4th floor. Each floor of the dormitory housed 3 rooms. And the work-study students' dormitory they were to reside in was the 7th dormitory, conveniently located on the 4th floor. As soon as they reached the 4th floor, Bai Yu was met with a cacophony of noise. Turning to glance, he noticed that the first room on the right was the 7th dormitory, and its door stood wide open. Without a second thought, Bai Yu boldly stepped inside. A few minutes later, is your martial soul truly blue-silver grass? Struggling to rise from the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, Wang Xing, drenched in cold sweat, could hardly believe it as he pointed at Bai Yu. Indeed, it is genuine. Since you are no match for me, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory from now on. Bai Yu clapped his hands nonchalantly. Very well. Henceforth you shall be our leader. I apologize for my earlier provocation. I merely wish to test your strength. This is the custom of our 7th dormitory. We work-study students have long been bullied by other students, and we need the strongest among us to unite and protect us from such indignities. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xing regarded Bai Yu with a complex gaze and replied, "Rest assured, now that I am your leader, I will stand up for you. Moreover, my ambitions extend beyond merely being the leader of the 7th dormitory. I aspire to be the leader of Nodding Academy as a whole." In response to Wang Xing's declaration, Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively, a hint of amusement playing on his face. Yet, his amusement was not directed at Wang Xing, but rather at the newly emerged task displayed on the attribute panel before him. Upon completing the task assigned by the leader of the 7th dormitory, a new quest materialized on the attribute panel, to become the leader of Nodding Academy. The leader of Nodding Academy? Bai Yu recalled that the original leader was a peculiar individual named Xiaoqinyu. The Xiaoqinyu, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, was one of the quintessential characters in Douluo fanfiction. It seems that I must eliminate this eccentric character. Is there anyone out there? As Bai Yu pondered in thought, a sudden, melodious sound broke the silence behind him. Turning around, he beheld a small girl, seemingly around 6 or 7 years of age, clad in a delicate pink dress. Her hair fashioned into playful scorpion tail braids, standing at the doorway. The girl possessed large, expressive eyes and a petite, exquisitely charming face, rosy and radiant, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, utterly adorable. Is this little Wu? Indeed, she is quite cute, yet it is a pity that cuteness pales in comparison to allure and beauty. Bai Yu assessed little Wu but shook his head inwardly. Although he was an aficionado of beautiful girls, favoring them all, the cute type did not particularly appeal to him. Moreover, if he were to pursue Little Wu, what would become of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Hulaina, Chen Renxue, and Bibi Dong? One cannot forsake the watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Yet, with the arrival of a newcomer, it was imperative to uphold his status as the leader of the 7th dormitory. Upon seeing Little Wu's arrival, Bai Yu briskly approached her. Moments later, he effortlessly triumphed over Little Wu. Wow, Bai Yu, you are so impressive. It feels like every part of you is solid as a rock. I exerted all my strength, yet still could not prevail against you. After employing her final delicate technique to no avail, Xiao Wu leaped down from Bai Yu's side, utterly astonished and filled with genuine admiration. How humble. My prowess is still far from sufficient. If it truly came to combat, Tang San would not be much my inferior. Bai Yu casually waved his hand and then gestured towards Tang San. Tang San? Is that you? Bai Yu, the leader, claims that your strength is considerable. How about we engage in a duel? Although Bai Yu is the leader of our dormitory, there are still the 2nd and 3rd positions. I aspire to be the 2nd sister. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San with excitement, eagerly challenging him to battle. Well, my strength is not particularly formidable, Tang San admitted, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Throughout his past and present lives, he had rarely interacted with girls, and facing someone as familiar as Xiao Wu was quite perplexing. While trying to handle Xiao Wu's enthusiasm, he cast a somewhat resentful glance at Bai Yu, as if to say, Brother Yu, why have you put me in this predicament? Bai Yu, in response, found himself at a loss for words. You rascal, reaping the benefits while feigning innocence. I, your brother Yu, am offering you a partner. Do you not desire her? Have all the work-study students arrived this year? If so, please step forward. As Xiao Wu clung to Tang San, a middle-aged man with dark green hair approached the doorway, carrying a bundle of bedding, and spoke up. Is this the teacher who brings the luggage in the novel? Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Yu immediately walked over, followed closely by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ah, so there are 3 of you? Which one of you is Tang San? The dark-haired teacher inquired again. I am. Tang San raised his hand. My name is Mo Hen, but you can call me Teacher Mo. This bedding is entrusted to me by the master to deliver to you. Furthermore, the 3 of you are first-year work-study students, and you will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. Mo Hen handed Tang San the bedding and assigned the cleaning duties to Bai Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. However, Bai Yu paid little attention to it. He believed that once he returned from the soul-hunting forest, he would be able to recruit Xiao Qinyu as his subordinate. At that time, he could simply delegate the work-study duties to his new assistant. Chapter 15. An opportunity unused, a rich double draw. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask Wang Sheng. He is your senior. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. After arranging the work-study tasks for Bai Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, Mo Hen turned to leave. Once he departed, Xiao Wu gazed at the luggage and bedding clutched by Tang San, seemingly lost in thought. Does the academy not provide bedding? She asked, pointing at the blankets Tang San was carrying, her disbelief evident. Of course, they are not responsible for that. Did you not bring your own bedding? Wang Xing inquired, puzzled. Well, it seems I indeed forgot to bring any, Xiao Wu admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Use mine. I can share with Taishu. And we can manage to sleep, one student offered. You can sleep at my place. I can share with Gunzi. Though Xiao Wu had not assumed the role of leader, her previous display of strength, coupled with her charming demeanor, compelled some work-study students to show her kindness. However, upon hearing their earnest offers, Xiao Wu glanced at the students' worn bedding with reluctance, as their blankets were tattered and patched, lacking aesthetic appeal. This prompted her to turn her gaze towards Tang San. Tang San, what do you think about this? Your blanket is large enough to cover 2 beds. Shall we push the beds together and sleep side by side? She proposed. Here it comes. A classic scene. One blanket earns a wife. Bai Yu remarked, spreading out his blanket while watching with keen interest. Is that appropriate? It is improper for men and women to share such closeness, Tang San replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never shared a bed with a girl. Even though it was not the same bed, the proximity made him feel uncomfortable. Tang San, don't be stingy. Can you bear to see me sleeping on a cold, hard floor? Xiao Wu pouted, looking at him with a pitiful expression. This left Tang San in a predicament. Remembering that it was Bai Yu who had initially mentioned him, inadvertently leading Xiao Wu to cling to him, he cast a resentful glance at Bai Yu. This left Bai Yu somewhat speechless. Young lad, the path seems narrow for you. I am merely trying to help. Such a kawaii little girl wants to share a bed with you. If the otaku from my past life had such an opportunity, many would surely be overwhelmed with excitement. Why do you look at me like that? Bai Yu added, noticing the exasperated expression on Tang San's face. Suddenly, Tang San's gaze brightened as he observed Bai Yu laying out his bedding. Right. I can share a blanket with Brother Yu. Wu. How about you use Brother Yu's blanket? I'll share mine with him instead. Feeling he had found a solution, Tang San pointed towards Bai Yu, excitement bubbling within him. Bai Yu, you are indeed a straight arrow, even more so than I. Bai Yu responded. Upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, Wu glanced at Bai Yu's blanket. Although it was not as new as Tang San's, it was clean, tidy, and free of patches. After some contemplation, she hesitantly said, this one seems fine. But would Brother Bai be willing? Rest assured, Brother Yu and I have grown up together. It will be no problem. Tang San assured her, elated by her agreement. As he patted his chest confidently, San, Brother Yu does not mind sharing his blanket, but are you truly certain about this? No regrets? After Tang San finished speaking, Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh and began to fold up the bedding. Tang San, sensing Bai Yu's gaze, felt a hint of confusion. Of course, I have no regrets. Alas, San, given the opportunity, you proved to be somewhat ineffectual. Cradling the neatly folded bedding, Bai Yu approached Tang San, patted him on the shoulder with a sigh, shook his head, and handed the bedding to Wu. Thank you, Bai Yu. Upon receiving the bedding, Wu was filled with excitement. For Bai Yu had generously given her his own bedding. Tang San made his way to the bed that Bai Yu had chosen, merging it with his own adjacent bed. He then laid out the bedding gifted by the master across both beds, indicating that the two would henceforth share a single covering. Subsequently, Wang Sheng expressed his lingering doubts regarding Tang San's apprenticeship under the master, prompting an irritable reprimand from Tang San that left Wang Sheng somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, a perceptive junior swiftly intervened, suggesting it was time to head to the dining hall. However, just as the group prepared to depart, Bai Yu showed no inclination to join them. Bai Yu, are you not coming to the dining hall? Wang Sheng inquired, puzzled by Bai Yu's apparent reluctance to leave. I have matters to attend to and plan to eat outside, so you all may go ahead, Bai Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then we shall take our leave, Wang Sheng said, respecting Bai Yu's decision, and led the group away. After Wang Sheng and Tang San departed, Bai Yu sat on the bed, engaging in an internal dialogue with the system. He remained here for two primary objectives. The first was to utilize the lottery chances and spirit endowment opportunities gained from completing two tasks. The second was to travel to Nodding City, procure a map to the soul-hunting forest, prepare provisions, and acquire essential items such as insect repellents and snake powders, before requesting leave to venture into the forest to hunt soul beasts. System, initiate the lottery. Sitting on the bed, Bai Yu felt a surge of anticipation as he commenced the first draw. Ding. The system has detected that the host possesses two opportunities for the heavenly lottery. Would you like to use both? Yes. Ding. The system is processing the draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a century-old mountain ginseng and a medium-sized storage ring with a space of 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. A century-old mountain ginseng? It seems I can skip lunch. Upon hearing the system announce the acquisition of a century-old mountain ginseng, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. However, while the ginseng itself was impressive, what truly delighted him was the discovery of the storage ring, which boasted a remarkable capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, almost akin to a small warehouse. Taking the storage ring from the system space, Bai Yu tested its functionality with ease, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he slipped it onto his finger. He then retrieved the mountain ginseng and consumed it in a few bites. For an ordinary person, devouring an entire century-old mountain ginseng would likely result in a nosebleed. However, for Bai Yu, who had cultivated the dragon elephant prajna skill, it merely satiated his hunger for a day and slightly advanced his training progress. You have consumed a century-old mountain ginseng. The dragon elephant prajna skill feels fulfilled. Your training effectiveness has increased by 100, lasting for 1 day. Current training progress has reached the third layer at 32. As Bai Yu finished the ginseng, the system's notification chimed in once more. Chapter 16. Endowing Spirit to Blue-Silver Grass. A Journey to Strength through Animation. After utilizing both opportunities for the lottery, the next phase involves the bestowal of spirits. Among the two opportunities for this bestowal, Bai Yu has resolutely decided to endow the martial spirit blue-silver grass. One reason for this choice is to observe whether the blue-silver grass will naturally cultivate and evolve post-bestowal. Another consideration pertains to the forthcoming first soul ring. Generally speaking, the vast majority of martial spirits lack sentience, with soul masters selecting soul beasts for hunting, subsequently attaching soul rings. Yet Bai Yu cannot help but ponder. If a martial spirit possessed wisdom, which would be more suitable for it, the soul rings chosen by the soul master or those selected by the martial spirit itself? Indeed, this poses an intriguing question. Thus, Bai Yu intends to put this theory into practice. As for the second opportunity for bestowal, after careful contemplation, Bai Yu ultimately resolves to endow the spirit Phantom Shadow. This decision is driven by his impending journey to the soul-hunting forest, necessitating swift travel. According to Bai Yu's previous conjectures, the temperament of a martial spirit post-bestowal is intrinsically linked to the nature of the martial arts. For instance, swordplay, being a lethal art, begets a combat fanatic like Duga Nine Swords. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, being a body-refining technique, results in a gluttonous disposition. Conversely, Phantom Shadow, being a footwork style, should embody a temperament that revels in freedom and agility. This aligns perfectly with Bai Yu's upcoming endeavors, maximizing potential benefits. System: bestow the martial spirits Blue Silver Grass and Phantom Shadow. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yu promptly initiated communication with the system, utilizing all available opportunities for spirit endowment. Ding. The system is currently bestowing spirits. Congratulations, host. The Blue Silver Grass martial soul has successfully manifested its sentience and is now adapting to its environment. The Blue Silver Grass martial soul has commenced automatic cultivation with a current progress of a century's worth of blue silver vines. 1. Congratulations, host. The Phantom Shadow has also successfully manifested its sentience and is adapting to its surroundings. The host can expedite its adaptation by employing the Phantom Shadow technique. In his mind, the system's enhancement notifications resounded incessantly. Listening to the system's prompts, Bai Yu pondered deeply, rising from his bed to perform the Phantom Shadow technique within his dormitory. However, his thoughts were predominantly focused on the information regarding the Blue Silver Grass martial soul after its endowment. Indeed, could martial souls evolve post-endowment? He discovered that the cultivation progress of the Blue Silver Grass martial soul was directed towards the Blue Silver Vine. The prefix of the Blue Silver Vine denotes a century, solidifying Bai Yu's conjecture. Simultaneously, he speculated that if a century corresponds to the Blue Silver Vine, then a millennium should be the Blue Silver Tree. 10 millennia the Blue Silver King, and 100 millennia the Blue Silver Emperor. As for 1,000,000 years, he was uncertain. Perhaps it is the Blue Silver Life Tree? Bai Yu mused thoughtfully. After successfully awakening the Blue Silver Grass, Bai Yu could perceive the subtle strengthening of the Blue Silver Grass martial soul within him. Perhaps, in just a few years, it would evolve into the Blue Silver Vine. After successfully commencing his cultivation in the realm of shadows, Bai Yu departed from the dormitory and made his way out of Nodding Academy. With plans to venture into the soul-hunting forest the following day, he resolved to procure a map and simultaneously gather provisions, water, and various insect and snake repellent powders. Soon, Bai Yu had everything prepared and returned to Nodding Academy. Subsequently, he sought out Director Su to formally request a leave of absence. Following this, Bai Yu immersed himself in the Academy's library, dedicating his efforts to the study of soul beast knowledge. His curiosity about the soul beasts of the Douluo Continent was piqued. For instance, he recalled from his past life the existence of the Medusa and mermaid soul beasts. He yearned to discover whether there were angelic and elven soul beasts as well. Thus, this time, Bai Yu refrained from idling in the spiritual realm. Instead, alongside his newly awakened body, he fervently absorbed the knowledge about soul beasts and soul masters found within the library, akin to a parched sponge. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began to set in the west. Bai Yu continued his reading until the library was about to close, at which point he finally emerged from its confines. On this afternoon, extending into the late hours of the night, Bai Yu had nearly perused the majority of the tomes concerning soul beasts in the library of Nottingham Academy. He had become well acquainted with the various soul beasts that one ought to know. Now, Bai Yu no longer needed to fret over the embarrassing prospect of being able to recognize fewer than 10 types of soul beasts upon his visit to the soul-hunting forest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Yu announced to his fellow students in the 7th dormitory his intention to venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts the following day. Upon discovering that both Bai Yu and Tang San were innate full soul power Blue Silver Grass soul masters, the 7th division was utterly astounded. Wang Xing was naturally elated by Bai Yu's innate full soul power, for the stronger Bai Yu became, the less likely they would be bullied. However, Xiaowu felt somewhat discontented, as she would be left to clean the area alone if Bai Yu and Tang San were to depart. Bai Yu, in a casual manner, reassured her that if she assisted this time, he and Tang San would take responsibility for the area henceforth. In truth, however, Bai Yu intended to take advantage of the situation, as he had no intention of performing such cleaning duties in the future. He would simply delegate it to Xiaoqin Yu. After soothing the adorably foolish little Wu, Bai Yu yawned, completed his morning rituals, and then retired to bed, preparing for a restful night before embarking on his journey to the soul-hunting forest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, when Bai Yu awoke, the sky had already brightened, and Tang San had long since departed. However, Bai Yu remained unhurried. Given his physical prowess, which surpassed even that of a fine steed, coupled with the elusive, ghostly shadow, he anticipated that departing in the morning would allow him to reach the soul-hunting forest by evening at the latest. This was significantly swifter than the arduous day and night journey by horse-drawn carriage, leaving him with ample time to spare. After enjoying a hearty meal at the dining hall, Bai Yu finally departed from Nottingham College. Upon departing from Nottingham, Bai Yu began to employ the art of shadowy evasion, sprinting fervently towards the soul-hunting forest. He had no intention of procuring any travel permit, opting instead to stealthily infiltrate the forest. With his formidable prowess, no one within this modestly sized realm could hope to capture him. As he raced onward, the rush of wind whistled past his ears. While the scenery blurred into a swift passage, Bai Yu seemed to transform into a youthful embodiment of the wind itself. In the midst of a reckless dash, the phantom shadow dance experienced a surge of exhilaration. Ding! You are exerting all your energy in the phantom shadow dance, running freely. And the phantom shadow dance feels a profound excitement. With a cultivation effect enhancement of 100, your current proficiency stands at 8. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Indeed, the situation unfolded just as he had anticipated, and a smile involuntarily graced Bai Yu's face. However, the journey felt rather tedious. So Bai Yu entrusted the task of running to his body. His consciousness then slipped into the mental realm, continuing to pursue the unfinished narrative of the Index of Magical Forbidden Books. He watched, captivated, as Misaka Makoto unleashed her powers to save her sisters, engaging in a fierce battle with Accelerator using her signature move, the railgun. Bai Yu felt a pang of envy. The ability of the railgun was simply magnificent. How he wished he could wield such power. Surely, a single shot could take down even a titled Douluo. As these thoughts swirled in Bai Yu's mind, a sudden notification resounded in his consciousness. Ding! Your martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, has drawn inspiration from observing the battle in the Index of Magical Forbidden Books, igniting a fighting spirit and mutating to acquire the Thunder attribute. What? The unexpected announcement left Bai Yu momentarily stunned. Could it be that his martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass, had mutated into a Thunder attribute simply by watching an anime? Surely not. Could it be that post-spiritual awakening, martial skills and spirits could strengthen through anime? Chapter 17. Entering the soul-hunting forest, the 500-year-old thunder giant python. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, seeking rewards. Realizing that there was a possibility for martial skills and spirits to evolve or mutate through anime, left Bai Yu feeling regretful. Why had he spent the last 3 months watching mundane shows? Had he chosen to watch epic series like Feng Yun, the #1 in the world, or the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, perhaps the Xiantian skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and Duga 9 swords could have had a chance to evolve. However, Bai Yu's sense of regret was fleeting. While it seemed possible that watching anime, films, and novels could enhance martial skills and spirits, it surely was not that simple. Otherwise, after witnessing Misaka Mikoto's battle in the Index of Magical Forbidden Books, his Blue Silvergrass martial spirit would have not only evolved to acquire the Thunder attribute, but also directly comprehended the railgun. Nevertheless, the revelation that watching anime could empower his martial spirit opened a new avenue for Bai Yu to explore the capabilities of his spiritual awakening and task system. Previously, he had only discovered that the Tao Te Ching could facilitate the evolution of the Xiantian skill, leading him to speculate that perhaps Buddhist scriptures could enhance the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Yet, having never engaged with the Tao Te Ching or Buddhist texts, he had to rely solely on luck, which proved too challenging. If watching anime could indeed foster the evolution of martial spirits, it might also allow for the evolution of awakened spirits or soul rings, potentially giving rise to new skills. Given that anime could wield such influence, could dramas, films, and novels not do the same? This was a conclusion Bai Yu would need to gradually explore and ascertain. Initially, he believed the journey would require a day. However, without any detours, it took merely a morning to complete. In the afternoon, Bai Yu successfully arrived near the soul-hunting forest. Along the way, He endeavored to explore various anime, films, and television series that might induce an upgrade or evolution of his post-spiritual body, Xiantian Gong, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Ghost Shadow Displacement, and Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul. For instance, he watched Man of Steel and Super God Academy, hoping to facilitate the evolution of his physique. He viewed the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, aspiring for the advancement of Xiantian Gong. He also indulged in Sun God, seeking to enhance the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Unfortunately, all his attempts proved futile. In that moment, Bai Yu could not discern the reasons for his failures. It might have been a matter of incompatibility, or perhaps his excessive ambition led him to desire instant results. In any case, he could not identify the cause at present and would have to seek answers in the future. Upon arriving near the Soul Hunt Forest, fortune smiled upon Bai Yu. For there were no patrols in the vicinity. He successfully slipped into the depths of the Soul Hunt Forest with ease. Upon entering the Soul Hunting Forest, Bai Yu felt the immediate activation of his blue-silver grass martial spirit, significantly enhancing his training efficacy. For those with plant-based martial spirits, a forest serves as a natural sanctuary for spiritual cultivation. Notably, the abundance of blue-silver grass in this particular locale was remarkable. A sense of comfort enveloped him. After stepping into the soul-hunting forest, he sensed the vigor of his blue-silver grass martial spirit, causing his training speed to nearly double, prompting an involuntary smile of joy from Bai Yu. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the towering ancient trees surrounding him, as well as the myriad of peculiar plants and shrubs. With renewed determination, Bai Yu commenced a fervent dash deeper into the heart of the soul-hunting forest, eager to confront the soul beast designated for his first spirit ring. Previously, having acquired the attribute of lightning, Bai Yu had devised a plan. His intention was to hunt a serpent-like soul beast of at least a century in age to serve as a soul ring. The absorption of a serpent's soul ring by the blue-silver grass would undoubtedly grant it a skill of entanglement. However, the unique abilities conferred by different serpent species would vary significantly. The mandala serpent endowed Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul with the special ability of poison. If Bai Yu were to slay a lightning attribute serpent soul beast, it was highly likely that the special ability his blue-silver grass martial soul would obtain would involve electric discharge. For an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul, the combination of entanglement and electric discharge would certainly be less formidable than that of entanglement and poison. After all, the blue-silver grass martial soul was inherently weak. Even with a lightning attribute, the potency of its discharge could not compare to that of a martial soul like the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Nevertheless, Bai Yu's blue-silver grass martial soul had the potential to evolve, and the soul ring could also upgrade, extending its age. Hence, this limitation did not significantly affect Bai Yu. More critically, upon realizing that martial souls could level up by watching anime, Bai Yu conceived a bold idea to develop a soul skill akin to an electromagnetic cannon. Initially, this notion was merely a fleeting thought in Bai Yu's mind. After discovering that his martial soul was blue-silver grass, he contemplated the possibility of attaching a lightning attribute soul ring to it, wrapping the blue-silver grass around his arm, and then generating an electric discharge. This would effectively function as an electromagnetic coil, capable of generating a magnetic field, theoretically replicating an electromagnetic cannon. However, regrettably, Bai Yu had been an ordinary high school student in his previous life. Although he understood the principle of an electromagnetic cannon, using electromagnetic force to propel a projectile, executing it was an entirely different challenge. Yet, after the blue-silver grass martial soul acquired the lightning attribute from watching a certain magical index, a daring idea blossomed in Bai Yu's mind. Could he not simply present the outcome and allow the soul ring to reverse engineer the process, thereby developing an electromagnetic cannon himself? This notion might seem whimsical. However, considering the advancements from the Mystic Sky technique post-empowerment, which could comprehend the Dao De Jing to upgrade, alongside the earlier mutation of the blue-silver grass martial soul into a lightning attribute, it was indeed plausible. After all, the entanglement skill, coupled with the ability to discharge electricity, essentially formed a natural discharge coil, inherently meeting the foundational criteria for an electromagnetic cannon. By empowering this soul ring, it was entirely possible for the ring to autonomously develop an electromagnetic cannon. As dusk fell, in a certain area of the soul hunting forest, after an afternoon of searching, Bai Yu finally discovered a satisfying target deep within the forest. A colossal python, its body a deep azure hue, measuring over 5 meters in length, adorned with golden lightning patterns. This was a thunder giant python, boasting an age of over 500 years. Although this thunder giant python had not reached the 1,000-year mark. Failing to meet Bai Yu's initial criteria, he considered the potential for the empowered soul ring to cultivate itself, reflecting on the possibility that this century-old soul ring could eventually evolve into one of 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. Bai Yu resolved to hunt this thunder giant python. After all, this was merely a small-scale soul-hunting forest, while 1,000-year soul beasts could indeed exist. Fulfilling Bai Yu's conditions of being a serpent and possessing the lightning attribute was an arduous task. Additionally, the empowered blue-silver grass martial soul expressed great satisfaction with the thunder giant python he had found. Thus, Bai Yu decided against further searching. It would suffice. Observing the thunder giant python coiled in a clearing among the trees, Bai Yu activated the purple extreme demon eye, employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and simultaneously unleashed the mystic jade hand as he charged toward the thunder giant python. Upon witnessing the imminent threat of the thunder python, a palpable sense of danger surged through. Instinctively, the mighty serpent unleashed a fierce counterattack, hissing as it raised its head and expelled a barrage of thunderous bolts. Boom, boom, boom. The crackling lightning surged forward, yet the agile Bai Yu adeptly evaded each strike with his ethereal footwork, causing the bolts to crash harmlessly to the ground. As he neared the colossal serpent, Bai Yu let out a thunderous roar, propelling himself upward with fierce determination. Clenching his fist, he delivered a devastating blow to the creature's head. Despite being over 500 years old, the thunder python measured scarcely 5 meters in length and was no thicker than a barrel, its head only marginally larger than a storage locker. Bai Yu's punch, imbued with immense power exceeding 10,000 pounds, obliterated the serpent's head upon impact. The thunder python met its demise. Chapter 18. Slashing the Soul Blade, Shallow Strike. Bestowing the Soul Ring. Having triumphed over this formidable foe, it was now time to validate his conjectures. In the depths of the forest, after delivering that catastrophic blow, Bai Yu exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the lifeless body of the thunder python. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He retrieved a piece of burlap from his storage ring and meticulously wiped the blood from his right hand before releasing his grip. With the death of the thunder python, a multitude of golden specks began to emanate from its corpse. Ultimately, a yellow soul ring materialized above the fallen beast. Once the soul ring took form, Bai Yu promptly seated himself and commenced the absorption process. In stark contrast to Tang San, who required nearly an entire night to absorb the 400-year-old mandala snake soul ring, Bai Yu accomplished his task in under half an hour. This was hardly surprising, given that Bai Yu's physical prowess now rivaled that of a soul king in ordinary condition. Now, let me discover the nature of my first soul skill. Beneath the dusky glow of the setting sun, Bai Yu rose after completing the absorption. Intrigued as he summoned forth his transformed blue-silver grass martial spirit, now resembling entwined vines, he activated the soul skill. With a swift motion, the summoned blue-silver grass martial spirit surged forth, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly ensnaring a small tree within Bai Yu's line of sight. The branches of the tree were grotesquely twisted and torn asunder, presenting a rather tragic sight. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the blue-silver grass spirit ensnared the small tree, an instant later, with a sharp crackle, blinding lightning was abruptly unleashed. After the lightning faded, the small tree was already charred, with singed leaves slowly drifting down from its branches. Indeed, with the entwining and the power of electricity, I have succeeded. Upon unleashing the first soul skill, the blue-silver grass martial spirit instantly ensnared a small tree and released a lightning attack, causing Bai Yu to feel an overwhelming joy. This is precisely the soul skill he desired. Since it possesses both the entwining power and the lightning attack, this soul skill shall henceforth be named Thunderous Entanglement. After witnessing the effects of the first soul skill, Bai Yu was pleased to bestow a name upon it. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Bai Yu successfully completed yet another task. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, he was granted another opportunity for spirit endowment and a chance for the heavenly lottery. System, initiate the lottery. As per tradition, Bai Yu proceeded with the lottery first. Ding. The system is in the process of drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Zanpakuto, shallow hit. The congratulatory voice of the system resonated within his mind. Shallow hit? Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement. Was this not the shallow hit from Bleach? It seemed to be the embryonic form of a Zanpakuto. By infusing it with one's spirit and conviction, one could manifest a unique Zanpakuto, possessing both Shurikai and Bankai abilities, with boundless potential. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the world rules in the Douluo Continent, the Zanpakuto, Shallow Hit is undergoing alterations. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial soul, Zanpakuto, Shallow Hit. Just as Bai Yu was reminiscing about the Shallow Hit from his previous life, the system's voice echoed once more. Due to the limitations imposed by the Douluo Continent's rules, Shallow Hit had transformed into a martial soul. Before Bai Yu could fully comprehend this change, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth flooding into his mind, or rather, into his soul, where this warmth began to rapidly coalesce into a typical Eastern 3-foot-long blade. In his mind, he witnessed the process of this warmth consolidating into the shape of the 3-foot-long blade with crystal clarity, akin to the moment of his martial soul awakening. Is this my Zanpakuto, Shallow Hit? Bai Yu murmured in disbelief. His Shallow Hit had manifested as a sword? He recalled that in Bleach. Shallow Hit appeared as a faceless entity with merely a mouth and nose. Was it due to the altered rules of the Douluo Continent that the appearance of Shallow Hit had been transformed? Or was it because his Shallow Hit had derived from his own soul, thus more accurately reflecting his innermost thoughts? Since Shallow Hit was the nascent form of a Zanpakuto, Bai Yu had always believed that its appearance should be that of an ordinary sword, which would then evolve into various forms upon infusing it with his spirit and intent. Nevertheless, the specific manifestation of Shallow Hit was of little consequence. In Bai Yu's perspective, the essence of the Shallow Strike is secondary. The paramount significance lies in the transformation of the Shallow Strike into the Zanpakuto infused with spirit and conviction. The Zanpakuto bears a resemblance to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Just as the Sharingan manifests diverse ocular techniques based on its wielder, the Shallow Strike evolves into varied forms, possessing distinct initial release and Bankai capabilities, harboring limitless potential. This Zanpakuto, Shallow Strike, could be regarded as my new martial soul, couldn't it? Let me explore the nature of my newfound martial soul. As the Zanpakuto, Shallow Strike coalesced within me, Bai Yu pondered, and then summoned it forth. In an instant, a radiant flash occurred, and a 3-foot-long green blade materialized in Bai Yu's grasp. The sword, though ordinary in appearance, featured a greenish hue with a cylindrical hilt, resembling a thin cylindrical disc at the guard, leading to the unadorned blade itself, utterly unremarkable. However, this aligns with the definition of the Shallow Strike, being merely the embryonic form of a Zanpakuto, and thus devoid of any distinctive traits. Yet, upon its successful transformation into a true Zanpakuto, its design will undoubtedly undergo a metamorphosis, becoming extraordinary. Ding! The host has summoned the Zanpakuto, Shallow Strike. Owing to its exceptional quality, Douluo Jian has entered a state of exhilaration, resulting in a 200 increase in training efficiency, with current proficiency at 53. After Bai Yu summoned the Zanpakuto, Asada, before he could begin testing its resilience and sharpness, a prompt resonated in his mind. Could it be that the Zanpakuto, Asada, so perfectly aligned with the desires of Douluo Jian? Upon realizing that Douluo Jian had become invigorated after the summoning of Asada, significantly enhancing his cultivation effects, Bai Yu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. This surely counts as an unexpected delight. After the lottery, Bai Yu was about to proceed with the spirit fusion. This fusion was the matter of utmost importance to him. If he could successfully develop the electromagnetic cannon, then he would subsequently arrange the spirit of blue silvergrass for both Naruto and Pokemon. He was particularly envious of the wood release from Naruto and the various plant-based abilities from Pokemon. System, initiate the spirit fusion for the blue silvergrass. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Bai Yu promptly spoke to the system. Ding! The system is currently performing the fusion. Congratulations, host. The first soul ring of the blue silvergrass has successfully manifested its spirit and is now beginning automatic cultivation, currently at a cultivation progress of 1,000 years, 53. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Great, it has succeeded. Now, the next step is the most crucial one. After successfully endowing the spirit, Bai Yu took a deep breath and delved into his mental space. He then commanded the computer within this ethereal realm to play a scene featuring Mikoto Misaka unleashing her railgun. It was imperative that he succeeded. In the luminous expanse of his mental space, Bai Yu fixated intently on the screen. The image of Mikoto Misaka appeared as she lofted a coin high into the air. Channeling her extraordinary powers, her body enveloped in a dazzling aura of electricity. In the next moment, with a resounding cry of railgun, the coin shot forth like a cannonball, obliterating the wall ahead with a thunderous crash, showcasing its awe-inspiring might. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Bai Yu's mind. Ding! Your blue silvergrass's first spirit ring has gained insight from observing the character Mikoto Misaka from the anime A Certain Magical Index performing the railgun. achieving a learning progress of 1 for the mutated soul skill, Railgun. A surge of elation flooded Bai Yu's heart upon hearing the system's announcement. This experiment, conducted through watching the anime, had facilitated the independent development of the Railgun skill by the spirit ring after the endowment. It confirmed the feasibility of cultivating spirit skills through anime observation. With this breakthrough, not only could he pursue the Railgun, but he could also explore various techniques from other realms, such as would release from Naruto or an array of grass-type skills from Pokemon, including Seed Bomb, Solar Beam, Hypnosis, Stun Spore, and Poison Powder, all of which could be cultivated in the future. Envisioning the day he could effortlessly summon a forest of blue-silver grass, reminiscent of ancient trees, or conjure a colossal Buddha composed of blue-silver grass, or even harness the power of sunlight to unleash devastating solar beams, Bai Yu felt an exhilarating thrill. Was this not more formidable than any 10,000-year soul skill? However, as the mutated soul skill, Railgun seemed not yet fully developed. Bai Yu had to forcibly calm his exuberant emotions. He continued to replay the scene of the Railgun's execution within his mental space. As he immersed himself in the process, the system's enhancement notifications echoed continuously in his mind, indicating that the learning progress for the Railgun skill of the endowed blue-silver grass's first spirit ring was surging at an astonishing rate. In the dead of night, the first soul ring ability of the awakened blue-silver grass finally culminated in the completion of the learning process for the electromagnetic cannon, earning the mutated soul skill, electromagnetic cannon. Success at last. In times past, Bai Yu would have already succumbed to slumber by this hour. However, tonight he found himself unusually exhilarated, unable to drift into sleep. Anticipation surged within him as he eagerly contemplated the might of the electromagnetic cannon. Upon the completion of the mutated soul skill, the super electromagnetic cannon, Bai Yu immediately rose to his feet, his heart brimming with excitement as he raised his right hand towards a particular direction. In an instant, the soul rings surrounding Bai Yu began to illuminate. Within the surging energies of the soul, tendrils of blue-silver grass, as thick as vines, rapidly sprouted from Bai Yu's right shoulder, swiftly entwining around his right arm. In the blink of an eye, his arm was ensnared in a spiral of blue-silver grass, shimmering faintly with arcs of lightning. According to the knowledge imparted by the first spirit ring after awakening, Bai Yu merely needed to retrieve a soul coin and place it in the palm of his hand, allowing his soul power to adhere to it. Then, with a mere thought, he could command the blue-silver grass coiling around his arm to discharge electricity, thereby officially activating the electromagnetic cannon. In the blinding flashes of lightning, the soul coins, magnetically drawn by Bai Yu's soul power, would instantaneously erupt forth like cannonballs, obliterating everything in their path, akin to a true electromagnetic cannon. However, it is essential to note that the might of Bai Yu's electromagnetic cannon may differ from that depicted in anime. After all, the electromagnetic cannon is an evolution of Bai Yu's first soul skill, Thunder Binding. Thunder Binding, being Bai Yu's inaugural soul ring, has merely a history of 500 years, which is rather youthful, and Bai Yu's cultivation remains at the soul master level. Although, due to his practice of the clear chi technique, the quality of Bai Yu's soul power is twice that of his peers. This does not result in a significant distinction. After deftly wrapping the electrifying blue-silver grass coil around his arm, Bai Yu retrieved a copper soul coin, which he magnetically adhered to the palm of his right hand using his soul power. Given that Bai Yu's blue-silver grass had already acquired the attribute of lightning, he surmised that the soul power flowing within him, stemming from the clear chi technique, must likewise possess the essence of lightning. He was virtually immune to the damage inflicted by lightning-based soul skills, particularly those emanating from his own being. However, in light of safety concerns, Bai Yu activated the Xianyu hand, harboring the aspiration that one day he could elevate it to the Xianyu arm or even the Xianyu body. Super electromagnetic cannon. Once adequately prepared, Bai Yu activated the purple extreme demon eye, fixating his gaze firmly ahead. With a low utterance, he recited the incantation, immediately unleashing the first soul skill, Thunder Entanglement. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from Bai Yu's right arm. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and with a resounding bang, a luminous sphere enveloped in dazzling lightning shot forth from his palm, soaring towards the distance with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of thunderous roars, lightning relentlessly struck 3 trees of considerable girth, sending splinters of wood flying in all directions. Amidst the excruciatingly creaking sound, 3 trees, as thick as an embrace, were suddenly felled to the side by the force of a lazy stretch. After a series of collisions with several towering trees, 3 colossal trees, struck by the super electromagnetic cannon, were ultimately shattered with a resounding crash, crashing to the ground. What immense power! Witnessing his super electromagnetic cannon obliterate 3 trees of considerable girth with a single shot, Bai Yu, whose soul power had been significantly depleted, released his first soul skill. Shaking his slightly numb right arm in astonishment, the force of this shot was astonishing. It was nearly equivalent to an explosive Millennium soul skill. If it were to strike a city wall, such as that of Nodding City, it could undoubtedly breach it with ease. This was all the result of his century-old soul skill, his soul master cultivation, and the effects of his blue-silver grass martial soul. In the future, as the age of his soul rings increases, his cultivation ascends, and his blue-silver grass martial soul evolves, the power would multiply exponentially. It is conceivable that when he becomes a soul Douluo, a single shot could potentially obliterate a tidal Douluo if they are caught off guard. After the initial shock, Bai Yu hurried to the 4th large tree within the trajectory of the railgun, extracting the projectile that had embedded itself within the tree. In the sweltering heat and rapid friction of the air, the copper soul coin shot forth by the white feather has been rendered unrecognizable. Its size diminished to a mere 1/10 of its original form, marked by a plethora of uneven contours. It appears that the quality of the copper soul coin is inadequate. Perhaps, if a projectile of superior material were to be employed, the power of the railgun could be significantly enhanced. Chapter 20. It is time for my entrance. The night has deepened, and the full moon hangs high in the sky. After successfully developing the mutated soul skill, the electromagnetic cannon, and completing the experiment, Bai Yu, initially filled with excitement, began to feel a twinge of fatigue. However, due to the considerable commotion he had just caused in the vicinity, he cunningly opted to change locations to avoid detection by the patrolling team that might be surveying the soul-hunting forest. After a fervent journey to a distant location, Bai Yu employed his purple extreme magic eye to survey the surroundings. Once assured of his solitude, he ascended a towering tree, sprinkled some insect-repellent powder, and succumbed to slumber. The night passed in silence. On the following day, as the sun's rays cascaded from above, Bai Yu awoke from his deep sleep, invigorated and refreshed. Thanks to the automatic functioning of the clear chi technique, his internal energy had fully replenished and even experienced a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, other martial arts techniques had also seen a notable improvement, such as the bliss of an automatic cultivation process. The first order of business upon rising was, of course, to indulge in a hearty meal. However, given Bai Yu's substantial appetite, mere ordinary rations would not suffice. Thus, he set out to hunt a white-horned water buffalo. Less than a decade old. Though relatively young, its size was ample, and Bai Yu found himself quite satiated after the feast. In his mind, a system notification chimed, indicating a profound satisfaction with his dragon-elephant prajna skill. Yet, after his meal, Bai Yu did not rush to return home. After all, he had taken a 4-day leave. Now, he yearned to explore the soul-hunting forest, hoping to discover valuable herbs like century-old ginseng. Whether to sell or to keep for personal use upon his return was of little concern. It is worth noting that Bai Yu's parents were seasoned herbalists, and even his grandparents shared this expertise, with a lineage steeped in medicinal knowledge. He was acutely aware of where various rare herbs could be found. Having ventured into this pristine forest, he was determined not to leave empty-handed. Thus, after finishing his breakfast, Bai Yu began his quest. Endowed with remarkable physical prowess and extraordinary agility derived from his elusive movements, as well as the keen perception granted by the purple extreme demon eye, Bai Yu leveraged his extensive knowledge to unearth numerous century-old ginseng and lingji mushrooms, along with a variety of other rare medicinal herbs. He also did not overlook ingredients such as the tender shoots of century-old bamboo. After a day replete with fruitful discoveries, Bai Yu carefully stored his findings within his spatial ring. It must be said that possessing a storage artifact is indeed a luxury, otherwise, transporting such a plethora of herbs would prove to be quite a challenge. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, the master led Tang San deeper into the woods. Shao San, this is the soul-hunting forest. Next, I will guide you in the pursuit of a suitable spirit beast and assist you in its capture. According to my theory, a soul master at the 10th level has a maximum limit of 423 years for the first spirit ring they can absorb. Therefore, I will endeavor to find a spirit beast whose age closely approaches this value to assist you in hunting it down. However, do you know what type of spirit beast I intend for you to hunt? The master, hands clasped behind his back, walked alongside Luo Sanpao as they traversed the forest. Casting a glance back at Tang San, it should be a plant-type spirit beast, right? My martial soul, blue silvergrass, is a plant, so it should be more compatible with absorbing plant spirit beasts. Tang San pondered before responding. No. The master shook his head. Common folk often presume that plant-type martial souls can only absorb spirit rings from plant-type spirit beasts. In truth, I believe that plant-type martial souls can also absorb rings from beast-type spirit beasts, particularly since your martial soul is blue silvergrass. While it may be weak, its fragility enables it to avoid repulsion from any additional spirit rings. Hence, I propose that the best option for you is to hunt a venomous snake-type spirit beast. Snake-type spirit beasts excel at constriction and possess remarkable resilience. Absorbing a snake-type spirit ring would enhance the toughness of your blue silvergrass, compensating for its inherent frailty. Moreover, venomous snake-type spirit beasts could imbue your blue silvergrass with toxic properties. Given the inherent weakness of the blue silvergrass martial soul, evolving it into a powerful offensive type is nearly impossible. Therefore, the most advantageous path for your development is that of control. Acquiring toxicity would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for your future growth. However, the Master's tone shifted as he gazed intently at Tang San. Yet, all of this is merely my conjecture. Although I possess absolute confidence in theory, no one has ever put it into practice. Xiao San, are you willing to place your trust in me? Yes. Tang San nodded emphatically, asserting, I trust you, Master. His admiration for the Master's theoretical knowledge was genuine. Furthermore, recalling the precious storage soul-guiding artifact, the 24 Bridges Bright Moonlight, gifted to him by the Master, he felt compelled to meet the Master's expectations. Yet, reflecting on the Master's assertion that the optimal development direction for the blue-silver grass martial soul was a combination of toxicity and control, Tang San could not help but think of Bai Yu. Brother, you must also be hunting spirit beasts now. But I wonder where he is and who is assisting him in his hunt. Does he possess knowledge as profound as the Master's? The inherent weakness of the blue-silver grass martial soul was indeed a concern. To attain combat effectiveness, the first spirit ring should ideally enhance its resilience. And possessing toxicity would significantly bolster the martial soul's offensive capabilities. After all, even if one were to escape its bindings, they would still succumb to poison. As night fell, the forest transformed under the cloak of darkness. After a day of searching deep within the soul-hunting forest, Bai Yu managed to find over 40-century-old medicinal herbs, along with more than 60 herbs aged over 50 years. Now, 2 days have passed, and Bai Yu plans to search for one more day before departing. Alas, after a long day of running around, fatigue has set in. That evening, he hunted a white-horned water buffalo and feasted on roasted meat. However, for safety's sake, Bai Yu chose to relocate, climbing a large tree to stretch his limbs before preparing for rest. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Boom! What was that? The sudden, deafening noise startled Bai Yu, instantly erasing any semblance of drowsiness. He quickly ascended to the tree's apex and gazed into the distance with his purple extreme demon eye. To his astonishment, he beheld a towering column of yellow smoke rising into the sky. Yellow smoke, what could it be? Initially taken aback by the sight, Bai Yu soon experienced a surge of excitement as a thought struck him. Wait, that yellow smoke, could it be the result of Master's martial soul? The three cannon of Luo, unleashing its power? Although Bai Yu's primary objective in the soul-hunting forest was to gather herbs to facilitate his cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he also sought to amass his first fortune, hoping to venture into commerce in the future. Practicing martial arts certainly requires financial resources. Yet beyond that, Bai Yu harbored a desire to impress both Master and Tang San. This was why he had returned to the heart of the soul-hunting forest. However, lacking knowledge of Tang San and Master's precise whereabouts, he had not held out much hope. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him. What incredible luck! Haha, it seems that the time has come for me to make my grand entrance and showcase the might of my electromagnetic cannon. With a grin spreading across his face at the sight of the billowing yellow smoke, Bai Yu leaped from the treetop and sprinted towards the direction of the smoke. Chapter 21. The electromagnetic cannon makes its presence known. In truth, I am the heir of a hidden power. In the depths of the night, amidst the dense forest, a voice cried out, Little San, run. As the formidable martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, unleashed its final shot, sending the mandala serpent soaring. The master urgently called out to Tang San before swiftly turning and dashing into a denser thicket. The speed of the mandala serpent far surpassed that of any human. Unless one were an agile attack-type soul master of equal rank, it was virtually impossible to outrun the serpent in an open area. Only by plunging into the thicket, where the serpent's movements would be impeded, Could there be a glimmer of hope to escape its pursuit? According to the master's understanding of the serpent's behavior, despite its ferocious nature, it lacked patience. If it failed to catch its prey within a certain time frame, it would relent and abandon the chase. Thus, seeking refuge within the dense forest was the only viable option to evade this peril. However, during their encampment, the master had chosen a relatively open area to avoid potential attacks from wild beasts, making the transition into the thicket far from simple. Meanwhile, although the mandala serpent had been propelled away by the master's cannon, it had sustained virtually no damage. Upon landing, the mandala serpent emitted an enraged hiss, its sinuous body swiftly coiling and darting forth like a streak of dark green lightning, pursuing Master and Tang San with alarming speed. Despite their utmost efforts to flee, the serpent drew ever closer. San Pao obstructed. In a moment of desperation, Master gritted his teeth and commanded the nearby martial spirit, San Pao, to return and impede the mandala serpent, buying precious time for himself and his disciple, Tang San. Upon hearing the order, the creature resembling a small purple pig, yet adorned with large ears and a coat of fine hair, turned and charged at the serpent, leaping forth with a sudden impact. Alas! As San Pao collided with the mandala serpent, its yellow vertical pupils glinted with mockery, effortlessly evading the attack. In a swift motion, it seized San Pao, reducing the creature to a myriad of sparkling lights, which vanished back into Master's being. The attempt to thwart the serpent had yielded negligible results. It continued its relentless pursuit, the sound of scales scraping against each other echoing ominously. With its cavernous agape, the serpent unleashed a piercing hiss as it lunged toward Master. Master! Tang San, sensing the imminent threat from behind, was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly prepared to retrieve a white radish from the moonlit scene of the 24 bridges, intending to hurl it as a concealed weapon to repel the mandala serpent. However, someone was swifter. Little snake, behold my Italian cannon. A boisterous voice resounded nearby, followed by a crackling sound as a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, striking the mandala serpent with a resounding impact, severing it in twain. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered as the mandala serpent writhed in agony. Raising its body to emit a mournful cry, its fragmented form convulsing upon the ground. Who? Surprised by the unexpected assistance, Master and Tang San turned to the source of the thunderous light. As they looked, Bai Yu unleashed another surge of lightning, ensnaring the writhing mandala serpent and subsequently delivering a paralyzing shock. Noticing the incredulous expressions on Master and Tang San's faces, Bai Yu shot Tang San a reproachful glance. Tang San, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and finish off this mandala serpent. Bai Yu, is that really you? Tang San exclaimed, astonished to find it was Bai Yu who had come to his aid. Little San, this mandala serpent has precisely 400 years of cultivation, making it an ideal target for you. Go and slay it. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Master snapped back to reality, urging Tang San to hunt down the serpent. Though filled with shock and confusion, Tang San understood that dispatching the mandala serpent was of utmost importance. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the dagger that Master had gifted him earlier, swiftly approaching the serpent, which was still ensnared by blue-silver grass and immobilized. He plunged the dagger into its eye, delivering a fatal blow. Bai Yu, what brings you here? This is the soul-hunting forest. Did you not come with an adult? Also, what was that lightning that tore through the mandala serpent? After Tang San successfully hunted the mandala snake, the Master let out a sigh of relief, and then turned to Bai Yu with a puzzled expression, asking a series of questions. Upon hearing the Master's inquiries, Tang San also looked over, harboring his own confusions about the recent events. I came here, of course, to hunt soul beasts. As for whether someone is following me, there is indeed someone. But they are hidden. You won't be able to find them. Bai Yu shrugged and replied, hidden? Why? Both the Master and Tang San were taken aback, wondering why someone would choose to conceal themselves. Seemingly sensing their bewilderment, Bai Yu coughed lightly a few times and then sighed dramatically. At this point, I won't keep it from you any longer. I am actually a descendant of a hidden power. A descendant of a hidden power? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, both Tang San and the Master were momentarily stunned. Indeed, on the Douluo Continent, the most powerful soul master force is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall, followed by the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects. However, apart from these well-known factions, there are also some incredibly formidable hidden powers, such as the Sea God Island in the Endless Ocean, Bai Yu explained slowly. As for the hidden power I belong to, I cannot disclose its name for now. But historically, it is even older than the Spirit Hall. Periodically, it selects a successor on the Douluo Continent, one per generation. And I am the chosen one of this generation. However, please do not spread this information, after all. I belong to a hidden power and do not wish for it to be known. Bai Yu looked at Tang San and the master with a serious expression. Due to possessing a spirit cultivation and task system, his training speed was astonishing, and his martial skills were numerous. However, lacking a background could easily arouse suspicion among those around him. Thus, fabricating a non-existent force as a background would undoubtedly provide a reasonable explanation for many of the martial skills and items he obtained through draws. As for turning this lie into reality, Bai Yu believed that the future would surely offer opportunities. So it turns out that Brother Yu is a descendant of a hidden power. I understand now. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Tang San suddenly realized. What do you understand? Seeing Tang San's epiphany, as if he comprehended everything, Bai Yu felt somewhat amused. I said, even if Brother Yu is a swordsmanship genius, it would be impossible for you to create an intricate sword technique at this moment. If you are indeed a descendant of a hidden power, then everything can be explained. It seems the sword technique you used back then was learned from this power. Tang San remarked with a sense of nostalgia as he looked at Bai Yu. Ah, I never expected your observational skills to be so sharp, little San. Although Bai Yu felt that Tang San had become a bit of a daydreamer, he still put on an appreciative expression for the sake of the act. Little Tang, with your imagination, it seems that whenever something peculiar occurs with me in the future, you will be able to provide an explanation. By the way, Brother Yu, you haven't answered. What was that lightning just now? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Tang San inquired again. The master, too, looked at Bai Yu with curiosity, awaiting his response. Earlier, he had noticed that the lightning seemed to emanate from Bai Yu. However, even if Bai Yu had become a soul master, at most, he would only have a spirit ring of over 400 years. Yet, the power demonstrated by that lightning, which instantly severed the mandala snake, was undoubtedly comparable to some top-tier martial souls' 1,000-year soul skills. No wonder the master felt astonished. That lightning just now. It was actually my soul skill. Upon hearing Tang San's question, Bai Yu felt a surge of excitement, sensing an opportunity to show off. He couldn't help but smile slightly and responded nonchalantly. Soul skill. Bai Yu's declaration left both the master and Tang San in shock. How is that possible? You previously had only innate full soul power, and having absorbed the first spirit ring as a soul master, at most, you would only have a spirit ring of 400 years. How could you unleash a soul skill of such power? The master found it hard to believe, as Bai Yu's words touched upon his area of ignorance. Well, how should I explain this? The lightning was not truly my first soul skill. My actual soul skill is the vines that wrapped around the mandala snake and conducted electricity. Bai Yu shook his head, chuckling, and continued to elaborate. The vines that wrapped around the mandala snake and conducted electricity? The master pondered, recalling the vines he saw earlier entwined around the mandala snake, which indeed resembled thickened blue-silver grass, and the electric discharge made him think deeply. Your first spirit ring must have been from a thunder giant python, a purple lightning-winged snake, or a thunder vine, right? Only by absorbing these lightning attribute soul beasts could one obtain a skill that combines entanglement and electricity. However, if your soul skill is a combination of entanglement and electricity, then what was that lightning just now? 100-year spirit ring cannot produce two soul skills. The master grew increasingly perplexed. Of course, 100-year spirit ring cannot bestow two soul skills, but I developed this soul skill and thus attained that lightning soul skill. Bai Yu explained as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You developed your soul skill? Hearing Bai Yu's words, the master gazed at him in disbelief. He understood that some soul skills could indeed become stronger through development. However, the boy before him had just acquired the soul skill. How could he have so quickly devised a development direction? Moreover, he succeeded, and the power of the developed soul skill was significantly enhanced. The master felt a complex mixture of emotions. For the first time, he felt outdone by a child. Even he would not expect to conceive a development direction for a soul skill and successfully implement it in less than a day. Bai Yu, can you tell me how you developed this soul skill? Unable to suppress his curiosity and intrigue, the master finally asked. He could not fathom how one could develop the effects of entanglement and electricity to elevate a 100-year soul skill to a level comparable to a 1,000-year one. It's quite simple. The effect of my first soul skill is to summon blue-silver grass and then conduct electricity, right? However, I felt that when my first soul skill discharged electricity, the attack area was too wide, which caused the power to be somewhat diminished. So, I wrapped the blue-silver grass around my right arm and, when discharging electricity, gathered the released lightning into a compressed lightning ball before shooting it out. This way, the power naturally increases significantly. Bai Yu shrugged, appearing quite relaxed and carefree, as if to say, isn't it just a matter of having hands? The principle behind the electromagnetic cannon is, in fact, quite simple. However, the concept of electricity generating magnetism does not exist in the realm of Douluo Continent. If Bai Yu were to claim that he had developed a super electromagnetic cannon, it would take him an inordinate amount of time to explain. Bai Yu, disinterested in elaboration, chose instead to refer to his creation as a plasma cannon, describing the lightning as a sphere of compressed electricity. Theoretically, such an approach would yield a formidable soul skill, though its realization would prove challenging due to the necessity for meticulous control, making it less convenient than a true electromagnetic cannon. Nevertheless, Bai Yu remained indifferent. His intention was simply to impress, asserting that, theoretically, it was feasible. Whether he could achieve it now was uncertain, but he was confident that he would in the future. Bai Yu was unperturbed by any skepticism, for the brilliant flash of lightning was so dazzling that even he could not discern its true nature, let alone master and Tang San. After all, he could weave whatever tale he pleased. The notion of condensing lightning into a compressed sphere? Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Tang San and Master were momentarily taken aback, grasping the underlying principle. While it was indeed possible, executing it would be quite arduous. After all, the blue-silver grass lacked any inherent lightning attribute. And the fact that Bai Yu could exercise such precise control over the abilities conferred by his soul skill was nothing short of astonishing. Brother Yu, you truly are the person I admire most. To develop such an impressive soul skill, I will certainly strive to learn from you and catch up, Tang San declared, filled with admiration. During their time in the village, he had thought of Brother Yu as merely exceptionally intelligent, able to recall anything he saw and draw connections effortlessly. However, he later discovered that Bai Yu was not only brilliant but also a genius in swordsmanship and martial arts. Now, he was astounded to find Bai Yu's prowess in soul skill development was equally remarkable, akin to being a polymath. Brother Yu, forever divine. Modesty. Modesty. Bai Yu smiled humbly, though internally he felt quite pleased. However, regarding Tang San's ambition to catch up, Bai Yu could only reflect inwardly. Ah, little San. It is not that I underestimate you. It is simply impossible for you to catch up to me. After all, I have my advantages. Yet, after indulging in his moment of grandeur, it was time for him to depart. Little San, master, since you have nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Bai Yu remarked upon noticing that the soul rings on the corpse of the mandra snake had already taken shape. Brother Yu, won't you join us outside? Tang San implored. Not this time. I still have several trials to undertake here, so I must be on my way. Bai Yu waved his hand, activating his Ghost Shadow perplexing track to dash off into the distance. However, as he sprinted, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something important. Chapter 23. Does this child truly understand so much? In the soul-hunting forest, after a day of diligent labor, Bai Yu once again gathered over 100 precious medicinal herbs, some of which were more than 50 or even 100 years old. However, as the day drew to a close, he realized that the following day would require him to prepare for his return to Nodding Academy. As his leave of absence was nearing its end, stealthily departing from the soul-hunting forest, Bai Yu set forth towards Nodding City, sprinting with fervor, guided by the innate navigation of his awakened body. Meanwhile, his consciousness delved back into the realm of his mind, continuing the exploration of how to enhance his martial arts. Martial soul and soul rings through the mediums of anime, television dramas, films, and novels. This endeavor consumed nearly the entire morning. Upon returning near the vicinity of Nottingham, Bai Yu slowed his pace, drawing closer to the city. Ah, finally back. As he beheld the familiar city walls and gates constructed from dark stones, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, accompanied by a soft chuckle as he prepared to enter the town. However, upon his return, Bai Yu had no intention of heading straight to Nottingham Academy. Instead, he resolved to visit the Spirit Hall branch in Nottingham first, as he needed to register as a Soul Master. In the realm of Douluo Continent, upon becoming a Soul Master and completing registration at the Spirit Hall, one is entitled to receive a monthly subsidy of a golden soul coin, a considerable sum indeed. It is noteworthy that ordinary peasants in villages like Holy Spirit Village toil for an entire year to earn such an amount. For Bai Yu, a single golden soul coin holds significant value. Upon arriving at the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, Bai Yu gazed upon the expansive and resplendent domed structure before him. Bathed in sunlight, the intricate glass embedded in the dome refracted dazzling rays of light, prompting Bai Yu to feel an overwhelming sense of admiration. The opulence of even a border town's spirit hall branch is truly a testament to the grandeur of the most prestigious soul master force in the Douluo Continent. Upon declaring his identity as a student of Notting Academy, Bai Yu successfully entered the spirit hall. As he stepped into the hall, he immediately spotted Su Yutao seated leisurely on a horizontal bench in the main chamber. What a coincidence, he thought, to encounter my brother Tao right at the entrance. Bai Yu felt a surge of surprise. However, upon seeing Su Yutao, his mind recalled the lucrative ideas he had conceived over the past few days. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he approached Su Yutao. Tao, Master Su Yutao. Upon arriving in front of Su Yutao and observing him immersed in a book, Bai Yu could not help but greet him with a smile. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Su Yutao looked up and, upon recognizing Bai Yu, was momentarily taken aback before quickly recalling. Ah, it's you. You are the child named Bai Yu from Sacred Soul Village? Although Su Yutao had traversed numerous villages around Notting City during the day of his martial soul awakening and had encountered many children, the memory of the two innate full spirit power blue-silver grass martial souls from Sacred Soul Village, along with Bai Yu's remarkable demeanor and appearance, remained vivid in his mind. Yes, Master Su Yutao, it is indeed I. I have come to register as a soul master, but I am unsure of the procedure. Could you kindly assist me in the registration process? Thank you, Master. Bai Yu expressed his slight frustration upon hearing Bai Yu's words. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Yutao's eyes, yet he swiftly made up his mind, closing his book and rising with a cheerful smile. Very well. Let us proceed to register you as a soul master. Just as Su Yutao finished speaking, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor at the back of the hall. Shortly thereafter, a woman adorned in a flowing green gown, tall and voluptuous, with an above-average appearance yet an alluring charm in her gaze, approached. Yutao, would you like to join me for lunch at the restaurant today? Su Wen and Lily will be there too. She greeted with a smile upon spotting Su Yutao. Apologies, Cici, but please go ahead without me. I have some matters to attend to, and will join you shortly, Su Yutao replied, his tone laced with regret. Very well then, Cici responded with a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, her attention shifted to Bai Yu, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, Yutao, what an adorable little brother. Is he your relative? Oh, no. This is a child I am responsible for regarding martial soul awakening. He is enrolling in Notting Academy this year, and has come to test his spirit power. Su Yutao explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. Bai Yu originally intended to register as a soul master, but he refrained from mentioning this, knowing that if he did, Cici would undoubtedly be astonished and eventually learn that his martial soul was blue-silver grass. Given the unfortunate nature of possessing an innate full spirit power blue-silver grass martial soul, he wished to avoid any humiliation in front of the goddess. Oh, so you are my junior at the academy? Cici remarked, nodding in understanding. With a radiant smile, she retrieved a piece of candy and approached Bai Yu, bending down to offer it to him. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be a student at Notting Academy as well. I am also a graduate. So consider me your senior. Here, have some candy, study diligently, and I hope to see you at the Soul Division here in the future. Gently ruffling Bai Yu's hair, she added, Thank you, sister. You are truly beautiful, Bai Yu responded, his face lighting up with an innocent expression as he accepted the candy. You are quite the charmer. Yutao, I shall take my leave now, Cici exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy at Bai Yu's compliment. She playfully tousled his hair once more before standing up, bidding farewell to Su Yutao as she departed. Watching Cici walk away, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. How genuine. In the original story, Cici had not been so warm towards Tang San. Yet here she was, practically sparkling with admiration for him. It seemed that possessing good looks indeed granted one a slight advantage. Come now, Bai Yu. Let us proceed with your Soul Master registration. As he spoke, Su Yutao couldn't help but feel a deep-seated envy flicker in his gaze. Having pursued the goddess for so many years without even having touched her hand, let alone being so close. Yet, this young boy had effortlessly accomplished what he could not. And it was truly a cause for envy. Leading Bai Yu, Su Yutao traversed the hall and entered a corridor. At the end of the corridor lies a staircase leading to the second floor, where the registration for Soul Masters takes place. However, as Bai Yu strolled through the passage, he suddenly spoke up. Master Su Yutao, you fancy that sister from earlier, don't you? His words caused Su Yutao to momentarily stiffen, and he turned to Bai Yu, his handsome face displaying an unnatural hue, somewhat flushed as he replied, Child, do not overthink things. Master Su Yutao, although I am but a child, I am quite perceptive. Do you know what nickname I hold in the village? Bai Yu chuckled, then added mysteriously, What nickname? Su Yuntao inquired, intrigued. Invincible, genius little prodigy. Bai Yu declared earnestly. I mastered all the knowledge imparted by my private tutor within a month and perused half of the Noting Academy Library's collection in merely half a day. I comprehend everything that adults ponder. The reason Master Su Yuntao refrained from mentioning my purpose of registering as a soul master was likely due to his concern that Sister CC would learn of my innate full soul power with a blue-silver grass martial soul. According to a book I encountered in the Noting Academy Library, the attendants responsible for martial soul awakenings at the Martial Soul Hall can report any prodigious soul masters to the headquarters for a reward. However, Master Su Yuntao, you are somewhat unfortunate. Both Tang San and I possess innate full soul power, yet we bear the blue-silver grass, which is deemed a useless martial soul. Thus, you cannot report this matter. If this unfortunate incident were to be disclosed, Master Su Yuntao would lose face in front of Sister CC. If you were indifferent to Sister CC, you would not be so concerned about losing face before her. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Yuntao wore a look of astonishment. Could this child truly possess such understanding? Chapter 24, Master Su Yuntao, the hope of marrying the goddess. After being struck by Bai Yu's insightful words, Su Yuntao gazed at him with a newfound perspective. This child is extraordinary. Su Yuntao was acutely aware of Bai Yu's background. He was merely a child from an ordinary village, unlikely to possess extensive knowledge about their spirit hall. The only conceivable way for Bai Yu to acquire such information would be through the library of Noting Academy, which had only been in session for 2 or 3 days. Even if Bai Yu had spent that time diligently studying, it would be remarkable for him to grasp so much. This realization led Su Yuntao to reconsider his perception of Bai Yu as an ordinary child. Ah, you are indeed correct. I do have feelings for Miss CC. Su Yuntao sighed, his expression tinged with complexity. However, did Sister CC not reject Master Su Yuntao? Bai Yu inquired with a smile. Indeed, Su Yuntao replied, his nod imbued with bitterness. How should I put it? It is rather normal, I suppose. Both Master Su Yuntao and Sister CC hold positions within the Spirit Hall. Yet women are often drawn to strength. Since Master Su Yuntao is not stronger than Sister CC, it is only natural that she would not accept him. Bai Yu shook his head in disagreement, sensing the deepening bitterness at the corners of Su Yuntao's mouth. He was well aware of this truth. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to undertake the annual task of conducting spirit awakening ceremonies in the villages near Noting City. His hope was to one day awaken a genius and earn the Spirit Hall's accolades, thereby gaining the qualification to inherit the position of master at the Noting City Spirit Branch. With his mediocre talent and strength, coupled with a commoner's background, he could never aspire to such a role. Alas, this ambition was fraught with difficulty. Master Su Yuntao, I may have a suggestion that could assist you, Bai Yu remarked. Observing the bitterness etched on Su Yuntao's face, a smile crept across his own as he sensed an opportunity. What suggestion? Su Yuntao inquired, not harboring high hopes, but sighing as he asked. In the Douluo Continent, a person's status, in my view, should correlate with their identity, strength, and wealth. While I cannot aid you in terms of identity or strength, I can offer some advice regarding wealth, Bai Yu revealed, finally allowing his intentions to surface. His motivation for sharing this information was to form a business partnership with Su Yuntao, as cultivating various martial skills would require considerable financial resources in the future. Bai Yu realized he would not have the luxury of time to earn money. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to collaborate with others. Given his current inability to protect himself, he opted for a low-profile approach by opening a tavern, which would attract minimal attention. Bai Yu, having frequently watched culinary videos in his past life, was familiar with many recipes that could be slightly modified for use in the Douluo Continent. Coupled with promotional strategies akin to those from his previous life, his tavern could yield substantial profits. As for potential partners, Bai Yu had 2 in mind. One was the Noting City Lord's Mansion. This would require Bai Yu to return to Noting Academy, defeat Xiao Qinyu, and showcase his own strength and century-old spirit ring, thereby convincing Xiao Qinyu of his genuine loyalty and willingness to serve. The influence of the City Lord's Mansion would be advantageous but limited to Noting City. However, Bai Yu envisioned expanding his tavern beyond Noting City, and while it might not reach the Heavendo Empire within 6 years, he believed it could successfully branch out to neighboring cities. Relying solely on the City Lord's Mansion would not suffice, which is why he considered enlisting the support of the Spirit Hall. Conducting business in several surrounding cities is certainly not a significant issue. Among the individuals from the Spirit Hall known to Bai Yu, there is only Brother Tao. It just so happens that Bai Yu holds a favorable impression of Brother Tao. And given his commendable character, Bai Yu decided to extend this opportunity to him. With his assistance, Brother Tao has gained both wealth and connections. With the support of the Lord of Nottingham, becoming the master of the Spirit Hall branch in Nottingham poses no significant challenge. This would allow Tao to embrace his goddess, thus fulfilling a small regret from Bai Yu's previous life as he watched anime. Wealth? Suggestions? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback. However, Bai Yu quickly elaborated. He intended to open a high-end restaurant. He had already engaged the city lord's residents. Though not yet successful, it was wise to leverage their influence. And he would offer various competitive culinary methods and operational strategies for the restaurant. The Nottingham lord's residents could provide chefs and hospitality staff. Furthermore, he could utilize the influence of the Spirit Hall to facilitate the restaurant's future expansion. Bai Yu's grandiose words left Su Yutao astonished. Is what you say truly accurate? He could not help but inquire. Indeed it is. The son of the Lord of Nottingham is currently at Nottingham Academy. He is my younger brother. Bai Yu gazed earnestly into Su Yuntao's eyes, unwavering. Moreover, there is no necessity for me to deceive you, Master Su Yutao, is there? I am merely occupied with my studies at Nottingham Academy and lack the time to attend to the restaurant's affairs. Thus I hope you could assist me with some of the operations. I find you to be an admirable person and wish to extend my help. If you join our venture with the backing of the Nottingham Lord's residents, your prospects of succeeding as the master of the Spirit Hall branch in Nottingham would be considerably enhanced. Should you become the master of our branch? Your assistance would greatly facilitate our restaurant's expansion. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Bai Yu regarded Su Yuntao with sincere intent. As he listened to Bai Yu's words, Su Yuntao's mouth fell agape, utterly incredulous that such statements emanated from a mere 6-year-old child. This left his heart in a state of tumult. Nevertheless, after a brief moment, Su Yuntao took a deep breath and smiled, shaking his head. You are correct. This opportunity bears no detriment to me. If what you say holds true, do not hesitate to seek my assistance when your restaurant is ready to open. Then I thank you in advance, Brother Tao. After Su Yuntao's agreement, the relationship between the two naturally grew much closer. Bai Yu broke into a smile and finally uttered the words he had longed to say, Tao Go. A few minutes later, under the guidance of Su Yutao, Bai Yu obtained the Soul Master badge. After departing from Matthew's office, he was escorted by Su Yutao all the way to the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch. Goodbye, Tao Go. Before departing, Bai Yu smiled and waved to Su Yuntao at the entrance of the Martial Soul Branch Hall, then turned to leave. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, Su Yuntao's expression became somewhat complex. Bai Yu, I sincerely hope you can assist me. My future happiness relies entirely on you. Chapter 25, A Direct Confrontation, One Battle to Determine the Outcome. After successfully registering as a Soul Master at the Martial Soul Branch Hall, Bai Yu returned to Nottingham Academy, humming a tune and feeling quite carefree. However, just as he reached the entrance of the academy, the doorman rushed over, panting. Sir, I have something to report. What is it? Bai Yu paused, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Well, sir, today I heard that the noble students are challenging the work-study students to a duel, with the venue set at the back mountain. I thought it pertinent to inform you. As you are also a work-study student, the doorman explained, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Noble students challenging work-study students? Bai Yu expressed surprise at the coincidence. All right. I understand. You did well in relaying this information. Consider yourself rewarded. Upon learning that the duel between Xiao Qinyu and Shiwu was scheduled for today, Bai Yu's face instantly radiated satisfaction. He produced a silver soul coin and tossed it to the doorman. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The doorman, upon receiving Bai Yu's silver coin, could hardly contain his excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Having had his savings snatched away by Bai Yu, he was left with only 3 silver soul coins and a few copper ones. For the past few days, he had subsisted on plain bread and pickled vegetables, never anticipating such a generous reward today. At last, he could treat himself to a more substantial meal. The Lord's generosity was truly remarkable, although he was aware that the reward was essentially his own money, since it had been taken from him. It no longer felt like his. The fact that this individual had directly bestowed upon him a silver soul coin, equivalent to nearly a month's wages, seemed exceedingly magnanimous. Ah, the old Stockholm Syndrome. My lord, the back mountain is over there. Guided by the doorman, Bai Yu briskly made his way towards the rear mountain, swiftly arriving at the back gate of Nottingham Academy and entering the wooded expanse beyond. Upon entering the hinterland, Bai Yu traversed the winding paths that meandered through the forest. After traversing a distance, a sudden uproar echoed from afar. Bai Yu strained his ears and discerned that a quarrel was underway. This prompted him to quicken his pace, swiftly covering the final stretch. Before him unfolded a clearing amidst the trees. Within this space stood two factions, one comprised of Bai Yu's acquaintances, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and a group of diligent students from the 7th dormitory. Opposite them stood a group of youths, their attire and demeanor markedly more sophisticated. Among them, a tall and strikingly handsome young man commanded attention, none other than the current leader of Notting Academy, Xiao Yu. Little rabbit, surrender gracefully. You have already lost one match, and this contest is best 2 out of 3. Should you lose again, you'll have no choice but to be my pet rabbit. In the clearing, Xiao Yu crossed his arms, a smug expression adorning his face as he gazed at Xiao Wu, as if he had her completely at his mercy. Xiao Wu, incensed, puffed up her cheeks in frustration, defiantly placing her hands on her hips. You, Xiao Yu, should not be so smug. We have not yet lost. Do not think that defeating Wang Sheng makes you exceptional. Our leader from the 7th dormitory has yet to return, and when he does, you shall be left in tatters. Haha, little rabbit, mere words carry no weight. It has been several days since your leader has been absent. Could it be that you are afraid? Surrender and become my pet rabbit, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury, unlike the hardship you would face among these commoners. Xiao Wu's retort fell upon deaf ears as Xiao Yu laughed heartily, resorting to both coercion and temptation. You, having formed genuine friendships with Wang Xing and the others over the past days, Xiao Wu could scarcely contain her fury upon hearing Xiao Yu's taunts. Clenching her delicate fists, she was ready to confront him. Xiao Wu, don't act impulsively. Wang Sheng, still nursing his wounds, disregarded his pain and hurriedly grasped her arm. We cannot afford to provoke them now. I've heard that Bai Yu has taken a 4-day leave and is due to return today. If you act rashly, even if we win this round, we will inevitably lose the next. We must hold on until Bai Yu returns. Upon grasping Xiao Wu, Wang Xing swiftly endured the pain and whispered a counsel. Meanwhile, not far away, witnessing the unfolding scene in the clearing, Bai Yu couldn't help but break into a grin. Fortune smiled upon him. He had arrived just in time, having witnessed a battle that was still in progress, which meant it was his turn to take the stage. With this thought, Bai Yu promptly traversed the woods, making his way towards the clearing. As Bai Yu approached, the sound of his footsteps instantly captured the attention of those gathered in the clearing. Bai Yu, you're back. Upon seeing Bai Yu, Wang Xing and the others were filled with joy. Bai Yu, you finally returned. Hurry, come over. Upon discovering Bai Yu's return, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly brightened, and she eagerly leaped up, waving her small hands. As Bai Yu approached, she recounted everything. It turned out that they had made a wager to engage in a best-of-3 competition. If they were victorious, Bai Yu would become this fellow's pet rabbit. Conversely, if they triumphed, their opponents would have to heed their commands. After listening to Xiao Wu's explanation, Bai Yu feigned understanding, nodding slowly before turning to face Xiao Yu's side. Hee, just like that. If we win, Bai Yu, you will be the leader of the entire Notting Academy, and I, Xiao Wu, will be the second in command. Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing about with excitement and animated gestures. This fellow is even more handsome than I am. Could he truly be a work-study student? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu observed Bai Yu's arrival with a hint of skepticism. Throughout his 6 years at Notting Academy, he had encountered many work-study students, all of whom had been rather unremarkable in appearance and demeanor. Yet, Bai Yu was not only more attractive but also exuded an air of sophistication that seemed inconsistent with a rural background. This left Xiao Yu in disbelief. However, despite Xiao Yu's doubts, after absorbing Xiao Wu's explanation, Bai Yu casually crossed his arms and addressed Xiao Yu. You must be the esteemed Xiao of Notting Academy. I am Bai Yu, the leader of Dormitory 7. According to our wager, we are to engage in a best-of-3 battle, with the victor claiming the wager. Yet, this seems rather cumbersome. Why don't we simplify matters? Let us settle this with a single match. What do you say? A single match? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, you wish to resolve this with a single duel? I am a soul master. Are you certain you want to proceed in this manner? Observing Bai Yu, Xiao Yu found himself perplexed by his intentions and furrowed his brow. A soul master? Huh. I have just recently ascended to the rank of soul master as well. Shall we spar? Bai Yu grinned broadly. You are also a soul master. Xiao Yu exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. He was well aware that Bai Yu had only just enrolled at Notting Academy. How could he possibly have become a soul master? Could this individual be the legendary innate full spirit power? Are you endowed with innate full spirit power? Xiao Yu could not help but inquire. Indeed, I possess innate full spirit power. So, Xiao, have you made up your mind? Shall we engage in a decisive battle? Bai Yu nonchalantly scratched his ear. This is unfair. We have already won one match, protested one of Xiao Qinyu's companions, indignant. Won match? What does that signify? I had assumed you had secured a complete victory. It seems the renowned Xiao of Nodding Academy is not so formidable after all. Perhaps you should relinquish your position to me. Bai Yu scoffed, mocking them directly. Upon hearing Bai Yu's derision, Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists. Filled with fury, how could he, Xiao Qinyu, not afford to play? He had become a soul master 6 months prior. Surely he would not be outmatched by a mere newcomer. What of innate full spirit power? This so-called work-study student probably hailed from some obscure village, wielding a spirit that resembled a sickle, hoe, or rake. His own spirit was a beast type, a wolf. Enough. With a sharp reprimand, Xiao Qinyu silenced his companion beside him. Then coldly remarked to Bai Yu, when have I, Xiao Qinyu, ever shied away from a challenge? Let us settle this matter through battle. As he spoke, Xiao Qinyu strode into the open space and swiftly summoned his martial spirit. Suddenly, a silhouette of a white wolf materialized behind him, while a ring of white light began to rise gently from beneath his feet. After summoning his martial soul, Xiao Qinyu assumed an aggressive stance and gazed at Bai Yu, exclaiming, I am Xiao Qinyu, a 6th grade student with the martial soul of a wolf, a level 11 first-ring soul master. Please enlighten me. Noticing that Xiao Qinyu had taken the bait, Bai Yu crossed his arms and stepped forward slowly into the open space, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually replied, I am Bai Yu, a first-grade student with the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass. A level 13 first-ring soul master. Blue Silvergrass? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, his attention entirely captured by the mention of Blue Silvergrass. Neglecting the fact that Bai Yu was a level 13, is it possible for Blue Silvergrass to possess innate full soul power? Why not? Have you not heard the saying that the world is full of wonders? Bai Yu chuckled lightly. Xiao Qinyu felt a twinge of skepticism in his heart. But upon observing that Bai Yu had yet to summon his martial soul, he inquired, Why have you not summoned your martial soul? Summon my martial soul? There is no need for that. Since you claim I am taking advantage, I shall fight you without it. Surely, that does not count as an unfair advantage, does it? Bai Yu waved his hand dismissively. Fight me without your martial soul? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Xiao Qinyu felt a surge of humiliation and condescension. Summon your martial soul. I, Xiao Qinyu, do not need to take advantage of you. Whether it is an advantage or not is not for you to decide. I believe I can handle you without summoning my martial soul. If I were to summon it, there would be no suspense at all. If you can manage to knock me out of this circle, we may discuss the matter of summoning my martial soul. In response to Xiao Qinyu's anger, Bai Yu merely smiled nonchalantly, casually drawing a circle with a diameter of 2 meters around himself, reminiscent of Sun Wukong encircling Tang San, only this time Bai Yu was encircling himself. The reason he chose not to summon his martial soul was, of course, to provoke Xiao Qinyu and showcase his prowess. Defeating a soul master with bare hands. What an impressive feat. In the original narrative, Tang San merely revealing a century-old soul ring was enough to captivate Xiao Qinyu's imagination, leading him to willingly become a subordinate. If Bai Yu could surpass Tang San and also possess a century-old soul ring, wouldn't the subordinate be even more loyal and dedicated? How infuriating. What an arrogant fellow. I shall make you pay for this insolence today. Seeing Bai Yu's blatant arrogance, Xiao Qinyu was instantly enraged. You think you can stay within the circle? I will send you flying with a single punch. Martial soul manifestation. In a fit of rage, Xiao Qinyu let out a thunderous roar, and the white wolf shadow behind him instantly merged with his form. In that moment, his stature began to soar, his muscles swelling with newfound power as sharp claws erupted from his fingertips. Unlike the nearly beastly transformation typically portrayed in novels, the manifestation of martial souls in the world of Douluo Continent, as experienced by Bai Yu, resembles more closely the animated depictions found in various anime. Upon the manifestation of the martial soul, the beast martial spirit intertwines with the body, resembling a stunning display of light and shadow effects. Where only certain characteristics of the martial soul become visible, it appears even more dazzling. Bang! Upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, the physical prowess of Xiao Qinyu surged dramatically. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Bai Yu with astonishing velocity. Prepare yourself, young one. As Xiao Qinyu charged forward, his fury erupted in a thunderous shout. He clenched his enlarged hands into fists and unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed directly at Bai Yu's cheek. How dare this wretched brat humiliate and belittle him? He was determined to transform this young man's handsome visage into a grotesque sight, hanging it as a trophy upon a tree. The The moment the leader engaged, the invincibility of his martial spirit enveloped him, and it was certain that this insolent youth would be sent flying with just one punch. Indeed, such audacity demanded that the leader impart a thorough lesson upon him. Having dared to provoke the leader, this young man would undoubtedly be left unable to rise again. Witnessing Xiao Qinyu enter his martial spirit state, his loyal followers erupted in excitement. In their hearts, Xiao Qinyu is invincible. However, in stark contrast to Xiao Qinyu's assault, Bai Yu's reaction speed and agility are evidently much swifter. Just as Xiao Qinyu swung his fist, Bai Yu remained stationary, arms crossed, showing no movement whatsoever. With a playful smile, Bai Yu slowly lifted his leg, executing a whip kick that transformed into a mere shadow, accompanied by a howling wind. In an instant, it struck the waist of Xiao Qinyu with astonishing force. Although Bai Yu had only exerted about 1/10 of his strength, the impact caused Xiao Qinyu's eyes to widen in shock. In a surge of excruciating pain in his waist, he was sent hurtling backward. Crash! He collided with a large tree, sending leaves cascading in all directions. Boss! Witnessing Xiao Qinyu being knocked away, his subordinates were taken aback, their faces pale with shock, and they hurriedly exclaimed, rushing to assist him. However, Xiao Qinyu, lying beneath the tree and spitting out a mouthful of bile, endured the pain and waved off his approaching subordinates, rising to his feet unaided. You must be deceiving me. Your martial spirit cannot possibly be blue silver grass. The strength you possess is far greater than that of my martial spirit. Your martial spirit is undoubtedly an extraordinarily powerful beast martial spirit. After painfully rising to his feet, Xiao Qinyu pointed at Bai Yu and, filled with rage, questioned him loudly. My martial soul is blue silver grass, believe it or not. As for why I possess such immense strength, it is simply innate divine power. Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly. All right, let's continue. Unleash your soul skills. Otherwise, it may prove somewhat challenging to compel me to reveal my martial soul. Innate divine power? A dark line formed on Xiao Qinyu's face. Feeling as though his intelligence had been insulted, he refused to believe in such mythical nonsense. Humph! Arrogant fool, you are far too presumptuous. Even if you possess a formidable beast martial soul, what does that matter? The true strength of soul masters lies in our soul skills. Underestimating me like this, I shall make you experience the might of my soul skills. Xiao Qinyu was filled with indignation at Bai Yu's refusal to summon his martial soul for their battle. It was a gross misjudgment of his abilities. With a resounding shout, Xiao Qinyu immediately unleashed his first soul skill. Chapter 27. The Imagination of Xiao Qinyu. The terrifying background of Bai Yu. Receive my attack, rending claw of the gale. In the expansive clearing, as Xiao Qinyu's furious voice echoed, the white soul rings surrounding him suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, a torrent of soul power surged forth, swiftly converging into Xiao Qinyu's hands, transforming into numerous delicate azure wind blades that danced around his claws, rending claw of the gale. This was Xiao Qinyu's first soul skill, derived from the hunt of a gale demon wolf that had lived for over 60 years. Upon unleashing the gale-rending claw, Xiao Qinyu's speed will be augmented by 30%, significantly enhancing the offensive power of his claws. In Xiao Qinyu's experiment, the gale-rending claw possessed a sharpness formidable enough to pierce through mighty trees, leaving deep gashes even on armor. He could hardly believe that this young lad before him could withstand the onslaught of his gale-rending claw. Bang! After unleashing the gale-rending claw, Xiao Qinyu forcefully stomped on the ground, causing a thunderous sound and scattering grass clippings in all directions. Utilizing the recoil from the ground, he propelled himself forward, charging at Bai Yu with fervor, his sharp, wolf-like claws aimed directly at him. Let us see if you can face my gale-rending claw without summoning your martial spirit, he bellowed. Yet, in the face of Xiao Qinyu's furious shout and the oncoming, razor-sharp claws, Bai Yu remained composed within the circle, a serene smile playing on his lips, as if everything were under his control. Just as Xiao Qinyu's claws were about to strike, Bai Yu's hand suddenly glimmered with a soft white light, transforming into a hue reminiscent of white jade. He then reached out and effortlessly seized Xiao Qinyu's ferocious claws. The gale-rending claw? It certainly has a certain sensation, akin to a gentle massage, quite pleasant indeed. However, if you intend to use it to repel me, you still lack the requisite fervor. Bai Yu grinned, his gaze shifting to the jade-like hand that had captured Xiao Qinyu's claw. The swirling azure wind blades surrounding Xiao Qinyu's claws repeatedly struck against Bai Yu's hand, producing a series of metallic sounds, leaving only faint white marks. How is this possible? Upon witnessing his gale-rending claw being caught barehanded, and the one who seized it emerging unscathed, Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips, his heart filled with incredulity. I refuse to believe it. After the initial shock, Xiao Qinyu gritted his teeth and furiously swung the other wind-rending claw towards Bai Yu. The sharp talon cut through the air, producing a chilling whistle. Enough. I have grown weary of this game. I shall no longer indulge you. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xiao Qinyu's furious strike, prompting Bai Yu to clench his other Xianyu hand into a fist. With a grin, he propelled his fist forward with tremendous force. Bang! As Bai Yu's fist came hurtling towards him, the sheer might it contained compelled Xiao Qinyu to cross his arms defensively over his chest, yet he was still sent flying by the impact, crashing heavily into a large tree. In an instant, leaves scattered in every direction. However, this time, Bai Yu intended to conclude the battle. First soul skill, Thunderous Entwine. Observing Xiao Qinyu's flight and subsequent collision with the tree, Bai Yu summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit. As the yellow soul ring materialized beneath him, he issued a powerful shout. In an instant, thick tendrils of blue-silver grass rapidly extended forth, resembling venomous serpents, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the tree, binding both Xiao Qinyu and the trunk together, suspending them in midair. What say you, big brother Xiao? Will you concede? After binding Xiao Qinyu to the great tree with the thunder tangle, Bai Yu approached him with a calm and composed smile. Xiao Qinyu, restrained against the tree, gazed in astonishment at the yellow soul rings encircling Bai Yu, his heart tumultuous with shock and disbelief. How could this be? A century-old soul ring. You. Let our leader go. Our leader is the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Witnessing Xiao Qinyu bound to the tree, one of his underlings, filled with fury, rushed forward and pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Yu. Lulong, be silent. Xiao Qinyu barked at Lulong, silencing him and the other underlings who were preparing to intervene, leaving them momentarily stunned. After reprimanding Lulong, Xiao Qinyu took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to Bai Yu, his mind a whirlpool of complex thoughts and uncertainty. This individual possesses a century-old soul ring. A century-old soul beast is immensely powerful. Even formidable soul masters may not stand a chance against them. While there might be opportunities for soul masters to hunt a century-old soul beast, severely injuring one to allow others to hunt it down is a feat even soul masters struggle to achieve. After all, a century-old soul beast that is not slain in one blow would certainly flee in a frenzy. His first soul ring was acquired from a wind demon wolf of over 60 years in level, which his soul master father, alongside numerous guards, had barely managed to subdue for him to hunt. And that was merely a sub-100-year wind demon wolf. The power of a century-old soul beast escalates dramatically compared to a 10-year soul beast. It likely requires at least a soul master of the spirit master level to assist in its hunting. Yet, this individual before him is evidently a mere work-study student. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao Qinyu, causing his pupils to constrict. Work-study students can also disguise themselves. The appearance and aura of this individual could not possibly belong to a commoner. Such extraordinary looks and demeanor cannot emerge from the ranks of the ordinary. Moreover, the power exhibited by this individual, coupled with the formidable defense against his wind-rending claw, suggests that their martial soul is certainly not merely blue-silver grass. It must be a top-tier beast martial soul, perhaps even a dual martial soul. Xiao Qinyu was unaware of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, but he felt that a weak martial soul like blue-silver grass could not possess innate full soul power. Additionally, Bai Yu's robust physical condition is characteristic of soul masters endowed with top-tier beast martial souls. Thus, his intuition led him to suspect that Bai Yu is likely a dual martial soul wielder. Considering the possibility of Bai Yu possessing dual martial souls, combined with the century-old soul ring, it was evident that significant assistance must have been involved in acquiring it. This conjured a terrifying conjecture in Xiao Qinyu's mind. Bai Yu is likely a direct descendant of a grand sect or a prestigious soul master family, who awakened dual martial souls during their martial soul awakening. However, the grand sect or family to which Bai Yu belongs must have a formidable rival. Should that rival discover the emergence of such a talent as Bai Yu, they would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate him. Consequently, to protect Bai Yu, his sect or family might have concealed his identity and sent him to a remote location like Nodding City, masquerading as a simple work-study student to attend Nodding Academy. This would explain why Bai Yu's demeanor and appearance are so extraordinary and why his strength is so formidable. He is not an ordinary villager but a direct descendant of a grand sect or prestigious soul master family, possessing dual martial souls, with the second likely being a top-tier beast martial soul. Only with such a background could Bai Yu have obtained a century-old soul ring. Otherwise, an ordinary work-study student would never have the opportunity. Everything aligns. At this realization, Xiao Qinyu felt a mix of fear and excitement. As the son of the Lord of Nodding City, he had been taught from a young age by his father that while he could be arrogant, He must also learn to observe and think critically. He could bully ordinary people without status. But there were those he could not afford to provoke and must treat with utmost respect, such as powerful soul masters. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters hold the highest esteem. Offending royalty might lead to an apology and reconciliation, but crossing powerful soul master factions could result in dire consequences for one's entire family. Thus, Xiao Qinyu's father had repeatedly warned him never to provoke those from soul master factions. Now, realizing that the person he had offended could very well be a direct descendant of a formidable soul master faction, accompanied by at least a soul master of the spirit master or soul king level, capable of annihilating the Xiao family, Xiao Qinyu was filled with trepidation. Yet, on the other hand, he thought about his youth. The two had merely clashed without enmity. Everything could still be salvaged. If he could attach himself to this powerful figure, perhaps the entire Xiao family could rise to prominence. With this thought, Xiao Qinyu felt a surge of exhilaration. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Xiao Qinyu sought to calm his emotions before reopening them. Within his gaze now resided utmost respect and submission. Looking at Bai Yu, Xiao Qinyu's tone elevated, filled with reverence as he proclaimed, "Boss Bai Yu, I concede. From this moment forth, you shall be my leader, and I am at your service for any task you may require." Beside him, witnessing Xiao Qinyu's demeanor, Lu Long and Ling Feng, along with a multitude of Xiao Qinyu's followers, could not help but widen their eyes and drop their jaws in astonishment. What were they witnessing? Their leader had indeed honored his word, acknowledging this in turn, Bai Yu, as his superior. Goodness, was their leader truly this trustworthy? This defied all logic. Yet, amidst the astonishment and disbelief of his companions, Xiao Qinyu secretly chuckled to himself. A bunch of simpletons, their minds were as rigid as wood. How could they fathom the scheming that lay within his heart? The thought of securing a powerful ally and elevating his father, Xiao Zhan, along with the entire Xiao family, filled him with pride. No one understood people better than he, Xiao Qinyu. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, as he perceived the respect reflected in Xiao Qinyu's eyes, Bai Yu could not help but smile even more brightly. It dawned on him that Xiao Qinyu had likely conjured an impressive background for him. Indeed, he was quite the imaginative thinker. Excellent. So, I shall be the head of Nodding Academy from now on. Indeed, from henceforth, Boss Bai Yu, you shall be our leader at Nodding Academy. If anyone dares to disregard your commands, I, Xiao Qinyu, will teach them a lesson. Xiao Qinyu declared with unwavering determination, pledging his loyalty to Bai Yu. Well done, Xiao Yuzi. You truly understand the situation. Bai Yu applauded, feeling quite satisfied with Xiao Qinyu's respect. Xiao Yuzi. Xiao Qinyu's face twitched slightly. Nevertheless, recalling that great achievers must endure what others cannot, he resolved that for the sake of the Xiao family's future, he would brave any hardship, even if it meant being called Xiao Yuzi. With the duel's outcome now clear, he had emerged victorious as the newly appointed leader of Nodding Academy. Bai Yu expressed, I hope from now on, you will refrain from bullying the interns. Should anyone dare to do so, I shall let them experience the wrath of thunder. Having successfully claimed the position of leader, Bai Yu spoke with satisfaction while loosening his control over Xiao Qinyu with his blue silver grass. Upon the release, Bai Yu's gaze swept across the entourage of Xiao Qinyu, before once again commanding the blue silver grass to entwine around a grand tree, initiating the true thunder binding. A blinding surge of lightning erupted, instantly charring the bark of the ensnared tree, sending forth plumes of black smoke. This spectacle left the ordinary students in a state of cold sweat. That Bai Yu, who previously bullied the work-study students, it was my fault. From now on, I shall never again harass the work-study students. As an apology, today I invite everyone to a grand feast on the second floor of the cafeteria. After being set down, following Bai Yu's lead, Xiao Qinyu immediately seized the opportunity, hastily wearing a smile as he spoke while simultaneously apologizing to Wang Xing and the others, aware that, as a newcomer, his standing in Bai Yu's eyes could never compare to that of the work-study students from the 7th dormitory, especially since Bai Yu resided there. Xiao Qinyu endeavored to quickly align himself with Bai Yu and alleviate the resentment harbored by the work-study students. Thus, he initiated his first step in the plan to redeem himself, hosting a banquet on the 2nd floor. Upon hearing Xiao Qinyu's proposal to treat them on the 2nd floor, Wang Sheng and the other work-study students lit up with excitement. Naturally, Bai Yu did not decline Xiao Qinyu's invitation. However, just as they were preparing to return, they coincidentally encountered Tang San, who had just arrived. Consequently, the group proceeded together to the 2nd floor for a meal. This banquet was originally arranged by Xiao Qinyu to curry favor with Bai Yu and the other work-study students from the 7th dormitory. Therefore, at the dining table, Xiao Qinyu showcased the charm of the son of the city lord, offering numerous apologies that significantly alleviated the pent-up frustration of Wang Sheng and the others, who had long endured bullying. Meanwhile, during the meal, Bai Yu seemingly hinted at a desire to open a restaurant, which immediately captured Xiao Qinyu's attention. After the meal, Xiao Qinyu, uninvited, volunteered to assist Bai Yu, the leader. Bai Yu displayed a look of hesitation, indicating that he needed time to ponder the matter. However, in Xiao Qinyu's eyes, this signified that Bai Yu intended to confer with the individuals behind the scenes. This further solidified his suspicions regarding Bai Yu's background, filling him with elation. Following the meal, which was still at noon, Bai Yu chose not to return to the 7th dormitory, but rather opted to continue his pursuit of knowledge at the library. He also decided to use the lottery and empowerment opportunities he had earned from completing the task assigned by the leader of Nottingham. In the library, Bai Yu participated in a lottery. This time, fortune smiled upon him, as he remarkably drew the complete volume of the 9-in manual. This included various martial arts techniques such as the 9-in heart method, the easy muscle and bone refinement, the spiral 9 shadows, and the ghost prison wind roar. However, Bai Yu hesitated regarding this opportunity for spiritual endowment. Initially, he intended to bestow this chance upon the purple extreme demon eye or the Xianyu hand. Yet, the emergence of the 9-in manual, with its myriad martial arts techniques, was indeed compelling, particularly the easy muscle and bone refinement, which could enhance one's cultivation aptitude. Although Bai Yu possessed innate full soul power, it was obtained through cultivating the Xiantian Gong. His original martial soul was merely blue silver grass, which was not particularly exceptional. Despite having endowed the Xiantian Gong, now upgraded to the clear qi formula, Bai Yu's cultivation speed surpassed that of true innate full soul power geniuses due to the automatic cultivation feature of the clear qi formula. Nevertheless, who would refuse a chance to enhance their cultivation aptitude? Furthermore, since the upgrade to the clear qi formula had increased the difficulty of cultivation, Bai Yu indeed required an improvement in his cultivation aptitude. System, I choose to endow the easy muscle and bone refinement. Ultimately, he made his decision, and a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The system is endowing. Congratulations, host. Endowment successful. The easy muscle and bone refinement has successfully manifested spiritual essence and is now commencing cultivation, currently at progress level 1. In his mind, the system's voice announced, and Bai Yu's attribute panel reappeared before him. Host, Bai Yu martial soul, blue silver grass, endowed. Zanpakudo, shallow strike cultivation method, clear qi formula, endowed, upgrade progress, 7 level 2 progress, 32, dragon elephant prajna skill, endowed, level 3 progress, 35, easy muscle and bone refinement, endowed, level 1 progress, 1, martial techniques, ghost shadow disappearance, endowed, proficient, 88, Duga 9 swords, endowed, mastery, 50. 2, purple extreme demon eye, subtle progress, 14, Xianyu hand, proficient, 6. 3, flying cotton strength, beginner, 1, heart-crushing palm, beginner, 1, great demon fist, beginner, 1. Techniques not primarily cultivated will not be listed, 1. Within 6 years, upgrade the clear qi formula once more and cultivate it to complete level 3. Reward, 2 endowment opportunities, 2 heavenly lottery chances. 2. After 6 years, register for Shrek Academy. Reward, 1 endowment opportunity, 1 random heavenly lottery chance. Alas, these 2 newly refreshed tasks are not something that can be accomplished in a short span. Upon seeing the new tasks displayed on the attribute panel, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Chapter 29, 6 years later. Soto City time flew by, and 6 years had swiftly passed. 6 years later, in the Balik Kingdom, Soto City. The Balik Kingdom is one of the 4 major kingdoms within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire and is the strongest among them, especially in terms of military power. As the Balik Kingdom shares a border with the Starluo Empire, it can be regarded as the gateway to the Heaven Do Empire. In addition to the capital Balik City, which serves as the political and economic center, there is another city of great renown, Soto City. Soto City is situated in the heart of the Lima Plain and is famously referred to as the Granary of Balik. At this moment, in Soto City, 2 young boys and a girl were walking along the bustling broad streets filled with people. The girl wore a pink dress, her hair styled in a scorpion braid, with large expressive eyes and a delicate, rosy face, accentuated by a hint of baby fat, making her appear both exquisite and charming. As she frolics joyfully, the young girl skips along, her gaze flitting around, brimming with the exuberance of youth and vitality. Meanwhile, two young boys stand nearby. One of them, clad in a blue garment, sports a belt adorned with 24 jade stones. His appearance is quite ordinary, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Yet, he possesses a unique aura, with eyes that, while seemingly plain, hold a profound depth. The other boy, in stark contrast, is dressed in an exquisitely luxurious green outfit, embroidered with golden threads. His belt is embellished with emeralds, and he wears black boots adorned with cloud patterns. Tall and slender, his skin resembles pristine jade, and his features are so finely chiseled that they appear nearly flawless. His strikingly handsome visage could be aptly described as resembling a jewel-like countenance, with eyes akin to morning stars and lips as red as coral, a depiction that is entirely justified. In the narrowing of his gaze, a languid demeanor emanated from him, reminiscent of a cat basking in the sun. Yet, the glimmer of intelligence that seeped through his eyelids revealed that the youth was far from ordinary. The trio in question consisted of Xiaowu, Tang San, and Bai Yu. Oh, how sweltering it is! Why have we not found a hotel after all this time? As they traversed the streets, Xiaowu, despite her fascination with the grand city of Soto, could not suppress her grievances due to the oppressive heat and the prolonged search for suitable lodgings. These days marked the registration period for various Soul Master Academies in Soto City, attracting a multitude of aspiring students from all corners of the Ballot Kingdom. With so many individuals flocking to the city simultaneously, it was inevitable that many hotels would be fully booked, making the quest for an available room all the more daunting. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, immersed in his mental space, languidly remarked, "In my view, securing a room is quite simple. Although some hotels are fully occupied, with enough money, one can easily persuade the establishment or even the guests willing to vacate their rooms." Unfortunately, both Tang San and Xiaowu are not particularly affluent. Despite my successful ventures in partnership with Xiao Chenyu and Su Yuntao in the restaurant business, which have yielded considerable profits, Tang San's proud nature prevents him from accepting my generosity, and thus I refrain from offering assistance. In the city of Soto, they continued their search for a hotel. Suddenly, Xiaowu noticed a rather unique establishment. This hotel boasted 3 stories, adorned entirely in a captivating shade of rose red. Its architectural design resembled a blooming rose, exuding an irresistible allure. Prominently displayed on the hotel's sign were the bold characters, Rose Hotel. Third brother, look, there is a hotel over there. Let us go take a look. Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly, pointing in the direction of the Rose Hotel. All right, let us proceed, Tang San replied. Although he found the style of the Rose Hotel somewhat peculiar, he could not quite discern the source of his unease, so he did not decline. You all go ahead. I will check out the other hotel, he added. As Xiaowu and Tang San prepared to proceed, Bai Yu's lips twitched slightly as he gestured towards a distant hotel, intending to feign a reason to part ways. Unbeknownst to Tang San and Xiaowu, the nature of this Rose Hotel was quite apparent to him. It was a hotel designed for couples, and as a single man, he would only be subjecting himself to unnecessary torment by venturing there. However, in the original narrative, it seemed that Tang San and Xiaowu encountered Bai Yu shortly after entering, leading to a confrontation, and Bai Yu planned to join in the ensuing commotion. In his previous life, while watching the Douluo Continent anime, Bai Yu found Bai Yu particularly infuriating, viewing him as nothing more than a worthless scoundrel. Despite the harsh realities of the royal succession system in the Star Luo Empire, in the face of a significant advantage over Davis, Bai, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to escape and indulge himself in the pleasures of life, which is entirely understandable. However, knowing full well that he has a fiancée, who is likewise in peril, he clandestinely departed, leaving her to suffer alone in the Star Luo Imperial City. Such a lack of responsibility is quite egregious. Later, upon encountering his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, at Shrek Academy, who appeared stunning and to his liking, Bai immediately fixated on her once more. Yet, he exhibited no remorse for his previous actions, continuing to revel in a hedonistic lifestyle alongside Ma Hongjun, unrepentant. Eventually, when Zhu Zhuqing expressed her disdain for his libertine ways, he shamelessly engaged in arguments with her. A man's attraction is not inherently problematic, but a lack of accountability is unacceptable. Bai is utterly unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing, since he has traversed into this world. Bai Yu not only aims to win Zhu Zhuqing's heart and alter her fate, but also seeks to deliver a severe lesson to Bai, thus avenging himself. After parting ways with Tang San and Xiaowu, Bai Yu proceeded towards another hotel not far away, swiftly arriving at the establishment known as the Blue Sea Grand Hotel. In the lobby of the hotel, after showcasing his extravagant wealth, Bai Yu effortlessly secured the most opulent room available. Following a brief inspection of the suite, he obtained the room key. Subsequently, Bai Yu prepared to depart and assess the situation at the Rose Grand Hotel. In just a few minutes, Bai should have also arrived. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Tang San had already engaged in a confrontation with a tall, blonde youth. Standing aside, with tightly clenched pink fists and faces adorned with expressions of indignation, were Xiaowu and a pair of beautiful twin sisters, clad in long skirts of black and white. Their pure and lovely visages captivating. Third brother, go for it. You must teach this arrogant fellow a proper lesson. Upon witnessing Tang San unleash his first spirit skill, entangling the golden-haired youth with numerous strands of blue-silver grass, akin to thick vines, Xiaowu raised her fists in fervent encouragement, her voice ringing out in spirited support. Yet, despite having summoned the blue-silver grass that ensnared the golden-haired youth like a dumpling, Tang San's gaze remained grave. For the youth before him was a spirit ancestor, and his third spirit skill had yet to be revealed. Tang San understood that he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Chapter 30, Bai. Are you prepared to embrace your demise? Indeed, your blue-silver grass is remarkably resilient. To think that a mere 29th level spirit master could force me to this extent. You have every reason to take pride. However, with this alone, you cannot hope to contend with me. Though tightly bound by Tang San's summoned blue-silver grass, the golden-haired youth remained composed, his sinister purple eyes glimmering with malevolence, a cold smile gracing his lips. If I were a great spirit master, I might have fallen to your hands, but alas, I am a spirit ancestor. With that, the golden-haired youth's expression turned icy, and he bellowed, third spirit skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation. As his voice echoed, the third purple spirit ring surrounding him suddenly illuminated. In an instant, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the golden-haired youth's body began to transform. He rapidly grew taller, muscles expanded, straining against his clothing, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. A palpable force almost visible to the naked eye. Break for me. Upon invoking the White Tiger transformation, the golden-haired youth let out a furious roar, instantly unleashing the full extent of his strength. The blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San, which had entwined around him, began to snap inch by inch, ultimately erupting with a resounding explosion. Freed from the bonds of the blue-silver grass, the golden-haired youth forcefully planted his foot upon the ground. With a resounding crack, a large section of the floor was shattered. In an instant, propelled by a howling rush, the figure hurtled towards Tang San, clenching the now fan-sized tiger paw into a fist mid-air, launching a powerful punch at him. The insurmountable disparity in absolute rank and strength is something your blue-silver grass martial spirit cannot compensate for. Boy, brace yourself. As the golden-haired youth launched his attack, he coldly shouted at Tang San. In response to the assault, Tang San swiftly crossed his hands, already imbued with the Xian Yu hand technique, to shield himself. Nevertheless, he was still propelled backward by the force of the blow, flying several meters before stumbling back a few more steps to regain his composure. Such formidable strength. Is this the might of a beast martial soul's powerful assault, wielded by a soul master? Once he finally stabilized his stance, Tang San felt a lingering pain in his arm where the golden-haired youth's fist had struck, causing his heart to sink slightly. San Gu, are you all right? Seeing Tang San being sent flying, Xiaowu hurried over, her concern evident. I'm fine, Tang San replied to Xiaowu, yet his gaze remained fixed on the golden-haired youth before him. To his astonishment, the young man, who had introduced himself as Bai, did not make another move. You are quite impressive. What you demonstrated earlier were all control-type soul skills. You must be a control-type soul master to withstand a punch from me. A powerful assault-type soul sovereign, as a control-type grand soul master, I acknowledge your strength. In the center of the hall, Bai crossed his arms and gazed at Tang San, speaking in a nonchalant tone. What are you so proud of? You merely rely on your superior strength to bully others. If my brother San were at level 37, he would undoubtedly leave you searching for your teeth. Bai's indifference irked Xiaowu, who could not help but retort with indignation. Upon hearing her words, Bai could not suppress a chuckle. He was about to articulate that, given his identity as a soul sovereign with the formidable evil eye White Tiger martial spirit, even though the youth before him, known as Tang San, was also a soul sovereign, the frailty of the blue-silver grass martial spirit rendered him incapable of being a worthy adversary. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Xiaowu suddenly noticed someone entering through the doorway. Her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed joyfully, Boss Bai Yu, you're here. Someone is bullying us. Please avenge us. Under the words of Xiaowu, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. There, standing at the threshold, was a young man clad in a subtly elegant azure attire, his feet adorned with black cloud-patterned boots. With a strikingly handsome visage, marked by nearly flawless features, he strolled into the hotel with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. How charming! Observing the boy's exquisite countenance, his languid demeanor suggested an indifference to the world around him, yet he seemed impervious to any challenge, exuding an air of unrestrained confidence and nonchalance. The many female attendants in the hotel could not help but be captivated by his presence. Even the enchanting twin girls brought by Dai Mubai found it difficult to tear their eyes away. While Dai Mubai himself was undeniably handsome, this newcomer possessed a level of allure that surpassed his own. The combination of his self-assured yet relaxed aura was irresistibly enticing. If Dai Mubai could be likened to a playful pup, then this young man was an amalgamation of both a spirited wolf cub and a charming little dog. Undeniably more alluring. Who is this striking individual? His beauty is almost excessive. As Bai Yu made his entrance, a sense of unease began to stir within Dai Mubai. In Soto City, it was his first encounter with someone who was even more handsome than himself, particularly with that skin that resembled white jade. One could only wonder how such beauty was maintained. Even women would be filled with envy at the sight. Upon entering the hotel, Bai Yu was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. He surveyed the individuals within, a golden-haired youth with violet eyes, a pair of enchanting twin maidens, and nearby the counter, Tang San, whose attire was somewhat disheveled, alongside the visibly irate Xiao Wu. It soon dawned on Bai Yu that the golden-haired youth in the center of the lobby must be Dai Mubai. It seemed Tang San had indeed crossed paths with Dai Mubai, though it appeared he had suffered a setback. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would not be seething with anger. Bai Yu, it's this scoundrel who has wronged us. Not only does he seek to usurp our room, but he has also assaulted San Gu. His misdeeds are beyond reproach. You must avenge us. Upon seeing Bai Yu approaching, Xiao Wu pointed at Dai Mubai and immediately began to lodge a complaint against him. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow at Xiao Wu's grievances, yet he did not offer any explanation. Instead, he turned his attention to Bai Yu and spoke. Are you their leader? Do you wish to engage in a contest with me? Xiao Wu, do not endanger Brother Yu. This fellow is a soul sovereign, and his third spirit ring is a millennium soul ring. Although Brother Yu is indeed formidable, he is merely a great spirit master. There is no need for him to take such risks against a millennium soul ring soul sovereign. Seeing Xiao Wu inciting Bai Yu to confront Dai Mubai, Tang San could not help but interject. Brother Yu is not afraid. While it is true that an ordinary great spirit master cannot match a soul sovereign, one must not generalize the capabilities of great spirit masters. I may be a great spirit master, but I could easily overpower a soul sovereign with one hand. Just as Tang San was about to say more, Bai Yu lazily waved his hand, interrupting Tang San's words. Although he currently held the rank of Great Spirit Master, it was due to the fact that his Xiantian skill had been upgraded twice, significantly increasing the difficulty of his cultivation. Furthermore, inspired by certain actions of protagonists he had encountered in his previous life as Douluo fanfictions, he had been compressing his soul power while training through the advantages of his enhanced body after spirit manifestation. Thus, despite appearing as a great spirit master, his soul power was not inferior to that of a soul king. He was merely 3 soul rings short of being a true soul king. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Hearing Bai Yu's unassuming yet confident words, Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger. It was the first time he had been so underestimated. The gap between a mere great spirit master and a soul sovereign was vast. He was eager to see how this so-called Bai Yu differed from an ordinary great spirit master. Recalling the times Bai Yu had shattered his perceptions and refreshed his worldview, Tang San ultimately chose to believe in Bai Yu. Nevertheless, he took the time to share information regarding Dai Mubai's martial soul and soul skills. So you are Dai Mubai? Do you dare to bully my second sister and third brother? Have you thought about how you shall meet your demise? Upon hearing Tang San's account of Dai Mubai, Bai Yu immediately crossed his arms and turned to face him, his demeanor shifting from languid to intensely sharp in an instant. Chapter 31. A blow to the face. No negotiation in beating you. Undoubtedly, Bai Yu embodies the essence of nonchalance when appropriate, yet displays an unparalleled arrogance when the moment calls for it. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Bai Yu's casual yet ostentatious remarks ignited a surge of anger in Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu couldn't help but tighten her fists, brimming with excitement. Her nature was one that thrived on chaos. She held unwavering confidence in Bai Yu. Now, as the battle was about to commence, she felt an urge to find a small stool, to sit back and enjoy the spectacle while casually munching on sunflower seeds. I hope Brother Yu emerges victorious, Tang San murmured, glancing at Bai Yu. During his time at Notting College, Bai Yu frequently engaged in sparring with him during the first 2 years. However, as time passed, Bai Yu grew complacent, having exhausted his potential, and ceased to train with him. Consequently, Tang San found himself rather uncertain about Bai Yu's current capabilities. Arrogance. I am eager to witness who shall meet their demise. Although Dai Mu Bai also relished in posturing, his pretentiousness paled in comparison to that of Bai Yu, who had been steeped in the influences of online literature from the Blue Star. Thus, Bai Yu's scathing remarks effortlessly dismantled Dai Mu Bai's facade, igniting a surge of fury within him. In a fit of rage, Dai Mu Bai could hardly be bothered to inquire about Bai Yu's martial spirit and developmental trajectory. Although exchanging fundamental information was an unspoken rule among soul masters, he had already heard Tang San mention that Bai Yu was merely a great soul master. Yet, regardless of how formidable a great soul master might be, he could never rival a soul sovereign like himself. After all, his martial spirit was far from weak, and his soul rings were of the finest quality, boasting millennium-level power. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Filled with icy fury, Dai Mu Bai, in his white tiger demon transformation state, experienced a dramatic surge in height, his muscles swelling with raw power. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fists and charged fiercely at Bai Yu. In response, Bai Yu coldly smirked and, refusing to back down, sprinted towards Dai Mu Bai, ready to confront him head-on. Today, he was determined to deliver a sound thrashing to the scoundrel and avenge Zhu Zhiqing. Go, Bai Yu. Upon witnessing Bai Yu's charge, Xiao erupted with excitement, leaping joyously and fervently cheering him on. In the grand hall, both Bai Yu and Dai Mu Bai exhibited astonishing speed. Onlookers could barely perceive the fleeting silhouettes of white and blue as they hurtled toward one another, ultimately colliding with tremendous force. Bang! In an instant, a deafening crash resonated as a violent surge of soul power erupted, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that swept through the hotel lobby. The ferocious gusts of wind lifted the skirts of numerous female attendants, and the soul-powered chandeliers above trembled violently, with several bulbs shattering in a spectacular display. Who emerged victorious? As the two figures clashed amidst the chaos of the storm, all eyes were anxiously riveted on the spectacle, unblinking. Suddenly, from the tumultuous energy, a white silhouette was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding bang, leaving a web of cracks in its wake as shattered pieces of marble tumbled to the ground. Yay! Bai Yu won. Upon seeing Dai Mu Bai being flung back, Xiao was instantly overcome with joy, bouncing around in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the hotel lobby manager, witnessing the fractured wall, felt his eyelids twitch in despair, his heart sinking. Good heavens! What am I to do now? The damage to the lobby is so severe, if I can't secure compensation from these two, I might as well prepare for dismissal. This is outrageous. How could this be possible? Struggling to rise from the ground, clutching his nearly incapacitated right arm, Dai Mu Bai glared at Bai Yu, his expression a tumult of shock, fury, and disbelief. After colliding with Bai Yu, he unleashed a punch that struck with the force of a mountain. His opponent remained utterly motionless, not even swaying slightly. Instead, he was immediately overwhelmed by an immense force that surged forth, rendering his entire arm numb and devoid of sensation. In an instant, his body was violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall with such intensity that he felt on the verge of spitting blood. Ah, impressive. You managed to withstand a punch infused with 1/7 of my strength and still remain standing. Your prowess as a soul master is indeed commendable. After a single punch sent Dai Mu Bai flying, Bai Yu stood at the center of the grand hall with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Observing Dai Mu Bai struggle to rise, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips. In truth, he had only exerted about 1/5 of his strength with that last blow. However, to boast of having used merely 1/5 would seem too lacking in flair. Thus, he decided that claiming 1/7 would be just perfect. You. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Dai Mu Bai was nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood. This fellow was truly insufferable. Bai Yu was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, upon learning that Bai Yu had only utilized 1/7 of his strength to achieve such a feat against Dai Mu Bai, Xiao was immediately filled with excitement, cheering with uncontained joy, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. How could Yu Ji's prowess be so formidable? The individual known as Dai Mu Bai, despite his own considerable strength, had been sent flying by merely 1/7 of Yi Ji's power. Such strength was nothing short of terrifying. Tang San, too, was deeply astonished by Bai Yu's declaration. In the hall, the female attendants, awestruck by Bai Yu's exceptional strength and striking good looks, gazed at him with eyes sparkling with pink hearts, their desires palpable. To be associated with such a young, handsome, and powerful genius soul master would undoubtedly elevate their status to that of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Even the beautiful twin sisters brought by Dai Mubai cast admiring glances towards Bai Yu. After all, their initial interest in Dai Mubai stemmed from his charm and wealth as a talented soul master. Yet, upon encountering someone even more exceptional than Dai Mubai, their affections swiftly shifted. You are indeed strong. Today, I consider myself unfortunate. Let us both take a step back. Though Bai Yu's words infuriated Dai Mubai, he could only swallow his anger, determined to let the incident pass and forfeit his room at the Rose Hotel. However, Bai Yu clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. He had yet to unleash his pent-up frustrations. What? You struck my third brother and expect to walk away with just a simple step back? Life is not that uncomplicated. Before Dai Mubai could finish his retort, Bai Yu swiftly interrupted, raising an eyebrow. What do you intend to do then? Realizing that Bai Yu was relentless, Dai Mubai felt rage swell within him. Overwhelmed by the sense of being bullied. What will I do? Naturally, I shall teach you a lesson to avenge my second sister and third brother. Bai Yu let out a sinister laugh, his foot crashing down onto the ground. With the sound of shattering tiles, he propelled himself forward once more, charging at Dai Mubai. How dare you? This is blatant bullying. Faced with Bai Yu's unyielding advance, Dai Mubai seethed with anger, forcibly channeling his soul power to activate his still recovering right arm. Preparing to confront Bai Yu once more. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. First soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. As Bai Yu charged towards Dai Mubai, he suddenly shouted in anger, unleashing two powerful soul abilities. He expelled a luminous orb towards Bai Yu while simultaneously conjuring a white shield around himself. However, much to his dismay, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave was effortlessly evaded by Bai Yu. As Bai Yu closed the distance, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered Dai Mubai's protective barrier. His next strike landed squarely on Dai Mubai's face, sending him hurtling backward, his visage marred by bruises and swelling. Striking the face is too much, Dai Mubai exclaimed. Enough of your prattle. If I strike, I shall strike your face. And there shall be no negotiation. Bai Yu scoffed, delivering two more punishing blows to Dai Mubai's face, rendering both sides of it red and swollen in perfect symmetry. This is intolerable. Dai Mubai seethed, struggling to resist, but before he could utter another word, Bai Yu unleashed another barrage of blows upon him. A few minutes later, in the grand lobby of the Rose Hotel, Bai Yu clapped his hands, exhaling with a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed the scene before him. This is much more comfortable now. In his previous life, while watching the Douluo anime and reading the novels, he had found Dai Mubai's character particularly infuriating. Having thoroughly beaten this scoundrel, Bai Yu felt an exhilarating sense of refreshment, as if his cultivation speed had significantly increased. Before Bai Yu lay Dai Mubai, sprawled on the chaotic floor, his golden hair disheveled, his pristine white suit in tatters, and his once handsome face transformed into a grotesque mask of red and purple bruises, resembling a pig's head. At that moment, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Let me just die, he thought, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Once a prominent figure in Soto City, he now found himself reduced to a pitiable state in the Rose Hotel, beaten into submission. If word of this incident spread, how could he ever hope to attract women or maintain his reputation? Despite his battered exterior, Dai Mubai found himself perplexed. Although he appeared to be grievously injured, the severity of his wounds was not as dire as it seemed. It was evident that his assailant had held back. The beating felt less like retribution and more like an expression of frustration. But the question lingered. When had he offended such a formidable opponent? He had no recollection of such an encounter. Dai Mubai lamented inwardly, deeming this a calamity of the most unjust kind. Boss Bai Yu, you are simply amazing, truly worthy of the title. Upon witnessing Bai Yu's display of strength, Xiao Wu rushed over, exuberantly cheering for him. Tang San, too, was filled with admiration, proclaiming, as expected of Brother Yu. Meanwhile, seizing the moment while Bai Yu conversed with Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground. Limping towards the hotel entrance, intent on slipping away discreetly to preserve whatever dignity he had left. Unbeknownst to anyone in the hotel, Dai Mubai's departure went unnoticed. As all eyes were fixated on Bai Yu, including those of the twin beauties who had accompanied Dai Mubai earlier. Previously, they had found Dai Mubai charming, powerful, and captivating. But now that he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, their affections swiftly shifted towards the more handsome and powerful Bai Yu. Surely, it is far more delightful to accompany this dashing and formidable young man. Well, I have dealt with that fellow for you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will return tomorrow morning to see you. After imparting a lesson to Bai Yu once again donned a languid demeanor. Following his farewells to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he tossed a bag of gold soul coins to the lobby manager for the restoration of the hotel lobby. And then he exited the Rose Hotel. Wait a moment. Not long after Bai Yu exited the hotel, a sudden, delicate gasp echoed from behind. He turned to see a pair of enchanting twin beauties in black and white dresses, hand in hand, hastening towards him from the Rose Hotel. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Recognizing the alluring twins from earlier, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and paused his stride. Esteemed Soulmaster, may we acquire your contact information? The twin in white, with a hint of shyness, concealed her dainty hands behind her back, swaying her already alluring figure as she inquired. Regrettably, I must enroll in a Soul Master Academy tomorrow, so knowing my contact details would be of no use to you, Bai Yu replied, his spirits lifted by the attention of the two beauties. He shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing Bai Yu's response, the twins exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes reflecting a tinge of disappointment. If you have time, esteemed Soul Master, do come find us. Here is our address. Suddenly, the twin in black, as if resolutely determined, produced a note from her bosom and thrust it into Bai Yu's hands before swiftly departing with her sister. Goodness, how audacious. They've directly given me their address. Are they inviting me to their abode for more intimate encounters? Bai Yu mused, astonished as he observed their retreating figures and the note in his grasp. However, he ultimately shook his head, tore the note into pieces, and discarded it into a nearby trash bin, having no intention of visiting the twins in the future. After all, if the twins were able to rendezvous with Dai Mubai today, who could say with certainty whom they had met before or whom they might engage with afterward? While undeniably beautiful, they paled in comparison to the likes of Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, who epitomized the pinnacle of beauty. The risk of being cuckolded was not worth the fleeting allure they presented. Besides, the more exquisite and statuesque Zhu Zhiqing awaited him further down the road. After departing from the Rose Hotel, Bai Yu did not immediately return to the Blue Sea Hotel. Instead, he resolved to seek out the owl shop owned by Flandra in Soto City. Bai Yu's objective was none other than the illustrious golden medal, or rather, the dragon whisker needle, which had recently captured the spotlight in Tang San's hands. This endeavor inevitably led to the involvement of Bai Yu's second soul skill. Bai Yu's second soul skill, named Metal Devour, is derived from a soul beast known as the gold-devouring rat, which can evolve and enhance itself through consumption. In contrast to Tang San, whose first and second soul skills lean toward control, Bai Yu firmly identified himself as an offensive support soul master. What does it mean to be an offensive support soul master? As the name suggests, this type of soul master primarily focuses on offensive capabilities while providing support. Bai Yu's blue-silver grass martial spirit boasts formidable offensive power, primarily stemming from his super electromagnetic cannon. However, the might of the super electromagnetic cannon is rather overwhelming. Given the current evolution level of Bai Yu's blue-silver grass martial spirit, the age of his first soul ring, and the exceptional quality of his internal soul power, a full-powered shot from Bai Yu's super electromagnetic cannon could easily obliterate not only soul masters of the same rank, but even those 4 ranks higher, such as a soul emperor. Furthermore, even a soul sage would likely face dire consequences if they attempted to withstand the full force of Bai Yu's unleashed super electromagnetic cannon without activating their martial spirit's true form. Due to his overwhelming strength, Bai Yu believed it prudent to assume the role of a support soul master. After all, in a soul master battle team, if he were to strike and eliminate the opponent in one blow, it would undoubtedly leave his teammates in an awkward position. The tremendous power of Bai Yu's super electromagnetic cannon is attributed not only to the aforementioned 3 factors, but also significantly enhanced by his second soul skill, Metal Devour. Although Metal Devour does not possess direct offensive capabilities, it allows him to absorb metals, thereby fortifying the resilience of his blue-silver grass and increasing its metallic content. This enhancement greatly reduces the energy loss when the blue-silver grass martial spirit discharges electricity, thereby amplifying the power of his first soul skill, Thunder Entanglement, and further escalating the potency of the super electromagnetic cannon. The strength of the super electromagnetic cannon not only hinges on the discharge power of Thunder Entanglement, but also on another crucial element, the cannonball itself. Previously, Bai Yu had exclusively utilized ordinary metals, starting with copper soul coins and later customizing special metallic pills. However, since acquiring the second soul skill, Metal Devour, Bai Yu pondered whether it was possible for the blue-silver grass to secrete and condense metallic projectiles to serve as ammunition for the super electromagnetic cannon. He had nearly uncovered a method to achieve this. However, before proceeding, he needed to identify a suitable metal that could function as the cannonball for the super electromagnetic cannon, which the blue-silver grass martial spirit could devour. Among ordinary metals, the illustrious golden metal undoubtedly possessed the capability to breach energy barriers or soul power defenses. If it could serve as the cannonball for the super electromagnetic cannon, the results would be even more favorable. Thus, obtaining the golden metal was imperative for Bai Yu. Chapter 33, Flandre S.Al Shop. First update. As Bai Yu strolled through the broad streets of Soto City, he was surrounded by a bustling crowd. His strikingly handsome visage and languid charm drew countless glances, resulting in an astonishing rate of attention as he walked. Many young women were captivated, with some even approaching him publicly to inquire about a date or bashfully slipping him little notes. However, Bai Yu, known for his honesty and reliability as a pristine young gentleman, was in no way swayed by the allure of these unfamiliar beauties. Such is the nature of a big city, truly too open. As he ambled along the expansive thoroughfare, Bai Yu reflected deeply. Had he not been a transmigrator with firmly established principles, he might have succumbed to the temptations of various bold young ladies and transformed into a walking artillery piece long ago. Alas, the heavens had bestowed upon him such beauty, making it all too easy to attract attention. Amidst her musings, Bai Yu ultimately discovered the quaint Owl's Emporium. Although devoid of a signboard, the rooftop insignia prominently displayed a sword, a hammer, and a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex, leaving no doubt as to her destination. Upon entering the shop, she was greeted by a dimly lit interior. To her left stood a counter, behind which was a reclining chair. A middle-aged man clad in black, sporting a hawk-like nose, sat in the chair, gently swaying as he perused a book. Meanwhile, to the right and deeper within the shop, rows of shelves showcased an array of crystals, minerals, and other peculiar artifacts. "Excuse me, proprietor, how much is this crystal?" Upon entering the shop, Bai Yu already harbored his intentions. He casually selected a fist-sized, dark red crystal, tossing it in his hand as he inquired, "This crystal costs 1,000 gold soul coins?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Flandre set down the book he was holding. Adjusting his crystal glasses, he scrutinized Bai Yu, confirming his extraordinary attire and perceiving him as a prime target. He replied nonchalantly, "Goodness, this is quite overpriced." Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. In the original narrative, Flandre had observed Tang San's intense desire for the crystal, and despite Tang San's ordinary appearance, he had initially offered 100 gold soul coins. However, the purpose of the crystal was unknown on Douluo Continent, clearly indicating Flandre's unscrupulous nature. Subsequently, when Tang San intended to purchase it, Flandre continuously raised the price, revealing his deceitful character. But you could easily envision that if he were to propose buying the dark red crystal for 1,000 gold soul coins, Flandre would likely demand 3,000. Although Bai Yu was not financially constrained, he certainly despised being swindled in such a manner. Nevertheless, he had already devised a strategy to deal with Flandre. Being acutely aware of his identity and disposition, organizing his thoughts, Bai Yu adopted a dramatic demeanor, furrowing his brow as he spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Shopkeeper, this is utterly unscrupulous. This red crystal is hardly remarkable. It's certainly not worth 1,000 gold soul coins. If you don't wish to sell, I'll simply walk away." Flandre, feeling exasperated, was accustomed to sizing up his clientele. It was either a matter of not opening shop or reaping substantial gains from a single sale. Bai Yu was evidently a lucrative target, and Flandre was keen on either not engaging in the transaction or ruthlessly exploiting him. Anticipating Flandre's attitude, Bai Yu continued to frown, seemingly holding back his mounting frustration. "Shopkeeper, it's not that I don't want to buy, but your pricing is ludicrous. I possess only a little over 100 gold soul coins, and I need to reserve some funds to enroll in the Shrek Academy. The crystals here appear quite ordinary, yet I have taken a liking to them. If you allow me to select 2 more crystals, I am willing to purchase 3 of them for 100 gold soul coins. Otherwise, I must take my leave." "What did you say? You intend to enroll in Shrek Academy?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's declaration, Flandre's heart stirred, and he set down his book. "Indeed, what of it?" Bai Yu responded, puzzled. "Ahem, it's nothing. I merely heard that the admission criteria for Shrek Academy are exceedingly stringent, requiring applicants to be exceptional individuals. Candidates must reach at least level 20 in soul power before the age of 12 and possess optimal soul ring configurations to qualify for enrollment. Not just anyone can apply. Sensing a hint of awkwardness, Flander coughed lightly, concealing his face with the book, attempting to appear nonchalant as he elaborated on the admission prerequisites. He had initially aimed to exploit the unsuspecting sheep, only to discover that this particular sheep aspired to join his academy. Should this potential student meet the enrollment criteria, he would refrain from exploiting him. Despite Flander's love for wealth, he also valued his reputation. However, if this individual fell short of the academy's standards, he would not hesitate to take advantage of him. I am well aware of that, but I absolutely meet the requirements. Bai Yu grinned in response to Flander's remarks and summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. In an instant, the martial soul, resembling a small tree, materialized from his hand, and 2 purple thousand-year soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. What? Upon witnessing the 2 purple thousand-year soul rings at Bai Yu's feet, Flander was utterly astonished. What was he witnessing? It was inconceivable for someone to possess 2,000-year soul rings. According to the conventions of the Soul Master community, the optimal configuration for the first 2 rings was 200-year rings. Even the most formidable beast martial soul users, such as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, could not surpass this norm. How could a plant-type martial soul user defy such established conventions? This was simply extraordinary. Gazing at Bai Yu, Flander's eyes gleamed with fervor. This child was astonishingly gifted, an unparalleled prodigy, and clearly fated to join Shrek Academy. So what do you say, shopkeeper? With my soul ring configuration, am I qualified to attend Shrek Academy? After summoning the spirit ring, observing the shock etched upon Flander's face, Bai Yu, with an air of nonchalance, retracted his martial spirit and, adorned with a radiant smile, inquired, cough. How was that? I never anticipated that you would be such a prodigious soul master. I cannot abide talented individuals being obscured. Shrek Academy is an esteemed institution, and I would not wish for my presence to deprive it of a genius. He continued, you may select any 3 crystals without charge. Tomorrow coincidentally marks the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. I sincerely hope you pass successfully. Flander cleared his throat, swiftly abandoning his previous stance, and generously offered the crystals to Bai Yu. After all, an individual like Bai Yu, possessing 2,000-year spirit rings, was a rare phenomenon. Flander aimed to cultivate a favorable image as the principal rather than being perceived as a shrewd merchant upon the revelation of his identity. Thank you, esteemed sir. Bai Yu exclaimed, his countenance brightening at Flander's unexpected generosity. He had successfully seized the opportunity to benefit from Flander's kindness, which was quite exhilarating. Without any hesitation, Bai Yu selected 2 additional exquisite crystals. After bidding farewell to Flander, he hummed a tune as he departed. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, Flander, after a moment of exhilaration, suddenly felt a pang of regret. Having given away 3 crystals, he lamented the loss of a lucrative opportunity and pondered when he might recoup his losses. Shortly after Bai Yu's departure, a furtive and disheveled figure stealthily entered Flander's shop, leaving Flander momentarily stunned upon recognizing the intruder. Chapter 34. The Prodigy in Dai Mubai's Words. Mubai, what has transpired? In the Owl's boutique, Flander set down his book, his face a mixture of astonishment and incredulity as he beheld the disheveled figure before him. It was none other than Dai Mubai, who had just suffered a thorough beating at the hands of Bai Yu. The once proud golden hair of Dai Mubai was now a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, and his white suit was tattered, his face bearing the marks of a brutal encounter. Had it not been for his distinctive malicious eyes, Flander might have failed to recognize him. Principal, do not even mention it. Today, I encountered a monster. Although merely a great soul master without even summoning his martial spirit, his strength was utterly abnormal. I transformed into the white tiger and still could not match him in hand-to-hand combat, ending up like this. Dai Mubai limped into the shop, expressing his frustration. Principal, could you assist me in procuring some potent ointment? I cannot return in this state. If Fatty and Oscar see me, I will lose all face. Dai Mubai lamented, realizing that returning home with such a battered visage would shatter the carefree and charismatic image he had cultivated at Shrek Academy. Are you truly saying that a great soul master, without using his martial spirit, could best you, even after you transformed into the white tiger? Flander asked, incredulous at Dai Mubai's account. Goodness, There seemed to be an abundance of monsters this year. Flinder mused, astonished that he had just encountered one prodigy with 2,000-year spirit rings and now heard of another with extraordinary physical prowess. If both these prodigies could join Shrek Academy, it would be a tremendous boon. Flinder did not even contemplate the possibility that Bai Yu and the prodigy described by Dai Mubai could be the same individual. In his perspective, Bai Yu's martial spirit was evidently of the plant type, likely aligned with control. Conversely, the prodigy that Dai Mubai faced clearly possessed a top-tier beast martial spirit, certainly not that of Bai Yu. Dean, would I deceive you regarding such matters? In response to Flinder's astonishment, Dai Mubai replied with a hint of resignation. Ah, Mubai, how fortuitous it is today. I happen to encounter another prodigy whose martial spirit is also of the plant variety, yet his first 2 soul rings are of 1,000 years each. He mentioned his intention to enroll in our Shrek Academy. If the prodigy you faced were to join us at Shrek Academy, it would be splendid indeed, Flinder exclaimed in amazement. However, upon hearing Flinder's words, Dai Mubai trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The painful memory of being ruthlessly beaten by Bai Yu in the Rose Hotel surged in his mind. That creature, towering over him, perhaps of a similar age. Surely wouldn't he come to enroll in their Shrek Academy, would he? In the heart of Dai Mubai lies a sense of trepidation, while in Flinder's soul, anticipation flourishes. Meanwhile, after acquiring a piece of crystalline treasure from Flinder, Bai Yu gazes at the crystal in his hand, where glistening strands appear akin to golden pearls. A deep sense of satisfaction envelopes him as he hums a cheerful tune, carefully stowing the crystal away in his spatial ring. He has no intention of dealing with this precious gem just yet, having finally arrived in the bustling metropolis of Soto City. He yearns for a sumptuous feast and leisurely exploration. The matter of the crystal can wait until nightfall. In the city of Soto, Bai Yu strolled for a while before discovering a well-decorated restaurant. He promptly ordered an extravagant banquet of signature dishes and began to indulge heartily. Due to his practice of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, Bai Yu's appetite far exceeded what one might expect from his appearance. He consumed several tables of food, leaving the diners beside him in a state of disbelief, pondering the mysteries of existence. This handsome young man appeared to be quite lean. How could he possibly eat more than a pig? After finishing his meal, Bai Yu settled the bill and leisurely departed the restaurant, wandering outside. However, despite his aimless wandering, the Douluo Continent was merely an ancient world, lacking any remarkable sights to behold. Bai Yu's primary intention in his meandering was to sample the various local delicacies of Soto City. As a citizen of the Huaxia Nation on Blue Star, the spirit of a true foodie could never be forsaken, even in a foreign realm. In the city of Soto, Bai Yu leisurely wandered about, savoring a myriad of culinary delights. It must be said that Soto, as a sizable metropolis, boasted a plethora of delectable options, much to Bai Yu's delight. Suddenly, while meandering, he noticed an unassuming shop adorned with simple decor, yet it was astonishingly lined with a long queue. This sight piqued Bai Yu's curiosity. "Excuse me, sir? What is the story behind this establishment?" Bai Yu inquired, directing his question towards a vendor at a nearby fruit stand while gesturing towards the shop. This shop is known as the Rainbow Pudding Store, specializing in a unique delicacy called rainbow pudding, the fruit vendor explained with a hearty laugh. The proprietor is a food-type soul master, and thus, this pudding is imbued with soul power. It is said that anyone who tastes the rainbow pudding will experience the flavor of their most cherished food. Due to its uniqueness, many flock here, but unfortunately, due to the owner's limited soul power, only 500 servings are available each day. That's why everyone is queuing up. Bai Yu was taken aback by this revelation, feeling a surge of interest. Although he had traversed into the Douluo Continent and acquired many things absent in his previous life, such as strength, beauty, and wealth, he had also lost much, including the ability to enjoy the diverse foods he once relished. These delights now existed solely in his memories. The prospect of tasting a food that could replicate his favorite flavors was an opportunity he could not let pass by. Hence, he joined the queue. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and the line finally brought him to the counter. "Dear customer, which pudding would you prefer? We offer 2 varieties of rainbow pudding, one that allows you to savor the taste of your favorite food, and another that not only provides the taste but also the texture," inquired a lovely attendant clad in a black and white uniform, her eyes sparkling with interest as she regarded the handsome Bai Yu. "I'll have one of each, please," Bai Yu replied without hesitation. He had no qualms about spending, eager to indulge in both types of rainbow pudding. "Please hold on for a moment." The attendant promptly disappeared into the back of the shop, soon returning with 2 silver trays, each holding a cube of vividly colored pudding the size of a fist. After carefully placing the pudding into special porcelain bowls, she smiled warmly as she handed them to Bai Yu. Thank you for your patronage. That will be 15 silver soul coins. After completing the transaction, Bai Yu stepped out of the shop, cradling the porcelain bowls resembling lunch boxes, and began to enjoy the pudding with the provided spoon as he strolled along. The first bite he took was from the pudding that promised merely the flavor of his favorite food. Upon tasting the rich essence of chocolate, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. This was, in a true sense, his first experience of chocolate in this world. After swiftly devouring the first pudding, Bai Yu turned his gaze toward the second one. This rainbow pudding promised a delightful fusion of his favorite flavors and textures. This time, he yearned to taste the spicy crayfish. Although crayfish could also be found in Douluo Continent, the lack of seasonings hindered him from recreating the mouth-watering spicy crayfish he relished in his past life. He hoped that this extraordinary rainbow pudding would grant him that experience. However, just as Bai Yu was about to scoop it with his spoon, a breathless yet melodious voice suddenly called from behind. Please wait. On the broad street. Upon hearing the breathless, delicate voice of a young girl, Bai Yu, who was poised to indulge in the second rainbow pudding, instinctively halted his actions and turned around in curiosity. There stood a beautiful girl clad in a sky-blue dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, slightly panting as she leaned on her knees. The words he had just heard came from her lips. Why did she seem so familiar? Bai Yu pondered silently as he scrutinized her features. The sky-blue dress, the waist-length hair, the exquisite and charming visage, and her large, azure eyes complemented by 2 braids framing her face, secured by butterfly hairpins on either side, exuded an air of nobility. Could it be? This girl resembled Ning Rongrong from the Douluo anime. Suddenly, the image of Ning Rongrong flashed in Bai Yu's mind, and he was taken aback by the uncanny resemblance. What a serendipitous encounter. He had not anticipated meeting Ning Rongrong in Soto City at this moment. Although he recognized her, Bai Yu merely exhibited a fleeting look of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. Despite his fondness for Ning Rongrong in his previous life, it was merely a physical attraction. After all, who could resist a beautiful and wealthy young lady? Yet, admiration aside, winning over this affluent girl proved to be a challenge. Undoubtedly, the role of a sycophant would be utterly ineffective. After all, Ning Rongrong was the daughter of Ning Fengji, the patriarch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, having been pampered since childhood, attracting countless admirers. The more he displayed astonishment at her beauty and complied like a sycophant, the less he would be taken seriously. Conversely, if he maintained a calm demeanor and treated her with indifference, it might intrigue her, leaving a deeper impression. This tactic was known as capturing the prey by letting it go. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Bai Yu inquired casually, his expression unchanged as he regarded Ning Rongrong. Dear friend, might I ask if you could spare your portion of rainbow pudding for me? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled at the sight of Bai Yu's strikingly handsome features. Feeling relieved, she extended her slender hand towards the bowl of rainbow pudding in Bai Yu's grasp, politely requesting it. She had queued for an extensive period to procure the rainbow pudding, only to find that it had sold out by the time it reached Bai Yu. Naturally, she did not wish to leave empty-handed after such a long wait. While pursuing Bai Yu, she initially felt a twinge of apprehension. She feared that if Bai Yu were unattractive, she might lose interest in his rainbow pudding. However, to her pleasant surprise, Bai Yu turned out to be exceptionally handsome, which alleviated her concerns. Ah, she has indeed become an admirer of beauty. After speaking, Bai Yu glanced at Ning Rongrong, whose exquisite face was adorned with a gentle smile. Hands gracefully folded over her abdomen, exuding an air of poise and sophistication, as if awaiting Bai Yu's decision. However, within her heart, Ning Rongrong was already prepared for Bai Yu's affirmative response. After all, as the eldest since childhood, no one dared to refuse her, nor could anyone resist her allure. Yet, gazing at Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a smile, and replied, I'm sorry. That is not permitted. What? You want to allow it? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Ning Rongrong had instinctively prepared to express her gratitude, maintaining a facade of politeness. Yet, upon realizing his refusal, her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that there existed a man in this world who would deny her request? Rest assured, I won't ask for it without compensation. I will offer you tenfold the price. Ning Rongrong, still reluctant to concede, pressed on. Apologies, but I am not in need of money. In response to her persistence, Bai Yu found amusement as he retrieved a pouch filled with golden soul coins from his storage ring, weighing it in his hand. The sight of the bulging pouch, brimming with coins, at least several hundred, tightened Ning Rongrong's fists, her silver teeth biting down in frustration. Throughout her life, no one had ever rejected her in such a manner. You are a soul master, right? The pouch you just produced must have come from a storage soul guide. I, too, am a soul master, and an auxiliary one at that. I have a great fondness for the rainbow pudding here, though it is regrettably sold out. If you would be willing to part with your rainbow pudding, I could purchase it for 10 times the price, and perhaps we could even become friends. Suppressing her inner vexation, Ning Rongrong maintained an air of grace, addressing Bai Yu with a soft smile. However, despite her seemingly magnanimous demeanor, her words and tone carried an unmistakable condescension. Bai Yu was hardly taken aback by this. He understood well that the seemingly refined Ning Rongrong was merely masking her true nature. In reality, she was a capricious little sorceress. I'm sorry. I also have a fondness for that rainbow pudding, and I do not need money. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Facing Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu casually shook his head and turned to depart. Stop. As Bai Yu attempted to leave, Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, her voice heated. It was the first time she had taken the initiative to show kindness to a boy, and if it weren't for Bai Yu's striking appearance, she would not have done so. Yet, even so, he had still rejected her request, leaving her feeling somewhat indignant. Why do you refuse me? After Bai Yu turned his head, Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat irate, directly questioned him. This left Bai Yu in a state of bemusement. What kind of logic was this? He simply did not want to. Did he need to provide a reason? Indeed, he was undeniably tempted by the beauty before him. Yet, as the ancients said, one must never forsake exquisite food and beautiful women. As a connoisseur, Bai Yu held both in equal regard. If Ning Rongrong were his beloved, she would naturally hold a position of greater significance than mere delicacies. Regrettably, that was not the case at present. Thus, he opted for the culinary delights. The world did not revolve around her, and some choices required no justification. Casting a glance at the indignant Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu coolly stated his intentions before casually scooping a piece of rainbow, putting into his mouth with a porcelain spoon, savoring the taste as he turned to leave. However, witnessing Bai Yu consuming the rainbow pudding before her eyes felt like a provocation to Ning Rongrong, igniting her fury. Hey, stop. Am I not beautiful? Standing on the street. Her frustration over Bai Yu's rejection caused her to stomp her feet in indignation, and she vehemently questioned him once more. You are indeed beautiful. But unfortunately, Bai Yu leisurely turned back, his gaze first sweeping over Ning Rongrong's charming face before settling on her modestly sized dumplings, shaking his head in disapproval as he strode away. In response to Bai Yu's final glance, Ning Rongrong instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her dumplings. Suddenly becoming acutely aware of something, her face flushing crimson, as if steam were rising from her head. This insufferable fellow. How infuriating. Watching Bai Yu's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, her large eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, her teeth gritting in rage as she stomped her feet repeatedly. Throughout her life, she had never endured such an affront. So what if her bosom was modest? She was only 12 years old, with ample time for development. Besides, having a chest akin to a cow would hardly be advantageous. It would only hinder her mobility. Chapter 36. Ning Rongrong's Revenge, Bai Yu's Counterattack. First update. Various requests. This despicable man dared to mock her. She could not allow him to leave unscathed. As she glared at Bai Yu's departing figure, Ning Rongrong's heart seethed with fury. As the esteemed princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had always been treated with utmost deference. Who dared to ridicule her? She had never suffered such humiliation. No, she must retaliate. Ning Rongrong's fists were tightly clenched, her heart brimming with indignation. Gazing at Bai Yu's silhouette, she stood rooted in place, her cheeks puffed in anger, racking her brain to devise a plan for revenge. Suddenly, the memory of the pouch of money Bai Yu had previously displayed flashed into her mind, causing her eyes to light up with delight. A plan was forming. Standing on the bustling street, she glanced at the flow of passers-by, cleared her throat, and in the next moment, raised her voice in a wailing tone. Help! Help! I'm being robbed. Is there anyone who can assist me? With her striking beauty and noble demeanor, it was evident that Ning Rongrong hailed from an extraordinary background. As Ning Rongrong began to weep softly, she instantly captured the attention of those around her. Little sister, what troubles you? Who, in broad daylight, possesses the audacity to rob you? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's sorrowful cries, a burly bald man sprang forth, filled with righteous indignation, ready to defend her honor. The crowd echoed his sentiments, condemning the scoundrel who dared to steal from such a young girl, deeming it utterly despicable to rob a child of her money. Having cultivated the dragon elephant prajna skill, Bai Yu possessed exceptional physical attributes and acute senses. He soon caught wind of Ning Rongrong's lamentations. However, a feeling of foreboding washed over him. As Bai Yu turned to face Ning Rongrong, the bald man inquired, "Little sister, which scoundrel had the audacity to seize your money?" It was him. Ning Rongrong, amidst her tears, pointed an accusing finger at Bai Yu. Yet, Bai Yu discerned a glimmer of cunning and satisfaction hidden within her tearful facade. How dare she? Bai Yu thought, his expression darkening with frustration as he realized Ning Rongrong had falsely accused him of being the robber. This little imp was truly unaware of the gravity of her actions. Did she not consider the potential consequences of her accusation in front of so many people? If he were less capable, he could easily have been beaten or even killed by the enraged crowd. You young rascal, at such a tender age, looking quite the part. And yet you choose to emulate a thief. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Upon Ning Rongrong's accusation of Bai Yu, the bald giant immediately roared in fury, his legs propelling him forward in a furious dash towards Bai Yu. The muscles on his body surged and swelled with each stride, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength and unstoppable momentum. As the burly man with a shaved head approached Bai Yu, he raised his fist, ready to deliver a lesson. However, instead of retreating from the advancing figure, Bai Yu shook his head, holding a porcelain bowl filled with rainbow pudding in one hand, while gently lifting the other. In a seemingly casual manner, he astonishingly seized the powerful fist swung by the bald man. What? In an instant, the expression on the bald man's face transformed dramatically. How could this be? This fellow possesses immense strength. As he felt an unstoppable force emanating from the fair hand gripping his fist, the bald man's complexion gradually flushed crimson, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Meanwhile, those nearby, witnessing the actions of Bai Yu and the bald man, wore expressions of bewilderment. What is happening? Why have they ceased fighting? From their perspective, Bai Yu's delicate hand, when compared to the bald man's fist, which was as large as a sandbag, seemed to belong to an entirely different league. Thus, nearly everyone found it peculiar that the bald man had refrained from striking. However, observing the scene before her, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of anxiety. This individual, wasn't he supposed to be a support-type soul master? Why does his strength appear somewhat inconsistent with her expectations? Dear sir, you have misunderstood. I am not a robber. I am, in fact, her boyfriend. After grasping the hand of the bald man, Bai Yu suddenly revealed a faint smile, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. Earlier, the two of us had gone to purchase rainbow pudding, and we had agreed to share 2 pieces, one for each of us. Unfortunately, after she finished her portion, she desired to have mine as well. When I refused, she became quite upset, resulting in this rather embarrassing scene. I must admit, I have indulged her too much. I truly apologize for that. As she spoke, Bai Yu displayed her Grand Soul Master badge, letting out a resigned sigh, before slightly bowing to the crowd before her. A Grand Soul Master. The bald man was taken aback upon seeing Bai Yu's prestigious badge. After delivering a mock apology, Bai Yu instantly activated her Phantom Shadow technique, reappearing beside Ning Rongrong in the blink of an eye. She placed a hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, channeling her soul power into Ning Rongrong's attire, summoning several strands of blue-silver grass. My dear, you mentioned wanting to eat rainbow pudding. If you simply speak to me nicely, I would gladly oblige. How could you deceive everyone? With one arm wrapped around Ning Rongrong's delicate shoulder, cradling a porcelain bowl filled with rainbow pudding in her hand, Bai Yu chuckled somewhat helplessly. She then scooped a generous portion of the pudding, which she had already consumed more than half of, and forcefully shoved it into Ning Rongrong's mouth. Ning Rongrong's body became rigid as she sensed the icy, serpentine entities writhing beneath her clothing. Her exquisite face bore a strained smile as she mechanically chewed the pudding that had been thrust into her mouth. I'm so sorry, Rongrong. I want to do it again. Oh dear. Please promise not to act this way in the future. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's apology, Bai Yu sighed and affectionately kissed her. Embracing Ning Rongrong's fragrant shoulder, Bai Yu smiled at the onlookers amidst Ning Rongrong's concealed indignation, before ultimately departing with her. Humph, little one, if you dare to play tricks on me, I shall entertain you in return. After departing from the crowd, Bai Yu gently draped his arm around Ning Rongrong's delicate shoulder. guiding her through the blue-silver grass as he restrained her. Once they arrived at a secluded alley where solitude reigned, he finally released her. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you, I am a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If you dare to harm me, you shall face dire consequences. Upon being released, Ning Rongrong immediately turned around, her body trembling uncontrollably. As she retreated, she pointed at Bai Yu with a facade of bravado, threatening him in a harsh tone. However, upon hearing her words, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. As he approached Ning Rongrong, he remarked, "Am I the one bullying you? It is you who has been tormenting me all along. I have merely retaliated, yet you have relentlessly pursued me. How has the situation now shifted to me being the aggressor?" In the desolate alley, Bai Yu's words left Ning Rongrong blushing fiercely, rendering her speechless. Nevertheless, as Bai Yu advanced closer, cornering her against the wall, she indignantly exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream for help. Go ahead. The louder you scream, the more thrilled I become." Bai Yu responded, inching closer while rubbing his hands together and displaying a disturbingly charming grin. Just as Ning Rongrong prepared to shout, Bai Yu suddenly placed his hand over her mouth. "All right, don't worry, I was merely jesting. I have no intentions of harming you. After all, with a figure like yours, I find it quite difficult to muster any interest." After covering Ning Rongrong's mouth, Bai Yu glanced at her chest, his tone casual. "Who do you look down upon? I'm not lacking at all." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Ning Rongrong became agitated, forcefully breaking free from his grip and indignantly shouting at him. "Heh!" Bai Yu merely scoffed, dismissing her with a derisive sound. "Though I won't do anything too severe to you, while you may escape the death penalty, you shall still face some punishment for your earlier slander." As he spoke, Bai Yu placed his hand atop Ning Rongrong's head and, amidst her startled cries, spun her around as if she were a top. Then, with his left arm encircling her waist, he lifted her, positioning her in a manner that made her small rear end face his right hand. Humph! This little witch dared to accuse him. She certainly deserved to be punished. His reprimand was not overly harsh, merely a playful slap to her behind. Observing Ning Rongrong's elevated backside, Bai Yu raised his right hand. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, two Soul Emperors were quietly safeguarding Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Bai Yu corner her, one of the Soul Emperors couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone, "What does this brat intend? Is he harboring ill intentions towards the young lady?" As he spoke, the Soul Emperor hastily prepared to intervene. Their precious princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must not fall victim to the advances of this rogue. However, the other Soul Emperor suddenly restrained him, whispering, "Wait, it seems not to be the case." Just as the Soul Emperor held back his companion, Bai Yu, with one arm around Ning Rongrong and his knee propped against her abdomen, began to deliver playful slaps to her behind. "This is for your false accusations. I can tell at a glance that you come from a powerful faction, you willful girl. But out here, you must behave, for not many recognize you, and will show you the courtesy of your background. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." As he continued to playfully spank Ning Rongrong's pert backside, he spoke nonchalantly, completely disregarding her humiliation and indignation. She could only cover her mouth with her delicate hands, stifling her cries while casting him glances filled with wrath. "What are you waiting for? To see the young lady bullied like this? Do you wish to return and face punishment?" The Soul Emperor, who had been restrained, exclaimed in frustration, "Rest assured, there will be no punishment. Do not forget our instructions from the sect leader before we left. As long as the young lady is not in danger, we must not interfere, allowing her to witness the harshness of the outside world. Hasn't she always wanted to experience it? If she cannot endure such minor adversity, she should not be so eager to venture out in the future. I think this kid is not too bad, after all. It was the young lady who provoked him first, and he is merely retaliating. Besides, it is my first time witnessing someone managing to subdue her so thoroughly." In contrast to the restrained Soul Emperor, the other remained calm. However, we cannot entirely disregard this matter. After all, the young lady is a prized disciple of the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. While we may not intervene, it would be prudent to send a letter back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to inform the two esteemed masters. As he spoke, this Soul Emperor abruptly shifted the topic. After imparting a lesson to Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu departed with a sense of satisfaction. In the narrow alley, Ning Rongrong sat on the ground, clutching her slightly sore bottom, her delicate face flushed like crimson. Clenching her petite fists, she fixed her gaze on Bai Yu's retreating figure, casting him a look filled with indignation and embarrassment. How dare this wretched fellow treat her in such a manner? She would never concede defeat So easily. How infuriating. This scoundrel should brace himself. After imparting a lesson to Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu felt invigorated. His method of punishing the little enchantress would surely leave a profound impression on her. However, it matters not. As the saying goes, deep affection often intertwines with deep resentment. Love and hate have always been capable of transformation, particularly in circumstances such as his. With his striking appearance, exceptional qualities, and the indelible mark he has left in Ning Rongrong's heart, it is inevitable that, with a subtle display of his prowess, this little enchantress will find herself ensnared within his grasp. After resolving the matter concerning Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu continued to stroll through Soto City. He meandered until evening, eventually finding an inn where he indulged in a hearty meal before leisurely returning to his hotel. In the world of Douluo Continent, the development of technology is rather peculiar. Ordinary citizens seem to exist in a bygone era, lacking even mirrors. Yet, in some major cities, certain soul-guiding technological devices, such as soul-guided water heaters and showers, evoke a sense of modernity in Bai Yu. However, these conveniences are not widely accessible, as soul-guiding technology requires soul power to operate, which only soul masters can harness, rendering ordinary individuals unable to utilize them. That night, in his rented room, Bai Yu first retrieved the spirit crystal he had purchased earlier from Flender's shop. He shattered it to extract the spirit gold within. Following this, he summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit and employed its second soul skill to absorb the spirit gold. After tidying up his room, Bai Yu relished a refreshing bath, changed into comfortable sleepwear, and settled onto the soft bed, preparing to immerse his consciousness in the spiritual realm. He intended to watch some anime, movies, or television series before drifting off to sleep. However, just as Bai Yu was about to delve into the depths of his mental space, the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Through relentless practice of the Tai Ching technique, your cultivation progress has reached the pinnacle of the third layer, 100. The system has detected that the host Qingqi formula has successfully upgraded and achieved completion at the third layer. Congratulations, host. Task 1 has been completed, granting you X2 blessing opportunities and X2 celestial lottery draws. Chapter 38, Conditions for Upgrading Blessings, A Streak of Fortuitous Luck. Third update, Various Requests. At last, the task has been accomplished. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Bai Yu, who had initially intended to sink into his spiritual space, felt a surge of joy welling up within him. Over the span of 6 years, the spiritual cultivation and task system yielded a mere handful of quests. Apart from the initial 2 tasks, the only significant achievements within this period were upgrading the clear chi technique to its 3rd and perfected level, and, 6 years later, enrolling in Shrek Academy. The system, however, only generated 2 quests. One involved forming a brotherhood with Tang San and Xiao Wu, thus becoming the leader, with rewards of 1 opportunity for the celestial lottery and 1 for spiritual endowment. The other task was to secure victory in a grand competition held in conjunction with the Nodding Academy and several surrounding Soul Master Academies, which also promised 1 opportunity each for the celestial lottery and spiritual endowment. Upon completion of these 2 quests, Bai Yu drew from the lottery a technique known as the Sweet Dew Art and a staff technique called the Spirit Serpent Staff Method. Bai Yu was uncertain about the origin of the Sweet Dew Art, as there existed an abundance of novels and games in his previous life that featured similar concepts. Nevertheless, the functionalities of the Sweet Dew Art were consistently akin, gathering the surrounding spiritual essence to manifest as sweet dew, healing the target's injuries and restoring their vitality, while also imparting beautifying and whitening effects. This technique proved particularly effective in forested areas, as the spiritual essence it harnessed was of the wood element. It was the influence of the Sweet Dew Art that contributed significantly to Bai Yu's strikingly handsome and flawless appearance. During these 6 years, Bai Yu consistently employed the Rain of Sweetness technique during his training sessions, primarily to nourish his body and alleviate fatigue. Unfortunately, it appears that his internal power remains insufficiently developed. Bai Yu's Rain of Sweetness cannot transform spiritual energy into the ethereal form of spiritual rain as depicted in novels. Had it been otherwise, he would undoubtedly have consumed the spiritual water produced by this technique. Moreover, he could have diluted the spiritual water with regular water and marketed it to the affluent ladies of Notting City as a luxurious skincare elixir, capitalizing on the beauty and whitening effects of the spiritual water derived from the Rain of Sweetness. Bai Yu was confident that it would fetch exorbitant prices and be in high demand. This venture would have been significantly simpler than running a restaurant, not to mention far more profitable. After all, whether in his previous life on Blue Star or in this life on Douluo Continent, Women's spending power generally eclipses that of men. In contrast, the spirit snake staff technique proved far less useful. However, based on Bai Yu's conjecture, the spirit snake staff resembles the infamous technique wielded by Ouyang Feng, the Western poison from the world, making the disparity with the rain of sweetness quite understandable. Following the 2 opportunities for a lottery draw he had received during these 6 years, the next undertaking was the opportunity for spirit endowment. For the spirit endowment acquired from completing these 2 tasks, Bai Yu allocated it to the purple extreme demon eye and the Xian jade hand. Over the course of 6 years, through Bai Yu's relentless exploration, he ultimately succeeded in upgrading both the purple extreme demon eye and the Xian jade hand post-endowment. The upgrade of the purple extreme demon eye was achieved through his engagement with an urban cultivation novel, relying on a supernatural ability known as the Li Hua Jin Tong. This technique bears some resemblance to the purple extreme demon eye, with the former cultivating by absorbing the purple aura at dawn, while the latter draws upon sunlight. In comparison to the purple extreme demon eye, the Li Hua Jin Tong not only encompasses all the functions of its predecessor, but, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, enables the user to unleash attacks resembling Superman's heat vision, incinerating everything within sight. It is a technique that combines both supportive and offensive capabilities. The upgrade of the Xian Jade hand was accomplished by Bai Yu through his viewing of an ancient-themed cultivation novel. In this novel, there exists a technique known as the Jade cultivation method, which possesses the remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy, transforming the body into one of jade, serving as an advanced version of the mysterious Jade hand. Consequently, after perusing this narrative, the mysterious Jade hand naturally underwent an evolution. The upgraded mysterious Jade hand, akin to the transformation of the purple extreme demon eye into the Li Fire golden eye, was rechristened by Bai Yu as the Jade cultivation method. The reason Bai Yu's skin radiates with a lustrous, jade-like quality is that he is on the verge of completing the cultivation stage of the jade skin. It is noteworthy that aside from the area around his heart, every other part of Bai Yu's skin has been refined into jade skin, endowing him with the ability to insulate against heat, cold, and toxins, among various other benefits. This transformation is comparable to the jadification of the hands achieved through the mysterious jade hand, now extended throughout his entire body. Beyond the jade skin, there are 2 further realms to attain: jade bone and jade body. After the evolution of the purple extreme demon eye and the Xian jade hand, Bai Yu had nearly deciphered the conditions necessary for the advancement of martial skills. To upgrade a martial art after it has been endowed with spirit, the key lies in compatibility. One must find a work of fantasy, be it an anime, novel, or film, that contains a more powerful supernatural ability, martial skill, or secret technique that resonates deeply with the martial art in question. Only by fulfilling this condition can one potentially trigger the upgrade of the endowed martial skill after viewing the work. Compatibility primarily depends on the underlying principles of the 2 martial arts. The closer their principles are, the better. For instance, the Xian Jade hand and the Sea Jade art represent a distinction akin to that between a flawed version and a perfected one, undoubtedly the ideal scenario. Conversely, the purple extreme demon eye and the Li Hua golden eye share similar principles, with the latter being an upgraded version of the former, thus exhibiting a notably high compatibility. This principle applies equally to the soul skills associated with endowed soul rings. However, for any skill, be it martial arts, spirit, or soul ring to advance, additional conditions must also be met. Bai Yu had experimented for 6 years, ultimately achieving successful upgrades only for the purple extreme demon eye and the Xian Jade hand. Yet, he could not facilitate the upgrades of the dragon elephant prajna skill, the I Ching bone tempering chapter, the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, or the Douluo 9 swords. It appears that the difficulty of upgrading varies across different martial arts, and some may possess little to no potential for advancement, with upgrades being exceedingly challenging, if not impossible. At last, after completing the task of upgrading the Qing Qi Ju to its 3rd level of perfection over 6 years, Bai Yu was rewarded with 2 chances to draw lots and an opportunity to endow spirit. Overjoyed, he eagerly commenced the drawing. As he spoke, a voice resonated in his mind: "Ding. The lottery chance has been used. The system is drawing now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sword technique of heaven slaying in the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline." Upon hearing the announcement within his mind, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. The sword technique of heaven slaying was most vividly recalled from the world of strange tales from a Chinese studio, specifically from the tale of the 7-Night Demon Lord. However, he had encountered numerous martial arts bearing the same name in various novels from his previous life. The least of these techniques originated from a high martial world, while many others stemmed from fantastical realms. After all, in a typical martial arts world, such as that of metal-based martial arts, few would dare to adopt such an audacious name for a technique. Nevertheless, to have drawn the sword technique of heaven slaying was an unbelievable stroke of luck, truly a moment of fortune. Chapter 39. Merging the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline, the tremor of the Douluo forest. First update. Yet, in comparison to the sword technique of heaven slaying, Bai Yu was even more astonished by the acquisition of the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline. The name alone suggested a connection to a Western fantasy world. In such realms, any species associated with wings is inherently superior with an increasing number of wings. The key elements here are elemental and spirit. If he could successfully merge with this bloodline, he would undoubtedly gain elemental abilities. Moreover, given that it pertains to spirits, which are renowned for their beauty and allure, merging with this bloodline would elevate his own charm to unprecedented heights. What a remarkable turn of events! If he were to become even more handsome, it would surely cause ordinary individuals, like Tang San, to feel utterly embarrassed. Bai Yu was filled with profound reflections. Sometimes, being excessively exceptional can be a double-edged sword. System. How should I utilize this 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline? Acknowledging that strength is temporary while charm is everlasting, Bai Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about the process of using the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline. The 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline can be utilized through merging. Please confirm if the host wishes to merge with the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Merge. Of course, merge. Bai Yu replied with certainty. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous surge of warmth surged into his body, swiftly circulating through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Bai Yu was besieged by excruciating pain, as if his body were being torn apart by 1,000 blades, or as if countless ants were gnawing at his very marrow. The sensations of pain, numbness, and itchiness overwhelmed him, crashing over him like a tidal wave. Although he managed to suppress any screams, he could not stifle a groan of agony as he collapsed onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat, veins bulging, and issuing a series of anguished cries from his throat. Goodness! Is merging with a bloodline truly this agonizing? Bai Yu gritted his teeth against the pain, hastily plunging his consciousness into his mental space, severing the connection between body and awareness to allow his endowed form to take control. How careless he had been. He had not anticipated the system to act so swiftly. After uttering his intention, the system immediately commenced the merging process. The pain was unbearable. He needed to retreat to his mental space for a few moments of respite to quell his shock. Meanwhile, deep within the Douluo forest, within this vast and unbounded primeval forest, a crystalline azure lake resembles a sapphire set amidst a verdant emerald expanse. Beneath the gentle caress of the breeze, the azure lake ripples softly, emanating a delicate mist that dances upon its surface. Surrounding the tranquil waters, towering trees stand sentinel, their majestic forms dominating the landscape. Among them, one colossal tree, reminiscent of a mythical giant, captures the eye most profoundly, with a girth spanning several meters and a height exceeding 1,000. Its immense canopy is a tapestry of interwoven branches, adorned with lush green leaves, creating an expansive verdant cloud that obscures the sky. Beneath this magnificent arboreal giant, a massive ape, cloaked in a grayish-brown hue and marked by fissures akin to molten lava, rests languidly on the ground, seemingly lost in a tranquil slumber. In the depths of the lake, a colossal bull-headed python glides gracefully through the water. This is the heart of the starry forest. It is here that Bai Yu merges with the royal bloodline of the 12-winged elemental spirit. Beside the lake, the towering tree seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, its trunk trembling violently, causing the very earth beneath to quake. Rich spiritual energy surged forth from the colossal tree, swirling around it like a dense mist. What is happening? The sudden tremors jolted the titan great ape awake, who instinctively turned towards the magnificent tree. Brother, come quickly. The ancient tree of life appears to be in distress. The titan great ape, witnessing the tree's relentless shuddering and the outpouring of vibrant energy, an unprecedented occurrence, grew increasingly alarmed and called out to his elder brother, the azure bull python, lurking beneath the lake's depths. Yet before the azure bull python could surface, a silver beam of light erupted from the lake's bottom, coalescing into the form of a woman upon the water's surface. Upon glancing at the ancient tree of life, the woman paused briefly, then spoke with a complex expression. The ancient tree of life is excited. It heralds the birth of an elven sovereign in this world. Upon seeing the woman, both the titan great ape and the azure bull python were taken aback, immediately bowing their proud heads before her. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely evoke astonishment, as it is well known that the titan great ape and the azure bull python are the sovereigns of the Douluo forest. The fact that they would address someone as their sovereign is utterly unbelievable. Nevertheless, the sight of the woman left them both in awe. This sovereign had always remained in seclusion to recuperate, with only the king of the Douluo forest, the beast god Emperor Tian, permitted to see her. They had never anticipated that she would suddenly appear before them. Elves? Elven sovereign? Pray tell, what are elves? Are they also spirit beasts? The azure bull python inquired, his voice tinged with confusion regarding the sovereign's mention of elves and their ruler. Indeed, the woman replied, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Once, when the father god had not yet ascended to the divine realm, our dragon clan was the strongest in this world. However, 3 other races shared dominion over the world with us, their powers rivaling our own. These 3 races are the angels, elves, and merfolk. The angels reign over the skies. The elves govern the forests, and the merfolk control the seas. Each of these spirit beast races bears a striking resemblance to humans, possessing unique abilities and formidable strength. Among them, the elves hold particular significance for our spirit beast clan, as they are a unique lineage birthed from the ancient tree of life. Akin to the ice maiden of the far north, each generation of elves gives rise to an elven sovereign, whose emergence revitalizes the ancient tree of life, invigorating forests across the realm and accelerating the generation of spiritual energy. If the Emperor Beast is the harbinger of fortune for our Spirit Beast clan, then the Elven Sovereign is its embodiment of nature. However, due to the Father God's defeat in the Divine Realm's war, our Spirit Beast clan suffered tremendous losses, with countless Spirit Beasts perishing in the celestial conflict. To eradicate our kind, the gods of the Divine Realm not only altered the world's rules to diminish our strength, but also cursed the most promising clans among us, the dragons, angels, elves, and merfolk. Under the god's curse, the angel and elven clans have been entirely decimated, with the angelic deity's position usurped by a human. How absurd. The merfolk, while not completely extinct, are on the brink of annihilation, leaving only our dragon clan, with its numerous collateral bloodlines, barely clinging to existence. Yet even now, true dragons are a rarity in this world. As she spoke, a hint of self-mockery crept into the woman's voice. However, fate has not entirely forsaken our spirit beast clan. Remarkably, the elven race has been reborn in this world, and with the emergence of an elven sovereign, alongside the recent birth of the Emperor Beast in our clan, it is evident that destiny is once again favoring us. We must seize this opportunity. Her tone shifted to one of determination and resolve. The ancient tree of life has yet to fully awaken. We must welcome back the child of nature to restore it completely. Pray tell, sovereign, what course of action should we take? The Titan great ape and the azure bull python felt their spirits ignite at her words, as if summoned by the fate of their spirit beast clan. You need not concern yourselves with the details, your cultivation levels remain insufficient. The child of nature does not dwell within the Douluo forest, but rather in the human world. I shall seek out Emperor Tian and have him gather a party to find her. In response to the Titan great ape and azure bull python's eager offers, the woman shook her head, and her form dissolved into a myriad of sparkling lights upon the lake's surface. Chapter 40. The blue-silver grass martial soul evolves again. New martial soul, 12-winged elemental elven sovereign, second update. Unbeknownst to Bai Yu, events were unfolding in the Douluo forest. After enduring the excruciating pain of merging with the bloodline of the 12-winged elemental elven sovereign, Bai Yu spent a considerable time recuperating in the mental realm. Once the integration was complete, he finally withdrew his consciousness from that space. At last, he had succeeded. After the fusion was completed, Bai Yu eagerly took out a mirror, eager to behold his transformed appearance and ascertain just how striking he had become. However, upon gazing at the reflection, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that there was little change. The visage staring back at him was still his own, albeit more handsome than before. Apart from his eyes now shimmering with a radiant brilliance, there were no significant alterations. Could it be that the effects of the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline had yet to manifest? Bai Yu scratched his head, pondering this thought. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the spirit endowment. Shaking his head, Bai Yu resolved to commence the endowment process. He had already formulated a plan in his mind for the 2 opportunities he had acquired. He intended to bestow one upon the second spirit ring of his blue-silver grass martial soul and the other on the control crane and seize dragon technique, which he had appropriated from Tang San over the past 6 years. Although he had drawn the sky-splitting sword technique, Bai Yu wished to first explore the possibility of merging it with the Douluo 9 swords, which might allow him to conserve one endowment opportunity. The soul skill of the second spirit ring of Bai Yu's blue-silver grass martial soul was Metal Devour, capable of consuming metal to enhance the toughness of the martial soul while simultaneously amplifying the power of his electromagnetic cannon. However, The Metal Devour skill only granted the ability to consume metal and fortify oneself. It did not enable control over the consumed metal. Thus, Bai Yu planned to endow the second spirit ring and then expose it to narratives of protagonists wielding metal control abilities in apocalyptic theme novels. This should enable the second spirit ring to learn to manipulate the metal within. If the blue silvergrass martial soul could control the metal it consumed, Bai Yu would be able to utilize the devoured gold more effectively, transforming it into projectiles for his electromagnetic cannon. The gold possessed the capacity to breach soul power defenses, significantly augmenting the destructive power of the electromagnetic cannon against soul masters. Furthermore, should the blue-silver grass martial soul acquire metal control abilities, the lethality of its various binding soul skills would also increase substantially. If the martial soul could command the consumed metal, it could transform it into spikes during binding, launching an assault on the ensnared target. As for Bai Yu's intention to endow the control crane and seize dragon technique, it was because he had discovered a method for its enhancement. This involved endowing the technique and subsequently watching the television series The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. In the saga of the Great Tang's Dual Dragons, the supreme art of the Infuse sect, known as the Celestial Demon Technique, encompasses an extraordinary skill termed the Celestial Demon Force Field. In Bai Yu's perspective, this Celestial Demon Force Field is undoubtedly an enhanced iteration of the art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Moreover, the potential of the Celestial Demon Force Field is immense. Bai Yu, having cultivated ocular techniques, realizes that should the attraction and repulsion of the Celestial Demon Force Field be refined to the molecular and atomic levels, he might possess the ability to manipulate nuclear devices effortlessly. However, attaining such a realm is exceedingly arduous. Setting aside the elusive Celestial Demon Force Field, how could Bai Yu possibly control its forces at a microscopic scale? Even with his current Lihua Jing Tong, he can only perceive structures at the organelle level, leaving a vast distance to traverse before reaching the molecular and atomic realms. Nevertheless, the promise of this potential is irresistible to Bai Yu. System: bestow spiritual essence upon the blue-silver grass's second spirit ring, along with the art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, Bai Yu declared while seated on his bed. Ding! The opportunity to bestow spiritual essence has been utilized. The system is currently bestowing essence. Congratulations, host. Your blue-silver grass martial spirit's second spirit ring has successfully birthed spiritual essence and is now commencing automatic cultivation, with current progress at 10,000 years, 52. Congratulations, host. Your art of controlling cranes and capturing dragons has birthed spiritual essence and is now adapting to the environment successfully. Your art is currently undergoing automatic cultivation, with current proficiency at 52. The system's congratulatory tones echoed in his mind. As the system's praises resonated, Bai Yu felt a surge of inspiration and promptly summoned the attribute template. Before him, a familiar luminescent screen materialized. Host: Bai Yu Bloodline. Human 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline. Awakening progress. 9. Martial spirit. Blue-silver king. Endowed with spiritual essence. Blue-silver emperor 32. Note: reach 100 to evolve into blue-silver emperor. Zanpakuto. Shallow hit. Evolution progress. 94. 12-winged elemental spirit royal techniques. Ta Qingju. Endowed with spiritual essence. Upgrade progress. 5 third layer cultivation progress 100. Dragon elephant prajna technique. Endowed with spiritual essence. 12th layer progress. 35. I Ching bone forging chapter. Endowed with spiritual essence. 10th layer progress. 100. Martial skills. Lihua Jing Tong. Endowed with spiritual essence. Purple extreme demon eye upgrade Yang Yin. 22. Yang Yin. Burning void. Silent extinction. Seed jade art. Endowed with spiritual essence. Xin jade hand upgrade jade skin. 97. Jade skin. Jade bone. Jade body. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Endowed with spiritual essence. Mastery. 100. Mastered. Void transposition Dugu 9 swords. Endowed with spiritual essence. Mastery. 100. Mastered. Sword intent of destruction controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Endowed with spiritual essence. Proficient 52. Crushing heart palm. Proficient 44. Flying fluff technique. Proficient 34. Soul transference technique. Proficient 13. Ghost prisonine wind howl. Proficient 7. Note: as previously mentioned, martial skills not chosen as primary will not be listed. Magic techniques. Gonlin technique. Mastery 6. Items. Storage ring. 1,000 cubic meters 6 years hence. Registration for Shrek Academy. Rewards. Opportunity for spiritual essence X1. Random lottery chance across the heavens X1, etc. However, What does the awakening progress signify for my 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline? Does it imply that even after fusion, the full potential of the bloodline cannot be fully realized and must be awakened progressively? After the attribute panel popped up, Bai Yu was astonished to see the awakening progress of the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor at level 9. However, the fact that the bloodline of the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor had only awakened to level 9 allowed his blue-silver grass martial soul to evolve directly from the 1,000-year blue-silver tree to the 10,000-year blue-silver king. Previously, he distinctly remembered that the evolution level of his blue-silver grass martial soul was still at blue-silver king 32. This transformation was truly remarkable. The bloodline of the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor was indeed extraordinary. Bai Yu couldn't help but express his admiration, feeling quite satisfied. Moreover, under the influence of this bloodline, he discovered that he had acquired a new martial soul, the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul. At a glance, he realized it resembled his main martial soul. The main martial soul seemed to manifest in a form akin to that of the Soul Master, indicating that the appearance of the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul must represent his visage upon the complete awakening of his bloodline. Let me take a look. Bai Yu thought eagerly, and in an instant, he summoned the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul from within. My goodness! What divine beauty is this? Upon witnessing the summoned 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul, Bai Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Before him stood a slender youth clad in a resplendent azure robe adorned with golden leaf patterns, possessing 12 translucent wings resembling those of dragonflies, each of a different hue, and exuding an unparalleled elegance. The youth had long silver hair cascading over his shoulders, strikingly handsome features, and silver pupils shimmering with a kaleidoscope of divine light, as if the stars themselves sparkled within his gaze. His skin was as flawless as jade, his nose elegantly defined, and his lips delicately thin like cherry blossoms, with his features seemingly sculpted by celestial artisans, perfect and unblemished. Despite his serene and expressionless countenance, he radiated a powerful aura of freshness and natural charm, inviting an irresistible sense of closeness. If one were to assign a score to human beauty on a scale from 1 to 100, Tang San would merely attain a score of 50, barely reaching the average threshold. In contrast, Bai Yu would score above 90, possessing a visage capable of captivating nearly every woman. Yet, no one could achieve a perfect score of 100, for individual preferences in beauty varied widely. Some favored gallantry, others favored elegance, some admired resolute character, and others preferred gentleness. However, Bai Yu's 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul transcended these confines, achieving a beauty that could be considered off the charts, surpassing even a score of 100. Particularly, the aura of freshness and natural grace emanating from it was so striking that even Bai Yu couldn't help but glance at it in admiration. One could only imagine how extraordinarily handsome the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul truly was. Naturally, once Bai Yu's bloodline was fully awakened, his own beauty would reach such heights, for the visage of the main martial soul was inherently akin to that of the Soul Master, excluding divinely granted main martial souls. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Bai Yu's delight in envisioning his future extraordinary appearance. After all, who wouldn't relish the prospect of becoming more handsome? Although he couldn't yet attain such beauty, it was certainly a pleasure to behold. Now, Bai Yu felt that if he were to battle using the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul, encountering female soul master opponents, the martial soul's beauty might even serve as a form of soul skill. After observing the 12-winged elemental sprite emperor martial soul, Bai Yu decided to retire for the night. Content with his discoveries, he had to rise early the next day to enroll at Shrek Academy. He had already met Ning Rongrong, who was indeed quite beautiful, albeit slightly lacking in endowment and a bit temperamental, yet that was inconsequential as he could gradually guide her. He wondered just how stunning the other beauty at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhiqing, might be. However, he surmised that the two women's appearances would be comparable, with Zhu Zhiqing likely possessing the edge overall, given that little cat Luo boasted a youthful 30-60 figure. Chapter 41. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Third update. Various requests. The following day, in the early morning, the sky was high and clear, with a gentle breeze blowing. Bai Yu left the Blue Sea Hotel early, seeking another tavern in Soto City for a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger, he proceeded to the Rose Hotel to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. After gathering at the Rose Hotel, the three companions set forth from Soto City, following the map towards Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to them, they soon left the city and found themselves on a rural path surrounded by golden rice fields. Boss Bai Yu, are we lost? The further we walk, the more off course we seem to be. This must be the countryside. How could Shrek Academy possibly be in such a place? As they traversed the path, Xiaowu pouted, gazing at the endless expanse of golden fields, feeling her legs grow weary and reluctant to continue. Fear not, the map cannot be wrong. And I certainly cannot misread it. Shrek Academy lies ahead. As for its remote location, that must be due to its impoverished state, Bai Yu replied. Reclining with his hands behind his head, lazily squinting at the warm sun and gentle breeze as he ambled along, the spirit-imbued body was guiding him towards Shrek Academy, ensuring they could not stray off course. Meanwhile, Bai Yu's consciousness was indulging in leisure within the spiritual realm. Given that his body, martial arts, spirit, and soul rings could cultivate independently, he deemed it essential to savor the experience, lest he squander the system's offerings. Although it appeared he was merely enjoying a show, he was indeed seeking various opportunities for his newly acquired martial arts, spirit, and soul rings in the system space. No way. The teacher said Shrek Academy is incredibly prestigious. How could it possibly be poor? Tang San expressed his disbelief upon hearing Bai Yu's words. Why not? If it weren't for poverty, who would build an academy so far from the city? It must be quite inconvenient for daily procurement of ingredients. Bai Yu chuckled lazily in response. He knew of another academy outside the city, the Tiando Royal Academy, but even they had a direct path leading down to the Tiando Imperial City, unlike the secluded Shrek Academy. In the original tale, Tang San and his companions had to run for hours before reaching Soto City, illustrating just how far Shrek Academy was from it. I'm still somewhat skeptical, Tang San scratched his head. Then let us see for ourselves. This is merely my conjecture, Bai Yu shrugged, speaking in his languid manner. Hey, boss Bai Yu. Third brother, look, it seems we are almost there. Suddenly, Xiaowu exclaimed with joy, pointing excitedly at the distance. Bai Yu looked ahead to see a village appearing at the end of the path, with a long queue forming at its entrance. This was evidently no ordinary village. It must be Shrek Academy. Let us proceed, Bai Yu urged. Curiosity piqued as he led Tang San and Xiaowu towards the village that was presumed to be Shrek Academy. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance, where they beheld a line resembling a dragon. Upon noticing a crooked sign hanging from a large tree, inscribed with the word Shrek Academy, Tang San fell into a profound silence. This truly seems to be Shrek Academy, he thought. Momentarily unable to believe that this was the esteemed institution his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, had spoken of. It felt as if the infrastructure was inferior even to that of their nodding academy. However, adhering to the principle of respecting one's teacher, Tang San refrained from criticizing Yu Xiaojiang in his heart, sighing in resignation as he accepted the reality. Perhaps Shrek Academy was not as simple as it appeared on the surface? Regardless, they had come this far. It was worth taking a closer look. As Tang San stood before the dilapidated Shrek Academy, he fell into a profound silence. Bai Yu, surveying the surroundings, felt no surprise, for he was well aware of the Academy's true nature. Was this truly the emblem of Shrek Academy, the legendary soul beast? The depiction was undeniably grotesque. His gaze swept over the dilapidated plaque inscribed with the skewed characters of Shrek, and his eyes were drawn to a vaguely discernible green pattern on the far left, resembling a head. Above it, a pair of antenna-like appendages emerged, yet the craftsmanship was so poor that it was almost painful to behold, leaving Bai Yu momentarily speechless. However, he had never harbored high expectations for Shrek Academy. After all, it was merely a collective of ordinary soul masters who, due to their decent prowess, impulsively banded together to form an institution. Aside from their fervent passion and some targeted instruction, the academy lacked everything else, uniquely distinguished by the fact that the number of teachers exceeded that of the students. In response to the exaggerated praises of Shrek Academy as a monstrous institution, Bai Yu remained unfazed. To him, Shrek Academy was nothing extraordinary, without embellishment or disparagement. He noted the criteria for enrollment. One must reach the rank of Great Soul Master before the age of 12, possess the optimal soul ring configuration, and have a martial spirit with potential and a correct developmental direction. Those who met such standards were already considered geniuses on the Douluo Continent, able to receive preferential treatment in any faction or academy they chose to join, in the presence of other factions and academies. These students might obtain resources superior to those offered by Shrek Academy. Rather than attributing the emergence of monsters to Shrek Academy, Bai Yu felt that it was these prodigies who had elevated the institution. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Bai Yu, for he possessed an extraordinary advantage. The academy was insignificant to him. His purpose was solely to complete his mission and charm the ladies. Ah, this truly is Shrek Academy. It appears rather dilapidated, even inferior to our nodding academy. At the village entrance, observing the reality of Shrek Academy, which aligned with Bai Yu's descriptions, Xiao felt a pang of disappointment and couldn't help but voice her discontent. Well, since we are here, let us take a closer look. Perhaps Shrek Academy is not as straightforward as it seems. I trust that our teacher would not deceive us. Tang San murmured softly, then grasped Xiaowu's hand, preparing to fall in line at the back. However, suddenly, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from the front, stirring a howling gale that swept through the surroundings, lifting a multitude of fallen leaves and causing many present to hastily shield their faces in alarm. Ah, what is happening? Xiaowu exclaimed, pushed back by the sudden gust, instinctively covering her face with her hand. Simultaneously, a powerful voice resonated from ahead. You people, did you not inquire about the purpose of Shrek Academy before your arrival? Let me enlighten you. Our academy bears the name Shrek, which denotes a kind of monster among soul beasts. Thus, we are also known as the Academy of Monsters. We do not admit ordinary individuals, we only accept monsters. If your sole interest lies in the noble title of Viscount that one may attain upon graduation, I advise you not to waste your time. We only enroll those who have reached the rank of Great Soul Master before the age of 12, possessing the optimal configuration of soul rings. If you do not meet these criteria, please leave at once and do not squander your registration fee. As the resounding shout echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The source of the exclamation, although appearing to be an ordinary old man clad in simple attire, reminiscent of a rustic farmer, was gripping a dragon-patterned staff and surrounded by 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black hues. This elder was, astonishingly, a soul emperor. In the 42nd chapter, the striking Zhu Shiqing and the explosive Dai Mubai are introduced. Upon hearing the elder's words and observing the formidable soul emperor before him wielding a martial spirit, Tang San could not suppress a smile of intrigue. The prospect of having a soul emperor as a mentor suggested that the Shrek Academy was indeed more complex than it seemed. Similarly, the naive Xiaowu, inspired by the elder's impressive declaration, felt her blood surge with excitement and developed a keen interest in Shrek Academy. The dragon-patterned staff martial spirit must belong to Li Yusong, she mused. Yet, with Li Yusong present, showcasing his martial spirit and soul rings, she wondered why Dai Mubai was absent. Had he been so severely beaten yesterday that he was now hiding to recuperate? Disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to playfully tease Dai Mubai upon her first meeting with Zhu Shiqing, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away with Li Yusong's revelation of his soul emperor prowess. The parents who had previously expressed doubts about Shrek Academy now fell silent and began to disperse. Along with them departed many potential students and their parents who realized they did not meet the enrollment criteria, their faces etched with disappointment. The once lengthy queue quickly dwindled to fewer than 10 individuals. In the wake of this reduction, Bai Yu's gaze was drawn to 2 striking young ladies amidst the crowd. One was adorned in a sky-blue dress, with waist-length hair, an oval face, and large, sapphire-like eyes, exuding an air of elegance. The other, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, possessed a voluptuous figure and delicate features, though her demeanor was notably aloof. These 2 young ladies were, of course, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. Wow, is this Zhu Shiqing? Truly stunning, and her figure is simply exquisite. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled as he admired the girl in black, his heart racing with admiration. In contrast to the bold and cunning Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu understood that the seemingly indifferent Zhu Shiqing, while appearing detached, harbored a deep-seated insecurity and loneliness due to her oppressive family circumstances. If he could penetrate her defenses and earn her affection, she would undoubtedly become fiercely devoted to him, steadfastly by his side. Having witnessed the plight of this unfortunate girl through novels and anime in his previous life, Bai Yu felt an overwhelming compassion. Now that he had traversed into this world and possessed the means to protect her, he vowed to cherish and safeguard her. In this life, with him present, no one would dare to harm her. Why must it be this detestable fellow? At the entrance of Shrek Village, as Bai Yu scrutinized Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong noticed him as well. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she clenched her fists, seething with anger. Yesterday, this infuriating boy had bullied her, leaving her not only to endure his leftovers but also nursing a sore bottom. Throughout her life, no one had dared to treat her so disrespectfully, and she was determined not to let this transgression pass unchallenged. Just as the crowd began to disperse, on the country road outside the village, a figure clad in white was swiftly approaching from afar. Ah, it is Dai Mubai. Upon seeing Dai Mubai rushing towards him, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, and an inner smile blossomed within him. How fortuitous! Dai Mubai has arrived. Indeed, I shall handle him as I wish. In this lifetime, as long as I am present, you shall have no fate with Zhu Shiqing. A man of your inconsiderate nature is unworthy of her. However, since I have taken Zhu Shiqing under my wing, I shall also resolve your engagement. In this life, allowing you to retain your cultivation and live safely would suffice as my repayment to you. This Bai. I wonder where he has been gallivanting all day. He has returned just now, even though we had agreed he would assist me with the enrollment matters today. Observing Bai finally back, Li Yusong could only shake his head and slowly return to his chair. Apologies, teacher Li. I am late. Bai. Having sprinted back from Suatu City, bent over with hands on his knees, panting heavily. For a moment, he failed to notice Bai Yu and instead addressed Li Yusong, hastily offering his apologies. As Li Yusong had mentioned, he had promised to help with the enrollment today. Alas, he had arrived much later than intended, causing him to leave Li Yusong hanging. It's all right. It's good that you are here. Li Yusong waved his hand dismissively at Bai's apology, not overly concerned. Since until now, no student had registered. Hearing Li Yusong's forgiveness, Bai felt relieved and prepared to assist. Yet suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice broke through. Ah, is that not young Master Dai? I saw you with a pair of beautiful twins yesterday. Did you indulge in a night of pleasure, only to return in a state of exhaustion? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Bai finally noticed him, his expression shifting as he took several steps back. Pointing at Bai Yu in shock. Bai Yu, what are you doing here? I came to enroll at Shrek Academy, of course I am here. Young Master Dai. Do not evade the topic, you have yet to answer my question. Bai Yu, arms crossed and grinning, continued to provoke Bai. Is this fellow truly only 12 years old? Upon hearing Bai Yu's taunts, Bai's expression fluctuated between emotions, though a hint of panic stirred within him. He refused to show any sign of weakness, as he could not afford to lose face at Shrek Academy. Exhausted? Who are you referring to as exhausted? Last night, I reveled for an entire night, and it was only the multitude of beautiful women vying for my attention this morning that delayed my return, Bai declared confidently. If not for their insistence on rekindling old flames, I would have been back long ago. However, with my charm and substantial assets, you could only dream of obtaining such fortune. In response to Bai Yu's provocations, Bai crossed his arms and smirked defiantly. You are finished. You are done for. Witnessing Bai's self-incrimination, Bai Yu found it utterly amusing. His gaze drifted to Zhu Shiqing, noting her icy demeanor and tightly clenched hands, clearly furious. A satisfied smile spread across Bai Yu's face as he cupped his fist toward Bai. Indeed, young Master Dai, while my resources may surpass yours, I must admit, I cannot indulge as extravagantly as you do. Extravagance? I merely embrace life's pleasures. Surprised by Bai Yu's apparent concession, Bai remained undeterred in his bravado. Hiki. Bai Yu chuckled, choosing not to continue the banter and instead moved to the back of the line. He had successfully set a trap, and Bai had willingly jumped in. Now, all he needed to do was devise a way to provoke a quarrel between Bai and Zhu Shiqing, allowing him to seize the opportunity to win Zhu Shiqing's heart. Perfect. Chapter 43, The Little Demoness Ning Rongrong's Revenge. Second update. Various requests. This little rascal has truly engaged in a quarrel with Bai, and it seems Bai harbors a hint of trepidation towards him. It appears that Shrek Academy has indeed attracted a formidable talent. Seated beside the registration desk, Li Yusong watched in astonishment the verbal duel between Bai Yu and Bai. He was well aware that Bai was not one to easily concede defeat. The fact that Bai would show signs of retreat against a new student suggested only one possibility. This newcomer had engaged him in combat, and it was likely that Bai had found himself at a disadvantage. On the other side, Ning Rongrong observed the exchange with keen interest. Although she noticed Bai's implicit fear of Bai Yu, it was Bai Yu who ultimately softened. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Something was amiss. This was peculiar. Based on her encounter with the notorious Bai Yu the previous day, she understood that he would never willingly accept defeat. His concession must be a ruse. Having watched Zhu Shiqing for an extended period, coupled with Zhu Shiqing's impressive stature, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of inferiority. She keenly noted that when Bai self-destructed earlier, Zhu Shiqing's expression turned icy, her delicate hands clenching tightly. This led Ning Rongrong to ponder whether this voluptuous woman was acquainted with the lecherous Bai. Connecting the dots, she recalled how Bai Yu had deliberately provoked Bai prior to his capitulation, exposing his lascivious nature. Everything became crystal clear. She had surmised correctly. This villainous fellow could not have surrendered so effortlessly. It appeared that he aimed to sow discord between Bai and the voluptuous woman. Previously, when he mocked her for her modest chest, it was likely because of his preference for women with ample bosoms. Nevertheless, with her around, his schemes would not easily come to fruition. With an unexpected insight into Bai Yu's intentions, Ning Rongrong began to concoct a plan for revenge. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. At the entrance of Shrek Village, Just as Bai Yu was satisfied after setting a trap for Dai Mu Bai and prepared to join the registration line, Ning Rongrong abruptly left her place in line. With her sapphire-like eyes misted and teary, yet her delicate face beaming with joy, she approached Bai Yu, unable to contain her emotions. Bai Yu, dear brother. I have finally found you. Bai Yu, taken aback by her sudden and peculiar behavior, was momentarily befuddled, unable to comprehend her intentions. However, recalling her previous humiliation at his hands, he sensed that her approach was anything but benign. Stop right there. Ning Rongrong, I must tell you, we are not well acquainted, he declared, pointing a finger at her with a serious demeanor. Not well acquainted? You ungrateful scoundrel. Just yesterday, in front of so many people in Suatua City, you proclaimed that I was your girlfriend. Now, merely a day later, you deny it? Is it because I confronted you about your escapade? I hold no grudge. I merely believe those women were unworthy of you. I do not mind your past flirtations, but please, do not abandon me. At his words, Ning Rongrong appeared as if struck by lightning, taking several steps back, her face paling as she trembled, pointing at Bai Yu with a hand that quivered, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing her display, many in the vicinity widened their eyes in shock, casting incredulous glances at Bai Yu, as if they were observing a rogue. Among them was Zhu Zhiqing. Dai Mu Bai, however, regarded Bai Yu with a newfound respect. Seeing Ning Rongrong's masterful performance, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. You little demoness, you truly know how to cast blame. Your half-truths are remarkably deceptive. Ning Rongrong, there was indeed a misunderstanding between us yesterday, but you instigated it. I merely retaliated, and now you falsely accuse me of such disgraceful conduct. Know this, your actions will have consequences. I, Bai Yu, am known for my impeccable reputation. Engaging in such activities is utterly beneath me. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu pointed at Ning Rongrong, his voice resolute by the end. I too believe in Bai Yu. How could he ever engage in such disgraceful behavior? Back at the academy, he was the dream of every girl, consistently rejecting advances from many beautiful women. Such integrity should not be tarnished by your malicious accusations. Standing beside them, Xiao could no longer contain her indignation and stepped forward, hands on her hips. Defending Bai Yu. As Xiao spoke, Zhu Zhiqing's demeanor shifted. Having grown up in the harsh environment of the underworld Duke's mansion, her emotionless childhood had rendered her observant yet reserved. Initially, she had been led to believe that Bai Yu was a scoundrel, but after Xiao Wu's defense, she began to notice the cunning glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes, contrasting with Xiao Wu's sincere indignation. Realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of frustration. Just when she thought Zhu Zhiqing had been swayed to believe in Bai Yu's guilt, the unexpected support for him dashed her hopes. Humph. With so many beautiful women professing their affection for him, and yet he rejected them all. He may be handsome, but perhaps he is just a fade. Having been thwarted, Ning Rongrong wiped her tears, huffed disdainfully, and returned to the line with crossed arms. After witnessing this dramatic turn of events, many stood bewildered, unsure of what had transpired so suddenly. All right, everyone, please settle down. We shall continue with the registration. Mu Bai, please come forward. From Bai Yu digging a pit for Dai Mu Bai to Ning Rongrong setting a trap for Bai Yu, all of this transpired in just a matter of minutes. Upon witnessing Bai Yu resolve the crisis, Li Yusong cleared his throat and spoke in a calm tone. Given his temperament, he would typically not tolerate such occurrences on sight. However, since this matter involved Dai Mu Bai and the potentially threatening Bai Yu, his level of tolerance significantly increased. On the other side, upon hearing Li Yusong's call, as Dai Mu Bai approached him and passed by Zhu Zhiqing, he felt a sudden stir within his martial soul. He glanced at Zhu Zhiqing, momentarily awestruck, yet his heart was filled with uncertainty. The brief stir in his martial soul indicated that this young lady's martial soul might possess the potential for a martial soul fusion technique with his own. However, his martial soul was the evil eye white tiger. Could it be that this girl possessed the nether spirit cat? Yet, the nether spirit cat was clearly the martial soul of the Zhu family, and the Zhu family resides within the Star Luo Empire. Amidst the turmoil of confusion within his heart, Dai Mu Bai approached Li Yusong, leaning against a grand tree, awaiting the progression of the team's assessment. As a result of the numerous individuals who had traversed before, only Zhu Zhiqing, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Bai Yu remained in the group. Upon continuing with the registration, Zhu Zhiqing arrived immediately. After Zhu Zhiqing demonstrated her martial soul and soul ring configuration, Li Yusong examined Zhu Zhiqing's bone age with his palm, confirming that she was under 12 years old. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Very well, you have passed. Please wait for a moment. The next one. After Zhu Zhiqing, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. As she revealed her martial spirit and soul ring configuration, Li Yusong was taken aback, suddenly rising from his chair. Your martial spirit, are you aware of its implications? Does your family know? Isn't Shrek Academy known for its inclusivity? Since I have passed your selection, there should be no reason for you to reject me, right? Ning Rong Rong, already prepared for such inquiries, smiled gently and replied, "Why don't you wait over there for a moment?" Next, hearing her words, Li Yusong reflected for a moment, calming himself before allowing her to step aside and continuing with the registration. The next was Xiao Wu, who also passed the test smoothly. Following her was Tang San. Upon displaying his blue-silver grass martial spirit and soul ring configuration, Li Yusong was astonished, yet Tang San undoubtedly met the admission criteria of Shrek Academy. Although the blue-silver grass martial spirit was weak, Tang San's ability to achieve the standards of a genius proved him to be an extraordinary talent. Precisely the kind that Shrek Academy cherished. However, during the initial bone assessment, Li Yusong could not discern Tang San's age through his hand bones due to Tang San's training in the Xianyuhan technique. He had to resort to examining the leg bones instead. Next was Bai Yu. After submitting the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, Bai Yu, observing Li Yusong seated before him and preparing to assess his bones, couldn't help but clear his throat and say, teacherly, "I hope you won't need to examine my bones? No bone examination? How can I ascertain your true age then?" Li Yusong frowned, perplexed by the extraordinary youth before him, who stood taller than Mu Bai. Though his face bore a youthful innocence, could this young man truly be over 12 years old? This dilemma troubled Li Yusong. Despite his reluctance to overlook a talent like Bai Yu, he was bound by the Academy's rules. Noticing Li Yusong's furrowed brow, Bai Yu guessed his thoughts and chuckled softly. "Rest assured, teacherly, I am certainly not older than 12. Like Tang San, I have also cultivated a unique soul skill, not just in my right hand, but throughout my entire body, so a bone examination would yield no results. May I present my martial spirit certification instead? You have cultivated unique soul skills throughout your entire body?" Li Yusong, unable to believe his ears, quickly grasped Bai Yu's hand, squeezing it firmly. Remarkably, the skin on this young prodigy appeared translucent, seemingly untouched by the elements, yet was as resilient as leather, with muscles as solid as iron, defying imagination. In an instant, Li Yusong was astounded, further probing Bai Yu's forearm and leg, finding the same astonishing density. He resigned himself to the conclusion that this boy was indeed a marvel. The resilience of his skin and the density of his muscle surpassed even that of Zhao Wujie at the Soul King level. Abandoning the bone examination for Bai Yu, Li Yusong returned to his seat, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Shrek Academy was indeed welcoming a true prodigy. Such astounding physical prowess explained Mu Bai's apprehension. Observing Li Yusong's astonishment at Bai Yu's physique, Mu Bai felt a surge of relief. He had known that someone like Bai Yu was extraordinary, and losing to him was no disgrace. "Teacherly, may I present my martial spirit certification instead of undergoing a bone assessment?" With a grin, Bai Yu remarked, enjoying the surprise he had inadvertently caused. "Very well." Li Yusong feigned calmness, his trembling hand reaching for a cup of water from the registration table. It shook as if afflicted by Parkinson's, a sight that elicited sympathy for the elder. "Here, this is my martial spirit certification." Upon receiving Bai Yu's certification and confirming his age was indeed 12, Li Yusong returned it, saying, "All right, now reveal your martial spirit and soul ring. If you meet the criteria, you shall proceed to the next round." After Bai Yu passed the age assessment, Li Yusong addressed him, "Very well, however, teacherly. My soul ring configuration is somewhat unique, so please do not be overly astonished." Bai Yu took a few steps back, ready to summon his martial soul, blue silver grass. But before doing so, he kindly cautioned Li Yusong, noticing the rather shabby condition of Li Yusong's chair. He feared that the elderly gentleman might inadvertently shatter it in his excitement and end up on the floor. Although this would not pose a significant issue for Li Yusong, it would still be detrimental to the flowers and plants nearby. Unique? Haha, rest assured, I have witnessed many grand spectacles in my time. What kind of prodigy have I not seen? What types of martial souls have I not encountered? Are you suggesting your soul rings might even be a 1,000-year soul ring? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Li Yusong chuckled dismissively and waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. However, upon hearing Li Yusong's remarks, Mu Bai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something that Flinder had previously mentioned. Wait a moment. A monstrous talent with the first 2 soul rings being 1,000-year soul rings is coming to our Shrek Academy. Could this prodigy possibly be Bai Yu? Chapter 45, Excellence in Both People and Grass. First update. Various requests. Just as Mu Bai was lost in thought about Flinder's words, Bai Yu, upon hearing Li Yusong's comments, felt a flicker of the future and could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Li Yusong. This elderly man was far too careless, unwittingly setting himself up for a fall. He should be cautious. If he were to take a tumble, he would not be held accountable. Blue Silvergrass, arise. Standing a few steps away from Li Yusong, Bai Yu issued a low command, summoning his martial soul. In an instant, with a flash of azure light, thick, translucent vines resembling blue crystal, with golden fibers within, emerged from Bai Yu's hand, dancing like long serpents in the air. Simultaneously, two purple thousand-year soul rings rose from beneath Bai Yu's feet, encircling him. As the blue silver-grass martial soul was summoned, Li Yusong was momentarily taken aback. This is not right. Is this really the blue silver-grass martial soul? Before Li Yusong could regain his composure, the two purple soul rings had already ascended from Bai Yu's feet, causing him to be utterly astonished, instinctively slapping the armrest of his chair. What is this? Under the subconscious force of Li Yusong's palm, the already dilapidated chair collapsed with a sharp crack. Li Yusong found himself abruptly seated on the ground. However, overwhelmed by shock, he paid little heed to his own disarray as he hastily rose to his feet. Gazing at the soul rings encircling Bai Yu, a tumult of astonishment surged within him. What did he behold? The first two soul rings were, astonishingly, 1,000 years old. How could this be? According to the common knowledge of soul masters, the initial two soul rings should be of 100 years. If the first two soul rings had absorbed a 1,000-year ring, it would lead to an immediate explosion of the body. Like Li Yusong, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were equally taken aback upon witnessing the 2,000-year soul rings surrounding Bai Yu. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with her hands, while the usually composed Zhu Shiqing's delicate face was also etched with shock. What a prodigy! This truly is a marvel. He must be the very prodigy that Dean Flanders spoke of. Only a physique as formidable as Bai Yu's could sustain the absorption of 1,000-year soul rings. Behind Li Yusong, although he had anticipated this scenario, Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle before him. He chuckled softly. I knew it. Bai Yu is the strongest. Observing everyone's astonishment, Xiaowu couldn't help but giggle in the waiting area. Meanwhile, Tang San nodded in agreement. Teacher Li, does this mean I have successfully registered? Bai Yu asked. A satisfied grin plastered across his face as he noticed the shock he had instilled in Li Yusong, as well as in Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai in the distance. He truly did not intend to show off. Yet, he had mentioned it in advance, and if they didn't believe him, then he could hardly be blamed. Very well, you have passed. Recovering from his astonishment, Li Yusong instinctively prepared to sit down, only to suddenly remember that the chair was broken. He cast a vexed glance at the shattered remains behind him before feigning calmness, addressing Bai Yu with a composed demeanor. Though he was indeed shocked, as a teacher of Shrek Academy, he could not afford to lose his composure. Such behavior would reveal his lack of experience and would be utterly inappropriate. What? I've already lost face, he thought. Well, even if I can salvage a little dignity, that would suffice. Yet, Bai Yu, are you certain that your martial spirit is blue silvergrass? Li Yusong's gaze fell upon Bai Yu's blue silver king martial spirit. His expression tinged with curiosity. Although the colors were similar, the thickness seemed decidedly off. What's wrong, Teacher Li? My blue silvergrass martial spirit is perfectly normal. It's merely a bit thicker and sturdier than the average variety. It is indeed blue silvergrass. The difference might be due to my exceptional nature. Bai Yu shrugged, explaining. A martial spirit and its master are one. With someone as handsome and outstanding as I am, it is only natural for the martial spirit to be somewhat extraordinary. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but blush and spat. This rogue, though he is undeniably handsome, must he be so self-absorbed? All right, you may proceed, Li Yusong said. Next, Mubai will lead you through the subsequent rounds of testing. Should you have any questions, he will address them. Realizing that inquiries directed at Bai Yu would yield no fruitful answers, Li Yusong waved his hand, signaling Bai Yu to join the others as they entered Shrek Academy to continue with the impending tests. More tests? Bai Yu responded nonchalantly, aware of the Academy's reputation. However, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing were momentarily taken aback. The registration requirements were already stringent. How could there be more tests? All right, everyone. Come along with me, and I will guide you through the next rounds of testing, Bai Yu instructed. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Dai Mubai had already approached the entrance of the village. He turned and waved to the onlookers, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Bai Yu continued to languidly squint his eyes, his hands resting behind his head as he ambled toward the village entrance. However, upon noticing Bai Yu's approach, Dai Mubai instinctively trembled, his expression shifting slightly in apprehension, and he hastily stepped back a few paces. I say, Dai, there's no need to be so agitated. We shall be classmates from now on. I won't strike you without cause, Bai Yu remarked with a subtle smile, observing Douluo Bai's startled countenance. Yet, Douluo Bai found himself at a loss for words. Not striking me without cause? Does that imply that you may strike me at all? He pondered. Despite the lingering psychological shadows cast by Bai Yu's earlier overwhelming display at the Rose Hotel, Douluo Bai's attention was drawn to Tang San and others, who were likely to enroll at Shrek Academy. As the current senior, he feigned composure, standing several meters away from Bai Yu, awaiting their arrival. He was determined not to lose face in front of his junior peers, particularly in the presence of a certain girl who piqued his interest and whose martial soul resonated with his own evil eye white tiger. Unbeknownst to Douluo Bai, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she observed his retreat before Bai Yu. All right, everyone, follow me, she finally declared. After Tang San and the others gradually approached, Douluo Bai led everyone into the depths of Shrek Village. Chapter 46, Oscar's Sausage. I find its flavor delightful. Second update. Various requests. Little did they know that entering would be quite a shock. Viewing Shrek Academy from the village entrance had already instilled a sense of disappointment due to its dilapidated state. Stepping inside the village revealed that the so-called Shrek Academy lacked any independent structure, completely relying on the village itself. This further deepened their disappointment. However, due to Li Yusong's earlier display of Soul Emperor prowess, the group ultimately did not feel overly disheartened regarding Shrek Academy. After all, if an ordinary admissions teacher possessed the cultivation of a Soul Emperor, then might not the Academy's dean be at least a Soul Sage? With such a multitude of formidable instructors, Shrek Academy should not be lacking in excellence, right? After leading Bai Yu and others to the second testing location, Douluo Bai gazed at a house ahead, where a line of candidates was still forming on the grass. We have arrived. This is the site for the second round of testing, which will assess your martial soul potential. However, before we proceed, I must evaluate your soul power. Please wait here for a moment, he announced. With that, Douluo Bai promptly dashed deeper into Shrek Village. Bai Yu understood that Douluo Bai was retrieving the crystal ball for the soul power assessment. This Shrek Academy is quite troublesome. The enrollment requirements are already stringent enough. And now they expect us to undergo evaluations of martial soul potential as well. What other tests await us? After Douluo Bai departed, Xiao crouched down, covering her belly with her small hand, expressing her mild complaint. Having rushed from Soto City to Shrek Academy in the morning, she felt a pang of hunger. Yet her admission remained unfulfilled. Hey, your name is Bai Yu, right? Is your martial soul truly blue silvergrass? It hardly seems so to me. In the midst of her wait, Ning Rongrong unknowingly approached Bai Yu, her large, captivating eyes shimmering like sapphires, and curiously inquired, May I ask, Bai Yu, what is the reason behind your actions? With a languid demeanor, Bai Yu, who was lost in the depths of his mental space, turned his head slightly to gaze at Ning Rongrong, a playful smile gracing his lips. Dear Miss Ning Rongrong, might it be that you have developed an affection for me? He teased. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and with a haughty expression, she turned away, her hands on her hips. Yet, as she averted her gaze, despite the disdain she attempted to project, a deeper blush blossomed on her fair cheeks. This fellow, though somewhat handsome, is exceedingly vain. But why does he seem even more attractive than before? She pondered, a hint of confusion swirling within her. Suddenly, a distant voice rang out, proclaiming, sausages for sale. Oscar brand sausages, large and robust, mouth-watering and delectable. Consuming Oscar brand sausages guarantees success in your entrance exams. At that moment, a figure clad in a brown leather jacket, with silver hair and a scruffy beard obscuring his features, wheeled a cart to a halt nearby. Third brother, there's a sausage vendor, exclaimed Xiaowu, her face lighting up with excitement as she pointed towards the cart. I'm hungry. Could you please fetch me a few sausages? Under the charming coaxing of Xiaowu, Tang San naturally responded with a smile. All right, I shall go buy it for you. Upon noticing the cart in the distance, Bai Yu instantly recognized the identity of its owner. Coincidentally, he was also feeling a bit peckish, so he decided to purchase some sausages. Thus, Bai Yu accompanied Tang San as they made their way towards Oscar's cart. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong trailed behind, now intent on competing with Bai Yu. Uncle, may I have a few sausages? Tang San called out to Oscar, who stood behind the cart. Uncle? Tang San's words struck Oscar like a bolt from the blue, causing him to stagger back a few steps, his face contorted with indignation as he pointed at Tang San. What are you saying? I am no uncle. I am only 14 this year. Upon hearing Oscar's declaration, both Tang San and the trailing Ning Rongrong widened their eyes in disbelief. 14 years old? With that bushy beard, one could easily mistake him for 40. However, to be only 14 and possess such a vigorous growth of facial hair was indeed astonishing. Observing Oscar's expression of outrage, Bai Yu couldn't help but stroke his chin. To speak fairly, given Oscar's luxuriant beard, anyone unaware of his true age would hardly believe that this man, adorned with such a thick beard, could be merely a 14-year-old boy. Yet, it must be said, possessing such abundant hair at such a tender age is an extraordinary gift. If only this rare talent could be bestowed upon those prematurely balding programmers of the past, they would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Programmers, when will we ever rise again? Realizing he had misspoken, Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly offered his apologies to Oscar. Afterward, he purchased a few sausages, intending to bring them back for Xiaowu. Do not eat. Just then, as Tang San prepared to taste a sausage for Xiaowu, a frantic shout from Dai Mubai echoed from afar. He was sprinting towards them, clutching a crystal ball. What is the matter? Seeing the urgency on Dai Mubai's face, Tang San was puzzled. This sausage cannot be eaten. Upon rushing to Tang San's side, Dai Mubai took a deep breath, his countenance slightly grim as he pointed at the sausage in Tang San's hand. Why? Tang San was taken aback, gazing at the sausage with a heart full of confusion. He had witnessed Oscar preparing it, so it should be perfectly fine, just as Tang San wore an expression of bewilderment. Dai Mubai was about to elucidate this situation when an indistinct voice interjected from the side. What do you mean this sausage is inedible? I find it quite delectable. Upon hearing the voice, Dai Mubai instinctively turned to look. There he saw Bai Yu approaching, clutching a generous handful of Oscar's sausages. Under the watchful gaze of Dai Mubai, Bai Yu unceremoniously shoved an entire sausage into his mouth and began to chew heartily. You can't eat that sausage, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Bai Yu, his finger trembling uncontrollably, rendered speechless for a moment. In truth, he did not wish for Bai Yu to discover the dubious nature of Oscar's sausages. However, he feared that if he deceived Bai Yu and the truth later emerged, it could provoke Bai Yu's wrath and result in a severe reprimand. Ultimately, Dai Mubai succumbed to his apprehension and resolved to reveal the truth to Bai Yu. Yet, was Bai Yu truly unaware? Chapter 47. Consuming Oscar's sausages to the full, third update. Various requests. What makes it inedible? Is it not simply the incantation this fellow mutters while crafting the sausages? Do I have a big whatever? What is so alarming about that? Observing Dai Mubai's complex expression as he insisted the sausages were inedible, Bai Yu merely rolled his eyes and stuffed another sausage into his mouth, chewing vigorously. You know. Dai Mubai, taken aback by Bai Yu's words, found it hard to believe that he could still consume the sausages after knowing the rather lewd incantation involved in their creation. It was truly astounding. Nearby, Ningrongrong, who had initially intended to purchase a few Oscar brand sausages for herself, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and promptly declined. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment displayed by Dai Mubai and Ningrongrong, Bai Yu, holding a handful of sausages, swallowed the one he had been chewing and turned to Dai Mubai. What's wrong? Is it really so strange? Tell me, is this sausage unclean? Dai Mubai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Although Oscar's incantation was indeed rather dubious, he had to concede that Oscar's sausages were indeed a superior source of soul power. Is this sausage toxic? Dai Mubai shook his head again. Will it cause diarrhea? Once more, Dai Mubai shook his head. Since this sausage poses no issues whatsoever, why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten that you are a soul master? Bai Yu pressed, gazing at Dai Mubai. In his previous life, while reading the original text, Bai Yu had been at a loss for words upon witnessing Dai Mubai's anxiety regarding Oscar's sausages. Food-type soul masters were the most sought after on the Douluo Continent, and soul power food was immensely beneficial for soul masters. Yet, Dai Mubai, due to his discomfort with Oscar's incantation, not only refused to consume the sausages but also forbade Oscar from selling them at the academy. If Dai Mubai were Ningrongrong, it would be understandable. But Dai Mubai had fled from the Star Luo Empire, facing the perilous competition for the throne. Shouldn't he be eager to enhance his strength at such a time? He ought to seize every opportunity to bolster his power. Yet, despite the fact that Oscar's sausages could significantly aid in this endeavor, Dai Mubai still refused to partake. Bai Yu simply could not fathom it. As soul masters, they currently had the academy's instructors to assist them in hunting soul beasts, but once they graduated and became stronger, they would eventually have to hunt soul beasts alone. If, at that time, they encountered a powerful soul beast they could not contend with, sustaining injuries and becoming trapped in the Star Do forest, they would have to resort to eating anything for survival, even insects or worms. If they could not accept even this soul power food, which merely had an unpleasant incantation, they were indeed sheltered flowers. And Bai Yu could only wonder how they would fare in the future. Shaking his head and sighing, Bai Yu popped another sausage into his mouth, savoring it as juices splattered. His words left Bai speechless, and Tang San fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing approached silently, striding towards Oscar's cart. After handing Oscar a few soul coins, she coolly instructed, "Give me several sausages." Oh, please hold on a moment." Upon hearing Zhu Zhiqing's command, Oscar snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving the prepared sausages and busily preparing them for her. At that moment, Oscar felt deeply moved by Bai Yu's words. Although his incantation might have been somewhat ambiguous, there was nothing wrong with his sausages. It was merely Bai overthinking. Finally, someone had spoken the truth on his behalf. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Oscar decided that this junior named Bai Yu would become his brother. Moreover, this Bai Yu was extraordinarily wealthy, purchasing dozens of his sausages at once, nearly depleting his stock. Oscar relished the prospect of befriending someone so generous. Bai Yu was right. As soul masters, if they could not even conquer psychological hurdles, how could they ever hope to become formidable soul masters? After receiving the sausages prepared by Oscar, Zhu Zhiqing coolly remarked as she stuffed one into her mouth, diligently chewing away. Observing Zhu Zhiqing support Bai Yu's words and indulge in the sausages, Ning Rongrong felt an inexplicable surge of determination within her. With light, hurried steps, she approached Oscar's cart once more and purchased a few sausages to taste. To her surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. Bai Yu was indeed correct. It was we who had been overly serious. Nearby, Tang San inhaled deeply, casting an admiring glance at Bai Yu before picking up a sausage and taking a bite. "Xiaowu, would you like one?" "Oh, I think I'll pass," Xiaowu replied, still hesitant upon seeing Tang San enjoy the sausage. Like Xiaowu, Bai also struggled to muster the courage on several occasions but ultimately failed to challenge himself to eat one of Oscar's sausages. There was little he could do. He had faced numerous battles and endured so much. The mere thought of Oscar's soul curse would inevitably conjure unintended associations. Well then. Let me return to discussing the assessment. Previously, I mentioned that the second round evaluates the potential of one's martial soul. Only those with a certain level of potential can pass this round. However, there is another condition to pass the second round, a soul power level of 25 or above. If you can reach that level, you may proceed directly to the final round. Noticing that only he and Xiaowu had not sampled Oscar's sausages, Bai quickly cleared his throat to shift the topic. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing, who had been silently enjoying her sausages, felt increasingly disappointed to see Bai still refusing to partake. However, as Bai prepared to test everyone's soul power with the crystal ball, Bai Yu, having finished his sausages, clapped his hands and strode back toward Oscar. "Your sausages are quite tasty, but I'm still not full. How many soul power sausages can you make now? I want them all." Standing before Oscar's cart, Bai Yu casually declared, producing a handful of glimmering gold soul coins, which he placed directly onto Oscar's cart. So many soul coins. Upon seeing the numerous coins Bai Yu had placed, more than a dozen, Oscar was elated. Clasping his hands in front of his chest, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the gold coins. Minutes later, Bai Yu, satisfied with his last batch of Oscar's sausages, turned to leave, leaving behind a nearly exhausted Oscar, who was slumped over his cart, grinning foolishly while cradling a small pile of shining soul coins. In Chapter 48, titled The Immutable King Zhao Wujia, the group tested their soul power through the crystal ball brought by Bai. Upon testing, it was revealed that everyone's soul power exceeded level 25. Among them, Bai Yu, having practiced the Xiantian skill and upgraded twice with the Tai Ching formula, possessed an exceptionally high quality of inner strength, further enhanced by his compressed soul power. During the examination, Bai Yu deliberately regulated the flow of internal energy to avoid shattering the crystal ball. "To my astonishment, your soul power has surpassed level 25. Since your soul power exceeds this threshold, there is no need for you to undergo the second and third rounds of assessment. I shall take you directly to the final demonstration evaluation." After testing the soul power of the crowd, Bai retrieved the soul power crystal ball, still somewhat incredulous. He acknowledged the prowess of both Bai Yu and Tang San. After all, one had the ability to overpower him, while the other could engage him in a spirited exchange. However, Bai never anticipated that, besides Bai Yu and Tang San, 3 young ladies also possessed soul power exceeding level 25, thereby qualifying for direct advancement to the final round. Moreover, among them, Xiaowu's soul power had impressively reached level 29. It seems that our Shrek Academy is indeed welcoming a remarkable group of prodigies this time. During the assessment of Bai, the remaining students participating in the second round of evaluations gathered to observe. Initially, these students harbored some resistance, yet they were soon rendered utterly astonished. The instructor overseeing the second round, upon witnessing the results, wore a look of sheer amazement and could not help but exclaim, "Well then, I shall take them directly to the final round." With the endorsement of the second round's instructor, Bai, after exchanging pleasantries, led the successful candidates deeper into Shrek Village. Along the way, Bai Yu remained immersed in the realm of his consciousness while appearing quite languid. Strolling with his hands clasped behind his head and a strand of blue-silver grass delicately held between his lips. Meanwhile, Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired about the nature of the third round of assessments. Through Bai's elucidation, the group learned that the third round necessitated that the Soul Masters demonstrate a formidable control over their martial spirits. This required the Soul Masters to possess a substantial understanding of their martial spirits and to diligently practice their use. Bai further detailed that the ultimate evaluation in the fourth round would test the students' practical combat abilities. Shrek Academy would not accept students who, despite their talent, lacked combat proficiency. This revelation prompted Bai Yu to shake his head in disbelief. Not only must the students exhibit talent, but they must also possess a solid foundation. Optimal spirit ring configuration, a clear developmental direction for their martial spirits, potential for growth, unwavering effort, and, ultimately, combat capability. Good heavens! One might wonder if you are expecting to reap the fruits of paradise. With such prodigious talents, where else could they not thrive without enduring the trials of Shrek Academy? The mere existence of Shrek Academy, flourishing to this day and garnering a measure of renown within the realm of Soul Masters, seems a stroke of fortuitous luck. Truly, it is akin to the European monarchs of the Soul Master Academy sphere. In a moment of exasperated commentary, Bai led the group to a playground situated at the heart of Shrek Village. There, a reclining chair was placed, upon which a middle-aged man of stout build, though not particularly tall, lay dozing under the shade of a straw hat. "Teacher Zhao, please awaken. I have brought people to participate in the fourth round of assessments." Spotting the burly figure of the middle-aged man, Bai approached him and called out loudly. His voice jolted Teacher Zhao from his slumber. Blinking in a daze, Zhao rubbed his sleepy eyes and, upon finally focusing, turned his gaze towards the group. Upon recognizing the 5 individuals, including Bai Yu, he was taken aback and rubbed his eyes again in disbelief, exclaiming in a robust tone tinged with astonishment, "Bai, what is the meaning of this? How did 5 individuals arrive at the final round all at once?" "Oh, Teacher Zhao, our academy has been fortunate this year. All 5 preparatory students possess soul power exceeding the 25th level, including 1 at the 30th level and 2 at the 29th. Bai replied with a smile. "Ah, it seems this batch of prodigies is quite exceptional." Teacher Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Bai's words. He erupted into hearty laughter, rising from the reclining chair to appraise Bai Yu and the others with evident satisfaction. "Splendid, truly splendid." As Teacher Zhao scrutinized the crowd, Bai Yu was also observing Zhao Wuji. The sheer musculature was quite impressive, surpassing even the exaggerated physiques of those bodybuilders seen on television in a past life. Though he was somewhat shorter in stature. Logically speaking, however, bears are not particularly short, and considering the influence of martial spirits on Soul Masters, Zhao Wuji's height should not be inferior to Tang San's. Could it be a matter of Zhao Wuji's genetics? Bai Yu pondered silently. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, who was unaware of Bai Yu's internal musings regarding him, he felt immense joy at the sight of 5 little prodigies from Shrek Academy arriving at once. "All right, gather around. You are here to participate in the final round of assessments. I believe Bai has already briefed you on the content of this round, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wuji, the current Vice President of Shrek Academy. The task ahead of you will be to collectively withstand my presence for the duration of a stick of incense." After surveying the crowd, Zhao Wuji beckoned everyone over and, with a satisfied smile, remarked, "What?" Upon hearing Zhao Wuji mention the final round of assessment, which involves enduring the duration of an incense stick, everyone except Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. Here it comes. Zhao Wuji has begun to disregard the principles of martial ethics. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Upon first encountering the original novel, Bai Yu felt little impact. However, upon maturing and revisiting the anime, he found himself utterly at a loss for words regarding a particular scene. A soul sage claimed that a group of grand soul masters would endure for the duration of a burning incense stick at his hands. Even though Zhao Wuji relied solely on his first 3 soul abilities and the power of a soul sovereign during battle, a soul sage, even the most mediocre among them, possesses strength that typically rivals that of a fully unleashed soul king. Moreover, Zhao Wuji, being a top-tier soul sage with exceptional power and defense, likely surpasses even that. Witnessing the full-force assaults from Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, which could not breach Zhao Wuji's defenses, was telling. In the original narrative, had it not been for Xiao Wu's injury, Tang San's eventual outburst would have left all participants in the fourth assessment in dire straits. Consequently, the subsequent events would have little to do with Shrek Academy. Bai Yu was astounded to witness an academy so recklessly driving away its prodigies. In the original work, the admission of the characters hinged on Tang San's explosive prowess and the fortuitous acquisition of the Dragon Whisker Needle. However, this time, Bai Yu has taken the Dragon Whisker Needle for himself. To pass the assessment, all eyes are now on Bai Yu's performance. Chapter 49. A lack of martial virtue from Zhao Wuji. Second update. Various requests. Teacher Zhao, this seems inappropriate, does it not? On the playground. Upon hearing that Zhao Wuji intended to personally oversee the final round of assessments for Bai Yu and his peers, Daimyo Bai was momentarily taken aback and quickly voiced his objections. Previously, the final assessments merely required the students to endure for the duration of an incense stick under his guidance. Now, however, it had transformed into enduring under Zhao Wuji himself. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Zhao Wuji is a soul sage. In Daimyo Bai's perspective, even the most formidable Bai Yu's strength should merely align with that of a soul sect or a soul king. However, a soul king level soul master like Zhao Wuji could, without the need for his martial spirit, effortlessly vanquish opponents with a single hand. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with their cohort of powerful soul masters, Tang San's blue silver grass would be utterly incapable of restraining Zhao Wuji. Furthermore, the attacks from Xiao Wu and the others would be insufficient to breach Zhao Wuji's defenses. Should Zhao Wuji continue in this manner, the Shrek Academy would find itself losing 5 exceptionally gifted students, including 1 prodigious talent, without justification. If Dean Flander were to discover this, Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly face scathing reproach, and he would not escape unscathed either. Enough with the trivialities. With Flander absent, I am in command. My word is law. Upon hearing Daimyo Bai's declaration, Zhao Wuji shot him a glare, visibly irritated. However, if Dean Flander were to learn of this, Daimyo Bai could only manage a wry smile. Rest assured, I know where to draw the line. Upon the mention of Flander by Daimyo Bai, Zhao Wuji's countenance involuntarily stiffened. Instinctively, he rubbed his robust hand across his nose, clearing his throat a few times before speaking in a deep, resonant voice. This time, there is indeed a reason for concern. Consider this. 5 new students have arrived simultaneously, including 2 formidable soul masters of the 29th rank and 1 of the 30th rank. If we were to employ the previous testing methods, given your strength, you would likely exhaust your soul power after battling just 2 or 3 opponents. Even if you were to wait for your soul power to recover before continuing the tests, your condition would not be optimal. Thus, the fairness of the final assessment would be compromised. Therefore, it is only fitting that I, Zhao Wuji, oversee this process for the sake of fairness. As he concluded, Zhao Wuji could not help but pat his chest with pride. Daimyo Bai retorted, I merely intended to ease the pressure. Your approach seems poised to unleash a deluge. He expressed his exasperation. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji remained unfazed by such sentiments. After dealing with Daimyo Bai, Zhao Wuji continued to fold his robust arms and turned to Bai Yu and the others, bellowing in a voice akin to a thunderous gong. All right, I have outlined the final assessment task. Your objective is to endure for the duration of a jaw stick in my presence, united as one. During this time, you must not leave the confines of this training ground. Those who manage to withstand until the end will gain admission to our Shrek Academy. You may inquire about my background with Mubai. He will provide you with the necessary information. I grant you the time of a jaw stick to devise your strategies. When the incense burns out, the assessment will officially commence. With that, Zhao Wuji produced a jaw stick from seemingly nowhere, ignited it with a casual motion, and forcefully thrust the burning stick into the ground. Without waiting for Bai Yu and the others to respond, he returned to his reclining chair, lay back, and once again donned his straw hat. As Zhao Wuji's words came to a close, apart from the expected Bai Yu, the others were momentarily taken aback, still somewhat in a daze. It wasn't until Zhao Wuji reclined in his chair that Tang San finally regained his composure, suppressing the astonishment etched on his face. He looked towards Daimyo Bai and inquired, May I ask, what is the strength and developmental direction of this teacher Zhao? Upon hearing Tang San's question, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but shake his head as he approached the group, casting a glance filled with a touch of pity towards Tang San. He was unaware of how unfortunate Tang San was to encounter Vice Dean Zhao Wuji presiding over the final round of assessments right at the beginning of his academic journey. At Shrek Academy, the vice principal Zhao Wuji is notorious for his unpredictable temperament, and the students hold him in considerable trepidation. This year, the Academy has managed to enroll 5 prodigies. While other institutions would eagerly offer financial incentives to retain such talents, Zhao Wujie, in a moment of whimsy, decided to personally conduct their assessments. Should the evaluation not yield favorable results, the Academy's efforts would amount to naught. However, upon observing the languid demeanor of Bai Yu, who appeared unfazed, Dai Bai felt a slight sense of relief. Having been thoroughly defeated by Bai Yu previously, Dai Bai harbored some psychological reservations about him. He also feared that Bai Yu's enrollment might lead to embarrassment in front of his companions, Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Yet, if this calamity were to be barred from entering Shrek Academy, he could continue to reign as the leader without concern. Dai Bai believed that the likelihood of Tang San and the others passing Zhao Wujie's assessment was exceedingly slim. As the vice principal was quite proud and not one to compromise his dignity, it was possible that he might initially hold back, perhaps not even utilizing his martial spirit. But if he were to lose face later, that would surely change. Allow me to share some insights regarding Teacher Zhao, although my knowledge is rather limited. I do know he is a soul sage of level 76, with the martial spirit of the powerful King Kong bear, specializing in the assault type. Despite his offensive prowess, his defensive capabilities are equally formidable due to his martial spirit. As for Zhao's soul skills, I am unaware of the specifics, as he has not demonstrated them within the Academy. However, I am aware that his soul ring configuration is optimal. As Dai Bai relayed the information he had gathered about Zhao Wujie, he felt a sense of pride, unwilling to withhold details about the vice principal. Fundamentally, he was confident that Bai Yu would most likely fail the assessment. After all, individuals like Zhao Wujie, who disregard martial ethics and are overly concerned with their reputation, are quite rare. Dai Bai's thoughts proved accurate. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tang San's eventual outburst and the timely acquisition of the Dragonbeard Needle, the entire group would have been eliminated by Zhao Wujie. As Dai Bai concluded his account, the others fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, recounting Zhao Wujie's illustrious history. However, she too lacked detailed knowledge about him. I suggest you all deliberate on how to unite against Teacher Zhao. His strength is formidable. Fighting individually would likely result in defeat within moments. If you can devise a strategy that harmonizes your individual strengths, your chances may improve, Dai Bai proposed. Agreed. But before we strategize, let us introduce ourselves, Tang San concurred. Allow me to begin. I am Ning Rongrong, a soul master of level 26 with the 7 treasures glazed tower as my martial spirit. With a gentle smile, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial spirit, confidently presenting herself. The 7 treasures glazed tower? Are you from the 7 treasures glazed sect? Tang San asked in astonishment, a reaction mirrored by Zhu Xing, who regarded her with intrigue. The 7 treasures glazed sect, one of the renowned 3 upper sects, is celebrated as the most powerful support sect throughout the Douluo Continent. Please don't all stare at me. I'm quite ordinary, merely having sneaked away from home. My 7 treasures glazed tower has 200-year soul rings, granting a 30% enhancement in speed and strength to my allies, Ning Rongrong explained, slightly bashful under their astonished gazes, playfully sticking out her tongue in humility. However, as she detailed her soul skills, she noticed Bai Yu maintaining an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed by her status, which irked her. This guy, who previously bullied me, isn't even intimidated by my background. I am Tang San, a control-type soul master of level 29 with the martial spirit of blue silvergrass. Following Ning Rongrong, Tang San also introduced himself. I am Xiao Wu, my martial spirit is a rabbit, and I am a level 29 assault system soul master, she cheerfully declared. Zhu Zhiqing, with a composed demeanor, introduced herself next, stating, I am Zhu Zhiqing, my martial spirit is the Nethercat, and I am a level 27 agility system soul master. Finally, it was Bai Yu's turn. I am Bai Yu. My martial spirit is also blue silver grass like Tang San, but I am a support system soul master. As the moment arrived for his self-introduction, Bai Yu stepped forward with a casual demeanor, nonchalantly presenting himself and shrugging his shoulders. A support-type soul master? You must be joking. How could you possibly be a support-type soul master? Ning Rongrong was the first to leap forward, her hands firmly gripping her waist. Disbelief etched across her face as she confronted Bai Yu. Why can't I be a support-type soul master? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat indignant at Ning Rongrong's skepticism. You. Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. She almost wanted to retort, questioning how he could claim to be a support-type soul master when he had once effortlessly subdued a seemingly formidable assault-type soul master with a single hand on the streets. As the daughter of the illustrious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the strongest support sect on the continent, she felt compelled to defend her beliefs. No one present understands the role of an auxiliary spirit master better than Ning Rongrong. Although auxiliary spirit masters are typically perceived as lacking in combat prowess, and despite being a great spirit master, it is inconceivable that one could surpass a powerful assault spirit master. However, Bai Yu embodies the essence of an assault spirit master more convincingly than any true assault spirit master could. It is utterly implausible to consider her an auxiliary spirit master, at least not in Ning Rongrong's view. I firmly believe that it is impossible for you to be an auxiliary spirit master, after all. How could one with the spirit of blue silvergrass be classified as such? After huffing in frustration for a while, Ning Rongrong refrained from disclosing her earlier intentions to undermine Bai Yu in front of so many witnesses, opting instead to cross her arms and express her annoyance. What? Are you implying that having the spirit of blue silvergrass precludes one from being an auxiliary spirit master? Ning Rongrong, let me enlighten you. This is a blatant discrimination against blue silvergrass. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Yu's brows furrowed even more intensely, her voice rising in indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at Ning Rongrong. Do you have any idea how hard blue silvergrass strives? Though it may appear diminutive. Do you comprehend the vast number of blue silvergrasses flourishing beneath our feet? This world derives its beauty in part from blue silvergrass, and a significant portion of the oxygen we breathe is produced by it. One could say that blue silvergrass has contributed immeasurably to our world. And yet you dare to belittle it. Ning Rongrong interjected in dismay. Oh no. Bai Yu has begun to lose her composure again, observing Bai Yu's antics. Tang San couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. Since his acquaintance with Bai Yu, she had mostly behaved normally, albeit somewhat lackadaisical, but she would rise to the occasion when brilliance was required. Yet, on occasion, Bai Yu would exhibit peculiar behavior, uttering phrases he found utterly perplexing, such as references to Newton's coffin lid being lifted, the essence of rat-tail juice, her grievances about a lack of martial ethics, and declarations of future regret. Ahem. What I meant to convey is that Bai Yu's interpretation of auxiliary spirit masters diverges significantly from your understanding. As Bai Yu accused Ning Rongrong of discriminating against blue silvergrass, Tang San cleared his throat a few times and spoke up in Bai Yu's defense. Beside him, Xiao nodded emphatically. Indeed. What Bai Yu referred to as an auxiliary spirit master is merely an abbreviation. The full title is a powerful attack-type auxiliary spirit master. A powerful attack-type auxiliary spirit master. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai, who was stirred by the mention of Zhu Xuqing's name, were left utterly bewildered. A powerful attack-type auxiliary spirit master? What on earth is that? They had never heard of such a thing. Could it possibly be a new development in the realm of spirit masters? Bai Yu believed that his strength was overwhelming. Whether as a control-type spirit master or an attack-type spirit master, if he were to assume either of those roles in a team like the Soul Hunting Group, Bai Yu felt that once he made his move, the rest of the team would have no opportunity to act. Thus, to avoid overshadowing his teammates, he decided to become a powerful attack-type auxiliary spirit master. His teammates could resolve the battles, while he would stand back and provide support, should they falter. He would step in to turn the tide. This encapsulates Bai Yu's philosophy as a powerful attack-type auxiliary spirit master. Xiao proudly placed her hands on her hips. Upon hearing her words, Tang San awkwardly turned his head away. As for the others, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, Dai Mubai, Chapter 51, The Battle Begins, First Update. Various requests. You are truly the epitome of narcissism. After listening to Tang San's explanation, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated. Narcissistic? A weak auxiliary soul master like you simply cannot comprehend the troubles of possessing overwhelming strength. Bai Yu, catching her gaze, merely smirked in disdain, shaking his head with an air of aloofness. Is it truly remarkable to have combat prowess surpassing that of an auxiliary soul master? Frankly, I don't believe you embody the essence of an auxiliary soul master at all. You lack any auxiliary soul skills, merely seeking to coast along. Ning Rongrong felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What? How could this little brat see through me? Upon hearing her words, Bai Yu's eyelids involuntarily twitched. His desire to become an auxiliary soul master was indeed driven by a wish to take it easy and to appear more impressive. Nevertheless, despite feeling a tinge of insecurity, Bai Yu retorted defiantly, is providing control not considered auxiliary support? I believe anyone who aids their teammates in achieving victory in battle qualifies as an auxiliary soul master. And why do you assume I lack auxiliary soul skills? With that, Bai Yu summoned his blue silvergrass martial soul, ostentatiously demonstrating a soul skill. In truth, he executed the rainfall technique, channeling his inner energy to gather the surrounding spiritual essence of the flora, manifesting a sphere of green light in his hands, which he sprinkled over Ningrongrong. Suddenly, Ningrongrong felt a jolt of vitality, her spirit lifted, and her stamina remarkably restored. Is this a healing soul skill? Your blue-silver grass martial soul can indeed possess auxiliary soul skills? Ningrongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Such rarity, as long as one understands how to develop soul skills. The type of martial soul is inconsequential. Control-type martial souls can indeed cultivate auxiliary soul skills, and even formidable attack-type skills can emerge from seemingly weak martial souls. Bai Yu crossed his arms and smirked with an air of superiority. Tang San wholeheartedly agreed with Bai Yu's assertions, although he had yet to achieve such feats himself. He had witnessed Bai Yu transform a control-type first soul skill into an astonishingly powerful attack-type skill, saving their teacher Yu Xiaojiang from the jaws of the mandala snake. He had also experienced Bai Yu's development of the auxiliary soul skill, Rainfall. After hearing Bai Yu's words, and having witnessed the auxiliary martial soul truly manifesting an auxiliary soul skill, Zhu Zhiqing fell into deep contemplation. All right. Let us regard Bai Yu as an auxiliary soul master, for he is different from us. Now, let us discuss our upcoming tactics. After Bai Yu finished showing off, Tang San promptly intervened to smooth things over. During the more than 6 years spent at Notting College, having endured numerous trials at the hands of Bai Yu and witnessed his extraordinary prowess, Tang San has come to possess an unwavering belief in Bai Yu. Under Tang San's orchestration, the group gathered together to deliberate on strategies for their impending confrontation with Zhao Wujie. Bai Yu and Ningrongrong, much alike, contributed little to the discussion, as their roles were primarily to provide healing and enhancements, respectively. Nevertheless, Bai Yu aspired to contribute beyond these fundamental duties. However, he was acutely aware of Zhao Wujie's formidable strength and the likely outcome of the encounter. It was evident that Tang San's strategies would prove ineffective against Zhao Wujie. Thus, the ultimate resolution depended on Bai Yu's performance. Before long, the incense stick burned down, signaling the end of the allocated time. Zhao Wujie abruptly sprang from his reclining position, clapping his hands as he bellowed, "All right, time is up. Prepare for the assessment," on the expansive training ground. After Zhao Wujie's commanding announcement, he retrieved another incense stick. Rubbing it between his hands to ignite it, he placed it on the ground and awaited the proceedings. Meanwhile, following Zhao Wujie's declaration, Bai Yu and the others arranged themselves in formation. As support-type soul masters, Bai Yu and Ningrongrong naturally positioned themselves at the rear. Tang San, as a control-type soul master, stood in the center, while the front lines were manned by the assault-type soul master Xiao Wu and the agility-type soul master Zhu Zhiqing. The Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda was activated, proclaiming, first, strength, second, speed. At the far end of the playground, Ningrongrong, clad in a flowing sky-blue gown, summoned a crystal tower that shimmered with the radiant hues of the 7 colors. Upon raising it high, with a delicate exclamation from Ningrongrong, a resplendent spectrum of 7-colored light erupted from the crystal tower, casting radiant beams of color. These luminescent rays fell upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing. As the auxiliary light of Ningrongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile enveloped them, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing instantly felt their bodies become remarkably buoyant. Their strength and speed surged, each increasing by 30%. Aha! How intriguing, a 7 treasure glazed tile soul master. Zhao Wujie erupted into hearty laughter upon seeing the tower in Ningrongrong's grasp. He had not anticipated the presence of a 7 treasure glazed tile soul master at Shrek Academy. If Flinder were to discover this, he would surely be overjoyed. However, gaining admission to our Shrek Academy is no simple feat. Barely had he finished speaking when Zhao Wujie suddenly stomped his foot upon the ground, and with a resounding crash, he propelled himself forward, charging towards the group. Although Zhao Wujie was a defense-type soul master with the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear, speed was not his forte. Nevertheless, due to his significant cultivation, the velocity he could unleash remained astonishing. Zhao Wujie's target was straightforward, Ningrongrong and Bai Yu, who were positioned at the back. In the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, it has always been a fundamental principle to first eliminate the auxiliary soul masters within the opposing team. When encountering a soul master of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, this becomes an utmost priority. Not good. Xiao Wu, Zhiqing. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie's swift approach, Tang San immediately discerned his intentions and shouted loudly, summoning his martial soul, Blue Silver Grass, which he forcefully struck onto the ground. Responding to Tang San's urgent call, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing simultaneously manifested their martial souls and charged toward Zhao Wujie. At the same moment, as Tang San summoned the Blue Silver Grass martial soul and struck it down, tendril-like strands of blue silver grass erupted from the ground beneath Zhao Wujie's feet. swiftly ensnaring his legs in an attempt to halt his advance. However, alas, Zhao Wujia's strength was far too formidable. He was simply beyond the restraint of Tang San's blue-silver grass. Aha! You think you can stop me with such trivial efforts? With a casual lift of his legs, Zhao Wujia effortlessly severed the blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San from the ground, erupting into hearty laughter as he continued to sprint towards Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, however, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing had already approached Zhao Wujia's side. One charged directly at him, while the other flanked him from the side, preparing for a surprise attack from behind. Utilizing her first soul skill, the waist bow, Xiao Wu seized the fleeting opportunity. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass could not fully impede Zhao Wujia's advance, it momentarily delayed him just enough for Xiao Wu to launch her assault. With a spirited cry, she leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Zhao Wujia's head. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia's formidable defense rendered her efforts futile. Her foot merely grazed the top of his head without even causing him to flinch. "Little girl, have you come to give me a massage?" he jested. After enduring a kick from Xiao Wu, Zhao Wuji burst into a boisterous laugh, exuding an air of arrogance. In response to Zhao Wuji's mockery, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Wu's delicate face. She swiftly placed her other foot upon Zhao Wuji's shoulder and, utilizing the leverage, executed a graceful turn in midair, ensnaring his neck with her legs like a pair of lethal scissors. Harnessing the strength of her waist, Xiao Wu propelled herself into a daring backflip, aiming to cast Zhao Wuji aside with all her might. While it was evident that her strength alone could not possibly hurl such a robust man as Zhao Wuji through the air, there was still Tang San. With a commanding shout, Tang San activated his first soul skill, Bind, in accordance with their prior tactical arrangement. In an instant, a multitude of blue-silver grasses erupted from the earth around Zhao Wuji, each tendril coiling around him like venomous serpents. Consequently, the blue-silver grass that had previously entwined around Zhao Wuji's legs pierced through the fabric of his trousers, allowing the paralyzing toxin to gradually take effect. In that moment, Zhao Wuji found himself rendered immobile. Under the upward thrust of the blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San, Xiao Wu entwined her legs around Zhao Wuji's neck in midair, successfully flinging him away. This would occur if Zhao Wuji made no attempt to resist. As Zhao Wuji plummeted from the sky, he found himself inverted, his head descending into the earth. This was perilous. His body was flung through the air, on the verge of a calamitous fall. Confronted with such a dire predicament, despite Zhao Wuji's remarkable physical prowess, injuries were unlikely, yet a face covered in dirt was inevitable. Undoubtedly, this was an outcome that the image-conscious Zhao Wuji could not tolerate. Thus, his expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he resolved to abandon any semblance of martial decorum. The mighty golden bear, imbued within him. In the air, Zhao Wuji let out a fierce roar, instantly summoning his martial soul, the mighty golden bear, and subsequently underwent martial soul possession. Chapter 52, The Soul Ring Activation, Bai Yu Takes Action. Second update. Various requests. As Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul possession, a colossal golden-haired bear emerged in a furious roar from behind him, seamlessly merging with Zhao Wuji's form. With the martial soul possession underway, amidst the blinding golden light and Zhao Wuji's thunderous shouts, his stature began to rapidly increase, his muscles swelling to resemble solid granite. His skin, illuminated by the dazzling golden radiance, appeared as though coated in a layer of gold, his eyes transforming into the golden gaze of a bear, and his hands evolving into massive bear paws. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 ascended from beneath Zhao Wuji's feet, encircling him in a magnificent display. Break for me. After the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wuji suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing the full extent of his power into the air. In an instant, the layers of blue-silver grass that had almost ensnared him like a rice dumpling began to tear apart inch by inch. Indeed, Zhao Wuji is truly a figure who disregards the principles of martial ethics. At the rear, Bai Yu casually bestowed upon Xiao Wu a verdant orb of spiritual energy, derived from the essence of flora, to rejuvenate her stamina, while simultaneously shaking his head in disbelief. Originally, Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, could contend against 5 well-coordinated soul masters with his soul king-level prowess without the aid of his martial soul, which could be deemed a fair match. However, after being outmaneuvered by Tang San's tactics, Zhao Wuji resorted to the empowerment of his martial soul. This decision abruptly tilted the scales of battle in one direction. For Zhao Wuji's martial soul is none other than the formidable Great Strength Diamond Bear, a high-level martial soul that possesses both power and defense, arguably rivaled only by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon among beast-type martial souls. After the powerful bear spirit manifested, Zhao Wujia's defensive capability became extraordinarily formidable. Even Zhu Zhuqing had to employ her second soul skill, yet she still could not breach Zhao Wujia's defenses. At this point, only underhanded tactics such as low blows and eye gouging could pose a threat to him. However, according to the original narrative, confronted with such unscrupulous moves, Zhao Wujia would undoubtedly unleash his soul skills, resulting in inevitable injury for both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhao Wujia activated his spirit manifestation, 7 soul rings rose around him. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Bai Yu's mind. Ding! Your soul ring has been inspired by witnessing the battle of a soul sage, temporarily enhancing your cultivation efficiency by 500 for 3 days. It is estimated that 1 day of training could increase your experience by 30 years. What? Bai Yu was taken aback. The observation of a powerful combat could actually enhance the cultivation efficiency of the soul ring? Yet, when he was still a soul master. During the competitions held at Notting Academy and nearby junior soul master academies, there were also demonstration matches featuring teachers. Why had this effect not been triggered then? Could it be that the opponents did not possess soul rings with a higher age than his? Bai Yu swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Both Zhao Wujia and the teachers from back then were more powerful than him, with the sole distinction being that Zhao Wujia possessed a soul ring of greater age, while the teachers did not. This unexpected revelation brought Bai Yu some joy. He hoped that Tang San could endure a bit longer in this battle. For if he delayed his intervention, he could benefit from an extended period of accelerated cultivation. In the distance, to avoid losing face, Zhao Wujia let out a thunderous roar, activating his spirit manifestation. With the increased resilience from this transformation, he swiftly broke free from Tang San's blue-silver grass restraints. As Zhao Wuji descended from the sky to the ground, he propped himself up with both hands and, with a sudden exertion of strength, propelled himself into a handstand, performing a graceful somersault before landing firmly on the ground. Aha! You few have coordinated well. You nearly caught me off guard. However, alas, such efforts are still far from sufficient. Upon landing on the ground, Zhao Wujia's arms crossed. He erupted into a fit of laughter, exuding an air of arrogance. Hearing his words, Tang San felt a heavy weight in his heart. Had Zhao Wujia refrained from manifesting his martial spirit, enduring a mere incense stick's duration would not have posed a significant challenge. However, with the activation of his martial spirit, the difficulty had undoubtedly escalated exponentially. Nevertheless, Tang San remained resolute in his determination to persevere. With a commanding shout, he invoked his second soul skill, Parasite. Observing the mirthful Zhao Wujia, Tang San called out. And as his second soul ring illuminated, the seeds previously entwined around Zhao Wujia by the blue-silver grass were promptly activated. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass began to flourish wildly from Zhao Wujia's form, ensnaring him once more like a rice dumpling. This time, the quantity of blue-silver grass surpassed the previous instance. Once Tang San had successfully restrained Zhao Wujia, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing charged forward in unison to assault him. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Wujia tightly bound by the numerous blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San's parasitic skill, Bai Yu could not help but shake his head in dismay. Had Zhao Wujia not entered the state of martial spirit manifestation, Tang San's blue-silver grass might have posed a genuine hindrance. Alas, Zhao Wujia was now in his empowered state. Both Tang San's blue-silver grass and the assaults from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing seemed utterly futile against him. Foolish child. It's of no use. Despite being ensnared once more by the blue-silver grass, Zhao Wujia was unfazed, laughing heartily. As Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing advanced, he bellowed with authority, summoning his strength to abruptly shatter the bindings of the blue-silver grass. Step aside. I, Zhao Wujia, never raise my hand against women. After breaking free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, Zhao Wuji continued to roar with fervor. Suddenly, he crouched down, bringing his massive hands, resembling giant fans, crashing to the ground. In an instant, a surge of golden soul power erupted forth, sweeping around him like roaring waves, striking both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. The two women turned pale, forcefully propelled backward through the air. Although they managed to execute a somersault in midair and landed unsteadily on the ground, they were rendered incapable of further resistance. You little ones, with 2 of your combatants eliminated, let us see how you can stop me. After wounding Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Wujia was instantly filled with arrogance and pride. Having spoken, he turned to continue his pursuit of Tang San, Bai Yu, and Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing the injuries sustained by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Yu immediately fulfilled his duty as a support-type soul master. He unleashed the Rain of Life technique, conjuring numerous orbs infused with vital energy, continuously directing these life-giving energy spheres towards Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing. After receiving the healing from Bai Yu's numerous life energy orbs, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing finally recuperated. Your healing abilities are quite impressive. A soul master of blue silvergrass can possess such formidable restorative powers. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Bai Yu's swift healing of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu. Based on her knowledge, it was generally understood that unless one possessed a support-type martial soul, even if they acquired support-type soul skills, their effectiveness would be rather limited. The fact that Bai Yu's martial soul, blue silvergrass, could yield such miraculous healing effects was nothing short of astonishing. I'm a genius. Achieving this level of skill is merely a matter of course for me, Bai Yu replied with a grin, shrugging nonchalantly at Ning Rongrong's surprise. This only served to transform her admiration into annoyance. What a narcissist. Just then, Zhao Wujia broke free from the restraints of Tang San's parasitic soul skill, charging toward him. Xiaowu. Tang San's anger flared upon seeing Xiaowu injured. Faced with Zhao Wujia's attack on Xiaowu, Tang San resolved to reveal his full strength. However, despite his determination to unleash his powers and simultaneously hurl various hidden weapons like bone-piercing nails, money blades, and willow leaf knives at Zhao Wujia, they proved ineffective against his martial soul's enhanced defenses. Indeed, without the dragon beard needle, even with Tang San's explosive prowess, he was still unable to contend with Zhao Wujia. It seems I must intervene. Bai Yu sighed, observing the futile attempts of Tang San's projectiles merely bouncing off Zhao Wujia's form, leaving only faint white marks. Little sorceress. Allow me to demonstrate what a true support-type soul master is capable of. My confidence is unwavering, not mere vanity. Positioned at the rear of their formation. As Zhao Wujia surged toward Tang San, Bai Yu turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile, and before she could respond, he planted a foot firmly on the ground. First Soul Skill, Thunderbind. Chapter 53, Electrotherapy for Zhao Wujia, Third Update. With Zhao Wujia in a state of martial soul manifestation, he was no longer an opponent that Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing could handle alone. Thus, Bai Yu knew he had to take action. As he watched Zhao Wujia in the distance, Bai Yu activated his first soul skill, Thunderbind. In an instant, as his soul power surged forth, the ground beneath Zhao Wujia, who had just freed himself from Tang San's blue silver grass, began to tremble. From below, numerous, thicker strands of blue silver grass, shimmering like blue crystal and laced with golden fibers, erupted from the earth, ensnaring Zhao Wujia once more in a tight embrace, binding him like a dumpling. What is this? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, taken aback as he was suddenly restrained again. Wait, this doesn't seem to be summoned by that little brat. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia realized that the plants enveloping him were not conjured by the boy before him, but rather by another figure standing further back. But he is positioned at the rear. Shouldn't he be a support-type soul master? Zhao Wujia pondered, utterly bewildered. What an opportunity, as Zhao Wujia found himself ensnared once more. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, fully recovered, exchanged excited glances. One dashed toward Zhao Wujia from behind, while the other charged from the front. Second soul skill, Phantom Claw of the Underworld. Behind Zhao Wujia, a glimmer flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she issued a cold shout, launching her second soul skill, Phantom Claw, towards the exposed neck of Zhao Wujia. In an instant, her claws transformed into mere shadows, relentlessly striking at the back of his neck, yet only producing a clinking sound. However, they left several white marks on his skin, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to sink. In stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing, the more ruthless Xiaowu, having previously encountered Zhao Wujia, delivered a decisive low blow. Little girl, are you trying to ensure the extinction of my lineage? Zhao Wujia's face turned pale upon witnessing Xiaowu's assault. In response, he activated his first soul skill, Immutable King Body, intending to repel Xiaowu with a furious shout. That's too brutal. White Feather, positioned behind, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth at Xiaowu's attack. However, he had no time for commentary. Aware of the consequences of Zhao Wujia's first soul skill, he knew that if he could not prevent its activation, both Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly suffer injuries. Fortunately, White Feather possessed a means to interrupt Zhao Wujia's soul skill, a tactic he had devised in anticipation of Zhao Wujia's unscrupulous tactics. Zhao Wujia, your disregard for martial ethics is a malady that requires a potent remedy. But fear not, for with my presence, there is no need for such a remedy. I shall provide you with a therapeutic jolt. As he gazed at Zhao Wujia from a distance, White Feather smirked inwardly and immediately unleashed his second soul skill's variant and the second phase of his first soul skill, Metal Devouring, breaking spike, and thunderbinding, discharge. Observing Zhao Wujie, ensnared by the blue-silver grass of his summoned martial spirit, preparing to activate his first soul skill in the face of Xiao Wu's onslaught. White Feather felt a surge of determination. He unleashed his two formidable soul skills in quick succession. In an instant, as the two soul rings surrounding White Feather illuminated, golden spikes erupted from the blue-silver grass, resembling blue crystals, piercing through Zhao Wujie's protective soul power and embedding themselves into his flesh. What? A sudden wave of sharp pain coursed through his body, causing Zhao Wujie to change countenance, his robust voice tinged with panic. He had already entered the state of martial spirit manifestation, possessing the formidable physique befitting a soul sage, complemented by the unparalleled defense and strength of the mighty diamond bear martial spirit. In the state of martial soul manifestation, even Flander, without unleashing his true martial soul, would find it impossible to breach his defenses. How could these mere children of the soul master level possibly penetrate his guard? Yet, before Zhao Wujie could regain his composure from the shock, the first soul skill of Bai Yu, Thunder Entanglement, was unleashed with a second wave of assault. With a crackling sound, a blinding silver-blue lightning erupted from the blue-silver Emperor martial soul, which enveloped Zhao Wujie like a blue crystal. Amidst the blinding flashes of lightning, countless currents surged rapidly within Zhao Wujie's body. He could not help but let out a pain scream, his body convulsing violently, mouth askew. Eyes rolling back in a manner reminiscent of an epileptic seizure, nearly succumbing to incontinence in that very moment. Under the onslaught of Bai Yu's piercing energy and electric discharge, Zhao Wujie found himself thwarted in his attempt to unleash his first soul skill, the Immovable King. The deadly strike from Xiao Wu had interrupted his intentions. However, as the blue-silver Emperor martial spirit coiled around Zhao Wujie crackled with energy, Xiao Wu, poised to execute her Yin kick, was taken aback and hastily retreated. Given Zhao Wujie's prowess and defensive capabilities, it was nearly impossible for a lightning attack from a soul saint or lower to penetrate the soul power defenses enveloping him. Yet, Bai Yu had previously procured the rare material, Fa Gene, from Flinder's shop, which possessed the unique ability to breach soul power defenses. In the original tale, Tang San utilized the dragon whisker needles crafted from Fa Gene to ultimately defeat Zhao Wujie, thereby facilitating his and his companion's admission into Shrek Academy. After utilizing the second soul skill of the blue-silver grass martial soul, Metal Devour, to absorb the golden hair, Bai Yu subsequently infused the second soul skill of the blue-silver grass martial soul, ultimately inspired by various apocalyptic novels featuring protagonists with metallic abilities. He successfully developed a mutated soul skill, Metal Control, with the emergence of this mutated soul skill, Metal Control, from the second soul ring. The blue-silver grass martial soul could undoubtedly manipulate the absorbed golden hair within, transforming it into sharp spikes to assail adversaries. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Although Zhao Wujie possesses formidable defensive capabilities, he remains equally vulnerable within. As the golden dragon whisker needle pierced his body, a surge of lightning erupted within, leaving Zhao Wujie in a state of intense agony. However, the thousand-year soul skill's electrical assault was undoubtedly insufficient to severely injure Zhao Wujie. After the electric surge unleashed by Bai Yu's first soul skill, Thunder Entanglement, Zhao Wujie emerged relatively unscathed, yet his attire lay in tatters, and his hair stood on end. At that moment, his face was a canvas of rage and indignation. Who is it? Which little brat dares to play tricks on me? Caught off guard by Bai Yu's piercing attack, he was unexpectedly subjected to an internal electrical shock, leaving him nearly incapacitated. This was an affront too great for the proud Zhao Wujie to endure. Tricks? What tricks? We merely gave our all. How could we not when facing a soul sage of Zhao Wujie's caliber? In response to Zhao Wujie's outraged outcry, Bai Yu wore a nonchalant smile and shrugged his shoulders. Yet beneath this facade of indifference, his words dripped with a tone that was more mocking than mere sarcasm, causing Zhao Wujie's complexion to flush crimson. Kid, what do you understand? I have already restrained my power countless times against you. Otherwise, with my strength, you wouldn't last a single round. Oh, so it is deemed fair for a soul sage possessing a supreme martial soul and a flawless soul ring configuration to test 5 great soul masters while utilizing martial soul manifestation. Zhao Wujie's retort was met with a sly smile from Bai Yu, who elongated his tone, feigning admiration laced with sarcasm that further infuriated Zhao Wujie, reddening his face to resemble that of a blushing monkey. Chapter 54. The Embarrassed Fury of Zhao Wujie. First update. Various requests. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. As countless piercing attacks from the broken gang punctured his skin, the pain ignited his fury. In a fit of indignation, Zhao Wuji bellowed and activated his first soul skill. Immovable King Body, determined to eliminate Bai Yu. This brat's tongue is too sharp. At that moment, as his first soul ring illuminated, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from Zhao Wuji, transforming into a brilliant golden light that carried an astonishing force, instantly shattering Bai Yu's summoned blue-silver king martial soul. However, it was unfortunate that Bai Yu's blue-silver grass martial soul had already ascended to the blue-silver king level. In terms of rank, one could assert that it is not inferior to the formidable Titan Bear. Moreover, with the second soul ring's metallic devouring ability, White Feather has consumed numerous types of metals, thereby enhancing the resilience of the blue-silver grass martial spirit, particularly the final golden strand. Zhao Wuji's soul power, at the level of 76th rank soul sage, unleashed the immutable king body through the activation of his first soul ring, yet surprisingly, it did not shatter White Feather's blue-silver king martial spirit. Instead, it merely caused it to start fracturing. However, witnessing Zhao Wuji's failure to immediately obliterate the blue-silver king martial spirit entwined in thunder, White Feather felt a surge of amusement. Rain of Blessing. Observing the blue-silver king martial spirit, which was beginning to fracture and coil around Zhao Wuji, White Feather promptly invoked the Rain of Blessing, conjuring a sphere of verdant spirit energy and casting it upon the blue-silver king encircling Zhao Wuji. Under the nurturing of the ethereal essence of the flora, the once fractured blue-silver king martial soul began to mend itself. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Wuji utterly astounded. What on earth is this? How remarkably resilient! He summoned his second spirit ability, the mighty Vajra Palm. Noticing that the vines entwined around him were beginning to regenerate, Zhao Wuji's face darkened to an inky hue. With little regard for anything else, he let out another furious roar and unleashed his second spirit ability, the mighty Vajra Palm. As the second soul ring suddenly illuminated, Zhao Wuji's hands transformed into massive bear claws, significantly amplifying his strength. With the immovable king body, he forcefully expelled the blue-silver king that had ensnared him. Kid, your grass is still insufficient. Now, watch as I send you flying. After breaking free from the entanglement of the blue-silver king spirit, Zhao Wuji suddenly threw his head back and laughed triumphantly, before charging fiercely towards Bai Yu. Witnessing Zhao Wuji's unexpected liberation from Bai Yu's grasp, Tang San felt a surge of alarm and quickly unleashed his soul skills once more, while simultaneously hurling hidden weapons in an attempt to thwart Zhao Wuji's advance. Unfortunately, just as before, he found himself unable to impede Zhao Wuji's relentless charge. It seemed that only I could handle this. Observing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing's combined onslaught still failing to breach Zhao Wuji's defenses, he wore a smug grin as he charged forward with reckless abandon. Bai Yu, with a disdainful curl of his lip, resolved to teach Zhao Wuji a lesson. His first soul skill, Thunderbind. Facing the approaching Zhao Wuji, Bai Yu summoned the blue-silver king spirit once again and activated his first soul skill. In an instant, as Zhao Wuji barreled forward, a multitude of blue-silver vines erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring him and halting his advance. You think you can use the same trick on me a second time? Though tightly bound by the blue-silver king spirit summoned by Bai Yu, Zhao Wuji merely grinned, unfazed. Previously, he had not employed the powerful diamond palm, which had hindered his escape, but now, with the technique at his disposal, how could this peculiar blue plant possibly restrain him? Break free. With a glare of fury, Zhao Wuji bellowed, unleashing all his strength. His muscles, already reminiscent of granite, bulged with intensity as a torrent of golden soul power surged vigorously at his surface. Under the influence of Zhao Wuji's martial soul and the formidable power of the vigorous diamond palm, the blue-silver king summoned by Bai Yu began to falter. Its vine-like exterior, reminiscent of blue crystals, suffered minute fractures, and the cracks rapidly spread. This sight caused Tang San's heart to sink. Indeed, the power at the soul saint level proved overwhelming, rendering even Yu Ji's blue-silver grass martial soul incapable of withstanding it. Although Bai Yu's blue-silver grass had previously demonstrated remarkable resilience, far surpassing Tang San's, it ultimately succumbed when Zhao Wuji exerted himself slightly more. Ah, such might. Let me administer a little electric therapy. Observing Zhao Wuji on the verge of breaking free from the binding lightning, Bai Yu smirked inwardly, entirely unsurprised. Yet he was not one to merely stand by. As Zhao Wuji prepared to escape, Bai Yu's mind stirred, and he immediately summoned the piercing thorns and electric discharge. In an instant, with a mere thought, new piercing thorns emerged from the blue-silver king martial soul that ensnared Zhao Wuji, plunging fiercely into his body. Followed by a burst of electric light. The current erupting from within Zhao Wuji caused him to convulse, his facial expression contorted in agony, teeth bared. Nevertheless, He managed to endure it. This fellow, wasting so much soul power, let him revel in it for a while. In Zhao Wuji's perspective, the intertwining of Bai Yu's abilities, combined with the discharge of energy and the piercing spikes recently embedded within his body, undoubtedly indicated the simultaneous use of two formidable soul skills. For an ordinary soul master, the concurrent employment of two major soul skills would deplete their soul power in a matter of moments. The first soul skill, the unmovable king body, with the penetrating spikes lodged deeper into his flesh, forcibly extricating them would only drive them further in. Zhao Wuji could only grit his teeth and, with a grimace, opted to activate the unmovable king body, shattering both the spikes and the surrounding constraining blue-silver king. Boy, I wonder how much longer you can sustain your soul power. Suppressing a torrent of fury, Zhao Wuji bellowed at Bai Yu, charging forth with determination. Having been humiliated multiple times by Bai Yu, he was resolute in his intention to teach him a formidable lesson. My soul power? It appears that I still have quite a reserve. With a peculiar smile, Bai Yu activated the electric therapy package once more, rendering Zhao Wuji immobile. Zhao Wuji, scowling, attempted to invoke the unmovable king body again, only to be subdued once more by Bai Yu. Seizing the moment of control, Bai Yu took Ning Rongrong along the playground, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with Zhao Wuji. Although Zhao Wuji's wrath was now entirely directed at Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong had ceased to be his target. However, all onlookers were mesmerized, oblivious to the unfolding scene. Bai Yu's intention in bringing Ning Rongrong along was undoubtedly to foster a budding relationship. Much like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of panic in the face of Zhao Wuji's menacing threats. As Bai Yu led her in flight, she would naturally develop a sense of dependency on him, which would subtly evolve into affection. How many times must this go on? Is your soul power inexhaustible? Frustrated by Bai Yu's electric therapy that kept him at bay, Zhao Wuji could not help but angrily question him. Never before encountering such an outrageous adversary. Not much longer. My soul power is dwindling too, but I can hold on for the remaining time. Teacher Zhao Wuji. The incense has burned down to 1/10. We should have passed the assessment by now, right? Bai Yu chuckled, pointing to the incense beside the playground, which was nearly extinguished. As the time for the incense drew near, Zhao Wuji felt a simmering anger within him. He had not lost face to such an extent, especially in front of so many students. However, upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Zhao Wuji's thoughts calmed. Clearly, Bai Yu and his companions had met the criteria for his evaluation. Particularly Bai Yu, whose plant martial soul, resembling blue crystal, was astonishingly resilient, likely impervious even to a soul king. Yet, despite passing the assessment, Bai Yu's previous taunts and repeated shocks had left Zhao Wuji's body dotted with bloody spikes. It was fortunate his recovery ability was robust, otherwise, he might have bled to death. Thus, Zhao Wuji resolved within himself. These youngsters had indeed passed the test, but the one named Bai Yu required a lesson. This insufferable control had driven him to the brink of explosion. Boy, passing through is not so simple. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wuji invoked his seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial soul. As the seventh soul ring illuminated around him, the formidable martial soul of the great strength diamond bear enveloped Zhao Wuji in a spectacular display of light and shadow, perfectly merging with his form. In the blinding golden light, Zhao Wuji's physique underwent a complete transformation from semi-beast to fully beastly, his stature rising once more, muscles swelling with newfound vigor. Bear-like ears emerged atop his head, while his teeth sharpened to a lethal point. A shimmering layer of golden soul power enveloped his skin, giving rise to strands of golden fur, and his bear-like paws grew even more immense. In an instant, an overwhelming and almost tangible surge of power erupted from Zhao Wuji's being. You have provoked my wrath. Upon unleashing his martial soul true form, Zhao Wuji let out an enraged roar directed at Bai Yu. At this juncture, he had firmly resolved to subject everyone to an assessment. Yet, for the sake of his own pride, he deemed it necessary to teach Bai Yu a lesson. As the illustrious king of Unmoved, he could not allow himself to be humiliated by a mere child. Should he fail to deliver any reprimand, the gossip would render him unworthy of his title. Witnessing Zhao Wuji's activation of his martial soul true form caused Bai Yu's lips to twitch in disbelief, he found the situation utterly absurd. Was it truly so petty to seek revenge for a slight to his dignity? Though Zhao Wuji had resorted to his martial soul true form, Bai Yu was hardly inclined to be submissive. In fact, he possessed numerous strategies to counter Zhao Wuji, including the formidable electromagnetic cannon. However, he preferred to leisurely navigate the situation, allowing himself to enhance his soul ring cultivation efficiency through observation. Was that not a viable approach? Zhao Wuji's actions were excessive. It was merely an entrance examination, yet he resorted to his martial soul true form. if he wished to dismiss them outright. He could have simply stated so instead of resorting to such theatrics. Observing Zhao Wujie in his martial soul true form, Ning Rongrong was incensed, stamping her feet in frustration. Although she often acted capriciously within her sect, she felt far more reasonable in comparison to Zhao Wujie at that moment. What to do? He was approaching. After the surge of anger, upon witnessing the ferocious approach of Zhao Wujing, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel a twinge of panic. Noticing her distress, Bai Yu felt a stirring in his heart, sensing an opportunity had presented itself. Fear not, little enchantress, I shall shield you. If he wishes to harm you, he must first contend with me. With a charming smile, Bai Yu uttered a rather clitched declaration of affection before promptly taking hold of Ning Rongrong's hand, drawing her behind him. Taken aback by Bai Yu's sudden gesture, Ning Rongrong paused momentarily. However, upon hearing his vow of protection, a blush crept across her cheeks as she retorted playfully, "Humph, who asked for your protection?" Yet, despite her words, an inexplicable flurry of emotion stirred within her. What could the scoundrel possibly be plotting? Why would he suddenly proclaim his desire to protect me? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? No, Ning Rongrong, you must not fall for this rogue's tricks. His acting is even more convincing than yours. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by his feigned affections. As Ning Rongrong felt a sense of unease, Bai Yu had already redirected his gaze towards the approaching figure. Are you prepared, young one? Zhao Wujie's sinister smile revealed his anticipation of tossing this young man into the sky, relishing the thought of witnessing the frightful expression on his face. How dare he embarrass Zhao Wujie in such a manner? He was not one to suffer indignities lightly. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Daimu Bai felt a surge of sympathy as Zhao Wujie charged towards Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong. You are indeed unfortunate to encounter a teacher like Zhao, who prioritizes face over dignity. Observing that Zhao Wujie had resorted to his martial soul's true form, Daimu Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, realizing that it was highly likely Bai Yu would miss the opportunity to join Shrek Academy. After all, if Bai Yu were to remain unadmitted, his past indiscretions would likely remain undiscovered. Thunder Entanglement, Piercing Strike. As Zhao Wujie, now in his true martial form, barreled toward him, Bai Yu unleashed his techniques once more. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujie's enhanced defenses rendered the piercing strike ineffective against his physical fortitude, despite being able to breach his soul power barriers. With a furious roar, Zhao Wujie effortlessly broke free from the Thunder Entanglement's grasp. Is it truly futile? Bai Yu lamented as he observed the blue-silver grass summoned by his Thunder Entanglement failing to ensnare Zhao Wujie. Although his blue-silver grass had attained a high level of evolution, reaching the rank of Blue-Silver King, and was bolstered by the second soul skill of Metal Devourer, his overall level was still too low, with only 2 soul rings providing insufficient enhancement. It was evident that he needed to display his true prowess. Bai Yu shook his head, acknowledging that while he enjoyed putting on a show, he preferred to maintain a level of prudence. With his great soul master prowess, surpassing 2 or 3 major realms would suffice. Competing against a soul sage would be overly ostentatious, something he had not intended to do. After all, he could grow stronger while resting, and wouldn't it be delightful to flaunt his might when he became invincible as a soul king in a few years? Yet, some matters are simply beyond one's control. With a reluctant resolve to showcase his strength, Bai Yu stepped forward, gazing at the rapidly advancing Zhao Wujie, and sighed. Teacher Zhao, your relentless pursuit puts me in quite a predicament. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Zhao Wujie grinned, preparing to respond that he would help him loosen his muscles, thus concluding the encounter. However, before he could finish his thought, a calm yet assertive voice interrupted. First soul skill, Thunder Entanglement, Blue-Silver Wood Dragon. In an instant, a multitude of Blue-Silver Kings erupted from the earth before Zhao Wujie. In the air, they intertwined with one another, transforming into a vividly lifelike Blue-Silver Dragon, which immediately surged towards Zhao Wujie with a furious roar. What soul skill is this? As Zhao Wujie beheld the approaching Blue-Silver Dragon, a surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly attempt an evasion. However, he was still ensnared by the Blue-Silver Dragon's grasp. What immense strength! Realizing that the Blue-Silver Dragon had coiled around him, the force of its binding was far more potent than that of the previous Blue-Silver King, leaving Zhao Wujie astonished. Yet, in this moment, in his martial spirit true form, Zhao Wujie was certain that the Blue-Silver Dragon alone could not restrain him. Kid, this soul skill is indeed intriguing. Even if I activate my martial spirit true form, I might struggle to break free if I only employ the first 3 soul skills. But ha ha. With a grin directed at Bai Yu, Zhao Wujie suddenly bellowed, break free for me. In the state of his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujie unleashed a thunderous roar, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him, causing the blue-silver-wood dragon to begin to crack apart. Teacher Zhao Wujie, do you know what the pinnacle of whip techniques is? Upon witnessing Zhao Wujie break free from the blue-silver-wood dragon, Bai Yu suddenly broke into a grin. And from his hands, a multitude of blue-silver kings emerged, ultimately coalescing into two blue-silver-wood dragons. However, unlike the previous blue-silver-wood dragon he had summoned, the ones currently formed in Bai Yu's hands were exhaling golden dragon tongue blades. This would facilitate the shattering of Zhao Wujie's soul power defenses. What is it? Zhao Wujie found himself momentarily perplexed by Bai Yu's words. It is, of course, the Lightning 5 connected whip. Bai Yu grinned widely, gripping the tail of the blue-silver-wood dragon tightly, while simultaneously activating his Li Hu Jin Tong, his eyes instantly transforming into a brilliant golden hue. In the next moment, Bai Yu's hands moved with incredible speed, his entire arms turning a lustrous white jade before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages in an instant. In a flash, Bai Yu wielded the blue-silver-wood dragon like a long whip, launching the white python whip technique against Zhao Wujie. Under the auspices of the dragon elephant prajna technique in the Xianyu hand, Bai Yu unleashed an unimaginable velocity, transforming both hands and the blue-silver dragon in his grasp into mere phantoms. The crackling sound of air being sliced through resonated like thunderclaps, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The electrifying sounds of rupture, coupled with the speed of the phantom whips, rendered the claim of 5 whips in a second akin to the legendary pine cone bullet that unleashed a quintet of lightning strikes, utterly justifiable. In an instant, Bai Yu launched a barrage of attacks akin to a tempest, relentlessly striking towards Zhao Wujie. The blade of the dragon tongue sword, positioned at the dragon's head, consistently aimed with precision at Zhao Wujie's chest. Although the dragon tongue sword could not penetrate the defense of Zhao Wujie's martial soul, the blade forged from the essence of gold effortlessly breached his soul power protection, delivering painful blows upon Zhao Wujie's thick, golden fur. What on earth? Suddenly, Zhao Wujie found himself bewildered by Bai Yu's blue-silver dragon sword. His reflexes were insufficient to evade its relentless assault. Under the torrential onslaught of the blue-silver dragon sword, he could only retreat incessantly, unable to suppress a frustrated roar. Remarkable! Witnessing Bai Yu's instantaneous display of ferocity that left Zhao Wujie unable to retaliate, those present, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, could not help but gasp in astonishment, their minds awash with disbelief. In the perception of Tang San and Xiao Wu, although Bai Yu possesses formidable strength, he has yet to display such extraordinary prowess. How could this be? Is it possible that he is about to pass Teacher Zhao's assessment? After all, Teacher Zhao has already unleashed his martial soul in its true form. Daimu Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with disbelief. Chapter 56, Passing the Assessment, Third Update. The first soul skill, Unmoving King Body. Confronted with Bai Yu's relentless strikes with the blue-silver-wood dragon, which lashed out with the ferocity of a long whip and sliced through the air like a blade, Zhao Wujie found himself utterly incapable of evasion. His entire being was assaulted with excruciating pain, prompting him to roar in frustration as he once more activated his divine defensive technique, the Unmoving King Body. The effects of Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, Unmoving King Body, not only enhance his defensive capabilities but also rebound attacks within a 3-meter radius. In an instant, as Zhao Wujie's first soul ring blazed to life, a brilliant golden light erupted from his form, exuding an overwhelming force of repulsion that surged forth like a tidal wave in all directions, instantly sending the 2 blue-silver-wood dragons, which Bai Yu had unleashed, hurtling away. The fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. After unleashing the immovable King of Wisdom and sending the blue-silver-wood dragon sword of Bai Yu flying, Zhao Wujie decided to abandon all notions of martial ethics. With a fierce roar, he activated his fourth soul skill once more. As his voice echoed, the fourth of his 1,000-year-old purple soul rings detached from his body and surged towards Bai Yu, enveloping him in an instant. Tracking lock? Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's bellow, Bai Yu felt a stirring in his heart as memories of Zhao Wujie's fourth soul skill flooded his mind. It seemed that this ability allowed him to cast the soul ring onto his adversary, enabling Zhao Wujie to leap directly in front of the ensnared foe. You won't escape, kid. After the fourth spirit ring was affixed to Bai Yu, Zhao Wujie's anger erupted as he bellowed furiously and leaped into the air, descending upon Bai Yu's position. In response, Bai Yu swiftly brandished the 2 blue-silver-wood dragons in his grasp, striking fiercely towards the airborne Zhao Wujie. However, Zhao Wujie once again employed his immovable king body to repel the attack. Fifth spirit ability, Gravity Compression. Before touching the ground, Zhao Wujie unleashed a thunderous shout towards Bai Yu, activating his fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression. In an instant, Bai Yu felt an immense force surging towards him from all directions, and a powerful push from behind propelled his body uncontrollably towards Zhao Wujie. There's no escape for you now. Seeing Bai Yu hurtling towards him, Zhao Wujie grinned with satisfaction, extending a golden bare paw the size of a fan, ready to seize Bai Yu and deliver a stern lesson. However, his intention was not to mercilessly beat Bai Yu. He was not so petty. Although Bai Yu had previously provoked him and even shocked him with electricity, which undeniably infuriated him, he could not bring himself to strike this talented control-type genius. Moreover, during this assessment, it was entirely justifiable for Bai Yu to employ all means possible against a soul sage like him. He merely wished to salvage his pride and teach Bai Yu a lesson by tossing him into the air to frighten him and make him appear foolish. Just as Zhao Wujie thought he would effortlessly capture Bai Yu suddenly smiled and, just a few meters away, broke free from the gravitational control, plummeting towards the ground. How was that possible? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing Bai Yu escape his fifth soul skill in midair. Yet, Bai Yu's liberation from gravity compression was not due to mere luck. It stemmed from the previous empowerment of his skill, control of the crane and capture of the dragon, which had evolved into the heavenly demon force field. Faced with gravity compression, Bai Yu activated the heavenly demon force field, using its repulsive force to counteract Zhao Wujie's gravitational pressure, thus freeing himself. Once Bai Yu broke free, Zhao Wujie's body immediately altered its trajectory, descending once more towards Bai Yu's position. This was the tracking characteristic of Zhao Wujie's fifth soul skill, ensuring that a leap would always land beside the targeted individual bound by his fifth soul ring. However, upon seeing Zhao Wujie descending, Bai Yu swiftly activated the phantom steps. In the instant Zhao Wujie landed, Bai Yu vanished from sight and reappeared behind him. Heart-crushing palm. After swiftly maneuvering behind Zhao Wujie, Bai Yu felt a sudden surge of inspiration and promptly released the blue-silver wood dragon from his grasp. He then launched a series of devastating heart-crushing palms, as recorded in the profound 9E manual, targeting the vulnerable area of Zhao Wujie's back. The heart-crushing palm is an exceptionally unique martial art. Its force can strike through mountains and bypass superficial defenses, directly impacting the adversary's internal organs. In an instant, as Bai Yu executed several successive heart-crushing palms against Zhao Wujie's back, the latter experienced a series of powerful forces penetrating through the golden fur of his martial soul, relentlessly bombarding his internal organs. Although Zhao Wujie possessed formidable defensive capabilities, his internal organs were far less resilient than his exterior defenses suggested. Under the crushing grip of Bai Yu's heart-destruction palm, Zhao Wujie was immediately engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain that surged through his body, prompting an involuntary cry of agony. Staggering, he was forcefully brought to the ground by Bai Yu's strike. In the next instant, Bai Yu unleashed the blue-silver wood dragons, summoning several serpentine entities that ensnared Zhao Wujie, binding him tightly to the earth like a dumpling. Lying there, constrained, Zhao Wujie's ability to exert his strength was significantly diminished. Bound by several blue-silver grass dragons simultaneously, I find it utterly impossible to break free. Teacher Zhao Wujie's, the incense has already burned down to its last embers. Does this mean I have passed? After binding Zhao Wujie, upon witnessing his desperate struggles, which proved futile, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What soul technique did you just employ? It managed to directly assault my insides, quite the painful experience. Realizing he could not escape, Zhao Wujie, with a grim expression, inquired. I suppose it could be deemed a self-created soul technique, Bai Yu replied, rubbing his nose. Enough, young one, release me. Consider this a pass. Here I am, a soul saint, and yet I've had to resort to my martial soul's true form, unable to contend with a mere grand soul master. Your level of talent is truly unparalleled. Reflecting on how he had nearly exerted his full strength yet still could not subdue a small grand soul master, Zhao Wujie could not help but mutter in frustration. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Bai Yu's mind, detecting that the host had successfully enrolled in Shrek Academy, thus completing Task 1. Congratulations, host. You have received one opportunity for a celestial lottery and one for spirit endowment. With Zhao Wujie's words, Bai Yu's spirits lifted at the completion of yet another task, prompting him to release Zhao Wujie's restraints. Once freed, Zhao Wujie promptly dispelled his martial soul's true form and attachment, brushing off the dust from his attire, and with a scowl, addressed Dai Mubai, who stood in the distance. Still in shock, Mubai, gather your junior brothers and sisters and escort them to the dormitory. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's command, Dai Mubai snapped out of his astonishment, clearing his throat and stating, congratulations to everyone for passing the assessment. Please follow me. I will lead you to the dormitory. Chapter 57, A New Lottery, ultimate absorption. First update. Various requests. After successfully passing Zhao Wuji's assessment, everyone officially enrolled in Shrek Academy. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, the group ventured deeper into the academy. Eventually, they halted before a cluster of wooden cabins, numbering over a dozen, standing in a spacious clearing. Adjacent to them was a dense forest, while the ground was overrun with wild grass, tightly packed together. However, a narrow path running through the center divided the cabins into two sections. Well, this is the dormitory. The left side is for the boys, and the right side is for the girls. You may each choose a cabin as your residence, Dai Mubai explained, pointing towards the cabins with a smile. He emphasized that it was preferable for two people to share a room, as it would facilitate the development of camaraderie and understanding. By the way, the largest cabin on the left is mine, shared with another student, while the third cabin belongs to Oscar, Tang San, and Bai Yu. Will you be sharing a room together, or will you stay with Oscar? Dai Mubai added, glancing at Tang San and Bai Yu. I prefer to stay alone. Bai Yu responded casually, waving his hand dismissively, humming a tune as he strolled toward the cabin closest to the forest, situated at the edge of the cluster. He harbored too many secrets. If anyone were to discover them, it would be troublesome to explain. He detested complications, relishing his leisurely days, and saw no reason to share living quarters with anyone. What about you, Tang San? Dai Mubai inquired, feeling a tad awkward as he noticed Bai Yu's indifference. I'll stay with Oscar, Tang San replied, showing consideration for Dai Mubai. All right, then Tang San, you will share with Oscar, Dai Mubai said, feeling pleased with Tang San's response. He then turned to the three girls, indicating a larger cabin in the girls' dormitory area. You girls can choose that larger cabin to share. Wait a minute. This is our dormitory? It's so dilapidated. How can we possibly live here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her large eyes filled with disbelief as she pointed at the cabins, her delicate face displaying evident disdain. Having been raised in luxury, even when away from home, she had only ever stayed in high-end hotels. The thought of residing in such shabby wooden cabins was utterly unacceptable to her. This cabin feels worse than what we have at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu added, echoing her complaints. She had anticipated that arriving in a big city like Soto would mean a better living environment than Notting Academy, but she never imagined encountering such an unusual institution as Shrek Academy. If you don't want to stay, feel free to leave, Dai Mubai retorted nonchalantly to Ning Rongrong's complaints. He informed everyone that today was registration day and that they could head to Soto City, adding that classes would commence the following day before turning to leave. Despite Ning Rongrong's background with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even Dean Flinder would be hesitant to reprimand her, but Dai Mubai was unperturbed. He was backed by the Star Luo royal family, equal in stature to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and as the latter supported the Tiando Empire's royal family, there were even underlying tensions between them. Meanwhile, upon entering the cabin, Bai Yu allowed his body to automatically tidy the room and make the bed. He then retrieved his belongings from his spatial ring and arranged them neatly. Plopping down onto the bed, he prepared to utilize the rewards he had received for enrolling in Shrek Academy. System, initiate the lottery. Bai Yu thought excitedly as he settled on the bed. During his last two draws, he had obtained the sky-slicing sword technique and the 12-winged elemental spirit emperor bloodline, feeling exceedingly fortunate. Based on his experience from a previous life of spending extravagantly on draws, he knew that luck could swing either way over time. Having experienced a surge of luck the previous night, he hoped his good fortune would continue today. Ding. Lottery opportunity used. System is drawing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Ultimate Absorption Skill Disc X1. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Ultimate Absorption Skill Disc? Is this akin to the skill discs from the Pokemon world in my previous life? However, he realized that such an item held no value for him. Just as he lamented his unfortunate draw, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. It has been detected that the Ultimate Absorption Skill Disc is not an item the host can utilize. The host now has two options. Option 1. The host may replace the skills of the host's first 2 soul rings with the Ultimate Absorption skill. Option 2. The host may choose to convert the Ultimate Absorption Skill Disc into a soul ring. The system will assign a corresponding soul beast to the soul ring, providing guidance for the host to hunt this soul beast, thus obtaining a soul ring with the Ultimate Absorption skill. Wait, it can be played like this? Bai Yu was astonished to hear the system's options. However, there was no doubt in his mind that he would not choose the first option. His first 2 soul rings, while not particularly long-lasting, had skills perfectly suited for him, carefully selected. Bai Yu was not foolish enough to replace them. having already infused them with spirit. They had the potential to upgrade to 100,000-year or even million-year soul rings in the future. Ultimately, Bai Yu decided on option 2. System, I choose the second option. Without further contemplation, he communicated his choice to the system. Ding. The host has made a choice. The system has converted the ultimate absorption skill disc into a soul skill, assigning it to the corresponding soul beast, and is generating navigation guidance. Generation complete. With the system's announcement, a blue light curtain appeared before Bai Yu. The screen displayed a map of Soto City and its surroundings, with a particularly bright green that's standing out prominently. After careful scrutiny, Bai Yu determined that the green that was likely located within the nearby Stardew Forest. The target soul beast for the ultimate absorption skill is in the Stardew Forest? Bai Yu chuckled at the display on the light screen. This was fortuitous. As on the first day of classes, they would likely be arranged to head to the Soto Great Soul Arena for soul battles. If Oscar broke through the following day, they would soon be able to venture into the Stardew Forest. Chapter 58. The Evil Fire Phoenix Mahong Jun. Second update. Various requests. The next morning, Bai Yu woke up early. Upon awakening, Bai Yu completed his morning rituals and then ventured into the woods adjacent to the cabin. He drew forth a long sword and began to practice the art of the sky-splitting sword technique amidst the trees, bathed in the soft glow of the dawn. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword with a resonant clang and fiercely slashed forward. The blade cut through the air, emitting a piercing howl. In his mind, the system's voice echoed in unison. Ding! As you grasp the steel sword, your sky-splitting sword technique awakens, enhancing your training efficiency by 80. Your current progress stands at entry level 1. Ding! You executed a flawless draw, and the sky-splitting sword technique expresses great satisfaction, boosting your training efficiency once more by 100. Your present progress is now at entry level 3. After the lottery held yesterday, Bai Yu received an opportunity for empowerment. Due to the unsuccessful attempt to merge the slashing heaven sword technique with the 9 swords of Douluo, Bai Yu decided to bestow this singular opportunity for empowerment upon the slashing heaven sword technique. After endowing the sword technique of heaven severing, Bai Yu perceived that, drawing from his experience with the 9 swords of Douluo, the technique should be quite similar. He believed that as long as he engaged with the sword and practiced diligently, he could expedite his progress in cultivation. Upon venturing out to test this theory, he found it to be true. However, after practicing for a mere 10 minutes, he noticed that as his proficiency in the heaven-severing sword technique reached the entry level, his cultivation speed significantly diminished. Glancing at the sky, he observed that the fiery sun was nearly risen. Feeling a pang of hunger, Bai Yu decided to sheath his sword and seek sustenance. The heaven-severing sword technique represented the most formidable martial skill at Bai Yu's disposal. Even if it did not reach the realm of the fantastical, it was certainly of a high martial caliber. Correspondingly, the cultivation realms of the heaven-severing sword technique exhibited marked distinctions when compared to other martial arts. Generally, Bai Yu's previous martial disciplines had defined realms, yet none progressed from novice to master. Conversely, those that did span from novice to master lacked any further demarcation of realms. However, the heaven-severing sword technique was unique. It not only possessed explicit realm classifications, namely, severing body, severing spirit, and severing heaven, but also delineated mastery levels within each phase from novice to master. Thus, it could be asserted that the heaven-severing sword technique was the most arduous and intricate martial art for Bai Yu to cultivate thus far. Fortunately, with the endowment in place, the technique could cultivate automatically, alleviating some of the burden. As he departed from the wooden cabin, the sun had yet to fully ascend. Casting a glance back towards the cabin, Bai Yu noticed Tang San seated cross-legged atop the roof, practicing the purple extreme demon eye in the sun's embrace. This sight elicited a smile from Bai Yu. Not long ago, he too had risen early each day to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. However, since he had endowed it and upgraded it to the Lihua golden eye, that concern had vanished. After all, the dawn offered only a fleeting moment, not to be missed, while the time to bask in the sun was abundant. He could simply stroll about, and the Lihua golden eye would engage in automatic cultivation. Upon catching sight of Tang San, Bai Yu glanced at the other wooden cabins. Inside Dai Mubai's cabin, there was no one present, but Bai Yu was not surprised. After all, neither Dai Mubai nor Ma Hanjun had returned the previous day. Similarly, the cabins of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were also unoccupied. It seemed the 3 young women had already risen and ventured out for a morning stroll. Contemplating this, Bai Yu, without waiting for Tang San, placed his hands behind his head, plucked a strand of blue-silver grass from the ground, and began to meander along the path while humming a tune. As he ambled lazily under the sun, the sound of cultivation prompts for his Lihuajin Tong echoed continually in his mind. However, the cultivation speed of the Lihuajin Tong was notably slower than that of the Zhantian Bajian Shu. Since upgrading his ZGMO Tong to the Lihuajin Tong, Bai Yu had long since achieved the pinnacle of its training, the vast realm of Haoan. Presently, the Lihuajin Tong had reached a new level known as Yangyan. The abilities of the Yangyan realm allowed him to release the solar energy absorbed and stored within the Lihuajin Tong, transforming it into scorching rays capable of incinerating everything within his line of sight, a power of remarkable intensity. Even stones could be reduced to ash by the Yangyan. Yet perhaps it was due to the elevated status of the Lihuajin Tong that its cultivation progressed at such a lethargic pace. After all, if the Yangyan realm was so formidable, even a tidal Douluo might not withstand its rays, progressing beyond that could potentially lead to god-slaying capabilities. Exiting the dormitory area of the wooden cabins, Bai Yu strolled leisurely. Before he knew it, he had wandered beyond the confines of Shrek Academy and into a stretch of farmland. Just as he was about to cross the fields and enter Shrek Village, a sudden clamor and angry shouts erupted from the distance. Alerted by the commotion, Bai Yu opened his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. In the distance, within Shrek Village, he saw Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong shielding a modestly dressed young girl behind them. Before the three women stood a stout figure clad in crimson attire, boasting a striking red mohawk hairstyle. This was none other than Ma Hongjun. Upon catching sight of the rotund individual, Bai Yu immediately recognized his identity, piquing her interest. She quickened her pace and made her way towards him. The confrontation between Xiao Wu and the others with Ma Hongjun presented a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his bravado. Moreover, his subsequent endeavor to win over Zhu Zhuqing required Ma Hongjun's assistance. Now was the ideal moment to devise a plan. Meanwhile, in Shrek Village, two factions stand resolutely opposed to one another. On the left stands the solitary Ma Hongjun, while on the right, at the forefront, is Xiao Wu. Behind her are Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. At present, Ning Rongrong is comforting the girl clad in simple attire. Hey, you fatso! Who gave you the audacity to bully others? As a man, to harass a girl in public, do you have no shame? Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, pointing at Ma Hongjun. Fatso, who are you calling fat? Ma Hongjun's fury ignited upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. Although he indeed bore the title of fat, it was not a term that just anyone could hurl at him. After all, he was a distinguished soul master. How dare these girls, who seemed to have materialized from nowhere, call him fat? Let me tell you, mind your own business. Sui Hua is my girlfriend. Our matters do not concern you. If you know what's good for you, just scurry away, or I won't be so polite. She is your girlfriend? Xiao Wu's disbelief was palpable upon hearing Ma Hongjun's claim. Given Ma Hongjun's lackluster appearance and his rather unpleasant demeanor, it was hard to fathom that someone like Sui Hua, who, albeit not exceptionally beautiful, was still the village flower, would ever take an interest in such a lecherous fat man. Are you Sui Hua? Is what he said true? Xiao Wu turned her skeptical gaze towards Sui Hua, who stood behind her. No, I don't know him. Sui Hua trembled as she quickly denied, retreating behind Ning Rongrong. Although she was indeed Ma Hongjun's girlfriend, his overwhelming presence was something she could hardly withstand. To persist would be perilous. For now, denial was her only option. You scoundrel! How dare you lie? Xiao Wu, incensed by Sui Hua's denial, pointed an accusing finger at Ma Hongjun. The moment Ma Hongjun heard Sui Hua's disavowal, he froze momentarily, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Sui Hua, after all our years together, how can you so easily sever our bond? No, I must explain myself to you. With that, Ma Hongjun intended to forcibly take Sui Hua away to clarify matters. However, this only instigated further fear in Sui Hua, who hastily hid behind Ning Rongrong. Stop! If you lay a hand on her, I won't hold back. Xiao Wu intervened once more, her voice laced with fury. Humph! You meddling in my relationship with Sui Hua is what warrants my ire. Ma Hongjun retorted, equally enraged. As the illustrious evil fire phoenix, life had not been easy for him. After finally finding a girlfriend, how could he relinquish her so easily? Was he to return to the days of perilously confronting tanks for his life? Chapter 59, A Silver-Plated Spearhead, Third Update. Various requests. In Shrek Village, just as Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were on the verge of a physical confrontation, Bai Yu finally arrived. What is going on? From a distance, before reaching Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun, Bai Yu ambled over, hands clasped behind his head. a strand of blue-silver grass between his teeth, chewing as he inquired. Bai Yu, you've come. The sight of Bai Yu brought immediate relief to Xiao Wu. Pointing at Ma Hongjun, she expressed her indignation. Bai Yu, you must uphold justice. This fatso is bullying that girl right in front of everyone. It's utterly disgraceful. You have to stand up for her. Goodness, where did this guy come from? He is way too handsome. I bet he puts Dai Mubai and Xiao Ao to shame. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, a surge of envy and resentment flooding his heart upon seeing Bai Yu. As the famed evil fire phoenix, he had never felt inferior in terms of capability, but in matters of appearance, he could only watch helplessly as beautiful women flocked to Dai Mubai, leaving him to languish in the shadows. Upon encountering Bai Yu, a flicker of hostility ignited within Ma Hongjun. The prospect of reconciling with Cui Hua seemed increasingly bleak now that this striking figure had appeared. You, pretty boy, do you wish to meddle in my affairs? Ma Hongjun warned. I advise you to mind your own business. Cui Hua and I are in a genuine relationship. If you continue to interfere, don't expect me to be polite. This fatso is brimming with rage before I even speak. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, bemused by Ma Hongjun's tone. Could it be that my looks incite such jealousy? Observing the concealed envy behind Ma Hongjun's furious gaze, Bai Yu rubbed his chin, feeling a touch of sympathy for him. Fatso, I don't care what your relationship is. Even if you are on the verge of a breakup, since she wishes to part ways, you should seek to mend things with words and sincerity. Resorting to violence in public is disgraceful. Are you not aware that a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet? With arms crossed, Bai Yu regarded Ma Hongjun earnestly. Despite his sympathy for Ma Hongjun, Bai Yu recognized the burdens of the evil fire phoenix spirit. While it granted powers most men yearn for, the consequences of its eruption were dire. If someone like Dai Mubai possessed the evil fire phoenix, he would revel in nightly escapades, basking in endless pleasure, for he had both wealth and looks. Yet, for Ma Hongjun, the situation was quite the opposite, devoid of charm or fortune, and when faced with an eruption, the outcome was predictable. However unfortunate his circumstances, Ma Hongjun was still a soul master and endowed with the evil fire phoenix spirit. Forcing an ordinary girl like Cui Hua, who could hardly bear such intensity, was indeed inappropriate. You, pretty boy, what do you know? Don't think that just because you have a handsome face, you're something special. Those foolish women may give you attention, but I, your fat brother, 1T. Ma Hongjun's ire flared as he shouted at Bai Yu, his fury palpable. This pretty boy was insufferably arrogant. He could not simply give up on his girlfriend Cui Hua, who was willing to accept him despite his flaws. As Ma Hongjun's anger surged from the thought of their impending breakup, he could barely tolerate Xiao Wu's presence, but Bai Yu, another man who surpassed him in looks, was intolerable. Daring to meddle in his affairs, Ma Hongjun resolved that today, he would show Bai Yu the meaning of respect. As the conversation unfolded, Ma Hongjun, in a fit of anger, launched a punch towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu, the leader, dared to take action, and it was imperative to teach him a lesson. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's audacity, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to stir chaos. How dare he strike? Upon noticing Ma Hongjun's aggression, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and retaliated with a swift kick. Before Ma Hongjun's fist could connect, Bai Yu's foot met him instead, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash, as he smashed through the wooden cabin's wall and landed inside. Hongjun. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun sent flying, Cui Hua felt a pang of concern and anxiety for him. However, Bai Yu had restrained much of his strength in that kick. Coupled with Ma Hongjun's physique as a soul master and his ample bulk, he sustained minimal damage. Just moments after being kicked into the cabin, Ma Hongjun sprang forth from the shattered wall, his round face darkened with determination. I never expected you, you pretty boy, to be a soul master as well. How intriguing. But I assure you, I have yet to unleash my full strength. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of your brother, the fat one. With that, Ma Hongjun struck a pose reminiscent of soaring wings, followed by a thunderous shout. Phoenix, possess me. Phoenix. At the sound of his exclamation, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing were taken aback. The Phoenix spirit was indeed a pinnacle amongst beast spirits, with some variants even surpassing the acknowledged strongest beast spirit on the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet, one would expect a bearer of the Phoenix spirit to possess a form far removed from the image of the rather unrefined, plump individual before them, as Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing stood in a state of uncertainty. A robust crimson turkey suddenly materialized from behind Ma Hongjun at his loud shout, and instantly vanished into his body. Is this the Phoenix spirit? Surely. It cannot be merely a common foul spirit. Initially filled with apprehension, fearing that Ma Hongjun would summon a fiery phoenix, they were instead greeted by a plump, red-bellied turkey, causing Xiao to erupt into laughter. It truly resembled a common fowl. Observing its round and ample belly, Ning Rongrong also covered her stomach, her large eyes sparkling with mirth, unable to contain herself as she doubled over in a fit of delightful laughter. The melodious giggles of Xiao and Ning Rongrong left Ma Hongjun with a scowl, yet he could only redirect his frustration towards Bai Yu. It was all due to this accursed pretty boy that I exposed my spirit before these enchanting ladies. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. In a fit of rage, Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill with a furious shout. As the first soul ring enveloped him, a massive pillar of violet fire erupted towards Bai Yu, attempting to burn me. However, as the crimson flame surged forth, Bai Yu merely adjusted his ears, donning an expression of indifference, his body remaining utterly still, showing no intention of evasion. Unable to dodge my Phoenix Fire Line, he dares to put on airs before me. Witnessing Bai Yu's seemingly dazed reaction, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of pride. It appeared this pretty boy was nothing more than a facade. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Yu slowly raised his hand before him. Instantly, the approaching violet flames collided with an invisible barrier, erupting outward in a dazzling display. What? How is this possible? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with incredulity. Chapter 60. Surface Brothers, undermining each other. How could this be? This fellow managed to block my Phoenix Fire Line barehanded, without even using his martial soul. As he witnessed his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, casually thwarted. Ma Hongjun was engulfed in disbelief. But amidst his astonishment, Bai Yu suddenly broke into laughter. I say, fatty, with your fire, do you truly think you can harm me? Perhaps you're overestimating yourself. With that, Bai Yu simply waved his right hand, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth. The Phoenix Fire Line, which had encountered an obstruction, was instantaneously thrust back as if struck by an immense power, hurtling toward Ma Hongjun like a tempest. Not good. Seeing the violet inferno returning towards him, Ma Hongjun's heart raced with alarm. He hastily ceased his flame assault, diving to the side, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the returning violet fire. The rebounding phoenix fire struck a nearby tree, igniting it, transforming it into a blazing torch of violet flame. However, just as Ma Hongjun managed to awkwardly roll away from the oncoming flames, he stood up again, only to witness Bai Yu's figure move in an instant, becoming a fleeting shadow, appearing right before him in the blink of an eye. Ghostly Shadow, Vanishing Steps. With a swift execution of the Ghostly Shadows technique, I instantaneously materialized before Ma Hongjun. Before he could even register my presence, I delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen with a speed that left him utterly defenseless. Under the force of Bai Yu's punch, Ma Hongjun's round face instantly flushed crimson, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. His entire body arched like a shrimp. And in an instant, he was sent flying, crashing violently against a sturdy, enscathed tree with a resounding thud. Amidst a flurry of falling leaves, with a resounding thud, Ma Hongjun plummeted face down, landing in a crumpled position on the ground, clutching his abdomen and beginning to writhe in agony. How excruciating. Where on earth did this fellow come from? His speed and strength are astonishing, and he managed to unleash such power without even employing his martial spirit. This individual's true prowess might surpass that of Big Brother Dai. As Ma Hongjun writhed in pain, he couldn't help but ponder. I say, little chubby, I wanted to reason with you, yet you insisted on resorting to brute force. Now, shall we continue our discourse or engage in a battle of fists? After a single blow sent Ma Hongjun flying, Bai Yu promptly returned to his side, lifting him effortlessly. With a smile gracing his lips, Bai Yu gazed at Ma Hongjun and spoke. While looking at him, Bai Yu simultaneously employed the soul-shifting technique, subtly implanting a mental suggestion in Ma Hongjun's mind to accompany Dai Mubai to the brothel that evening. Although, according to the original narrative, this occurrence would likely transpire regardless of any hint, Bai Yu deemed it prudent to take precautionary measures, given his capabilities. As Ma Hongjun met Bai Yu's gaze, he momentarily felt disoriented. However, upon regaining his composure, his tormented visage was drenched in cold sweat, prompting him to exclaim, "Excellent." After successfully implanting a psychological suggestion in Ma Hongjun, Bai Yu, feeling a sense of satisfaction, casually discarded him to the ground. With arms crossed, he spoke. Since we are discussing reason, let me reiterate my previous statement. Even if you two were once in a romantic relationship, having already parted ways, you may attempt to reconcile. But you must never resort to forceful retention. Should you dare to lay a hand on her again, do not blame me for returning the favor with my fists. Are you all right, Hongjun? Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun being pummeled by Bai Yu, Sui Hua could no longer bear it and rushed to his side, ready to assist him in standing up. Sui Hua, can we not break up? Realizing that Sui Hua still cared for him, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but plead as he was helped up. Hongjun, you are a good person, but we are simply not meant to be. After helping Ma Hongjun to his feet, Sui Hua turned her head away in pain. Having said that, she quickly retreated and returned to stand behind Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Sui Hua, Ma Hongjun pleaded, extending his hand as if to grasp her departing silhouette. At that moment, a flurry of urgent shouts echoed from afar. Stop. Don't fight. Please, stop. In the distance, Dai Mubai was hastily approaching, accompanied by Tang San. Phew. Thankfully, nothing went awry. After rushing over, Dai Mubai was relieved to see that Ma Hongjun was unharmed. Why is there no issue? Just a moment ago, this chubby fellow was bullying his girlfriend. Yet you only care about him. Dai Laohu, you surely know this rotund individual, right? Observing Dai Mubai's anxious demeanor and his evident concern for Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu couldn't help but furrow her brow, scrutinizing Dai Mubai before asking, Ahem, actually. He's the last of the 3 original students from our Shrek Academy that I mentioned to you. His name is Ma Hongjun, and his martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix chicken. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and explained. Nonsense. My martial spirit is clearly a phoenix, not some chicken. I tell you, if you say that again, I'll get angry. Ma Hongjun retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Phoenix? With your martial spirit? You're even fatter than a hen. There's no such thing as a plump phoenix. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit could be classified as a phoenix, as it was an aberrant martial spirit. Originally, the martial spirits in his village were all common fowl, but has underwent a mutation. In terms of quality, his martial spirit was not inferior to that of a true phoenix, possessing innate fiery capabilities, albeit with certain flaws. Dai Mubai smiled. What flaws? Tang San inquired, intrigued. His curiosity piqued, as he had learned from his teacher Yu Xiaojiang that martial spirit mutations were exceedingly rare. The benign mutation exhibited by Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly a rarity, prompting his interest. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit possessed high quality, the flaw lay in his heightened demands and capabilities in romantic matters, far exceeding those of an average person. If the evil fire were to erupt and not be released, it could lead to his demise. Thus, Ma Hongjun had to engage in intimate activities daily, sometimes 4 or 5 times, which was a strain on his physique, making it challenging for an ordinary girl to meet his needs. This, perhaps, was the reason for his previous breakups, Dai Mubai explained awkwardly. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao's eyes widened in shock, her face turning crimson as she placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Now I see why you're so concerned for this chubby guy. It seems you two are indeed quite the pair, neither of you being virtuous. How can you say that? Though I, Ma Hongjun, possess evil fire, I never force anyone. Ma Hongjun protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved by Xiao Wu's accusation. Not forcing? Then what about what we just witnessed? Xiao Wu countered. Ma Hongjun's face turned beet red in an instant. All right, it's not entirely Ma Hongjun's fault. The uniqueness of his martial spirit leads to excessive demands and capabilities that most girls cannot satisfy. In the years since he joined the academy, he has had several girlfriends, but each ended in heartbreak, which has become quite the norm. This is also the origin of his moniker, Evil Fire Phoenix Chicken, Dai Mubai remarked with a chuckle. However, Dai Mubai's comments only served to infuriate Ma Hongjun, who shot back. Indeed, I may have had several girlfriends in a year, but that was beyond my control. If I could, I would seek a girlfriend too, but what about you? You pursue 3 girls a day, each time a different one, racking up countless encounters in a month. If I had your and Xiao Ao's shameless faces, I wouldn't be in this position. Chubby, I warn you. It's one thing to eat indiscriminately, but another to speak carelessly. I have never behaved as you claim. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, irritation flashing across his face. He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, but her expression remained inscrutable. I say, when did our esteemed Dai ever become one to shy away from his actions? Ma Hongjun scoffed, noticing that Dai Mubai, who had always prided himself on his exploits, was now denying them. Chubby, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Dai Mubai threatened, his ire growing as he noted the icy demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's warning, although Ma Hongjun remained disdainful, he merely muttered a few words, reluctant to press further. Truly superficial brothers, they are quick to undermine each other. Observing Ma Hongjun's revelation of Dai Mubai's flirtations in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned frigid, her hands clenched tightly, visibly radiating anger and disappointment. Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head, finding the situation amusing. This time, Ma Hongjin inadvertently provided an excellent opportunity for him. That evening, if Ma Hongjin were to invite Dai Mu Bai to visit a brothel in front of Zhu Qing, it would surely provoke an explosive reaction. And with Dai Mu Bai's character, he would undoubtedly neither back down nor admit fault. That would be his moment to shine. Chapter 61. The Dragon and Elephant Strike, The Path of Assistance, second update. After threatening Ma Hongjun and silencing him, Dai Mu Bai immediately feigned nonchalance and shifted the topic. Let us go. It's getting late. I will take you to the cafeteria. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, the group, feeling somewhat hungry, followed him toward the Shrek Academy cafeteria. Soon, they arrived at the front of the cafeteria. The establishment consisted of several brick houses, marginally superior to wooden huts but still rather rudimentary, merely serving as a space to prepare meals. Inside a spacious brick room at the center, dishes had already been prepared and were displayed in large iron basins on several wooden tables to the right of the entrance. A few middle-aged women, hired from the village, donned simple clothing and wielded large iron ladles, standing behind the tables to serve food to everyone. To the left, rows of tables and chairs awaited the students to sit and dine. Goodness, this food resembles that from my middle school cafeteria in my past life. Upon seeing the familiar large iron basins filled with humble dishes like braised noodles with cabbage, stir-fried carrots with onions, and stewed potatoes, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight before him left him feeling a knot in his chest, unable to express his frustration. Shrek Academy claimed to nurture exceptional talents with high expectations, yet aside from the strength of the teachers, the resources were lacking. Not to mention the soul manifestation training grounds, even the food provided was subpar. Despite the children of Douluo Continent developing earlier, at merely 12 years of age, which is a critical growth period, the meals contain little meat. While the rice and stewed potatoes may suffice in filling one's stomach, they were hardly conducive to proper growth. Studying here, one might fear that you are nurturing monsters, or perhaps facilitating their regression. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He finally comprehended why Ning Rongrong, after only a few strides during her morning run, hastened to Soto City. While her rebellious nature certainly played a role, the inadequacy of nourishment here compelling her to seek sustenance in Soto City was likely a significant factor. This way of life is likely to persist for several more days until the master arrives to rectify the situation. Despite his inner turmoil, Bai Yu had no choice but to consume the available food, for abstaining was not an option. With a resigned shake of his head, he approached to collect his bowl and chopsticks, served himself a portion of the meal, and took a seat at the table to begin eating. However, a notification chimed. During this meal, you have failed to consume any meat. The nutritional value of the food you ingested is insufficient, causing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to register discontent, resulting in a 70 reduction in training efficiency. Current training progress, 12th layer, 35. 6. As Bai Yu began to partake in the fare from the Shrek Academy cafeteria, he was not surprised when the protest of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, he sensed a marked decrease in the flow of energy and vitality within him, leading to further resignation. Little dragon, it is not that I am stingy, but there truly is nothing to eat at the moment. Nevertheless, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique remained indifferent to Bai Yu's plight. After a while, upon noticing that Bai Yu had still not consumed any meat, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique simply ceased functioning. Ding. Due to your continued neglect of meat or highly nutritious sustenance, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique has issued a severe protest and chosen to rest for a day. The voice of the system echoed once more in my mind. I couldn't believe it, realizing that the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique had indeed gone on strike. The corners of Bai Yu's mouth twitched in exasperation, leaving him utterly at a loss. He could only pause his meal, leave the cafeteria, and retrieve an old mountain ginseng from his storage ring, consuming it swiftly as one might devour a carrot. After the ginseng entered his abdomen, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill finally resumed its function, continuing its cultivation. However, Bai Yu felt a sense of incredulity within. Though he had stored a considerable amount of medicinal herbs in his spatial ring, these were merely intended for emergencies. In the past 6 years, Bai Yu had never resorted to them, yet today, he found himself compelled to do so. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, a group led by Dai Mu Bai returned to the Shrek Academy area. They arrived at a square within Shrek Academy, awaiting the arrival of the Academy's instructors. While waiting, Dai Mu Bai's expression was far from pleasant. He had made several attempts to win over Zhu Zhiqing during their journey, yet each overture was met with indifference, and she offered him no friendly countenance. This left Bai, who was accustomed to effortlessly courting the ladies in Soto City, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Suddenly, a youth clad in a gray-brown leather outfit approached from the distance. With his striking silver hair, handsome features, and alluring peach blossom eyes, he exuded a subtly androgynous aura. Upon recognizing him as the previously encountered bearded sausage vendor, Oscar, everyone except Bai Yu was taken aback, including Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing. Shortly after Oscar's arrival, a tall middle-aged man dressed in black, possessing a hooked nose and wearing black-framed crystal glasses, strolled over. "You are the owner of that shop. What brings you here?" Bai Yu exclaimed, pointing at Flander, his face reflecting surprise. Upon learning that Flander was the dean of Shrek Academy, Bai Yu's astonishment deepened, and he expressed his admiration, which pleased Flander immensely. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flander, a soul sage of level 78, and the current dean of Shrek Academy. Today, it was supposed to be Teacher Zhao who would conduct your training, but he sustained an injury yesterday and cannot attend. Thus, I will be overseeing your training." With the first lesson scheduled for this evening, aside from Bai Yu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San, the rest of you may leave and rest. "Teacher Zhao is injured?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. He recalled that Bai Yu had not inflicted severe damage on Teacher Zhao the previous day, so why was he unable to come today? However, Bai Yu, who knew the truth, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that despite his intervention, Tang Hao had sought out Zhao Wujin that evening and had given him a thorough beating. Otherwise, Zhao Wujin would undoubtedly have been able to attend today. Though he found the situation amusing, Bai Yu still accompanied Tang San, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong as they followed Flander to a nearby training ground. Bai Yu could surmise Flander's intentions for gathering the four of them. He likely sought information regarding the master from Tang San, while his motives for calling upon Bai Yu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong were to impose some discipline on Ning Rongrong, as her unique status warranted a demonstration of authority to ensure order during future training sessions. Bai Yu was well aware of this. Following Flander, the four of them arrived at the training ground. Upon arriving at the playground, Flander instructed Tang San to stand aside. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Yu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. However, when he looked at Bai Yu, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his eyes. This little prodigy had even managed to outsmart Zhao Wujin. Moreover, this remarkable individual was an auxiliary soul master, which astonished Flander. Yet, dispelling these thoughts, Flander adopted a serious demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back, and spoke with a measured tone. "You three, one a food system soul master. The other two auxiliary soul masters, do you understand why I have summoned you? To teach us how to utilize our soul abilities." Oscar replied with a hint of resignation, as if he had encountered this scenario many times before. Flander regarded Oscar with a look of approval, then continued, "In the Douluo Continent, aside from certain soul master families, it is rare for soul masters to possess identical soul abilities. Each individual's cultivation of their soul abilities is distinct, and the Academy cannot impart this knowledge. What we can teach you is how to harness your own soul abilities and how to better preserve yourselves in battle while supporting your teammates. So, the training method is merely running laps?" Bai Yu internally scoffed at Flander's words. This is utterly disappointing. Isn't the primary function of a Soul Master Academy to have experienced instructors who can guide students on how to combine their soul skills and develop their soul abilities? If that cannot be achieved, how can the Academy teach the most crucial aspects? Merely instructing on how to use one's soul abilities and survive in battle. What significant outcome can that possibly yield? As Bai Yu silently grumbled, Flander continued. As food type and support type soul masters, you all require the protection of your teammates during combat. Otherwise, it is challenging to demonstrate your true potential. Now, I ask you, what is your philosophy of support? How do you plan to safeguard yourselves on the battlefield? Chapter 62. Is it not a perfect form of support to eliminate all enemies? What is the philosophy of support? How does one protect oneself in battle? After listening to Flander, Oscar pondered for a moment before responding. I believe that whether one is a food type or support type soul master, since we lack combat prowess, the best approach to support is undoubtedly to learn the art of retreat. During combat, we should remain as sheltered as possible behind our teammates, utilizing the surrounding structures and terrain to shield ourselves from enemy attacks. I concur, Ning Rongrong replied gracefully. Since we support-type soul masters lack combat skills, after providing our teammates with supportive soul techniques, we should naturally hide behind, safeguarding ourselves and continuously offering support to our allies. However, as Bai Yu listened to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, he felt that their responses were somewhat divergent. Although both advocated for retreat, Oscar inclined more towards self-preservation, while Ning Rongrong seemed to prefer being protected by her teammates. It was difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong, for sometimes self-preservation could indeed be more proactive. Yet, at other times, an excessive focus on self-preservation could lead one too far from their teammates, leaving them vulnerable and resulting in swifter demise. Ultimately, the approach must be contingent upon the circumstances. Excellent. Flander nodded in satisfaction at Oscar and Ning Rongrong's responses and then turned his gaze toward Bai Yu, inquiring, Bai Yu, you are also a support-type soul master. What is your philosophy of support? How do you intend to protect yourself during combat? Me? Upon hearing Flander's question, Bai Yu pointed to himself, momentarily taken aback. He had assumed he was merely a supplementary presence. Given his strength, running in circles would be utterly futile. And Flander was likely aware of this fact. However, since Flander had posed the question, he would not shy away from the opportunity. Ahem. My philosophy of support may differ somewhat from the others. Would you still like to hear it, Dean Flander? Bai Yu cleared his throat and spoke. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Flander replied, somewhat puzzled. While he recognized Bai Yu's remarkable strength, he wondered if a support-type soul master could indeed offer a unique perspective. Then I shall share, Bai Yu declared. In truth, I believe a genuine support-type soul master should not only provide supportive soul techniques from the rear, but also possess combat capabilities, able to fight and flee. A false support-type soul master merely hides behind their teammates, offering support techniques, and flees at the first sign of danger. In contrast, a true support-type soul master not only provides assistance, but can also strike down enemies when they approach. Bai Yu clenched his fist and smiled. Of course, I understand that my philosophy of support may seem rather unconventional. The reason I take on the role of support is primarily due to my overwhelming strength. If I were not a support, I fear that any action I take would eliminate the enemies before my teammates even have a chance to engage. Bai Yu shrugged, displaying an expression that conveyed the burden of being exceptionally gifted. Flander, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San all exchanged glances, each thinking, you are far too self-absorbed. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat exasperated by Bai Yu's remarks. Yet, despite her frustration, she had to concede that Bai Yu was indeed correct. He was extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Flander's lips twitched. Are you referring to a support-type soul master? You might as well be an all-rounder. Although he was momentarily at a loss for words, having learned of Bai Yu's prowess from Zhao Wujia, Flander understood that while Bai Yu's claims might seem audacious, he certainly had the merit to back them up. He could only lament that he should not have asked this question. This prodigious anomaly was exceptional in every regard, yet far too arrogant and self-admiring. Ahem, your philosophy of support is rather unique. It suits you alone, as long as it serves you well. I shall refrain from further discussion. Flander coughed lightly and stated, your assertions do not align with those of a typical support-type soul master. A conventional support-type soul master possesses little combat ability, let alone the extraordinary strength you described. Ning Rongrong retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Who said so? Am I not a support-type soul master? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. You are an exception. Regardless, your philosophy of support is incorrect. Ning Rongrong struggled to counter, ultimately resorting to a forced denial. However, Bai Yu merely chuckled and inquired with interest, then how do you believe a standard support-type soul master offers assistance? Naturally, a standard support-type soul master aids their teammates in achieving victory through their supportive soul techniques. Ning Rongrong responded confidently. Since you acknowledge that the essence of a support-type soul master lies in aiding their teammates to triumph, providing supportive techniques is one approach. However, if we consider it from another angle, should a support-type soul master eliminate all enemies to secure victory for their teammates? Would that not also constitute a perfect form of support? Bai Yu spread his hands. The truth is, everything can provide support. Control-type soul masters can. Assault-type soul masters can. And ultimately, a support-type soul master exists to ensure their teammates' victory. You simply chose the most fragile type of soul master who can only provide assistance. Bai Yu concluded. As long as all enemies are vanquished, it qualifies as a flawless form of support. This assertion is truly irrefutable. Bai Yu's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, it was clear that the prevailing view still favored pure support-type soul masters like Ning Rongrong. The future evolution of support-type soul masters remained uncertain. Ahem. You do present a valid point. However, monsters like you cannot be replicated. Thus, the crux of being a support-type soul master still hinges upon the ability to escape. A mature support-type soul master must possess an understanding of retreat, and what is most crucial for retreat? Stamina. Stamina can only be improved through training. and today's exercise will involve running 20 laps around the village. Fearing that Bai Yu might utter something even more astonishing, Flander hastily cleared his throat, interrupted the conversation, made a summary, and instructed Bai Yu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong to begin their laps. 20 laps? That seems rather excessive. Upon hearing Flander's directive, Ning Rongrong could hardly believe her ears. While she agreed with Flander's sentiments, there was no need for such strenuous exertion. The essence of a support-type soul master lies in remaining close to their teammates, evading danger through strategic maneuvering, and allowing allies the opportunity to provide protection against enemy pursuits. Possessing sufficient soul power is paramount. Physical stamina merely serves as an embellishment. However, under Flander's rigorous training regimen, running 20 laps around the village feels more akin to conditioning a power-type soul master rather than honing the skills of a support type. Such an exaggerated emphasis on physical endurance is unheard of even within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 63. The Depths of Complexity Beyond Your Grasp. First update. Various requests. Is it too far? This is training. To achieve enhancement, one must transcend their limits. If you deem it excessive, then what purpose does merely jogging a few laps serve? Enough chatter. Today's training for the 3 of you is precisely this. As support-type soul masters, neither Bai Yu nor Oscar has raised any objections. If they can endure it, why can't you? I do not expect you to match Bai Yu's prowess, but at the very least, you should strive to keep pace. Now, off you go. In response to Ning Rongrong's resistance, Flander waved dismissively and urged her on. Upon hearing Flander's words, Ning Rongrong's cheeks puffed up in indignation as she clenched her delicate fists and reluctantly lowered them. Oscar, though silent, wore a pained smile. Running 20 laps around the village, with each lap measuring at least 3 kilometers, totals over 60 kilometers. Although there was no explicit prohibition against utilizing their martial spirits, the sheer distance made him feel overwhelmed. Yet, having become familiar with Flander's methods, he understood he could not escape this trial today. Meanwhile, Bai Yu listened to Flander's remarks with an air of nonchalance, though inwardly he shook his head. The training regimen Flander proposed was certainly not insurmountable for him, but he fundamentally disagreed with the approach. While enhancing the physical capabilities of support-type soul masters is indeed beneficial for their self-preservation in battle, Flander's methods were far too crude. As Flander previously stated, each person's martial spirit and cultivation methods differ. Likewise, individual physiques vary, and standardized training metrics do not apply universally. Ning Rongrong, spoiled since childhood, would undoubtedly struggle to complete 20 laps. The wise approach, as later learned from Master, is to first assess each individual's limits and then devise tailored training standards, ensuring ample nutritional support. Yet, Flander? He simply commanded Ning Rongrong and Oscar to run 20 laps with little regard for their ability to endure. More critically, the food quality at Shrek Academy is appalling. If this training continues, the inadequate nutrition will lead to various hidden injuries among the trainees. It mirrors Bai Yu's experiences in his past life, where practitioners required specialized ointments to assist their training. Without proper support, blind cultivation only results in dire consequences. However, aware of the narrative, Bai Yu understood that Flander's intentions behind this approach were to impart a lesson to Ning Rongrong. While Bai Yu remained uncertain about the usual training protocols at Shrek Academy, it was clear that Flander deliberately set Ning Rongrong up for failure, intending to instill a sense of humility within her, preventing her from bringing her entitled demeanor from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School into Shrek Academy. Under the urging of Flander, Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar began to run, following Oscar's lead as they jogged around Shrek Village. After dismissing Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, Flander called Tang San aside to inquire about the master. From Tang San's 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, Flander had already surmised that Tang San had a connection with the master, who had also written a letter for Tang San to deliver to Flander. Meanwhile, Oscar exclaimed, "Hey, how much longer? We've been running for ages, and we still haven't completed a lap." Leaving the playground, the trio jogged out of the academy and onto the paths surrounding Shrek Academy. After some time, they had still not finished a single lap. Ning Rongrong wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, expressing her discontent. Hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as the foremost auxiliary sect in the Spirit Master realm, Ning Rongrong possessed an extensive understanding of auxiliary spirit masters, far surpassing Flander's. During her time at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had engaged in similar physical training. Thus, while she did not oppose Flander's training regimen, she wholeheartedly agreed with it. However, the training at her sect was gradual, incrementally increasing intensity, complemented by ample meat and spirit food provided before and after training sessions. In stark contrast, Flender demanded they run 50 or 60 kilometers with inadequate food intake beforehand. Having barely touched her breakfast, Ning Rongrong now felt both exhausted and famished. It was a novel ordeal for her, and she couldn't help but complain. Almost there. We have about half the distance left to finish a lap. Just hang in there. If you're hungry, I have sausages. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong, Oscar scratched his head awkwardly, then eagerly summoned his sausage spirit. Reciting the spirit spell to produce a sausage and hand it to Ning Rongrong. Who needs your sausage? Ning Rongrong snapped, swatting away the sausage Oscar offered. Her annoyance was not due to a dislike of Oscar's sausage. After Bai Yu's earlier remarks, she had already consumed one. The thought of running another half lap, equating to 20 laps set by Flender, which would stretch into the night, filled her with indignation. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she had never endured such humiliation. How dare a mere soul sage impose such trials upon her? Ning Rongrong, with her fearless disposition, could tolerate a few laps. But 20 was excessive. Her resistance surged to its peak. Humph. What kind of training is this? I refuse to continue. Realizing the length of the 20 laps exceeded her expectations, Ning Rongrong huffed angrily. Turning to Bai Yu, who was leisurely jogging nearby, she called out, "Hey, you. Big bad guy. With your strength, this training should be trivial for you, right? Flender is clearly making things difficult. The breakfast was barely sufficient. And I see you hardly ate. Let's head to Soto City together." Bai Yu's thoughts drifted back to reality upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. He smiled lazily, replying, "This training is indeed of little use to me. I might as well consider it a walk. But I'm not hungry yet, so I won't be heading to Soto City." Che. Coward. Ning Rongrong scoffed at Bai Yu's refusal, disregarding Oscar and summoning her 7 treasure glazed tower spirit to enhance her speed. With a swift motion, she dashed away. Determined not to run until nightfall, she planned to leave the main road and head to Soto City. Wait, did she just leave? Oscar watched in bemusement as Ning Rongrong departed, her figure fading into the distance. Isn't that normal? She is a pampered young lady, used to a life of luxury. Flender's training is indeed unreasonable. Running 20 laps from morning until evening? Do you think she would willingly endure that? Bai Yu chuckled casually. Well, Oscar couldn't help but smile wryly at Bai Yu's words. He also felt that Flender's training was quite unreasonable, forcing them to run around the village for 20 laps from morning until night, while he, as a food system spirit master, could replenish himself. The other auxiliary spirit masters would likely be exhausted halfway through. Despite her somewhat willful temperament, she is indeed beautiful. I think I'm starting to like her. As he jogged, Oscar's gaze lingered on Ning Rongrong's delicate features, his eyes filled with admiration. Like her? Oscar, I dare say you're merely drawn to her looks. But honestly, a word of advice. Ning Rongrong hails from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, where things are quite intricate. You might not be able to navigate those waters. Bai Yu chuckled, amused by Oscar's infatuation, and patted his shoulder seriously. What's so complex about the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Oscar questioned, perplexed. I'd rather not say. You might misconstrue my intentions. As for the matter of disciples from the 7 treasure glazed tile school choosing their partners, you might want to ask Daimu Bai. You should know. Bai Yu, not wishing to divulge too much, merely smiled at Oscar's confusion and suggested he consult Daimu Bai. Without Bai Yu's presence, Oscar might have had a chance with Ning Rongrong. However, now that Bai Yu is here, it was evident that Ning Rongrong would ultimately choose him. All right. It's getting late, Oscar. I need to speed up and finish running to Soto City for lunch. See you tonight. With that, Bai Yu waved cheerfully and dramatically quickened his pace, sprinting ahead with the intention of completing 20 laps within an hour. With Bai Yu's exceptional physical capabilities, once he exerted himself fully, his speed was astonishing. In less than an hour, he successfully completed 20 laps and leisurely set off for Soto City. The food at Shrek Academy was woefully inadequate, and he certainly did not wish for his dragon elephant prajna skill to falter. As time passed, afternoon approached. As dusk settled, Bai Yu hummed a tune while returning from Soto City to Shrek Academy. Flander had previously mentioned that the first class would commence in the evening. Thus, on the playground, both Flander and the nearly recovered Zhao Wuji stood alongside Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun, all gathered in anticipation. Bai Yu, you're back. Upon seeing Bai Yu's return, Xiao Wu's face lit up, and she waved joyfully. Is Oscar still running? As Bai Yu approached the group and noticed Oscar was absent, he casually inquired. Not much longer. Little Oscar is on his 19th lap now. But, Bai Yu, did you really complete 20 laps that swiftly? Ma Hongjun, who had previously been on the receiving end of Bai Yu's prowess, chuckled and replied in an endearing manner. Of course, I finished. However, running 20 laps is no small feat. It took me over an hour to complete, and I nearly ran into noon, Bai Yu remarked, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged and smiled. Bai Yu's display of bravado caused the onlookers to involuntarily twitch their lips. Completing 50 to 60 kilometers in an hour, do you still consider that slow? Flander mused, pondering the extraordinary capabilities of this young prodigy. While Bai Yu and his companions were running laps, he witnessed with his own eyes, through the soul skill, Bai Yu completing 20 laps at an astonishing speed. Before completing 3 laps at the Oscars, he departed. Although Flander was aware prior to the training that 20 laps would pose no challenge for Bai Yu, the swiftness with which Bai Yu finished nonetheless left Flander in disbelief. Half an hour swiftly elapsed once more. In the midst of anticipation, Oscar finally approached, drenched in sweat and panting heavily from a distance. Accompanying him was Ning Rongrong, whose forehead glistened with perspiration and who appeared to be slightly out of breath, suggesting she too had been running. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, have you both completed your run? Flander inquired with a casual tone upon seeing them approach. Oscar opened his mouth, instinctively glancing back at Ning Rongrong, who wore an expression of innocence. He gritted his teeth and replied, we have both finished. Finished, you say? A hint of sarcasm crept into Flander's smile. After beckoning Oscar closer, he placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, sealing off his soul power. I witnessed your efforts quite clearly. It seems you are quite the embodiment of camaraderie. In that case, since Ning Rongrong has not completed her distance, you shall run in her stead. Your soul power is now sealed. Return only after completing 19 more laps. Upon hearing Flander's words, Oscar opened his mouth but ultimately displayed a face full of dejection as he lowered his head and silently set off once more. Ning Rongrong, I observed your morning training meticulously. Now tell me, why did you fail to accomplish the training task I assigned? After dismissing Oscar, Flander turned his attention to Ning Rongrong and inquired, is your training objective merely to make things difficult for others? The village is vast, and running 20 laps until nightfall is no small feat as a mere auxiliary soulmaster. Such a strenuous distance not only threatens to exhaust me but may well lead to starvation. We of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School do not impose such rigorous training regimens. What qualifications do you, an ordinary academy soul saint, possess to assign me such tasks? In response to Flander's inquiry, Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, refusing to be outdone. Regardless of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School standards, this is my academy. Just as nations have their laws, families have their rules. Upon entering my academy, one must adhere to my regulations. If you find my rules unsatisfactory, you are free to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome you. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's defiance, Flander coldly replied, you dare. Flander, do you think you can drive me away merely because you are a soul saint? I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Ning Rongrong, incensed by Flander's attempt to expel her, threatened, you think I wouldn't dare? If I feared such things, Shrek Academy would not exist. Flander let out a disdainful laugh, unyielding, and then turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, since she refuses to comply with the rules of Shrek Academy, gather her belongings and escort her out of here. You dare, Flander! Ning Rongrong shouted angrily once more. Nearby, everyone was astonished to witness the fierce quarrel between Ning Rongrong and Flander, as her previously gentle facade was completely shattered, revealing a rebellious little demoness. The crowd was left in shock. Although Ning Rongrong had previously exhibited a hint of her mischievous nature during the registration process to outwit Bai Yu, no one anticipated her to be so arrogant. However, Bai Yu was not particularly surprised. Recognizing that the argument between Ning Rongrong and Flander had escalated, he felt it was time for him to intervene according to his planned strategy. Stepping forward, he cleared his throat and said, Principal Flander, please calm down. I believe we cannot place the entire blame on Ning Rongrong. The moment Bai Yu spoke, all eyes turned to him in astonishment. Could it be? Principal Flander is in a fury, and he dares to support Ning Rongrong against him? Despite the crowd's shock, Bai Yu remained unfazed. For he understood that Flander was not truly angry, this was merely a part of Flander's scheme. What in the world is this little monster doing? Aiding Ning Rongrong against me? Flander pondered, equally bewildered by Bai Yu's unexpected stance. In the letter from Master Tang San, it was clearly stated that this little creature is an exceptionally intelligent and independent child, possessing sharp insight, quick wit, and a mature demeanor. Logically, it is inconceivable that he would fail to recognize that his plan was aimed at reprimanding Ning Rongrong. However, in light of the astonishment of the others, Bai Yu remained unfazed and continued to gently clear his throat before speaking. Although Ning Rongrong had left midway, the primary reason was that the training task assigned by the dean was excessively burdensome, running 20 laps around the village, covering a staggering distance of 40 to 50 kilometers. Ning Rongrong, coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had been pampered since childhood. Such a grueling task was undoubtedly beyond her endurance. Had the dean only required 3 laps, she would have managed without issue. Moreover, the poor quality of the academy's meals contributed to the situation. I noticed that Ning Rongrong hardly touched her food during breakfast, and it was inevitable that she would feel famished shortly after starting to run. While being picky is an undesirable habit, under the dean's rigorous training regimen, the academy's meals were insufficient to sustain us, especially since we are still in our growth phase. It is unreasonable for you, Dean, to expect us to thrive on such inadequate provisions. Bai Yu, I never expected this rascal to speak on my behalf. You are indeed correct. The training tasks are utterly outrageous, deliberately designed to make things difficult for me, and with such poor meals, all the blame is placed upon me. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Flinder. After expressing her indignation, she turned to Bai Yu with a satisfied promise. Bai Yu's words left Flinder feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he indeed had been intentionally difficult with Ning Rongrong, and the academy's food was undeniably subpar. However, due to the financial constraints of the academy, he had no choice but to maintain such a standard. It was fortunate enough that they could even provide enough to eat. Just as Flinder found himself at a loss for a response, the situation hung in the balance. Upon the conclusion of Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Yu turned to her once more, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. No need, he remarked. I am not deliberately assisting you. I merely speak the truth. While Dean Flinder is at fault, you, Ning Rongrong, are not without blame either. Me? At fault. The words from Bai Yu momentarily shattered Ning Rongrong's perception, which had led her to believe he was an ally. The instant she heard him accuse her, her eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of betrayal surging through her heart. Tears welled in her eyes, the sting of sorrow catching her off guard. Though she could not comprehend the source of her profound sadness, the realization that Bai Yu, whom she thought was on her side, would publicly admonish her before so many others enveloped her in a profound sense of betrayal. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the very heavens had crumbled, and she erupted into tears. Bai Yu, you wicked scoundrel, I despise you. After crying out to Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong immediately covered her face, weeping softly as she turned and fled. Chapter 65, Strategizing to Win Over Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's tearful departure, the onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Flinder found himself unsure of how to respond. He had feigned anger, intending to send Ning Rongrong away. Yet he had not succeeded in making her cry. To his surprise, Bai Yu had managed to evoke tears from her. However, Bai Yu was not overly astonished by Ning Rongrong's sudden outburst. From their initial meeting in Soto City, he had interacted with her on several occasions, each time leaving her at a disadvantage. Given Ning Rongrong's disposition, it was evident that he had made a lasting impression on her. Had he been unattractive or lacking in strength, her perception of him would have been decidedly negative. Yet, in this life, he possessed both charm and prowess. Through their encounters, he had begun to sense a growing fondness from Ning Rongrong towards him. Just moments before, he had stood by her side, advocating for her, which must have filled her heart with joy. But then he had inadvertently dealt her a blow, creating a sense of betrayal that few could endure. Flinder, what shall we do now? Observing Ning Rongrong's tearful exit, and recalling Flinder's plan to diminish her sense of superiority as the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Zhao Wujie scratched his head and quietly inquired, what to do? Let it be, Flinder replied tersely. Bai Yu's intervention had thrown his plans into disarray, however. He believed the ultimate outcome would remain largely unchanged. Very well, a cool-headed approach will suffice. Let her come to recognize her mistakes. Her nature is not inherently flawed, merely a product of pampered upbringing. Once she acknowledges her errors, that should suffice. With a sigh, Flinder finally murmured to Zhao Wujie, Dean, I shall go and check on her. As Flinder and Zhao Waoqi engaged in a hushed conversation, they noticed Ning Rongrong dashing away in tears. After exchanging a few words with Flinder, Bai Yu hurried after her. Goodness! Flinder, could this little monster be doing this on purpose? Zhao Waoqi exclaimed, his eyes widening in sudden realization as Bai Yu's departure to comfort Ning Rongrong became apparent. Earlier, Bai Yu had spoken on Ning Rongrong's behalf, earning her considerable favor. Yet he had abruptly caused her distress. Now, as he pursued her, it seemed an opportune moment for the two, alone together, to deepen their emotional connection, an impression that certainly suggested premeditation. Hearing Zhao Waoqi's words, Flinder was momentarily taken aback, recalling how earlier, when the three of them had been running, Ning Rongrong had only spoken to Bai Yu before she left. If the situation had unfolded differently, he mused, Any other person behaving as Bai Yu did would likely have only incited Ning Rongrong's ire rather than reduced her to tears. Clearly, there was an underlying romantic intrigue at play. Flinder's lips twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would one day serve as a tool for his students in their romantic pursuits. However, he couldn't help but wonder. Had he possessed such skills in his youth, would the outcome have been different? Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yu continued his pursuit of Ning Rongrong. In a clearing, Bai Yu spotted Ning Rongrong, who was crouching on the ground, her head buried in her knees, emitting faint sobs. Her large, doe-like eyes were slightly red, and she appeared utterly forlorn, as if abandoned by the entire world, a pitiful sight reminiscent of a forsaken kitten. Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly as he approached her. Despite being a little sorceress, she was still just an ordinary girl, albeit one who had been spoiled. Settling down beside Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu noticed her chest heaving in agitation, her lovely face flushed with anger. Abruptly, she turned away from him, refusing to meet his gaze. Her tone icy as she retorted, "What do you want? Didn't you think I was in the wrong? Since you all dislike me so much, I might as well go home." For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger and bitterness within her. Typically, with her temperament, she would not shy away from a confrontation with Flander, and the more he insisted she leave, the more she would resist. However, when she heard Bai Yu, who had initially been on her side, chastising her, it felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her feet. A wave of betrayal washed over her, and tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. "What a villain! If you think I am at fault, then why did you help me before?" she thought resentfully. "All right, don't be upset. I don't think you were entirely in the wrong. I merely wanted to assist you," Bai Yu replied, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Turning to face the now dusky horizon, he smiled lazily at Ning Rongrong. "You wanted to help me? Yet you publicly declared my mistake in front of so many people. You were on my side before," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, puffing out her cheeks in indignation, hands on her slim waist, her heart simmering with anger directed at Bai Yu. Unbeknownst to her, his attitude mattered to her more than she realized, though she was hesitant to confront that fact. "I was trying to save you," Bai Yu explained innocently. "You had a quarrel with Dean Flander, who frankly disregarded your background. If you continued to argue, he would surely expel you. I pointed out that Flander was wrong to provide you an escape route, but then you unexpectedly ran off in tears, leaving me helpless." "Humph. I don't need you to provide me with an escape," Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly. "Flander is merely a soul sage. How dare he try to control me?" Upon hearing that Bai Yu did not genuinely believe she was at fault, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she maintained her pride, crossing her arms and scoffing at him. "Indeed, you are the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Dean Flander cannot manage you. But Rongrong, did you come to Shrek Academy merely for amusement?" Bai Yu inquired, bemused by her haughty demeanor. "Who are you calling my Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson at his endearing use of her name, her heart a tumult of embarrassment and irritation. Yet, recalling how Bai Yu had defended her, risking the ire of Dean Zhaowujia, she thought, this rascal, though a bit troublesome, I suppose I can tolerate him calling me that since he did speak up for me. However, as she pondered this, she fell into silence at Bai Yu's question. Had she truly come here only for fun? Although she yearned to declare, "I came here just for enjoyment," the words remained unspoken on her lips. "Humph. What business is it of yours why I'm here?" she finally huffed, turning away, her frustration evident. "Even if you don't answer, I already know you came here seeking genuine friendships, right?" Bai Yu remarked, noting the mix of embarrassment and shyness on her exquisite face, which was more bashful than irate. Drawing upon his knowledge of the narrative, he chuckled softly. "In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, those around you either fear you or seek to curry favor. While you are treated like royalty, you lack a true friend. That's why you concealed your identity, wishing to forge real connections, isn't it?" "How do you know?" Ning Rongrong gasped, astounded that Bai Yu had discerned her thoughts, her gaze snapping to him. "How do I know?" "It's simply due to my keen observation and sharp intellect." Bai Yu shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Ugh, such arrogance." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed deeper as she playfully scoffed at him. "The reason I share this with you is to emphasize that if you wish to cultivate real friendships, you must shed the airs of being the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You cannot be overly self-centered or eccentric. True friends endure hardships together, strive together, and grow together. If you maintain an imposing demeanor, even if you appear to be with us, our relationship will remain distant. No one desires to befriend someone who sits atop a pedestal. It is akin to your confrontation with Dean Flander. He, wielding his authority as a soul sage and head of Shrek Academy, commanded you to leave. Wasn't that infuriating? While Flander was at fault, so were you. You left the task incomplete and went off to Soto City alone. Although he assigned you 20 laps, if you genuinely could not continue, Would he force you to run? His anger stemmed from your disregard for the Academy's rules and your refusal to amend your behavior. Without rules, there can be no order if you persist in this manner. It will create a negative impact within the Academy, prompting him to request your departure. Yet, he harbored no malice towards you. Otherwise, he would have expelled you outright rather than inquire if you had indeed completed your lapse. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes and are willing to amend your ways, you will still be part of Shrek Academy and will undoubtedly find true friends. That is all I wish to convey, whether or not you take it to heart. These are my sincere words. Ponder it well. I shall take my leave now. After imparting his thoughts with a light laugh, Bai Yu did not wait for a response and stretched lazily before rising to depart. However, just as he placed his hands behind his head, preparing to leave, a complex voice from behind called out, "Wait, you rascal! Why do you care so much about me? You said I was aloof. Don't you despise me? Or do you perhaps like me?" In the end, Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, her charming face slightly flushed. As a mischievous little witch, she dared to speak her mind about anything. Yet, when it came to matters concerning herself, she found herself feeling somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, Bai Yu's words had a profound impact on her. Previously, her audacity within the sect stemmed from the excessive pampering she received from its members, who seldom dared to scold her. She had never experienced the sensation of being reprimanded from a position of authority. However, today, she felt such a reprimand from Flanders, which moved her deeply. Bai Yu's concern transformed her previously burgeoning curiosity and affection for him into something more profound and silent. Suddenly, she realized that Bai Yu might not be as bad as she had thought. If Bai Yu harbored feelings for her, she could reluctantly, in its sundry manner, accept it. Ahem, but we are still young. Matters of the heart are not something we should discuss now. I merely think you are not a bad person and wish to offer my assistance. We could become friends in the future. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Bai Yu touched his nose and cleared his throat several times. Did she really just ask if he liked her? He certainly could not respond affirmatively. If he confessed to liking Ning Rongrong, how could he continue to show concern for Zhu Zhiqing without being labeled a scoundrel? Thus, the best response was to evade the question. As long as he did not acknowledge any romantic feelings or clarify the nature of their relationship, he could interact with any beautiful girl as mere friends. His attentiveness toward these girls was simply his way of assisting friends. He was just too understanding. If these girls developed feelings for him, it was beyond his control. After all, who could blame him for being so exceptional? Moreover, if he were to define his relationship with Ning Rongrong now, and the Swordbone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect found out he was flirting with other girls, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's council hall, the spacious chamber was adorned with understated yet luxurious decorations. At the northern side of the hall, Ning Fingji sat regally upon a magnificent turquoise throne, gently stroking a staff topped with a jade gemstone in one hand while perusing a book in the other. Suddenly, a chilling shout echoed from outside the hall. A cool, silver-haired middle-aged man clad in a stylish robe, wielding a gleaming silver sword, swiftly entered and descended. Fingji, why did you allow Rongrong to go outside? Do you truly believe those academies can compare to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? The outside world is far too dangerous. If anything were to happen to Rongrong, it would be disastrous. Allow me to retrieve her. Sword Douluo Qinshin exclaimed urgently upon seeing Ning Fingji. Uncle Jian, given your and Bone Uncle's indulgence, I cannot simply bring Rongrong back. Her rebelliousness is a result of your excessive spoiling. If she wishes to go out, let her go. Experiencing hardship outside will be beneficial for her. I have already dispatched 2 Soul Emperors to protect her, Ning Fingji replied with a hint of resignation. Reporting to the sect leader, the 2 Soul Emperors assigned to protect the young lady have sent back word. Just then, a young man in a white uniform hastily entered the hall, kneeling respectfully before Ning Fingji. Oh, what does the letter say? Ning Fingji inquired, intrigued. The letter states that the young lady has successfully enrolled in Shrek Academy. However, it seems she has been bullied, the young man replied awkwardly. What? Rongrong has been bullied? In the council hall, upon hearing this, Sword Douluo Qinshin's stern face immediately contorted with rage. Tell me, who dares to bully Rongrong? Who is it? The young man could only smile wryly in response to Qinshin's fury, recounting how Bai Yu had playfully spanked Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong had played a part in the incident, Qinshin was clearly unfazed by that detail. He was consumed by the anger that someone had dared to bully Ning Rongrong, nearly bringing her to tears. Sect leader, how can anyone dare to treat Rongrong this way? This is absolutely unforgivable. I shall go and teach that wretched boy a lesson. Qinshin's thoughts turned to his precious granddaughter, and a wave of uncontrollable fury engulfed him. Uncle Jian, Please, do not act impulsively. This is merely a trivial matter among children. Rongrong is unharmed. Although she has faced a setback, such experiences will only foster her growth. It is not necessarily a bad thing, Ning Fingji quickly interjected, sensing Qinxin's mounting wrath. While Qinxin would have relished the opportunity to annihilate anyone who dared to bully Ning Rongrong had Bai Yu been an adult, he recognized that Bai Yu was merely a child of similar age to Ning Rongrong. Moreover, the letter indicated that Bai Yu had also successfully enrolled in Shrek Academy, which suggested he was a remarkable talent capable of managing his unruly daughter, a rare potential suitor. Sect leader, this is not merely about winning or losing. Rongrong is a girl. Being bullied like that must have hurt her feelings. That boy dares to treat her so. I must teach him a lesson. Qinxin had summoned his 7-killing sword, rage evident on his face. Oh. Ning Fingji couldn't help but chuckle at Qinxin's emphasis on the fact that Bai Yu had spanked Ning Rongrong rather than focusing on her being bullied. This little rascal is truly audacious. Of all places to strike, he chose there. Uncle Jian, though that boy certainly overstepped, please refrain from being too harsh. After all, Rongrong was at fault to begin with, Ning Fingji urged. Fear not, sect leader. I merely intend to give that boy a little reminder. I won't be too heavy-handed. Upon sensing Ning Fingji's stance softening and feeling his grip loosen, Qinxin's grim face broke into a sinister smile. With that, Qinxin soared out of the hall like a silver streak, wielding his sword. Alas, little one, I sincerely hope that sword uncle will not be too severe in his approach. I find myself quite curious about whether he can subdue this little witch, Rongrong. As he watched the retreating figure of Sword Douluo, Ning Fingji couldn't help but let out a sigh, expressing his helplessness. Unbeknownst to him, Sword Douluo was furiously making his way from the 7-treasure glazed tile school near the Heaven Do Imperial City towards Shrek Academy. At this moment, after a heartfelt conversation with Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu, despite the absence of a progress bar for spirit cultivation or task systems, felt confident that he had made significant strides in winning her over, drawing from his extensive experience with countless tales of unworthy suitors from his past life. This realization brought a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to hum a tune as he leisurely strolled back to the training grounds. Basking in the warm glow of the setting sun, after leaving the open space where Rongrong sat. Upon Bai Yu's return, Flender eagerly inquired, how is Ning Rongrong faring now? Although he had previously claimed not to care about her identity, this was merely a facade. Motivated by Ning Fingji's assurance that he would have the authority to discipline Rongrong without facing any repercussions. However, should any misfortune befall her, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Rest assured, Dean Flender, I have spoken with her, and she will amend her ways. She is merely in the process of adjusting her emotions, Bai Yu replied with a languid smile, positioning himself back among Tang San and the other students. Yet, scarcely a minute had passed since Bai Yu's return when Ning Rongrong, head bowed, walked back in. Dean, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have violated your rules. I assure you that such an incident will not occur again. Upon her return, Ning Rongrong faced Flander, lowering her head and, with a somewhat subdued voice, admitted her mistake. Flander, surprised by Ning Rongrong's contrition, cast a glance at Bai Yu. This young man possesses quite the ability. The little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school has been brought to heel by him. Indeed, the youth is formidable, truly formidable. Ahem. Well, since you acknowledge your error, that is commendable. My previous remarks may have been a tad harsh. Bai Yu's observations were not without merit, as I indeed neglected to consider the intensity of my training. However, I must convey to you the importance of adhering to the rules of others when you are in their midst. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school holds great prestige on the continent, not everyone in this world will extend you the courtesy you expect. In light of Ning Rongrong's admission, Flander cleared his throat and earnestly advised her. Director, I understand. Perhaps swayed by Bai Yu's words, Ning Rongrong now exhibited a commendable demeanor. All right, Hongjun, please summon Oscar. No need for him to run anymore. This evening, I shall take you all to Soto City. With Ning Rongrong's acknowledgement of her fault, Flander felt a sense of satisfaction at having tempered the temper of this pampered little princess. He then instructed Ma Hongjun to fetch Oscar, who was still out jogging. Upon hearing Flander's command, Ma Hongjun promptly left. Before long, he returned with a sweating and breathless Oscar in tow. The group then set off for Soto City. As they journeyed from Shrek Academy to Soto City, night had fully descended. Nevertheless, Soto City remained aglow with lights, though it was late, as a premier metropolis. The shops throughout Soto City continued to operate, and the luminescence of the soul-guided street lamps illuminated the thoroughfares. At this moment, the nightlife of Soto City was just beginning. Under the leadership of Flander, the group arrived at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Standing before the magnificent structure, Bai Yu gazed towards the arena. The architecture of this grand venue resembled the opera house from Bai Yu's previous life, exuding an air of opulence. A myriad of colorful lights emanated from within the building, twinkling in the night sky. Surrounding them, a continuous stream of people flowed into the arena, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. In the realm of Douluo Continent, entertainment activities are rather scarce. Yet, as night falls, the most renowned and captivating venue undoubtedly becomes the Great Soul Arena. Chapter 68, Soto Great Soul Arena. Mahonjun seeks a team. Third update, various requests. What a stunning place this is. As they arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena from Shrek Academy, the exquisite architectural style and dazzling lights left Xiaowu in awe. Beside her, Dai Mubai expressed his hesitation upon realizing that the first lesson, as mentioned by Flinder in the morning, would take everyone to the Great Soul Arena. Dean, they have just enrolled. Is it too early to bring them here? Too early? A monster must train like one. Do you think this is the same as before? In the past, with fewer students, we could spar with you. But now with so many, we simply don't have the time to practice with each of you. Flinder remarked dismissively, adjusting his black-framed glasses. After clearing his throat and surveying the others around him, Flinder spoke in a serious tone. All right, let me clarify. Tonight's first lesson will take place in this Great Soul Arena. As I have mentioned before, each of you possesses a unique martial spirit, and your training methods vary accordingly. In this regard, the Academy cannot impart much. We can only strive to assist you in acquiring better soul rings and impart some training experiences. However, for a soul master, cultivation is but one aspect. Practical experience is equally vital. When soul masters of the same level engage in combat, the one with practical experience holds a significant advantage over the one who lacks it. Practical experience largely determines your combat prowess, sometimes even outweighing mere cultivation. I have brought you to the Soto Great Soul Arena precisely to enhance your practical experience. Now, follow me inside. With that, Flinder led Zhao Wujing towards the magnificent Great Soul Arena, with Bai Yu and the others quickly trailing behind. Dean, what exactly is this Great Soul Arena? As Tang San made his way towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena, he could not help but voice his bewilderment. Growing up in the small town of Notting, he had never encountered a grand arena of this nature, thus it was his first time hearing about such a place. The Great Spirit Arena? Flinder chuckled softly before elaborating. This arena was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious spirit master families on the continent. It serves as a venue for spirit masters to engage in public duels, enhancing their combat skills and earning honor. Typically, only cities of a certain size, those classified as main cities, would have such establishments. I have previously mentioned that a spirit master's strength is determined not only by their cultivation, but also by their practical combat abilities. However, honing practical skills is a challenge, requiring a sufficient number of opponents to duel against. It would be quite troublesome for spirit masters to seek out opponents on their own, which is precisely why the Great Spirit Arena exists. Here, spirit masters of all levels can register to compete using their spirit token. Upon registration, the arena provides a badge, and with each victory, one earns corresponding points, which can be used to upgrade the badge S level. The badge levels range from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond, with each successive level offering exponentially greater rewards for victories. The higher the badge level, the stronger the spirit master is deemed to be, making this arena a place to attain honor. Furthermore, as spirit masters, we can also earn rewards for performing in front of the general populace. Thus, battling in the Great Spirit Arena not only allows us to gain prestige, but also serves as a significant source of income alongside our spirit master subsidies. Oh, I see. Tang San pondered Flinder's words thoughtfully. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, Flinder added, as if recalling something important. The Academy has another requirement for you. You must obtain a silver spirit badge before graduation, or you will not be able to graduate. Do you understand? Silver spirit badge? That seems to be the 2nd level out of the 8. It should be quite simple. Xiaowu chuckled, contemplating Flinder's words. Simple? Not in the slightest. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in response. What the Dean did not inform you is that while winning a match at the Great Spirit Arena indeed grants you points, losing results in point deductions as well. I have participated in 56 battles at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, yet my record is a mere 50-50, leaving me with only 2 points. Dai Mubai sighed. Is it really that difficult? Tang San was taken aback by Dai Mubai's statement. Knowing Dai Mubai's strength from their previous encounters, he was astonished that he had not achieved better results in the arena. Why is that? With your abilities, There shouldn't be many opponents who can match you at the same level, right? Tang San could not help but inquire. Bai chuckled bitterly at Tang San's question. Who told you that opponents in the Great Spirit Arena are matched by level? Here, opponents are matched by realm. This means that a 31st level Spirit Master could find themselves pitted against a 35th or even a 40th level Spirit Master, depending on luck. Additionally, many individuals intentionally adjust their levels to secure victories and reap rewards. When I was a Great Spirit Master, I had a streak of consecutive victories. But upon breaking through to Spirit Elder, my record plummeted to what it is now. Really? Isn't that akin to exploiting a loophole? Bai Yu remarked, slightly taken aback by Bai's explanation. Although he was aware that the matching mechanism at the Soto Great Spirit Arena was based on realm, he was astonished to learn that some would deliberately manipulate their levels to compete. These individuals are truly seasoned veterans. Having gathered information about the Soto Great Spirit Arena from Flinder and Bai Yu finally followed the group into the arena. Upon entering, they found themselves in an expansive and opulent hall, illuminated by radiant spirit-guided chandeliers. The hall was divided into two sections, the left side designated for spectators to purchase tickets, featuring several counters manned by elegantly uniformed attendants, while the right mirrored the left, serving as the registration area for spirit masters to sign up for battles. In the center, a stone tablet stood inscribed with numerous names, those of spirit masters who had perished in combat. You may now proceed to register for battles. The registration area is over there. Those of you who have not yet registered should do so, except for Xiao Ao and Ning Rongrong, as they are support-type spirit masters without combat capabilities and may simply observe, Bai directed, indicating the registration counter. Since Bai and Ma Hongjun had already registered, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong did not need to, only Bai Yu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing needed to complete their registration. The registration process was straightforward. Pay the registration fee, fill out the information form, and finally, undergo a spirit power test for verification. Bai Yu quickly completed his registration. During the process, he received a new quest, achieve 100 consecutive victories in battles, with rewards including a chance for a grand lottery and an opportunity for spirit enhancement. The task did not seem overly challenging. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San returned. Hey everyone, it seems we can form teams of 2 for 2v2 battles. I have already registered with Sange. Would you like to join us? After bouncing back with joy, Xiao Wu expressed her delight. This class. My intention was merely to have you all participate in a soul duel. Therefore, engaging in a 1v1 soul duel will suffice. However, I must insist that before graduation, you earn the Silver Soul Badge. Participating in a 2v2 soul duel can accelerate your point acquisition, so I strongly encourage you to give it a try. In response to Xiao Wu's words, Flandre adjusted his black-framed glasses and inquired, Shiqing, who do you plan to team up with? Upon hearing Flandre's question, Xiao Wu immediately turned to Zhu Shiqing, giggling as she asked. However, before Zhu Shiqing could respond, Ma Hongyuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly raised his hand and exclaimed, Sister Zhuqing, choose me. Choose me. Let us team up. My strength is formidable, and I have dual experience to ensure your victory. In the registration hall of the Soto Great Soul Arena, upon hearing Xiao Wu inquire about Zhu Shiqing's potential partner, Ma Hongjun became animated, hastily raising his hand to express his desire to team up with Zhu Shiqing. This year, 3 new female students had enrolled in the academy, each more beautiful than the last. However, Xiao Wu was already taken, constantly mentioning her third brother. Ma Hongjun, a seasoned flirt, was well aware that he had no chance with Xiao Wu. Moreover, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was not someone he dared to provoke. Only the stunning Zhu Shiqing seemed like a viable option for him. Previously, his leader, Bai, had attempted to pursue this lovely student but had failed, perhaps indicating that she was not a shallow admirer of looks alone. If he could perform well this time, he might just win her affection. However, upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, Bai's irritation flared. This chubby fellow was courting death, daring to pursue his fiancée. You. What are you doing? As Ma Hongjun excitedly raised his hand, Bai abruptly pulled him back, his voice low and tinged with irritation. You cannot be so domineering. Though I understand your affection for Zhu Qing, she has already declined your advances. You and Zhu Qing share no bond. Let us compete fairly. Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly, his face set in a stubborn expression. Ma Hongjuan's words only served to further incite Bai's anger. Yet, he hesitated to reveal that Zhu Qing was his fiancée, for doing so would inevitably expose their relationship. Regardless, he was resolute in preventing his betrothed, Zhu Qing, from teaming up with this lecherous fire chicken, for who could predict the calamity that might ensue amidst the quarrel between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu cast a contemptuous glance at Ma Hongjun and scoffed. Humph. You, fatso, as if Qin would ever team up with you. After speaking, Xiao Wu immediately turned to Bai Yu with a cheerful smile, saying, Bai Yu, would you like to team up with Zhu Qing? Absolutely not. Ning Rongrong interjected, her heart tightening at the thought of Xiao Wu suggesting that Bai Yu team up with Zhu Qing. Why not? She exclaimed. Rongrong. You wouldn't want Zhu Qing to team up with that gluttonous oaf, would you? Xiao Wu shot Ning Rongrong a puzzled glance at her objection to Bai Yu pairing with Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong stammered, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. What could she say? Should she admit that she harbored feelings for Bai Yu and wished to keep Zhu Qing at a distance? While that was indeed her sentiment, she was also acutely aware of how lecherous Ma Hongjun could be. If her close friend Zhu Qing were to join forces with that glutton, who knew how much trouble could arise? Thus, Ning Rongrong merely cast a wistful glance at Bai Yu, and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, I was lost in thought and misspoke. You need not concern yourselves with me. Ning Rongrong's sorrowful gaze caused Bai Yu to feel a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. Goodness. We have yet to establish a relationship, and she is already sulking at the mere possibility of Zhu Qing teaming up with me. What would happen if we were actually together? He realized that his cautious approach was indeed wise. Remaining ambiguous allowed him to evade potential romantic entanglements and the ensuing chaos that could arise. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Cough, cough. I also believe that Zhu Qing should team up with Bai Yu. Bai Yu can provide support and control, and his strength will surely lead Zhu Qing to victory. Dai Mubai, wishing to prevent Zhu Qing from partnering with Ma Hongjun, cleared his throat and spoke. Compared to the lascivious Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai found Bai Yu to be a more reliable choice. After all, Bai Yu could offer healing support or control without much interaction with his fiancée, Zhu Qing, which eased his mind considerably. He simply couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy if Zhu Qing were to join forces with Ma Hongjun. Wait, is Dai Mubai actively facilitating this? Bai Yu chuckled at the unexpected proposition from Dai Mubai, who was suggesting that his fiancée team up with him. Did Dai Mubai believe that teaming Zhu Qing with him was safer than with Ma Hongjun? What an Navi thought. Very well, I shall join forces with Bai Yu. Zhu Qing, having overheard Xiao Wu's suggestion of forming a combined soul team, spoke coldly, ultimately choosing Bai Yu. Zhu Qing held a favorable impression of Bai Yu, stemming from his previous insightful remarks regarding Oscar's sausages and his staunch defense of Ning Rongrong against Flinder. These instances left a positive mark on Zhu Qing's perception of him. Moreover, compared to Ma Hongjun, Bai Yu is undoubtedly a better teammate. Let us proceed to register our soul team. With Zhu Qing expressing her willingness to team up with him, Bai Yu naturally accepted without hesitation. Under the melancholic gaze of Ning Rongrong, she accompanied Zhu Qing to the registration counter, where they completed the formalities for their partnership. The duo ultimately decided to name themselves Blue Silver Spirit Cat. The combination of the last two characters from Blue Silvergrass and Netherworld Spirit Cat reflects a rather ordinary naming convention. Alas, there is little choice. Both individuals lamentably lack creativity in naming, resulting in such a modest appellation. After Bai Yu and Zhu Qing completed their registration for the Soul Arena, the two returned to the gathering place where the others were assembled. All right, now that everyone is registered and signed up for the Soul Arena, we shall proceed to the designated arena and prepare to await the commencement of the battles. Upon the return of Bai Yu and Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai promptly greeted them. The group proceeded directly to the allocated 14th Soul Fighting Arena, in the waiting area of the one-on-one Soul Duel Arena. Anticipation begins to build as the commencement of the duel approaches. In the Soto Great Spirit Arena, there exist three distinct methods of spirit battling: one-on-one duels, two-on-two contests, and team battles. These three forms of combat are conducted in a sequential order, commencing with the one-on-one duels and culminating in the team battles. The audience's preparations initially focus on the individual confrontations in the waiting area for the one-on-one soul duel after a period of anticipation. The commencement of the one-on-one battles and the Great Soul Master Group finally arrived. The first contestant to take the stage was none other than Xiao Wu. We are about to witness the inaugural match of our 14th Soul Duel Arena, featuring the Soul Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the Jade Rabbit Spirit and has just completed her registration, against the Soul Master Qing Bao, whose spirit is the Iron Horn Bull and who has already secured 2 consecutive victories. Let us eagerly await whether our newly emerged Soul Master Xiao will astonish us with a remarkable performance, or if the formidable Soul Master Qing Bao will achieve a triumphant third victory. As the host's impassioned voice resonated across the Seoul Dual platform, Xiaowu, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet from the waiting area and with a playful bounce, made her way through the contestant passage to the arena. Meanwhile, Bai Yu and the others emerged from the rest area and descended to the suspended corridor above the audience seats, a designated area provided by the Great Seoul Arena for contestants to observe the battles. As for the outcome of the duel between Xiaowu and the Iron Horn Bull Master Qing Bao, it unfolded just as Bai Yu had anticipated from the original storyline. Xiaowu triumphed effortlessly. In the arena of soul battles, several matches had taken place consecutively, yet none featured members of Bai Yu's group. However, in the 7th match of the Grand Soul Master S one-on-one battles, the names of Shrek Academy's participants finally emerged. And remarkably, there were two. We now proceed to the 7th match of our one-on-one soul battles, featuring Bai Yu, a soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul, who has just completed his registration, and Zhu Zhuqing, also a newly registered soul master, wielding the martial soul of the Nethercat. Let us eagerly await the outcome of this contest between these two esteemed soul masters. Please welcome them to the stage. As the host's impassioned voice resonated from the arena, Bai Yu felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Why had the script deviated? It was not Tang San facing Zhu Zhuqing, but rather himself? Chapter 70, The Resilient Zhu Zhuqing. Please do not pity me. In the waiting area for the one-on-one battles, upon hearing the host's fervent announcement, Xiaowu couldn't help but remark with a hint of bewilderment, it seems it's time for Boss Bai Yu and Zhuqing to take the stage. But they appear to be opponents. What a twist of fate. The gathered crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Remarkably, the two who had teamed up were matched against each other in the solo combat arena. Such fortune was truly unparalleled. Ahem, Bai Yu. Do remember to tread lightly when the time comes. Beside him, upon hearing that the 7th match pitted Bai Yu against Zhu Zhuqing, Daimu Bai coughed discreetly a few times, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke softly to Bai Yu. Daimu Bai held ample authority to comment on Bai Yu's prowess. In his perspective, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly be no match for Bai Yu. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, he naturally hoped that Bai Yu would not inflict too much harm upon her. Rest assured, Zhuqing and I are teammates, and we are also classmates. I have always been empathetic and caring towards my peers. Known as the benevolent youth who is both honest and reliable, I will take good care of Zhuqing for you. Upon hearing Daimu Bai's words, a glint of amusement flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. He patted his chest and flashed a brilliant smile at Daimu Bai. Then I thank you. Daimu Bai, somewhat awkwardly, expressed his gratitude for Bai Yu's considerate response, yet a twinge of discomfort flickered in his heart. Why did it feel as though there was a hidden meaning in his words? However, recalling that Bai Yu had previously shown interest in Ningrongrong, Daimu Bai could only reassure himself. Perhaps I am overthinking. This fellow is enamored with Ningrongrong. How could he possibly have lingering thoughts about Zhuqing? At the moment he pondered this, Daimu Bai had entirely forgotten. He had initially visited the Rose Hotel accompanied by a pair of enchanting twin maidens with the intention of indulging in a romantic escapade. My affairs are none of your concern. However, just as Bai Yu was speaking to Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing had already risen from her seat and approached Bai Yu. With a cold expression on her delicate face, she directed her words towards Daimu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing had harbored deep expectations for Daimu Bai, although he had fled alone. Leaving her behind in the Douluo Imperial City, she continued to console herself. Perhaps Daimu Bai had ventured out to cultivate diligently, seeking to evade the pressure exerted by the Crown Prince Davis, and would soon return. Yet, she had waited for 3 long years. During these 3 years, she has struggled to survive alone, facing relentless pressure from both her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, and the first prince, Davis, following the departure of Daimu Bai. Each time she narrowly escaped the clutches of her sister Zhu Zhuyun and her fiancé Davis, her heart was incessantly filled with the hope that Daimu Bai, who shared her fate, would return to aid her in facing these trials. Yet, her expectations were perpetually dashed. As her cultivation progressed, the oppression and covert malice from her sister Zhu Zhuqing and the Crown Prince Davis grew increasingly severe and merciless. In a desperate bid for survival, and to validate her innermost thoughts, she resolved to discover whether Daimu Bai was indeed striving diligently outside, as she had envisioned, to ensure their shared existence. Zhu Zhuqing risked her life to flee from the Douluo Imperial City to Soto City. However, upon her arrival in Soto City, she realized she had gravely misjudged the situation. The Daimu Bai she had longed to see was entirely different from her expectations. During her 3 years in Douluo Imperial City, she had been teetering on the brink of death. Whether eating, cultivating, or even sleeping, she had to remain constantly vigilant. Yet, what of Daimu Bai? In the course of these 3 years, Bai has surprisingly indulged in a life of carefree frivolity in Soto City, engaging with women to such an extent that it seems almost extravagant. He flits from one rendezvous to another, living in utter contentment, completely neglecting his cultivation, even refusing to partake in Oscar's sausages, and displaying a tendency to bully the weak while cowering before the strong, preventing Oscar from selling sausages, yet showing trepidation towards Bai Yu. The disparity between this reality and Zhu Zhuqing's expectations is staggering. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart is already filled with profound disappointment towards Bai. Yet, due to their betrothal, her life is inexorably tied to his, igniting a tumultuous flame within her, a blend of anger, resentment, and helplessness. Stop, you. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's command to disregard her, Bai instinctively clenched his fists, a fleeting mix of embarrassment and fury crossing his face. Though their relationship had yet to be publicly declared, it was nonetheless embarrassing for his fiancée to publicly reject his goodwill in such a manner. After delivering her cold retort, Zhu Zhuqing chose to ignore Bai and instead turned her attention to Bai Yu. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Bai Yu, I am aware that I am no match for you, but during the upcoming battle, I implore you not to hold back too much. I wish to ascertain the extent of our disparity. I fear not defeat, nor do I shy away from challenges. My only fear lies in the inability to grow stronger. As she concluded her statement, Zhu Zhuqing tightened her delicate fist, her fair visage radiating an unwavering determination. Observing the resolute and indomitable spirit etched upon Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite face, Bai Yu felt a pang of sympathy. In contrast to Bai, Zhu Zhuqing's strength is astonishing. Yet, this remarkably resilient girl finds herself ensnared by her betrothal, yielding to the irresponsible Bai, truly, a most unfortunate predicament. The regrets of his past life compel him to seek change in this one. Rest assured, during the battle, I shall not hold back excessively. Feel free to unleash your full potential. I shall engage you earnestly to gauge your capabilities. Bai Yu responded to Zhu Zhuqing's request with a casual smile, patting his chest in reassurance. Nearby, Ning Rongrong observed the exchange between Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, a pang of bitterness stirring within her heart for reasons unbeknownst to her. Although she understood that their interaction was merely a normal exchange between classmates and teammates, she could not quell her mind's wanderings. After all, she was acutely aware of Bai Yu's affections for the alluring Yu Xiong. Having departed from the waiting area for individual battles, Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing traversed the competitor's passageway, arriving at the battle arena. The layout of the Soto Grand Arena bore a striking resemblance to the Roman Colosseum of Bai Yu's previous life. At its center lay a circular arena, encircled by tiered seating for spectators. Above, vibrant lights pulsated in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an electrifying atmosphere. As it was their inaugural participation in the battle, the host had little to introduce regarding Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. After reintroducing the cultivation and martial souls of Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, the commencement of the soul battle was announced. Bai Yu, please do not pity me. Allow me to witness the extent of my current strength. On the soul battle platform, Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing stood on opposite sides. Gazing at Bai Yu, Zhu Zhuqing spoke coldly, then suddenly exclaimed, Spirit of the Nethercat, manifest. Chapter 71, The Jade Cultivation Technique, Guiding Zhu Zhuqing. In the Soto Great Soul Arena, on a certain battle platform, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out with an icy allure. Spirit of the Nethercat, manifest. With her commanding cry, a lithe, black-furred spirit cat adorned with purple patterns emerged from behind her. In an instant, it fused with Zhu Zhuqing's being. At that moment, her eyes transformed in hue. Her left eye became a rich emerald green, while her right turned a brilliant sapphire blue. Simultaneously, a pair of black cat ears sprouted from her hair, and from her delicate, porcelain hands, 10 sharp claws extended from her slender fingers. Finally, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly ascended from beneath her feet, encircling her form. Goodness, is this the legendary cat-eared Loli? On the soul battle platform, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing transform into the true cat-eared Loli under the dazzling lights, her cold demeanor and flawless figure, combined with the cat ears and heterochromia, left Bai Yu utterly captivated. Bai Yu, I am coming. After the manifestation of her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing let out a chilling cry. In an instant, her figure shifted, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed, transforming into a black shadow. With sharp claws extended and a frigid aura surrounding her, she swiftly charged towards Bai Yu. What a welcome surprise. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing approaching like a bolt of black lightning, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile broadly. Then he began to channel the essence of Jade technique. During this encounter with Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Yu had no intention of employing his blue-silver king martial spirit. Typically, Control-type Soul Masters possess a natural advantage over Agility-type Soul Masters. Furthermore, his Blue-Silver King martial spirit is regarded as a pinnacle among Control-type martial spirits. Once he ensnares Zhu Qing, the battle would effectively conclude. Although Zhu Qing expressed a desire to gauge their disparity, Bai Yu realized that should he unleash his full power, the fight would end far too swiftly. Thus, he opted to first test Zhu Qing's prowess. If he could identify her practical deficiencies through their exchange, he could subsequently approach her under the pretext of assisting in refining her combat techniques and enhancing her practical capabilities. As the essence of Jade technique coursed through him, Bai Yu's skin transformed into a translucent sheen, resembling white jade, as he stood still, awaiting Zhu Qing's assault. Oh my! In the face of Zhu Qing's onslaught, our contestant Bai Yu has yet to summon his martial spirit. What could this mean? The host, witnessing Bai Yu's decision to remain stationary rather than calling forth his martial spirit, exclaimed in astonishment from the spectator stands. Yes, I knew it. Our leader Bai Yu would certainly refrain from using his martial spirit. He is such a gentle soul. How could he possibly use his spirit to overpower Zhu Qing? Hurry. Chubby one, pay up. In the suspended corridor above the audience, Xiaowu and her companions were observing the battle. Upon witnessing that Bai Yu had indeed refrained from utilizing his martial soul, Xiaowu could not help but joyfully leap with excitement. She then turned to Ma Hongjun to request money. As Bai Yu and Zhu Qing entered the arena, a heated debate ensued between Bai Yu and Ma Hongjun regarding how Bai Yu would engage in battle with Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun firmly believed that Bai Yu would undoubtedly summon his blue-silver grass martial soul, using the delicate strands resembling azure crystals to ensnare Zhu Qing and secure victory. In contrast, Xiaowu was convinced that Bai Yu would not resort to his martial soul but would instead confront Zhu Qing with sheer determination and skill. Their differing opinions led to an incessant quarrel, ultimately resulting in a wager of 3 gold soul coins, though it now seemed that Xiaowu had emerged victorious. Bai Yu's lack of assertiveness was disheartening. With Zhu Qing possessing such an exquisite figure, how could he squander the potential of the blue-silver grass? As he gazed at the battle platform, Bai Yu surprisingly refrained from summoning his Blue-Silver King martial soul. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun fished out 3 gold soul coins for Xiaowu, muttering under his breath. Yet, in contrast to Ma Hongjun's desire to witness Bai Yu ensnare Zhu Qing with the blue-silver grass, Dai Bai felt a deeper discomfort regarding Bai Yu's choice to forego his martial soul in the duel against Zhu Qing. In his view, binding Zhu Qing with blue-silver grass was merely a formality. However, if Bai Yu were to engage in close combat with Zhu Qing, physical contact between the two was inevitable. This thought left Dai Bai with the unsettling sensation that his head might be overshadowed by a green hue. Yet, he could not voice his concerns. Meanwhile, on the soul fighting platform, as Zhu Qing launched her attack, Bai Yu immediately unleashed the Seed Jade technique and the Flying Catkin skill, a languid smile gracing his face. With graceful and agile movements, he engaged in combat with Zhu Qing. He felt no pressure in this confrontation, for as an agile attack-type soul master, Zhu Qing's damage output was simply insufficient. Currently, Bai Yu had not only mastered the Seed Jade technique but also benefited from the physical enhancements provided by the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, which augmented his resilience to damage, along with the defensive capabilities conferred by the Flying Catkin skill. Despite Zhu Qing's swift and elusive movements, transforming into fleeting black shadows as she darted around him and occasionally lunging with her sharp claws, she merely struck against Bai Yu's jade-like skin, producing a series of metallic clangs and leaving behind faint white imprints, yet inflicting no harm whatsoever. Such formidable defense, after a series of tentative assaults, all of which proved futile, Zhu Qing, despite her continued swift movements, found her spirits beginning to wane. Initially, she had merely assumed that Bai Yu possessed remarkable strength, especially given his ability to wield vines as thick as a water barrel, creating afterimages in the process. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that Bai Yu's defensive capabilities were equally formidable. Such a level of defense could rival that of her teacher, Zhao Wuji. After the manifestation of his martial soul, Ding, you are under attack. Your jade technique has sensed a surge of excitement, enhancing your cultivation speed by 70%. Current cultivation progress, Jade Skin 99. As Zhu Qing launched her assault, a series of enhancement notifications resonated within Bai Yu's mind. It became evident that the nature of the Seed Jade technique was one of masochism, thriving on receiving attacks to elevate the speed of cultivation. Hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It had been 3 to 4 years since he upgraded from the Xian Jade hand to the Seed Jade technique. During this time, He had seldom engaged in combat with others, resulting in the Seed Jade technique failing to trigger the cultivation acceleration effect like the Douluo Nine Swords, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and Ghostly Shadow Mystique. However, given the defensive nature of the Seed Jade technique, Bai Yu had surmised that it required enduring attacks to enhance cultivation speed. Now, this assumption was confirmed. This technique, indeed, had masochistic tendencies. Qing, your first soul skill has been executed splendidly. Activating the underworld puncture during a rapid dash undoubtedly augments its piercing capability and damage output. However, your underworld 100 claws are too dispersed. Try to concentrate your claw strikes on a remarkably small area when targeting me. This should significantly enhance the damage of the underworld 100 claws. Feeling the surge in cultivation speed of the Seed Jade technique, Bai Yu glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, a smile gracing his lips as he offered his guidance. The Seed Jade technique, being a defensive martial art, thrived on enduring more intense attacks within its limits, thereby increasing the rate of cultivation. Bai Yu had observed that Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill development was rather low, so he decided to allow her to experiment with her soul skills on him. This would not only enhance his cultivation speed, but serve as a dual benefit. Chapter 72. An accidental hero saves the beauty. Concentrating the claw strikes of the underworld 100 claws to the smallest possible area? On the battle arena, after swiftly distancing herself from Bai Yu, Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily upon hearing his words, then fell into deep contemplation. The underworld 100 claws could unleash countless claw strikes within a brief period. Yet, it seemed she had never considered focusing these numerous strikes into a single location to amplify their damage potential. Nonetheless, this method could indeed serve to effectively increase the damage of this soul skill. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing contemplating after hearing his suggestion, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of nostalgia and amusement. In the realm of Douluo Continent, it seems that the exploration of soul power and the development of soul skills have been largely overlooked. Only the Haotian sect has truly innovated in this area, creating various formidable Haotian techniques, including the powerful Great Sumeru Hammer Explosion. Nevertheless, the overall approach to the enhancement of soul power across the continent remains largely neglectful. While the development of soul power is indeed a challenging endeavor, the lack of attention towards the evolution of soul skill strikes Bai Yu as rather absurd. However, upon further reflection, Bai Yu can fathom the underlying reason. Perhaps it is due to the existence of soul rings. For soul masters, augmenting their martial spirits with soul rings resembles the experience of players in his past life enhancing their heroes with skills in League of Legends. When allocating skills to heroes, most individuals eagerly focus on upgrading their abilities and subsequently enhancing their ultimate skills. Rarely does one take the time to master the lesser skills. This phenomenon can be likened to the world of Douluo Continent, where soul masters predominantly concentrate on cultivating their realms to obtain more potent soul rings. After all, each soul ring corresponds to a soul skill, and the older the soul ring, the more formidable the effect of the soul skill. Given the availability of established soul rings to acquire powerful soul skills, why invest effort in developing weaker skills? This may indeed explain the reluctance of Douluo's soul masters to innovate their soul skills. Might I inadvertently cause you harm? Upon hearing Bai Yu's suggestions regarding the development of the ghostly claw, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of temptation after realizing its feasibility. Yet hesitation lingered as she worried about potential repercussions for Bai Yu. Her brows furrowed slightly, revealing her indecision. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. You needn't worry, I shall be fine. Your second soul skill is merely a century-old technique. It's not particularly formidable. If it were a millennium skill, perhaps I would be more concerned. Bai Yu smiled broadly at Zhu Zhuqing's apprehension, seemingly unfazed. He possessed ample confidence in the defensive prowess afforded by his jade cultivation technique. His formidable physical constitution from the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and the ability to dissipate force through the flying fluff technique. Moreover, even if he were to sustain injuries, he had the Rain of Sweet Nectar technique at his disposal, which not only healed wounds but also left no scars. What was there to fear? Bai Yu. I must apologize. Observing Bai Yu's unwavering confidence, Zhu Zhuqing's lovely face momentarily wavered before a resolute determination shone through. She resolved to give it a try. If it proved unmanageable, she could always forcibly cancel the soul skill. Yet, it was a rarity to encounter someone like Bai Yu, willing to offer her guidance and provide feedback on her soul skills. Today was an opportunity not to be missed. Second soul skill, Ghostly Claw. With her decision made, Zhu Zhuqing let out a cool, commanding cry. In an instant, she moved with swiftness, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged toward Bai Yu. Within mere bounds, she appeared behind him, executing the Ghostly Claw technique. As her second soul ring illuminated around her, Zhu Zhuqing's hands became mere afterimages, glistening silver claws shimmering in the air. They struck Bai Yu's back, tearing through his clothing and revealing skin as luminous as white jade. This sight caused Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor to blush involuntarily. Despite witnessing something inappropriate, the moment was dedicated to experimenting with the development of her soul skills, and Zhu Zhuqing did not pause in her movements. Ding! You have been struck by the ghostly claw of Zhu Zhuqing, the ghostly spirit cat. The force of the attack is substantial. Your jade cultivation technique has entered a state of ecstatic frenzy, increasing your cultivation speed by an additional 100, with your current progress at 99. 1. As Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw made contact, and his clothing ripped apart, the system's voice echoed in Bai Yu's mind, prompting a smile to grace his handsome features once more. Indeed, the cultivation speed of the jade technique had surged, and perhaps tonight he could transcend to the jade skin realm. The range of your ghostly claw's attack is still excessively broad. Narrow it down a bit more. Yes, just like that. Apply a touch more force. And simultaneously combine the ghostly thrust with the ghostly claw. These two techniques can indeed be merged. Excellent. Now strive to minimize the attack range further. I can already sense a faint twinge of pain. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her phantom claw from behind, Bai Yu stood atop the soul-fighting platform, languidly speaking as though indulging in a maid's massage, continuously offering insights on the refinement and enhancement of Zhu Zhuqing's soul skills. This caused a faint blush to rise on Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face. Around them, the spectators watching the battle on the platform were left agape, feeling as if they were witnessing something truly unprecedented. What on earth were these two soul masters doing? One was relentlessly attacking from behind while the other remained stationary, seemingly unscathed and wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Goodness, was this truly a soul fight? Despite their bewilderment, none of the onlookers voiced complaints about the apparent farce, for they had come to witness the soul masters unleash their techniques. It was akin to how audiences in Bai Yu's previous life relished the special effects in films. Oh, my heavens! Zhu Zhuqing, the soul master, had already executed two formidable soul techniques, yet had failed to inflict any damage upon Bai Yu, which was utterly astonishing. When would Bai Yu retaliate? Though the audience was increasingly perplexed, the host continued to passionately and energetically narrate the unfolding battle, striving to enliven the atmosphere of the soul-fighting arena. The dazzling lights of the soul-guided devices continued to flash vibrantly. Bai Yu stood on the platform, seemingly unfazed, as he absorbed Zhu Zhuqing's assaults, even chuckling softly while offering guidance on the development of her soul skills. During the guidance, Bai Yu utilized the celestial demon force field to assist Zhu Zhuqing, employing its gravitational pull to ensure that Zhu Zhuqing's claw strikes landed within as minimal area as possible. Ding! You are currently under attack from the nether spirit cat Zhu Zhuqing's nether claw assault, and the cultivation speed of the seed jade technique has been elevated to 500. Congratulations! Your progress in the seed jade technique has surpassed the threshold of jade bone 0. 1. At last, the voice of the system echoed in Bai Yu's mind once more, signifying that his seed jade technique had advanced from jade skin to jade bone. In an instant, as his skin completed its transformation into jade, it felt as though the final piece of a puzzle had been placed. An invisible force erupted suddenly from Bai Yu's entire being. As Zhu Zhuqing's claw struck the back of Bai Yu, a powerful rebounding force erupted instantaneously, causing Zhu Zhuqing to emit a muffled groan as she was sent hurtling away. To my astonishment, after reaching the pinnacle of the jade skin realm through the cultivation of the jade technique, it unexpectedly possessed the ability to rebound attacks. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing being propelled away by the force that erupted from her own perfected technique startled Bai Yu. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly utilized the ghostly shadow steps to pursue Zhu Zhuqing at great speed. As Zhu Zhuqing was about to descend from the soul arena, Bai Yu suddenly leapt into the air, embracing Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. I am truly sorry. I inadvertently lost my focus for a moment, causing my soul power to instinctively shield me and inadvertently send you flying. Are you unharmed? After embracing Zhu Zhuqing in midair, Bai Yu landed on the soul arena, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The strategy he had meticulously devised for Zhu Zhuqing did not account for this particular sequence of events. As Bai Yu embraced Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, witnessing the scene unfolding around the suspended corridor, clenched her delicate fist in indignation. Her lips pouted in anger, and she stamped her foot, her heart brimming with shame and frustration. What a cat! How dare he have thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing? Does he think he's so special just because he has a broader chest? Seeing Bai Yu holding Zhu Zhuqing on the soul fighting stage, their intimate contact made Dai Mubai's expression turn a shade of green. He had initially believed that pairing Zhu Zhuqing with Bai Yu would prevent his fiancée from being taken advantage of. However, It now appeared that she had merely escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Chapter 73. Fear of Comparison. Zhu Zhuqing's outburst at the Soto Great Soul Arena, on the soul fighting stage, enveloped in Bai Yu's warm embrace and gazing at his handsome, flawless face tinged with a hint of regret. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of security swell within her. This sense of safety was something she had long sought throughout her life. Yet, the reminder of her engagement filled her with a profound sense of guilt and shame. Her delicate features flushed crimson, and she found herself murmuring, "Let go of me, please." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's request, Bai Yu awkwardly released her from his embrace. Her cheeks reddened even further. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing held no ill will towards Bai Yu. After all, he had only been trying to assist her in developing her soul skills out of goodwill. It was her own weakness that had left her unable to withstand even his protective soul power, necessitating his aid. Is it better now? After gently setting Zhu Zhuqing down, Bai Yu invoked the Rain of Life technique, channeling his inner energy to conjure a vibrant orb of emerald vitality. He infused this life essence into Zhu Zhuqing's body, aiding in her recovery, and then inquired with concern, "You seem much improved." A refreshing sensation surged from her abdomen, permeating her entire being. Under the nourishing embrace of this flourishing life force, her previously minor injuries healed significantly. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion brightened, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue as she suppressed her shyness, nodding gently before releasing Bai Yu's support to rise to her feet. "In this battle of spirits, I concede," she declared, directing her gaze towards the host, taking a deep breath before speaking with a cool demeanor. "Very well, Zhu Zhuqing, the master of battle spirits, has conceded. Therefore, the victor of this duel is Master Bai Yu." The host, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's concession, quickly regained his composure and raised the amplification soul device in his hand, exclaiming with fervor. Upon learning that the duel had concluded, the surrounding audience expressed a tinge of disappointment, as they had hoped to witness Bai Yu's prowess further. They had anticipated more action. Yet the duel had largely been Zhu Zhuqing's endeavor. Nonetheless, the majority of the spectators were well aware of Bai Yu's formidable capabilities. He had effortlessly withstood the onslaught of Zhu Zhuqing's two powerful soul techniques, which were executed with the finest soul ring configuration. This master of battle spirits, Bai Yu, would undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse in the Soto Great Spirit Arena in the future. After the conclusion of the soul duel, Bai Yu accompanied Zhu Zhuqing as they departed from the soul duel platform. As they traversed the passageway leading to the waiting area for individual duels, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her complex emotions and inquired, "Why did you assist me in developing my soul skill?" Bai Yu, with a nonchalant shrug and a slight smile, responded, "Though I am unsure of the reason, it seems you possess an earnest desire to pursue strength. I was able to assist you in that regard, and I hope it proves beneficial." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm surge of emotion within her heart. Since awakening her martial soul at the tender age of 6, Bai Yu was the first person to express genuine concern for her. Observing the touched expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Bai Yu felt a sense of satisfaction bloom within him. The adage comparison reveals quality rang true. He refrained from speaking ill of Dai Mubai, yet as long as he remained a point of contrast, Dai Mubai's influence in Zhu Zhuqing's heart had not yet plummeted to its nadir. Upon returning to the waiting area, the group subsequently witnessed the individual soul battles of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the duo battles of Tang San with Xiao Wu, as well as Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. As they awaited the conclusion of Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's final duo battle, the hour had already crept into the depths of night. After departing from the soul battleground, everyone reconvened in the main hall. A servant approached to inform the group that Flinder and Zhao Wujin had left early, instructing them to return to the academy on their own. Upon hearing that Flinder and Zhao Wujin had departed, possibly due to the earlier soul battle igniting the evil fire within, or perhaps due to the psychological suggestion planted by Bai Yu, a flicker of excitement crossed Ma Hongjuan's eyes, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. "You all can head back. The teacher has asked me to visit his shop tonight." Just as the group was preparing to leave the hall, Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, Dai Mubai felt somewhat speechless. Having been entangled with Ma Hongjun for over a year, he was fully aware of his character. However, he saw no need to expose Ma Hongjun. "Fine, if you wish to go, then go." Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. "Dai Lauda, are you coming along?" Fearing the possibility of being reprimanded by Flinder for staying alone in Suodo City, Ma Hongjun shamelessly sidled up to Dai Mubai, hoping to entice him to join, thereby sharing the responsibility. "Go away, who would accompany you?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, Dai Mubai's heart tightened. And after casting a guilty glance at Zhu Zhuqing, he quickly shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. Yet, Ma Hongjun appeared oblivious to Dai Mubai's reaction, continuing to grin mischievously. Dai Laoda, stop pretending. Didn't you say life should be lived freely and joyfully? You used to roam the nights more liberally than I did. What's wrong today? Didn't you mention you hadn't yet had a taste of those twin beauties? Let me accompany you to take a look. Ma Hongjun, who shares your poor taste. If you wish to leave, then go. Realizing that Ma Hongjun was utterly lacking in awareness and was undermining him, Dai Mubai's anger flared. And he pointed coldly towards the exit. Stop pretending. If you're not going, then don't. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's ire, Ma Hongjun instinctively recoiled, though he stubbornly muttered a few words before turning away in defeat. Regarding the exchange between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having heard of Ma Hongjuan's situation that morning, coupled with her observations of Dai Mubai at the Rose Hotel, Xiaowu surmised Ma Hongjuan's intentions and couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and annoyed. You two really lack discretion. Cough, cough. You misunderstand. It's Ma Fatty who goes to such places. Where I go is far cleaner. Upon hearing Xiaowu's comment, Dai Mubai instantly cleared his throat, awkwardly attempting to clarify. Far cleaner? To me, you are just as repulsive. Observing Dai Mubai's shamelessness as he boasted about his carefree lifestyle without an ounce of remorse, and recalling Bai Yu's concern for her own predicament as a classmate, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Her expression hardened as she coldly retorted, Zhuqing, there are so many people here. Spare me some face. Noticing the attention of those around them, Dai Mubai's countenance shifted between shades of anger and embarrassment, and he suppressed his fury, forcing a smile. Spare you some face? Zhu Zhuqing, infuriated yet amused, inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze was filled with disdain and contempt. You've indulged in your pleasures in Swoto City for 3 years. Have you ever considered leaving me with anything? For those 3 years, you must have enjoyed yourself greatly. Filthy scoundrel, just seeing you makes me feel ill. Zhu Zhuqing, do not forget your identity. Zhu Zhuqing's words ignited a blaze of fury within Dai Mubai. As a royal prince, he viewed her comments as mere attempts to belittle him. Being humiliated before such a crowd was intolerable for someone of Dai Mubai's proud demeanor. My identity. Hearing Dai Mubai's retort, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even deeper sense of indignation, humiliation, and rage. 3 years ago, you left alone. Did you ever consider this? Since you chose to abandon me, we are no longer connected. After delivering her cold statement, Zhu Zhuqing turned her back and strode toward the exit of the Grand Seoul Arena. Even Bai Yu, merely a classmate, could sense her current plight. Yet Dai Mubai, her betrothed, had forsaken her for 3 years, reveling in Swoto City without a thought for her or what the future held. If he had chosen to abandon her then, what need was there to mention their engagement now? Goodness, did Dai Laoda and Zhuqing know each other 3 years ago? Upon overhearing the conversation between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. Tang San, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong also found themselves equally astonished. Zhu Zhuqing, stop right there. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's disdainful and contemptuous gaze, and hearing her public declaration to sever ties, the typically aloof Dai Mubai felt his pent-up fury reach a boiling point. After a furious cold shout, a glimmer of icy light flashed in Dai Mubai's sinister eyes. His palms surged with soul power, radiating a blinding white brilliance as he took a decisive step forward, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 74. Zhu Zhuqing strikes back at Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong's sense of crisis. Dai Mubai, in the grand hall before the Soto Great Seoul Arena, witnessing Dai Mubai's intent to confront Zhu Zhuqing. Present at the scene, whether it be Oscar, Tang San, or Xiaowu, were all taken aback, hastily attempting to intervene. However, before anyone could step forward to prevent the situation, a figure swiftly appeared behind Dai Mubai, seizing him with a firm grip. Dai Mubai, I said. We are currently in the Seoul Arena of Soto, setting aside the disgrace you bring to our academy. Do you not feel a sense of shame as a man for striking a woman in front of so many witnesses? Upon seizing Dai Mubai, Bai Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had never held any particular esteem for Dai Mubai, even harboring a degree of disdain. While he did not wish for the man's demise, the sight of Dai Mubai, who had no justification for his actions, attempting to strike Zhu Zhuqing incited Bai Yu's ire. Regardless of any feelings he might have for Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Yu would not simply stand by and watch. A man who abandoned his fiancée for 3 years, leaving her to confront life and death perils alone while he frolicked in Soto City as a philanderer, had no right to complain when she chastised him. If that were the case, why not sever ties upon recognizing her instead of entangling himself with Zhu Shiqing? Bai Yu felt a surge of frustration. He detested such irresponsible men who bore an inexplicable arrogance. Pride must be earned. A coward has no right to be proud. What authority do you possess to reprimand me? After having embraced her so fervently? Your attempts to instruct me now seem merely a facade to impress her, a charade that is all too apparent. It wouldn't surprise me if you two were already entangled in some affair. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Dai Mubai, seething with rage, did not flinch but turned sharply towards Bai Yu, his eyes glinting with malice as he sneered. Bai Yu, one may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. Everything that transpired during that soul duel was an accident. I did not intend for it to happen. In the face of Dai Mubai's fury, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, his tone growing icier. Yet, this demeanor was feigned. While he inwardly relished the incident, he could not afford to reveal such delight. That would render him no better than a scoundrel. His response was indeed truthful, although he had intentions toward Zhu Shiqing and had devised a plan to win her over. The embrace during the soul duel had indeed been an unforeseen event. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to retort with a cold smirk, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted him, and a delicate hand swiftly struck his face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Dai Mubai, do you still have any shame? You know who is right and who is wrong. If you wish to strike me, I am standing right here. Zhu Shiqing, grateful for Bai Yu's earlier assistance, felt a surge of affection for him. Enraged by Dai Mubai's audacity to slander both Bai Yu and herself, she approached and slapped him, her expression frosty. She stood resolutely, lifting her chin defiantly, inviting Dai Mubai to retaliate. The scene was utterly electrifying. Onlookers were taken aback, their minds racing with the notion of a scandalous love triangle unfolding before them. Recovering from his shock and feeling the sting of his cheek, Dai Mubai simmered with fury, nearly on the verge of explosion. Yet, upon seeing Bai Yu, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, bringing instant composure. With an annoyed grunt, he turned and strode towards the exit of the hall, intent on finding Ma Hongjun. Let us leave quickly, Tang San urged, noticing the growing crowd of spectators. And he led Xiaowu towards the exit of the Grand Soul Arena, heads bowed in haste. The others followed suit, eager to escape the humiliation of the day. Yet, as Bai Yu and his companions departed, many in the hall shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting, "Oh, why did they leave? We haven't finished watching." In Bai Yu's previous life on Earth, people had a penchant for gossip. The same holds true for the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, particularly for Bai Yu, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Shiqing, who are not only strikingly handsome and beautiful, but also skilled soul masters. The sensational nature of the gossip surrounding them is self-evident. Departing from the Soto Great Soul Arena, Bai Yu walked alongside Zhu Shiqing, while in front of them were Xiao Wu and Tang San. Trailing behind were Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who had yet to relinquish his efforts to win Ning Rongrong's favor. As they walked, Bai Yu glanced at the somewhat silent Zhu Shiqing beside him. With the intention of sparking a conversation, Bai Yu pondered his words for a moment, then adjusted his tone to one imbued with both apology and curiosity. I apologize, Zhu Qing, for causing you to argue with Dai Mubai today. However, from your exchange, it seems you two are acquainted? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Zhu Shiqing tightened her delicate hands and, after a brief silence, replied, "We know each other. Yet we do not. Know each other yet do not?" Bai Yu expressed a look of perplexity. Bai Yu, this matter is quite complicated, and it is not yet the right time to discuss it. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall share it with you. Faced with Bai Yu's bewilderment, Zhu Shiqing clenched her hands, took a deep breath, and gazed at him, her voice cool and her beautiful eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. She pondered why her fiancé was Dai Mubai and not the man before her. Had it been this man, perhaps her suffering would have been lessened. From a young age, Zhu Shiqing had yearned for a sense of security and warmth. Yet, since the age of 6, her parents and sister had only provided her with unending coldness. Thus, she could only place all her hopes on Dai Mubai. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she discovered that Dai Mubai was entirely different from her expectations. In contrast, the Bai Yu before her embodied all the qualities she had ever dreamed of in a partner. In terms of cultivation, possessing high talent, formidable strength, and diligent effort, as per Zhu Shiqing's perspective, strength is approximately equal to effort, can provide her with a profound sense of security. In terms of appearance and character, her handsome visage and gentle disposition do not repel her. Rather, they provide the warmth she has long yearned for. In terms of wisdom, she possesses a keen intellect, capable not only of developing her own soul skills, but also assisting others in cultivating theirs, instilling a sense of hope within them. How wonderful it would be if her partner were the man before her. Just as Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were engaged in conversation, it seemed that Ning Rongrong had noticed an unusual exchange of glances between them. A sudden surge of anxiety welled up in her heart, prompting her to abruptly disengage from Oscar, who was still attempting to ingratiate himself and initiate conversation. With light steps, she swiftly approached Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, smiling gracefully as she inquired, "Zhuqing, Bai Yu, what are you two discussing?" Chapter 75. Strategy for Zhu Zhuqing. Nothing much, just a casual chat. In response to Ning Rongrong's question, Bai Yu merely scratched his nose and replied nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of this little sorceress's astute intelligence. If he were to answer truthfully, who knows what secrets she might uncover. Thus, he deemed it prudent to shift the topic. However, upon hearing Bai Yu's response, Ning Rongrong felt her cheeks puff up in irritation, though she maintained a composed smile. She knew Bai Yu was lying, and he was aware that she knew. Yet he persisted in his deception. After all, he had no obligation to clarify this harmless untruth. They had yet to establish a definitive relationship. He was merely expressing concern for a fellow classmate. What more could she do? Nevertheless, she felt quite vexed. How infuriating this man was. Openly expressing his feelings, yet feigning ignorance. Did he think his physical attributes made him so extraordinary? Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, feeling a hint of frustration. Was she not beautiful enough? She was certainly lovely in her own right. Besides, she was the little princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school. And marrying her would spare him centuries of toil. Did he not feel even the slightest inclination? Although she acknowledged that she was a bit lacking in certain areas. She was still young and had room for growth. Surely, in time, she could amend that. Despite sensing Bai Yu's interest in Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong had no intentions of conceding. On one hand, Bai Yu was undeniably handsome and exceptional. His charm was utterly unlike any male she had encountered before, igniting her heart. On the other hand, she had always been accustomed to getting what she desired. Now that she had encountered a boy she fancied, the more he resisted her, the more determined she became to win him over. Was she, the esteemed princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, to be outshone by other girls? Ning Rongrong's reaction was entirely within Bai Yu's expectations, although he was not a cad in his previous life. As a fervent reader of online literature, he had perused numerous tales of scoundrels. Despite lacking practical experience, his theoretical knowledge was quite extensive. While he might struggle against more cunning individuals in modern society, when it came to innocent flowers like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, he felt invincible. To prevent the burgeoning feelings between Bai Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong assertively inserted herself between them, linking her arm with Zhu Zhuqing's. With a radiant smile, she began to engage Zhu Zhuqing in light-hearted conversation, leaving no room for Bai Yu to interject. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Yu scratched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as he had not intended to swiftly conquer Zhu Zhuqing's heart. That would be unrealistic. Although Zhu Zhuqing had nearly given up on Dai Mubai under his influence, their engagement still posed a significant challenge. To fully win her over, he would need to find a way to open her heart, which required the right timing. As for Ning Rongrong, he had essentially completed her conquest. Maintaining this low-intensity rivalry was fortunate, as Bai Yu had not established a formal relationship with her. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong would not merely be interrupting his interaction with Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, he relished the challenge of pursuing a goddess. It added an exhilarating difficulty to the endeavor. After all, what was the pursuit of love without a touch of excitement? Now, Bai Yu merely needed to adhere to his plan, gradually elevating the affections of both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. He was confident that the two beauties of Shrek Academy would eventually fall into his carefully laid trap. As they journeyed back from Soto City to Shrek Academy, the group filled their containers with hot water from the Academy's boiler room before retreating to their respective wooden cabins, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. The return from Soto City brought them to the late hours of the night. After the intense battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Yet, unlike the others, Bai Yu felt relatively unfatigued. The cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique endowed him not only with formidable physical prowess but also with boundless energy. After completing his morning ablutions, Bai Yu departed from his wooden cabin to fetch some water. However, upon returning, he was somewhat astonished to perceive the presence of someone in the woods. Activating his Li Huijin Tong, he was elated to discover that the figure amidst the trees was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. What a splendid opportunity this was! Beneath the moonlight, the two found themselves alone. The ambience and timing were perfect. If he could seize this moment to unlock Zhu Juqing's heart and sever the bond of her engagement with Bai Bai, he could essentially consider his pursuit a success. With this thought in mind, after placing the water bucket inside the cabin, Bai Yu promptly exited once more, employing the technique of ghostly shadows to stealthily approach the woods adjacent to the cabin. Meanwhile, in the forest, Zhu Juqing, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her graceful silhouette, sat quietly atop a lush, leafy tree, arms crossed. Her gaze coolly fixed upon the moon hanging in the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound interrupted the tranquility, and a figure swiftly landed beside her. Who was it? The unexpected commotion caused Zhu Juqing's heart to race. After a cold, low hiss, Zhu Juqing instantly entered her martial spirit embodiment state, her eyes transforming into a mesmerizing shade of teal. Her sharp claws erupted from her fingertips, striking towards the source of the sound nearby. Do not be alarmed. It is I. Bai Yu interjected, effortlessly blocking Zhu Juqing's claws with his hand, chuckling lightly. What brings you here at this late hour? Upon recognizing Bai Yu's voice, Zhu Juqing's tense body and spirit relaxed. Perhaps it was due to her long-held admiration for Bai Yu's carefree and languid lifestyle, which elicited an indescribable feeling towards his smile. It's nothing, merely admiring the splendid moonlight tonight, Zhu Juqing replied, retracting her claws upon realizing it was Bai Yu. She shook her head and lifted her gaze back to the luminous full moon. The great height of the tree they sat upon allowed the moonlight to cascade down like water, enveloping Zhu Juqing in a silvery veil, rendering her akin to a celestial goddess untouched by mortal affairs. The combination of her ethereal demeanor and the moonlight stirred a flutter of admiration in those who beheld her. Looking at the moon? Haha. It is often said that gazing at the moon evokes emotions. Surely your intentions are more profound than mere observation? Bai Yu mused, casting a playful glance at Zhu Juqing. I suspect this has something to do with your quarrel with Bai Bai today. As he sat beside her, resting his hand on the branch beneath them, he too gazed at the radiant moon, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What transpired between you and Bai Bai? I cannot help but be intrigued. I realize that my inquiries may be somewhat presumptuous, but harboring such thoughts can be burdensome. Allow me to be your confidant. I assure you that any secrets you share will remain safe with me. I hope that by voicing your troubles, you might find some solace. Bai Yu's gaze was sincere. Chapter 76, Confessions Under the Moonlight. Perhaps I can protect you. In the woods of Shrek Academy, beneath the night sky illuminated by the radiant moonlight, Bai Yu and Zhu Juqing sat atop a great tree. Observing the young woman beside him, Bai Yu spoke earnestly, please share your burdens with me. I hope that expressing them will bring you some comfort. Upon hearing Bai Yu's heartfelt concern, Zhu Juqing involuntarily trembled, a surge of indescribably complex emotions flooding her heart. Was it gratitude? Bittersweetness? Joy? She could not discern. Perhaps it was a mixture of all these feelings or none at all. What she did know was that her heart raced with an intensity she had never experienced before, having endured solitude for so long. Zhu Juqing had developed an extraordinary ability to manage her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the turmoil within. Did you speak to Rong in the same manner before? Zhu Juqing turned to Bai Yu, her eyes sparkling like emeralds and sapphires under the moonlight, her tone tinged with complexity. No, Bai Yu replied, his heart tightening momentarily before he masked it with a casual smile. I merely offered her some guidance. She came to Shrek Academy to make friends, but if she continued to act as she did in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she would never succeed in that endeavor. Thus, I provided her with some gentle counsel, and she soon recognized her missteps. After concluding his speech, Bai Yu swiftly redirected the conversation. Juqing, how have you been contemplating the matter between you and Bai Bai? If you feel comfortable sharing, I shall listen quietly, hoping that articulating it might bring you some solace. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. Upon finishing, Bai Yu offered a carefree smile, his deep-set eyes seemingly alight with brilliant morning stars. Gazing into his profound gaze, Zhu Juqing found herself momentarily entranced, and instinctively, a thought escaped her lips. It's nothing. Really, it's not a closely guarded secret. I shall tell you. The moment the words left her mouth, Zhu Juqing felt a pang of impulsiveness. This was a matter she had not wished to disclose to Bai Yu, for the families of both herself and Bai were exceedingly powerful. Their engagement was not merely a trifling arrangement, but an age-old convention binding their two clans, an agreement neither could alter. Even if she divulged this to Bai Yu, it would serve no purpose beyond inciting his indignation. However, now that she had begun, she sighed inwardly and resolved to proceed. The relationship between Bai and myself. You might have already surmised, we are indeed betrothed. He is my fiancé. Fiancé? He is your fiancé? Upon hearing Zhu Juqing's revelation, Bai Yu was taken aback, his heart swelling with outrage. How can one call himself a fiancé while cavorting behind your back? You confront him, and he reacts with anger? That is hardly the behavior of a man. While I find his actions inexcusable, I can understand the complexity of our situation. Our family backgrounds are intricate, you see. Neither of us hails from the Heaven Do Empire. We are from the Star Luo Empire. He is the second prince of the Star Luo royal family, while I am the second legitimate daughter of the Yum in Grand Duke's house. Our families have a rather ruthless system of inheritance. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes reflected a myriad of emotions as she began to elucidate the harsh succession customs of the Dai family and the Zhu family. Is it truly so cruel? Only one heir allowed per generation? That is excessively brutal. Your sister is a full 7 years your senior. Such a vast disparity makes your chances of success negligible. Can this inheritance not be renounced? Bai Yu's brows knitted together in discontent as he felt a surge of indignation for Zhu Zhuqing. No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her delicate hands clenched tightly, the once cold beauty of her visage now marred with bitterness. To prevent family division, our clan's laws dictate that any heirs must choose between two fates, to kill one another until only one survives, or to face death themselves. Even if my sister were to agree to my abdication of rights, and even with the consent of my father, mother, and the majority of the elders, should I wish to live, I would be stripped of my martial soul and cultivation, then banished to the borders. To lose my identity as a soul master and be reduced to a mere commoner. Living in exile at the fringes of the continent, that is a fate I refuse to accept. What if my sister is 7 years my senior? I shall not relent. I will not indulge like him, enjoying a so-called life that is merely a means to numb oneself and await death. In her final words, Zhu Zhuqing's hands were tightly clasped, her face a portrait of defiance and determination. Observing her resolute demeanor, Bai Yu felt a wave of sympathy and heartache for Zhu Zhuqing. Recalling her tragic childhood, in his past life, while immersed in novels and animations, his heart had ached for her, second only to his feelings for Qianren Xue. Unlike Xiao Wu, who had at least her mother-esque companionship, Zhu Zhuqing's parents were virtually absent, forcing her to contend with her sister's myriad schemes and treachery. The more she stood in stark contrast to the irresponsible and self-indulgent Dai Mu Bai, the more her strength and valor became apparent. Have you ever considered joining the Spirit Hall? Surely they could offer you protection? Bai Yu could not suppress his curiosity any longer, pondering the possibility that had lingered in his mind from previous encounters. Yet upon hearing Bai Yu's question, Zhu Zhuqing sighed, her expression one of despair. I have contemplated that, but it is futile. My engagement with Dai Mu Bai is not merely an arrangement. It is a long-standing agreement between our two families. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful, our Star Luo Empire is not weak by any means. Given my talent, the Spirit Hall would not risk incurring the wrath of the Star Luo Empire on my behalf. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Bai Yu instantly grasped the gravity of her situation. Indeed, while the Spirit Hall had the capacity to safeguard her, her innate abilities were still deemed insufficient. In the original work's divine examination on Sea God Island, Zhu Zhuqing's score was the lowest, indicating that her innate talent is relatively lacking. The only reason Zhu Zhuqing's current cultivation surpasses that of Ning Rongrong is purely due to her greater diligence. Unlike the Tiando royal family, the martial spirits possessed by the Dai and Zhu families of the Star Luo Empire are significantly stronger. Under conditions of ample resources, it is expected that both factions would possess a considerable number of formidable soul masters, perhaps even those of the title Douluo rank. Although the Star Luo Empire may not boast as many title Douluos as the Spirit Hall, both in public perception and in secrecy, the existence of the Yinming White Tiger martial soul fusion technique means that a soul master from either the Dai or Zhu family could almost be considered a title de law, provided they can execute this martial soul fusion skill. Thus, it appears that the number of title Douluo level powerhouses in the Star Luo Empire might actually exceed the figures presented by the Spirit Hall. If Zhu Zhuqing were to possess innate full soul power and exceptional talent, it is conceivable that the Spirit Hall might withstand the pressures imposed by the Star Luo Empire on her behalf. However, it is evident that Zhu Zhuqing lacks such remarkable gifts. Consequently, it is highly unlikely that the Spirit Hall would intervene to protect her from the far more dominant Star Luo Empire, which eclipses the strength of the Heaven Do Empire. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Bai Yu's doubts were resolved. Nevertheless, his inquiry about whether Zhu Zhuqing had considered joining the Spirit Hall to evade her marriage contract stemmed merely from his own curiosity. What Bai Yu truly wished to convey was something else entirely. Zhuqing, While the Spirit Hall may not offer you protection, I too am backed by a formidable force. Should you choose to join, perhaps I could ensure your safety through my connections. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to reach a decision. Bai Yu addressed her. And upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing turned to him, her exquisite and cool countenance reflecting disbelief and astonishment. Bai Yu, do you also have backing? Why would you presume that I lack influence? Bai Yu replied, observing Zhu Zhuqing's incredulous expression. With arms crossed and leaning back slightly, he gazed at the luminous full moon above, chuckling softly. It was Xiaowu who mentioned it, stating that you and Tang San both hail from an ordinary village, which she has visited. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before responding. Indeed, we emerged from a humble village, yet that does not preclude us from aligning with a certain power. Do you suppose someone of my talent could possibly lack assistance? Bai Yu shrugged and smiled. That seems rather implausible. After a moment of serious reflection, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Individuals like you cannot merely be considered talented. You are a prodigy. Such extraordinary prowess cannot be achieved without the support of a powerful force. Then that settles it. Bai Yu laughed. However, Bai Yu, the family behind Daimu Bai is truly formidable. His father is a titled Douluo. In our two families, I am aware of at least 3 soul masters from the Zhu family alone. I appreciate your good intentions, but I do not wish to bring you into this. Zhu Zhuqing's complex feelings led her to ultimately decline Bai Yu's concern. She did not want to implicate him. Implicate me? Worry not. It is merely a titled Douluo. If they are not among the most elite, my backing could easily eliminate them. Do not fret so much. Bai Yu maintained a carefree smile, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the Dai and Zhu families. His remark about possessing titled Douluos in his own faction was said in jest. However, Bai Yu felt compelled to assert this, as it was essential to sever the ties between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimu Bai, necessitating the intervention of a potent external factor. In the original text, the notion that Zhu Zhuqing harbors profound feelings for Daimu Bai is nothing short of absurd. Their relationship is merely one of mutual recognition. And Daimu Bai even abandoned Zhu Zhuqing midway. When she pursued him, he was reveling in the pleasures of Soto City. Any woman in her position would find this intolerable. Let alone Zhu Zhuqing. Given her formidable strength, had circumstances permitted, she would undoubtedly reject Daimu Bai. However, due to the marriage pact between their families, Zhu Zhuqing found herself with no choice but to accept Daimu Bai. Continuing the engagement, though fraught with uncertainty, at least offered a glimmer of hope. Conversely, if she were to renounce the engagement, both families would pursue her relentlessly, leading to her inevitable demise. Zhu Zhuqing's resignation regarding the engagement starkly underscores this reality. Therefore, for Bai Yu to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to relinquish her engagement, he must possess a formidable force capable of counterbalancing the Zhu and Dai families, one willing to protect her. Without such backing, Zhu Zhuqing would lack the confidence to sever ties with Daimu Bai completely. Although Bai Yu's claim of having support was a mere fabrication, he now felt ready to confront the Soul Sage. Once they reached the Heaven Do Imperial City, he would seek to procure the celestial herb from the ice and fire Yang Yang Eye, enhancing his strength to the point where even a titled Douluo would have to kneel should he unleash a full-power super electromagnetic cannon, using the golden essence as ammunition for a stealthy attack. Thus, his assertion of having backing for confronting Zhu Zhuqing was merely a benevolent lie. Can the force behind you truly eliminate a titled Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. What is the name of this formidable force you claim to have? I have never heard of such a power before. Bai Yu replied, the force I am part of is a hidden lineage, steeped in antiquity, predating even the Spirit Hall. It is not surprising you are unaware of it. Currently, my faction remains concealed, waiting for the right moment to emerge, hence I cannot disclose its name. You may find it hard to believe, but that is of little consequence. Reflect upon it after you return. Should you find clarity and wish to join this hidden lineage, seek me out once more. I possess some self-created soul techniques, which you have witnessed before, as well as advanced meditation methods that can aid in your growth. With a casual smile, Bai Yu continued, a hidden lineage older than the Spirit Hall? Zhu Zhuqing felt her mind whirl at his words. Such a soul master faction, older than the Spirit Hall, had never crossed her ears before, yet Bai Yu had no reason to deceive her. Moreover, during his previous registration, his physical performance had indeed been extraordinary, suggesting he had cultivated some unique soul techniques, undoubtedly indicative of a legacy. Thus, it was highly probable that Bai Yu was nurtured by a powerful soul master faction. Could there be truth to Bai Yu's claims? Zhu Zhuqing found herself torn between disbelief and excitement. If Bai Yu spoke the truth, joining his hidden faction could liberate her from the torment of her engagement to Daimu Bai. However, after a surge of exhilaration, once her emotions settled. Zhu Zhiqing resolved to ponder Bai Yu's words for a few more days. After all, they were both at Shrek Academy, and she could approach him at any time. Bai Yu, thank you. Regardless of my final choice, I truly appreciate your concern. Taking a deep breath, she gazed into Bai Yu's deep, radiant eyes and his smiling visage, feeling an unexpected warmth in her heart. No need for thanks, we are merely classmates. You are a strong and admirable girl. A person like Dai Mubai is utterly unworthy of you. I hope you find the life you desire, Bai Yu replied with a slight shrug, smiling. Classmates? Just that? Zhu Zhiqing felt a pang of discomfort at Bai Yu's words, though she quickly dispelled her thoughts. Clenching her delicate fists, she vowed softly, I will indeed live the life I desire. The following day, at dawn, as the sun peeked over the eastern horizon, casting gentle rays through the windows, Bai Yu awoke early in his wooden cabin. After freshening up, he ventured into the nearby woods to practice the celestial slashing sword technique. Last night, in the forest, Bai Yu and Zhu Zhiqing had shared heartfelt confessions beneath the moonlight. After skillfully severing Zhu Zhiqing's entanglement with Dai Mubai's engagement through the fabricated power behind him, Bai Yu returned to his dormitory with a sense of satisfaction. Although Zhu Zhiqing had yet to express an immediate desire to join the force he represented, Bai Yu felt no concern. For although the power behind him was a mere illusion, his very existence rendered this deception strikingly close to reality. Bai Yu possessed the 9 True Classic, which could serve as a testament to this non-existent force. Aside from the elusive strongman who could not be summoned for others to witness, everything else was utterly convincing. After practicing the celestial blade technique in the woods, Bai Yu retrieved a century-old ginseng from his spatial ring and swiftly consumed it. This served as his breakfast. Unfortunately, the culinary offerings at Shrek Academy were woefully inadequate. If Bai Yu were to subsist solely on the Academy's meals, his dragon elephant prajna technique would surely falter, leaving him unable to cultivate further. Nevertheless, Bai Yu remained resolute in his intention to purchase soul power sausages from Oscar each day to sustain his practice of the dragon elephant prajna technique. For now, the Academy's meals could only suffice to quell his hunger. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, Bai Yu ambled lazily. At this moment, his consciousness had already descended into the realm of the mind, embarking on a study of the enhancement of martial arts following the endowment of spirit and the development of soul skills. Meanwhile, his physical form had entered an automatic state, allowing his endowed body to navigate to the Academy's plaza on its own. When Bai Yu arrived at the square, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong were already present. Bai Yu, big brother. Upon seeing Bai Yu, Xiaowu greeted him cheerfully. You all arrived quite early. Noticing that Zhu Zhiqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong seemed to have been there for quite some time, Bai Yu lazily smiled and exchanged pleasantries before finding a large tree to lean against, seeking refuge in its shade. Honestly, I don't particularly wish to rise so early every day, Xiaowu admitted, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her demeanor. It's mainly because Zhiqing gets up early every day to run in the academy. Seeing Zhiqing exercising makes us feel rather lazy, so we decided to accompany her. As everyone had begun to rise early, Bai Yu couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. Is this the competitive spirit of the girls' dormitory? He mused, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong, sensing something peculiar in his heart. Bai Yu was aware of Zhu Zhiqing's relentless efforts to break free from her family's fate. As for Ning Rongrong, it seemed she was unwilling to be outdone by Zhu Zhiqing, thus joining her morning runs. Xiaowu, it appeared, was influenced by them. Indeed, the phenomenon of competition was omnipresent. Chapter 78, Dai Mubai's Test, a trial that leads to demise. Shortly after the arrival of Bai Yu, Tang San also made his appearance. Accompanying him were Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had spent the night in Soto City and returned early in the morning. They fortuitously encountered Tang San in the dining hall, and after finishing their meal, the three of them proceeded together. However, the tension from the previous night's conflict between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing lingered. As Dai Mubai arrived, the atmosphere in the square momentarily turned somewhat somber. However, it was not long before Flanders approached. Today, Flanders was once again imparting his teachings. What could be the reason for Oscar's absence? Is it possible that he is indulging in yet another lazy slumber today? Upon arriving at the square and surveying the crowd, Flanders furrowed his brow upon realizing that Oscar had yet to make an appearance. That Dean, is Oscar still in bed? This morning, when I awoke, I noticed him still immersed in his meditation. Perhaps he has entered a deep state of concentration, explained Tang San, who shared a dormitory with Oscar. In response to Flanders' inquiry, deep concentration? Tang San, please check on him. Today's class cannot proceed without him, Flanders urged, his frown deepening. Understood, Tang San nodded, preparing to return to the dormitory to ascertain whether Oscar had awakened. However, before he could depart, a figure swiftly approached from the distance. Dean. It appears that young Oscar is arriving, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, his face lighting up with joy as he recognized the familiar silhouette upon closer inspection. Oscar, what is the matter? It's only the beginning of the term, and you're already late. Do you intend to be tardy every day henceforth? After Oscar's arrival, Flender cast a sharp glance at him and replied with irritation, No, Dean, I wasn't slacking off. I have achieved a breakthrough. I am now at level 30. Upon hearing Flender's warning, Oscar hurriedly began to explain. Last night, after a long evening of watching the soul fighting competition, he had a profound realization. On his way back, he was splendidly ignored by Ning Rongrong, who went to seek Bai Yu. This left Oscar feeling immensely dejected, and upon returning to the dormitory, he devoted himself to diligent practice throughout the night. This morning, he was fortunate enough to experience a breakthrough. You have truly reached level 30? Flender's words startled Oscar, but his expression quickly transformed into one of satisfaction as he patted Oscar on the shoulder and erupted into laughter. Excellent. A 14-year-old level 30 soul master. And a food-type soul master at that. You are indeed the first of your kind that I have encountered. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Originally, Bai Yu was also at level 30, and the Academy had planned to take him to the Stardow Forest once your teacher Zhao had recovered by tomorrow. It is indeed fortuitous that you have also broken through. Now you can both venture forth together. After Flander, everyone congratulated Oscar, leaving him scratching his head, feeling both humble and secretly pleased. However, after Ning Rongrong offered her congratulations, he noticed that although she smiled graciously, seemingly happy for him, her attention remained fixated on Bai Yu. Oscar's smile promptly transformed into a forced grimace, and his earlier joy faded into despondency. What did it matter if he achieved a breakthrough? The goddess still regarded him with indifference, not even uttering a simple phrase like we are not suited for each other. This was a complete disregard. Unbeknownst to Flander, who remained blissfully unaware of Oscar's despondent mood, he clapped his hands with satisfaction and declared, All right. Let us commence our lesson for today. It is quite simple. Each of you must consume at least one of the 2 types of sausages crafted by Oscar. The soul power sausages he creates are exquisite soul food, yet some among you still refuse to partake, which is nothing short of blatant waste. Therefore, I shall rectify this unfortunate phenomenon. Oscar, produce the sausages. With a grand gesture, Flander tossed a plate directly at Oscar. I don't want to eat the sausages. Uncle Sausage's soul curse is too revolting. Who could possibly stomach it? Hearing Flander's words, Xiaowu gasped and quickly retreated, expressing her refusal. Dean, is it possible to abstain? You know what Xiao Ao's soul curse is like. Similarly, Dai Mubai expressed his rejection with a wry smile. As a seasoned veteran of romantic encounters, he couldn't help but associate Oscar's sausages with some rather unsavory connotations. The mere thought of consuming them made him feel nauseous. Humph, don't try to argue with me. You two are the most talkative, you will eat them obediently. Should anyone dare to refuse, you shall run for an entire day. And you may stop only when you decide to eat. In response to Xiaowu and Dai Mubai's resistance, Flander narrowed his eyes and threatened. I possess a large sausage. I possess a little sausage. As Flander reprimanded Xiaowu and Dai Mubai, Oscar had already begun reciting the soul incantation, conjuring numerous soul power sausages, all of which he placed upon a plate. Dean, I have completed my task. After producing a dozen soul power sausages, Oscar, bearing a plate piled high, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, feeling a bit faint. All right, who among you will be the first to taste? Upon witnessing Oscar's impressive creation of soul power sausages, Flander turned to the group and inquired. I shall. In response to Flander's words, Bai Yu eagerly raised his hand. During his days at Shrek Academy, he scarcely ever felt satiated, although Oscar produced only a limited quantity of sausages. Even the small legs of mosquitoes constitute a form of sustenance. After volunteering, Bai Yu promptly stepped forward to take a restorative sausage and a detoxifying small sausage from the plate held by Oscar. He took a few bites and, while savoring his meal, leisurely returned to his original position. Who was next? After the white feathers descended, Flander inquired once more. I, Zhu Zhiqing, raised my hand and responded with a cool tone, then stepped forward to take 2 sausages and began to eat. Observing Zhu Zhiqing indulging in the sausages, Ning Rongrong, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly followed suit, grabbing 2 sausages and devouring them eagerly. Subsequently, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also joined in to savor the sausages. Ultimately, witnessing the others enjoying the sausages, they all partook in the feast. Under the pressure exerted by Flander, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu reluctantly stepped forward to partake in Oscar's sausage. Though both of them consumed only one, the first instance inevitably paves the way for a second. Flander was quite confident of this. After everyone successfully passed the test of consuming sausages, Flanders delivered another speech. He spoke of the significance of food system soul masters, urging everyone not to make such mistakes in the future. However, this admonition was primarily directed at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, as the others had already accepted Oscar's sausages under Bai Yu's influence. Well then, that concludes today's lesson. You may allocate the remaining time as you wish. Tomorrow, Teacher Zhao will accompany you to the Stardow Forest. After concluding his remarks, Flander turned and departed, leaving the crowd in the square. At this moment, as it was already noon, the group proceeded to the cafeteria, intending to finish their meal before heading to Soto City. However, within the Shrek Academy's dining hall, while they were eating, Dai Mubai suddenly paused his actions and looked up at Ma Hongjun, unabashedly addressing him in front of everyone. Fatty, what are your plans for tonight? I'm not doing anything. I've already released most of the excess energy over the past few days, so I won't be going out tonight, Ma Hongjun replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion. He could not comprehend what Dai Mubai was up to. Just yesterday, he had seemed intent on portraying himself as a virtuous gentleman. How could he so suddenly and shamelessly reveal his true nature? I'm planning to stay in Soto City tonight. Why don't you join me? I'll cover your expenses. As I wish to seek out the previous pair of twins, Dai Mubai continued candidly. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed, her demeanor as cold as ever as she continued to eat, seemingly unaffected by the conversation. This left Dai Mubai's expression rather bleak. If a woman were to express anger at his pursuit of another, it would indicate her concern for him. However, her complete lack of response suggested either that she had entirely lost interest in him or had already found affection elsewhere. Could it be that after years of effortlessly navigating through romantic entanglements, Dai Mubai had unwittingly found himself on the receiving end of betrayal? His countenance darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Chapter 79. Journey to the Stardow Forest, Hotel Conflict. What is happening? Previously, when Fatty approached me, I declined, and she threw quite the tantrum. Now, when I propose seeking out other women, she exhibits no reaction whatsoever, discovering Zhu Zhuqing's chilling indifference. As though his words had left no impact, filled Dai Mubai with vexation. This was entirely at odds with the narrative he had envisioned. After a night of indulgence, Dai Mubai found himself in a state of calm this morning, resolving to reconcile with Zhu Zhuqing. After all, she was his fiancée, and he certainly did not wish for her to find solace in another man's embrace. Initially, he aimed to stir Ma Hongjun's romantic inclinations with his words, hoping that if Zhu Zhuqing reacted with anger, he could seize the opportunity to abandon his plans for the evening in Soto City, signaling his intention to amend relations with Zhu Zhuqing. However, what was this absurdity? Despite his efforts, Zhu Zhuqing showed no sign of response. Observing the grim expression on Dai Mubai's face, Bai Yu stroked his chin, secretly amused and entertained. Was he not infuriated? Did he not feel vexed? Little did he know. Last night, Bai Yu had deftly undermined his standing with Zhu Zhuqing. After discovering her solitude beneath the moonlight, Bai Yu seized the moment to engage her in a heartfelt conversation, employing a soul-altering technique to breach her defenses, nearly winning her over. Although Zhu Zhuqing had yet to approach him to express her desire to align with his faction and sever ties with the Dai and Zhu families, Bai Yu was confident that it would not be long before she sought him out. For now, it seemed Zhu Zhuqing was simply struggling to accept her new reality. After all, the exchange they had shared last night was akin to two children who had only recently met, one suddenly declaring himself the heir to a formidable multinational conglomerate. Even with evidence, it was a truth that would take time to digest. Nevertheless, Bai Yu had instilled in Zhu Zhuqing the confidence to break free from her engagement to Dai Mubai. Given the negative impression Dai Mubai had left on her, it was clear that Zhu Zhuqing would not follow the path laid out in the original narrative, where she felt compelled to remain with Dai Mubai until the bitter end. The following morning, as they prepared to embark on their journey to the Stardow Forest, the group gathered early in the plaza of Shrek Academy after breakfast, awaiting the arrival of Zhao Wujie. After a brief wait, Zhao Wujie finally arrived. However, upon seeing him approach, everyone was momentarily taken aback, before erupting into subdued laughter. Zhao Wujie's face was adorned with an array of bruises, particularly around his eyes, where two dark circles resembled comical panda eyes. This was after the swelling had already subsided. Otherwise, his battered visage would have appeared even more ridiculous. What's so funny? Have none of you ever fallen or bumped into something? Zhao Wuji glared at the crowd, irritation evident in his voice. Who, after a tumble, ends up looking like this? The onlookers, clearly skeptical of Zhao Wuji's explanation, couldn't help but harbor some private doubts. Yet, they attributed his disheveled appearance to a disciplinary lesson from Fland, following what they assumed was a violation during the final assessment, without delving too deeply into the matter. All right, it's getting late. Let us depart for the Stardew Forest. Upon confirming that everyone had gathered, Zhao Wuji let out a resounding shout. He then took the lead, leaping into the air and swiftly soaring towards the direction away from Shrek Academy. The others promptly followed suit. The Stardew Forest is, in fact, not far from Soto City, as they are all soul masters. With unwavering determination, they traversed the distance from Soto City to the vicinity of the Stardew Forest in just over half a day. However, as evening approached, continuing their journey would likely mean entering the Stardew Forest under the cover of night, which posed significant dangers. Thus, Zhao Wuji resolved to have the group rest for the night in a nearby small town. They would set out in the morning to assist Bai Yu and Oscar in hunting soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, in a hotel located in a town near the Stardew Forest, in the bustling restaurant on the first floor, a palpable atmosphere of tension and foreboding now prevailed. Two factions stood in stark opposition to each other. One group was clad in pristine white academy uniforms, adorned with a cerulean circular emblem on the left shoulder, within which were embroidered the characters, Songhui. This was the team from Songhui Academy. The opposing group, however, displayed a myriad of attire, including a youth with piercing eyes in a blue and white suit, a rotund man with a mohawk of fiery red hair, and a girl with a scorpion-tailed braid, all of whom were unmistakably from Shrek Academy. As in the original narrative, on the eve of their entry into the Stardew Forest, Bai Yu and his companions encountered the members of Songhui Academy at their lodgings in a quaint town. Following some disparaging remarks made by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai about Songhui Academy, a conflict inevitably ensued. Which academy do you belong to? Queried Yijiqiu, the leader of the Songhui Academy team, his expression darkening as he surveyed the chaos of dishes strewn across the table and the stains marring his attire. Despite his simmering anger, he managed to suppress it and directed his ire towards Shrek Academy. Which academy we belong to is none of your business, retorted Ma Hongjun, brimming with arrogance. He felt no remorse for instigating the confrontation, adhering to the principle instilled by their teacher, Flinder, that to avoid trouble is the mark of mediocrity, an utterance rife with absurdity. With Ma Hongjun's insolence pushing him beyond the brink, Yijiqiu could no longer contain himself. His countenance darkened as he raised his hand and shouted, "Teach them a proper lesson." At Yijiqiu's command, the students of Songhui Academy erupted into a chorus of battle cries, summoning forth their respective martial spirits. Some wielded weapon spirits, while others swiftly manifested their beast spirits. In an instant, they charged towards Shrek Academy. However, their soul ring configurations were somewhat lacking, with the first ring merely a decade old, and only the second ring being a century. As the members of Songhui Academy advanced, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai rose to counter the assault. Yet, Bai Yu remained nonchalantly seated at the table, leisurely enjoying his meal, showing no inclination to engage in the fray. On one hand, he believed that with Tang San and the others present, there was no need for him to intervene against these ordinary Songhui Academy students. It would be beneath his dignity to do so. On the other hand, he felt that the initial provocation had come from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had first pointed fingers at the attractive female students of Songhui Academy, disparaging their institution, which had led to the escalation of hostilities. Although Songhui Academy was not without its own share of ruthless individuals, Bai Yu maintained that some matters were simply right or wrong. As Bai Yu casually enjoyed her meal, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai effortlessly dispatched the incoming students from Songhui Academy. Witnessing her students sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, Yijiqiu's expression darkened, compelling her to rise abruptly. Chapter 80. Shell Shrinking and Water Spraying. Heroes Save the Beauties. Who are you? Which academy do you belong to? Upon observing that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai all possessed optimal spirit ring configurations, particularly Dai Mubai, who appeared to be of similar age to the students from Songhui Academy, yet had already attained the rank of Spirit Elder. A heavy weight settled in Yijiqiu's heart, prompting her to suppress her fury and inquire, We are from Shrek Academy." In response to Yijiqiu's question, Ma Hongjun stepped forward with an air of pride, hands on his hips. Shrek Academy? What kind of academy is that? I seem to have never heard of it. Yi Zhiqiu frowned in confusion upon hearing Ma Hongjun's reply. It appeared that she had never encountered the name Shrek Academy before. However, an academy capable of nurturing such exceptional students as those before her could hardly be obscure. It is your ignorance. Realizing that Yi Zhiqiu was unaware of Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjuan's smug demeanor was promptly interrupted, leading him to snort in displeasure. Regardless of which academy you hail from, you must provide us with an explanation for today's events. Let your lead teacher come to see me. Despite her lingering doubts about the origins of Shrek Academy, as long as they were not affiliated with any major universities or sects, Yi Zhiqiu felt unperturbed and spoke with a calm demeanor. You think you are worthy of summoning our teacher? Ma Hongjun expressed disdain at Yi Zhiqiu's words. Worthy? Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, and then with a commanding shout declared, Xian Gui embody. With her powerful cry, an ice-blue tortoise spirit soul materialized behind Yi Zhiqiu, swiftly merging with her form. Upon the manifestation of the Xian Gui martial spirit, a mesmerizing pattern of ice-blue scales began to coalesce upon Yi Zhiqiu's skin. An ethereal ice-blue shell gradually materialized around his torso, enveloping his chest and back. Simultaneously, 5 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and purple, ascended from beneath Yi Zhiqiu's feet, encircling him in a radiant aura. A soul king. The revelation of Yi Zhiqiu's status as a soul king left the onlookers astounded, even causing a subtle shift in Dai Mubai's expression. Bring out your teacher. Or do not blame me for my impoliteness. Upon exhibiting a cultivation level at the soul king stage, Yi Zhiqiu cast his gaze upon the crowd once more and remarked with a cold sneer, What is so remarkable about being a soul king? You are not worthy to meet our teacher. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's arrogance, Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment before swiftly regaining their composure. With his arms crossed, he retorted icily, You brash youngsters are truly audacious. If you possess the courage, venture outside. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Hearing Dai Mubai proclaim his own unworthiness, Yi Zhiqiu's anger manifested in a sardonic smile. With that, he turned and strode towards the hotel exit. Let us depart. Observing Yi Zhiqiu's exit, Dai Mubai, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. The others trailed after them, and finally, Zhao Wuji rose at a leisurely pace, arms crossed, bringing up the rear. You few youngsters, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you apologize to us at Songhui Academy, we shall let today's incident slide. Upon arriving at the vacant lot outside the hotel and gazing at the group led by Dai Mubai, Yi Zhiqiu spoke in a grave tone, issuing his final ultimatum. However, Dai Mubai appeared utterly dismissive of Yi Zhiqiu's warning. What defines right and wrong? Strength dictates righteousness. If one cannot prevail, they are deemed incorrect. If you wish us to acknowledge our faults, then you must first defeat us. Facing Yi Zhiqiu, Dai Mubai crossed his arms, expressing his disdain. Indeed, defeat us first. Then we shall see. On the side, Ma Hongjun echoed his sentiment. Hearing the words from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, even with the most temperate demeanor, Yi Zhiqiu felt his anger boiling over, reaching a breaking point. You all can come at me together, today. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Who is afraid of whom? Ma Hongjun, refusing to yield an inch, struck a pose reminiscent of a phoenix soaring through the skies and bellowed, summoning the evil fire phoenix, enveloping himself in the martial spirit. Evil fire phoenix, manifest. Evil eye white tiger, manifest. Gentle bone charm rabbit, manifest. Amidst the resounding shouts, with arms crossed and a tranquil demeanor, Bai Yu stood aloof at the back, showing no intention of joining the fray. The others summoned their martial spirits or entered a state of martial spirit embodiment. Let us all unite and advance. After the manifestation of their martial spirits, Ma Hongjun turned to his companions and called out for them to join the fray. However, he was taken aback to see Bai Yu standing at the back with his arms crossed, showing no intention of joining the battle, which caused a surge of unease within him. Brother Yu, are you not coming with us? Ma Hongjun questioned. His audacity towards Yi Zhiqiu stemmed from the knowledge that Bai Yu had subdued Zhao Wujia, who had unleashed his martial spirit's true form. Although Zhao Wujia did not exert his full strength in that confrontation, the fact that Bai Yu could overpower a soul sage of Zhao Wujia's caliber suggested that defeating a soul king would be a mere trifle. Yet, Ma Hongjun did not anticipate Bai Yu's reluctance to engage. What do you mean? I am merely a support-type soul master. You all are the prodigies of our academy. With so many of you, what is there to fear in taking down a soul king? Bai Yu replied lazily, raising an eyebrow. It's just a soul king. Why worry? Let us go together. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and let out a commanding shout, charging forward first toward Yijiqiu. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. First soul skill, Bind. In response to Yijiqiu, Dai Mubai, Mahangjun, and Tang San struck simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to enhance the abilities of Dai Mubai, Mahangjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. A bunch of arrogant youngsters. Yijiqiu scoffed disdainfully at the incoming assault from Dai Mubai and the others, not even moving an inch. Instead, his first and second soul rings suddenly glowed with brilliance. In an instant, an ice-blue phantom of a mysterious tortoise appeared as if it were a protective shield, while a chilling black aura surged menacingly outward, beneath the chilling embrace of a frigid darkness. Dai Mubai's radiant white tiger light and Ma Hongjuan's blazing phoenix flames were swiftly extinguished. The blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San shattered into countless fragments in an instant. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing converged beside Yijiqiu, launching a simultaneous assault aimed at his head. For it was the only part of him unshielded by the protective shell of his body. However, Yijiqiu had anticipated their attack. He retracted his head into his shell and, with a cold smirk, unleashed his third soul skill. While concealing his head within the shell, he opened his mouth and released a chilling black water column that swept outward in a fierce barrage. The third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. Under the torrent of black water unleashed by Yijiqiu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were caught off guard due to their proximity and were instantly propelled away. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu being swept away by Yijiqiu's deluge, Tang San was taken aback, promptly activating his Ghost Shadow perplexing track to rush forward. He leapt into the air, catching Xiao Wu mid-flight. Similarly, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing hurled away, Bai Yu swiftly moved like a specter, leaping into the air to catch Zhu Zhuqing. As for Dai Mubai, he was caught by Ma Hongjuan. That insufferable fellow certainly excels at heroically rescuing damsels in distress. Observing Bai Yu's swift actions as Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying, Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, her face slightly puffed in indignation. Are you all right, Boss Dai? With the assistance of Dai Mubai in midair, Ma Hongjuan could not help but inquire with concern, let go of me. However, upon seeing Dai Mubai's chubby visage, which was presently as dark as coal, he furiously broke free from Ma Hongjuan's embrace. What a travesty! While others are heroes rescuing fair maidens, I find myself in the absurdity of a portly lecher instead of a beauty saving a hero. Chapter 81. A single blow shatters the turtle shell. The child of nature arrives. Humph. You youngsters are no match for me. Better admit your faults. Yijiqiu declared coldly, crossing his arms after effortlessly sending Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu flying. As long as you apologize to our Tsanghui Academy, I shall not pursue this matter any further. Infuriated by Yijiqiu's words, Dai Mubai and the others felt both angered and helpless, having been soundly defeated by Yijiqiu using merely his first 3 soul skills. Yet, Yijiqiu was a soul king, possessing 5 soul skills, and it was evident that they were no match for him. Boss Bai Yu, this old turtle is too formidable. You must come and avenge us. Realizing they stood no chance against Yijiqiu, Xiao Wu furiously raised her tiny fist, calling out to Bai Yu. Is there not another student from this academy? Yijiqiu queried, puzzled by Xiao Wu's statement. Alas, I truly have no way to assist you. You cannot even best a soul king without optimal soul ring configuration, and now I must intervene, Bai Yu sighed, shaking his head in a lonely manner as he stepped forward to stand opposite Yijiqiu. Youngster, are you also from this so-called Shrek Academy? Yijiqiu furrowed his brow upon seeing Bai Yu and inquired. Indeed, I too am from Shrek Academy. Today's altercation was accidental. I kindly ask you to show me some respect and avoid a situation where both sides lose face, Bai Yu replied with a slow smile, attempting to leverage his influence. Bai Yu was reluctant to engage in combat with Yijiqiu, acknowledging that they were at fault. Yijiqiu had already bolstered Tsanghui Academy's reputation through the earlier battle, and it would be best to cease hostilities while ahead. However, if pressed, Bai Yu had no choice, for he ultimately aligned with Shrek Academy. Show you respect? Who do you think you are? Yijiqiu retorted angrily. My request is not excessive. I merely ask that you apologize to our Tsanghui Academy. It is you who continuously disrespect me. Realizing that Yijiqiu was insistent, Bai Yu could only exhale deeply, shaking his head helplessly. Time is not on our side. Night is falling. Let us simplify matters. I will throw one punch. If you can withstand it, I shall ensure they apologize to Tsanghui Academy. If you cannot, then I regret to inform you that this will be the end of today's events. Arrogance. Yu Zhiqiu was incensed by Bai Yu's words. How could a mere soul sovereign, no matter how talented, be so audacious as to claim he could resolve matters with a single punch against a soul king-level defensive spirit master? You are welcome to demonstrate how you intend to succeed. Yu Zhiqiu seethed, activating his fourth soul skill to enhance his defensive prowess. Amused by Yu Zhiqiu's anger, Bai Yu remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he slowly raised his fist. Be cautious. Go, boss Bai Yu. You can do it. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun cheered enthusiastically, raising their fists in support. He was so audacious as to forego summoning his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Yu Zhiqiu felt even more insulted upon witnessing Bai Yu's decision to act without summoning his martial spirit. Receive my punch. As Yu Zhiqiu simmered with rage, Bai Yu shouted, channeling his internal energy with the Tai Ching decision. He first activated the Zhong Yu Ju, instantly transforming his skin into a jade-like sheen. Then, invoking the formidable great subduing demon's fist from the Nine True Classic, he propelled himself forward and struck with a powerful fist aimed squarely at Yu Zhiqiu's turtle shell. While Bai Yu possessed an even more suitable technique, the heart-crushing palm, he refrained from using it, knowing it would likely obliterate Yu Zhiqiu's insides and send him soaring into the heavens. Not wishing to escalate their enmity to such extremes, he opted for the more tempered great subduing demon's fist instead. With a resounding impact, Bai Yu's heavy fist, imbued with terrifying force, struck the turtle shell on Yu Zhiqiu's chest with a fierce howl. With a sudden dull thud, Yu Zhiqiu's expression changed dramatically. How could this be possible? Such immense strength. Under the force of Bai Yu's punch, Yu Zhiqiu felt a tremendous power collide violently against his shell, sending a shuddering shockwave through his body that left him momentarily numb. Crack. Suddenly, a faint yet alarming sound echoed as cracks appeared on the shell before his chest, amplifying Yu Zhiqiu's trepidation. Fifth soul skill, Extreme Cold Seal. As the shell was on the verge of shattering, Yu Zhiqiu let out a furious shout and swiftly activated his fifth soul skill. With the fifth soul ring illuminating around him, a chilling aura erupted from within Yu Zhiqiu's being. The feet that had been poised to take flight were instantaneously encased in a layer of solid ice, while the shell on his chest was swiftly enveloped in a thick frost. The terrifying cold surged forth, aiming to encase Bai Yu's striking hand in ice as it met the shell. However, regrettably, this frigid, sinister energy found itself utterly impotent against Bai Yu's skin, which had turned to jade. With a mere adjustment of his Tai Ching technique, Bai Yu's formidable purifying ability swiftly dispelled the chilling aura. Is that all? After effortlessly purifying the chilling black aura with the inner strength of the Ta Ching secret art, Bai Yu smiled broadly at Yu Zhiqiu. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted explosively from Bai Yu's right fist, shattering the turtle shell that guarded Yu Zhiqiu's chest, like a fist of white jade. The momentum did not wane as it struck Yu Zhiqiu's torso, sending him hurtling backward until he collided forcefully with a large tree. Long live Bai Yu. Upon witnessing Bai Yu's victory over Yu Zhiqiu, Xiao Wu erupted into jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, the others from Shrek Academy looked on with expressions of shock and disbelief. The fact that he had shattered the defense of a defensive Soul King with a single punch, without even utilizing his martial soul, was astounding. While they recognized his extraordinary talent, they couldn't help but marvel at his overwhelming prowess. As Bai Yu struck, his fist shattered Yu Zhiqiu's shell, sending him soaring through the air. Meanwhile, in the heart of the starry forest, the repercussions of Bai Yu's action reverberated. Within the body, the rapid flow of vital energy and blood awakened the essence of the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline to its zenith. Among those present, only Xiao Wu could perceive the newfound warmth emanating from Bai Yu, while the others remained oblivious to any anomaly. However, deep within the heart of the Stardow Forest, the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna, immediately sensed the powerful aura of the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline radiating from Bai Yu. The child of nature has arrived in proximity to our Stardow Forest. Upon sensing Bai Yu's essence, Gyuna aroused from her slumber once more. Dition, there is no need for further preparations. Go and pluck a leaf from the ancient tree of life. The leaves of the ancient tree of life resonate with the child of nature, and we must bring him back, for he is on the verge of entering our Stardow Forest. Upon awakening, Gyuna swiftly expanded her spiritual consciousness beyond her concealed space. Through mental communication, she relayed the news of the natural sun to the beast god Emperor Tian, who had just emerged from his meditative state. The natural sun is near our Stardow Great Forest? Upon hearing the transmission from the Silver Dragon King Gyuna, Emperor Tian was momentarily taken aback, then immediately responded with utmost respect. My lord, I understand. I shall ensure that the natural sun is brought back. After speaking, Emperor Tian turned his gaze towards the shores of the Lake of Life, where a colossal ape, entirely cloaked in a gray-brown hue and adorned with lava-like cracks, stood. Chapter 82. Entering the Stardo Great Forest, the arrival of Sword Douluo Continent. The following morning, at dawn. After resting for a night in a quaint town near the Stardo Forest, the following day, under the guidance of Zhao Wujie, the group set forth towards their destination. Given that their lodging was in close proximity to the Stardo Forest, it was not long before they arrived at its entrance, well before noon. Before them lay an expanse of forest, where towering trees stood majestically, forming a verdant sea that exuded vibrant life. Even before stepping into the depths of the Stardo Forest, Bai Yu sensed a notable increase in the cultivation efficiency of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. However, he felt no surprise. For a plant-based martial spirit, a forest serves as a natural arena for spirit manifestation and cultivation. All right, we have now reached the Stardo Forest. We shall proceed into its depths. I will forge the path ahead, and you will follow closely behind. Maintain your formation, and remember to exercise utmost caution. Do not wander aimlessly, understood? Before entering the Stardo Forest, Zhao Wujie solemnly cautioned the group. In response, everyone nodded in agreement, swiftly arranging themselves into formation. At the forefront stood Zhao Wujie, followed closely by Zhu Xing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, with Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun behind them, and finally, Bai Yu and Tang San at the rear. As the formation solidified under Zhao Wujie's leadership, the group officially stepped into the Stardo Forest, where the sky above them dimmed instantly. This was due to the overwhelming number of towering trees within the forest, each crowned with a dense canopy. The layers of leaves intertwined so intricately that even the midday sun, faced with this multitude of overlapping foliage, could barely penetrate, casting only scattered patches of light and dappled shadows upon the ground. Under the guidance of Zhao Waoqi, the group trudged through the Stardo Forest, where paths were nearly non-existent and the terrain was choked with rampant shrubs and thorns. They remained vigilant, anxious about the sudden emergence of soul beasts from the underbrush. In such a wild place as the Stardo Forest, caution was warranted not only against soul beasts, but also against venomous snakes and insects that lurked in the shadows. Fortunately, Oscar's second soul skill, the detox sausage, provided a measure of antidotal effect, offering some relief against the poisons of ordinary snakes and insects, thus alleviating their anxiety to a degree. As they navigated through the forest, while others exhibited tension and wariness, Xiao Wu appeared as if she had returned home, exuding joy and liveliness as she bounced forward, eagerly surveying her surroundings. Similarly, upon entering the starry forest, Bai Yu felt as if he had returned home, instantly relaxing his entire being. As he wandered through this verdant expanse, he sensed the rhythmic pulse of the forest. The countless towering trees around him conveyed emotions of joy and reverence, as if welcoming their king. What a marvelous sensation! Is this the power of the 12-winged elemental fairy monarch? Strolling through the starry forest at a leisurely pace, Bai Yu was filled with astonishment. Although he had yet to acquire elemental manipulation abilities, it seemed as though he could already communicate with the trees within this woodland. This was remarkable, especially considering that only 11 of his bloodline's potential had awakened thus far. As his bloodline awakened further, could he transform all the trees into his eyes and ears, thereby gaining the power to control plants? These thoughts remained unknown to Bai Yu, yet he felt an eager anticipation within. Meanwhile, as Bai Yu and his companions followed Zhao Wujie through the starry forest, an unexpected visitor arrived at Shrek Academy. Who was Flandra? Come forth. A silver sword light suddenly descended from the sky, revealing a stern middle-aged man clad in an elegant blue robe, his silver hair flowing. Hovering above Shrek Academy atop a gleaming silver sword, his voice booming like thunder. At that moment, Flandra was leisurely sipping tea and reading in the office of the Academy's director. The thunderous call from outside startled him, causing his expression to shift as he hurriedly rose to exit his office. Upon stepping outside, he immediately recognized the sword Douluo Continent, who stood in the sky, surrounded by 9 soul rings. I pay my respects to your excellency, Sword Douluo. What brings you to our humble abode? Flandra quickly bowed to Chen Xian. As he spoke respectfully, he couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Xian's expression, feeling somewhat anxious. Surely, this esteemed figure did not come here due to his reprimand of Ning Rongrong, did he? In a letter addressed to him, Flinder learned that the 2 esteemed Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword Douluo Qinshin and the Bone Douluo Gaiong, were excessively indulgent towards Ning Rongrong. It was entirely plausible that they had traveled a great distance to reprimand him for chastising Ning Rongrong and to seek retribution on her behalf. Flinder's heart sank at the thought. He certainly did not wish to meet a fate akin to Zhao Wujia's. However, relief washed over him as he soon realized that Qinshin's visit was not as he had feared. Enough of the pleasantries. My purpose here is straightforward. Is there a lad named Bai Yu among you? Summon him at once. This boy dares to bully Rongrong, and he must be taught a lesson. Qinshin's voice rang out coldly as he regarded Flinder. Upon hearing the name Bai Yu, Flinder was momentarily taken aback. Grateful that the sword Douluo was not seeking him, he felt a twinge of confusion and cautiously inquired, Your Excellency, Bai Yu is indeed a student of our academy. But as far as I am aware, he has never bullied Ning Rongrong. Could there be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Do you imply that the guardians sent by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are lying? Let me assure you. While he may not have bullied Rongrong after entering the Shrek Academy, he certainly did so prior. Qinshin retorted with a fierce glare at Flinder. Bring him forth immediately, or I shall teach you a lesson first before seeking him out. Flinder's body trembled at the sword Douluo's fierce command, and he quickly forced out a nervous laugh. Attempting to placate him, Your Excellency, please temper your anger. It is not that I refuse to summon him. Rather, your timing is unfortunate. Just yesterday, all the children from the academy went to the Stardow Forest, and they are now miles away from here. I simply cannot bring him to you. The Stardow Forest? Qinshin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. No wonder he had seen no sign of children from the academy as he flew overhead. They had all ventured into the Stardow Forest. How unfortunate. However, no matter how far he may roam, he shall not escape for having dared to bully Rongrong. Despite the unfortunate timing of Bai Yu's absence, Qinshin's determination to teach him a lesson remained unwavering. After a cold smile, he swiftly took to the skies, transforming into a streak of silver light that shot into the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching the sword Douluo depart, Flinder exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Good heavens! No wonder Ning Rongrong is such a headstrong little witch. With 2 such doting titled Douluos at her side, it is no surprise she behaves so recklessly. Chapter 83. The Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake. You all can count, can't you? Under the guidance of Zhao Wuji, the group finally reached the outermost boundary of the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is divided into 4 distinct regions. The outermost area, the outer region, the inner region, and the core zone. In the outermost region, only soul beasts of 10 and 100 years can be found. As one ventures further out, 1,000-year soul beasts begin to emerge, while the inner zones are inhabited by 10,000-year soul beasts. As for the core area, it is said that soul beasts of 100,000 years exist. Naturally, as a transmigrator, Bai Yu is well aware of this. In the heart of the Stardow Forest, there indeed exist 200,000-year soul beasts, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. In the past, there were actually 2 additional 100,000-year soul beasts, namely Xiao Wu's mother and Xiao Wu herself. However, when reflecting on the core region of the Stardow Forest, Bai Yu was reminded of another question. Although he had only watched the first season of the anime in his previous life, he had read the novels of Douluo 1, 2, and 3. In the world of Douluo, within the Stardow Forest, it is indeed true that only the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python currently inhabit this realm. However, when considering the narratives of Douluo 2 and Douluo 3, it becomes apparent that the forest conceals not only these 2 formidable beasts but also a plethora of ancient creatures whose cultivation exceeds 200,000 years, including the beast god Di Tian, the emerald swan Bai Ji, and the abyssal dragon Ziji. Moreover, in the heart of the Stardow Forest lies the slumbering deity-level silver dragon king Guyuna. Yet, in comparison to Douluo I, the subsequent narratives of Douluo 2 and Douluo 3 exhibit significant inconsistencies. If all these elements were to manifest as reality, Bai Yu remains uncertain whether this trilogy constitutes a singular worldview or diverges into distinct parallel universes. After all, he has traversed into an authentic Douluo continent, and the apparent disarray in the narrative demands a reasonable explanation. Either the world must automatically rectify the flawed settings, or it could simply be a matter of differing realities. Look, there seems to be some commotion over there. Suddenly, the melodious voice of Ning Rongrong roused Bai Yu from his reverie. Following the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu promptly activated his Lihua golden eyes, gazing curiously ahead. As his eyes transformed into a golden hue, his perspective dramatically shifted, the distant became near, and the vast expanse was rendered comprehensible, as the extraordinary Lihua golden eyes unveiled everything before him. In Bai Yu's gaze, he spotted in the distance a serpent-like soul beast, resplendent in shades of blue and green, measuring approximately 6 to 8 meters in length. It bore a pair of crimson wings along its ribbed sides, while its tail showcased fan-shaped wings of bluish-purple, crowned with a blood-red crest upon its head. This creature slithered swiftly and gracefully between the trees, resembling a gliding apparition, with a profound understanding of soul beasts ingrained in his memory. The moment Bai Yu laid eyes on this serpent, its identity emerged within his mind. Was it the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? Moreover, noting the scars adorning its body, it appeared to be the very one injured by the formidable dragon snake couple in the original tale. How fortuitous! Bai Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. As Bai Yu observed the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Zhu Shiqing, having swiftly complied with Zhao Wujia's directive, activated her martial soul and nimbly ascended a towering tree. Surveying the surroundings from above, she conveyed the physical characteristics of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to the others. Upon receiving this information, Tang San accurately identified the snake's nature and its age. Oh, is this a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? Huh, how fortunate. This species is exceedingly rare and possesses a relatively gentle temperament, making it an ideal match for Oscar. Upon realizing it was indeed a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he erupted into laughter, determined to capture it as Oscar's third spirit ring soul beast. Everyone be alert. It's coming. Suddenly, Zhu Shiqing's clear voice rang out from the tree as the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake surged toward them with remarkable speed. The creature approached with incredible swiftness. As Zhu Shiqing's warning echoed, the group beheld the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake racing toward them like a gliding missile. Everyone, work together to intercept the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujia bellowed, taking the lead and activating his martial soul, exuding an aura of invincibility. How troublesome, Bai Yu thought, observing his companion's tense demeanor. After all, it was merely a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. He could easily restrain it without the theatrics as if they were facing a titan. With a commanding shout, Bai Yu stepped forth from the ranks, summoning his blue-silver king martial soul and unleashing his first soul skill. In an instant, his first soul ring illuminated brightly, and a surge of soul power erupted from within him, coursing through the ground to the inevitable path of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Moments later, tendrils of blue-silver king, resembling blue crystals with golden fibers interwoven within, burst forth from the earth, swiftly wrapping around the serpent's body. As the bindings ensnared the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, the second phase of the thunder binding attack was unleashed in a flash. With a resounding crack, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, illuminating the dimly lit forest in an instant. Bai Yu's Tai Ching art, having undergone 2 enhancements from the Xiantian skill and further compressed with soul power, resulted in an internal energy quality thrice that of an equivalent soul power. Although Bai Yu remained a level 30 Great Soul Master, the quality of his soul power was comparable to that of a Soul King. This significantly amplified the potency of his first soul skill, surpassing that of an ordinary Great Soul Master's initial ability. Thus, following the execution of the second phase of his Thunder Entanglement attack, the piercing brilliance of lightning manifested, accompanied by the anguished cries of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. As the lightning faded, the serpent, charred and battered, collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Mission accomplished. After successfully subduing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Bai Yu promptly retracted his blue-silver king martial soul, satisfied as he clapped his hands. However, upon turning to survey his surroundings, Bai Yu was taken aback to find the gazes of the onlookers fixated on him as if he were a curious creature. What was the matter? Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Was it not merely a matter of utilizing a soul skill to bind a millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? What was so extraordinary about that? Brother Yu, how did you manage to restrain this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? Tang San's eyes were filled with disbelief. A millennium-level phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was equivalent to a Soul King-level spirit beast. Given the exceptional speed of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, combined with the innate strength of soul beasts at the same level, its velocity exceeded that of an ordinary agility-focused Soul King. Logically, one would assume that, without any interference, Bai Yu's control-type soul skill would have no chance of hitting such a formidable creature. Yet, Bai Yu had effortlessly bound the snake, which was nothing short of astonishing. It's quite simple. You merely need to observe the movement trajectory of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and unleash your soul skill along its path, and success follows. Bai Yu remarked, puzzled as to why this seemed so complicated. The others interjected, no, Brother Yu, the key point is that the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is incredibly swift. How did you accurately determine its movement path to bind it just right? Tang San explained with a wry smile, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the crowd looked at Bai Yu with renewed intrigue. They had witnessed Bai Yu's prowess, capable of engaging in a back and forth with Zhao Wujie. Although Zhao Wujie had not utilized his full strength, it was sufficient to attest to Bai Yu's capabilities. Yet, capturing the phoenix tail coxcomb snake seemed largely unrelated to sheer power. This is also quite straightforward. Have you all studied arithmetic? I simply calculated the average speed of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, then assessed the distance between myself and the snake, knowing the transmission speed of my soul power. By setting a specific time, the distance the phoenix tail coxcomb snake travels and the distance my soul power travels will equal the distance I measured between myself and the snake. I then calculated that time. Armed with this time, I could determine the distance the phoenix tail coxcomb snake would cover, allowing me to launch my first soul skill towards the endpoint of that distance, thus striking the snake perfectly. Bai Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Chapter 84. The Peerless Dragon and Snake. A new mission. Is that all? Upon hearing Bai Yu's explanation, everyone was left utterly bewildered. They understood each word he spoke, yet when strung together, they felt as if their minds were spinning, engulfed in confusion. Was this truly the arithmetic they had learned? While Bai Yu's methods seemed plausible, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake's speed was so swift that who could possibly compute such results in an instant? If one could not, then even if it were theoretically achievable, practically no one could accomplish it. As for why this prodigy was able to do so, one could only conclude that a prodigy remains a prodigy. Gazing at Bai Yu, everyone was filled with a complex array of emotions. So, have you all learned from this? After the explanation, Bai Yu could not help but gaze at the crowd with keen interest, inquiring, is that all wasted effort? Completely wasted. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, looking rather sheepish. The others were filled with a sense of complexity, unsure of how to respond. Ahem. All right, enough of that. Oscar, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already been subdued by Bai Yu. Hurry over and slay it. We mustn't linger, for danger lurks in delay. Zhao Wujing, noticing the snake was barely clinging to life, coughed lightly, interrupting Bai Yu, and urged Oscar to finish the creature off. I understand, Teacher Zhao. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Oscar quickly dispelled any distractions from his mind, acknowledged, and then drew forth a sharp dagger, hastening towards the serpent's head to execute the kill. However, just as Oscar was about to strike, a raspy yet commanding voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Stop. At the sound of the command, everyone turned to look in the direction from which it came. There, two figures were swiftly approaching from the forest, one old and one young. Both female. The elder woman donned a blue-purple robe, her hair white and meticulously styled, neatly pinned up with a hairpin. Despite her age, she appeared remarkably vigorous. In her hand, she held a serpent-headed staff, and around her were 6 prominent soul rings of yellow and purple, marking her as a 6-ring soul emperor. Beside the elderly woman stood a young girl clad in a blue-purple leather skirt that revealed her long legs, with striking blue-purple short hair, exuding an extraordinary charm. In terms of beauty, this girl was on par with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, though each possessed a distinct aura. In any case, she was undeniably lovely. Could that be Snake Matriarch Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran? Bai Yu immediately recognized the two approaching figures. He could not help but feel a flutter in his heart upon seeing the enchanting Meng Yiran. Though both were beautiful maidens, Meng Yiran could not compare to Zhu Zhuqing in stature, nor to Ning Rongrong in wealth. However, unlike Ning Rongrong, Meng Yiran was far more approachable. In the original tale, Tang San, who was of average appearance, managed to win Meng Yiran's favor after defeating her. Surely, Bai Yu, possessing a more handsome visage, would find success in winning her over with ease. Moreover, Meng Yiran's family resided in Balak City, which was a far cry from the circumstances of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were both at Shrek Academy. The prospect of deepening his bond with Meng Yiran without drawing attention was enticing to Bai Yu. As a transmigrator in this foreign realm, blessed with a golden opportunity, how could he not establish an illustrious crystal palace to honor his identity? While Bai Yu pondered how to entice Meng Yiran into a duel with him, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. New task refreshed and completed. Before Bai Yu could react, a properties panel suddenly appeared before him. Host, Bai Yu Bloodline. Human 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline. Awakening progress. 11. Martial soul. Blue silver king. Spirit bestowed. Blue silver emperor 39. Zanpakuto. Shallow strike. Evolution to Zanpakuto progress. 99. 12-winged elemental spirit royal techniques. Ta Ching Ju. Spirit bestowed. Upgrade progress. 7th third layer. Cultivation progress. 100. Dragon elephant prajna skill. Spirit bestowed. 12th layer. Progress. 36. 1. Yijing bone forging. Spirit bestowed. 10th layer. Progress. 100. Martial arts. Li Huajin Tong, Spirit Bestowed. Purple Extreme Demon I Upgrade Sun Flame. 23. Seed Jade Technique. Spirit Bestowed. Xian Jade Hand Upgrade Jade Bone. 2. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Spirit Bestowed. Position Attraction Rejection. 9. Sky Slaying Sword Technique. Spirit Bestowed. Body Slaying Ghost Shadow Misdirection. Spirit Bestowed. Mastery. 100. Duga 9 Swords. Spirit Bestowed. Mastery. 100. Arts. Sweet Dew Technique. Mastery. 6. Items. Storage Ring. 1000 cubic meters 1. Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena 100 consecutive victories. Reward. Spirit Bestowal Opportunity X1. Random Draw Opportunity X1 2. Subdue the Supreme Dragon Snake. Establish the foundation of a force. Reward. Spirit Bestowal Opportunity X1. Random Draw Opportunity X1 Subduing the Supreme Dragon Snake. Upon seeing the newly updated task on the Properties panel, Bai Yu was momentarily astonished. How could he possibly subdue the Supreme Dragon Snake? Although his true cultivation, due to practicing Ta Ching Ju, was comparable to that of a Soul King, he only possessed 2 soul rings. Previously, he had subdued Zhao Wujia, but that was only because Zhao Wujia had not exerted his full strength. Aside from his ultimate weapon, the electromagnetic cannon, and the Li Huajin Tong, he had utilized nearly all his available skills to finally subdue Zhao Wujia. However, compared to Zhao Wujia, the Supreme Dragon Snake couple was far more formidable. There was no need to mention Long Gong Mengshu's strength at the Soul Douluo level. The two could even execute a martial soul fusion skill, the Dragon Snake Combined Attack, capable of battling Tidal Douluo. Subduing and killing were entirely different matters. While you could utilize the electromagnetic cannon for a surprise attack, and even a Tidal Douluo would likely fall victim to his lethal strike. After all, Tidal Douluo could not always be in a martial soul-possessed state, and the defense of soul masters in their ordinary state was lamentably weak. However, subduing was a different challenge. He was merely a great soul master, and even if he absorbed a 3rd soul ring here, he would only reach the rank of Soul Zone. The imaginary hidden power behind him was non-existent, just as Bai Yu was feeling troubled. Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang had already brought Meng Iran before the crowd. As Chao Tianxiang approached, Zhao Wujia summoned his formidable golden bear martial soul, surrounded by 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. This caused Chao Tianxiang's expression to subtly change. May I inquire about your intentions? Upon summoning the formidable golden bear spirit, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon Chao Tianxiang, particularly fixated on the serpent staff she wielded. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Esteemed soul saint, I am Chao Tianxiang. This phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent was inadvertently injured by me and has since escaped to this location. Might I request a favor, allowing my granddaughter to claim this serpent?" Chao Tianxiang, though somewhat grave in demeanor, faced Zhao Wujia without excessive trepidation, performing a respectful gesture as she spoke. Chao Tianxiang, indeed, it must be the legendary dragon serpent. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Zhao Wujia's heart instantly resonated with understanding. He chuckled heartily, returning her greeting with a bow. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed elder of the dragon serpent lineage. I am Zhao Wujia. Truly an honor." However, Zhao continued, "I regret to inform you that I cannot relinquish this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, as I brought these children here to hunt soul beasts. And it was I who subdued this one for one of them." Zhao Wujia, the unmoved king. Chao Tianxiang recognized him immediately, her heart sinking at the realization. Before joining Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia was infamous in the Soul Master realm. Yet, Chao Tianxiang was reluctant to abandon her quest for a suitable soul beast for her granddaughter Meng Iran. Ah, so it is the unmoved king. That explains the encounter with such a youthful soul saint. Realizing Zhao's identity, Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted, though she quickly regained her composure, offering a smile before stating, "Let us proceed this way. I am older than you, so I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Zhao. I was the first to discover this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent and was the one who injured it. Unfortunately, it managed to escape. You can see the wounds I left on its body." She gestured towards the serpent's abdomen, revealing several deep gashes. "This serpent is a millennium-old soul beast. The children you lead, Brother Zhao, surely none among them can absorb it. Why not allow it to be entrusted to me? This serpent is crucial for my granddaughter's breakthrough to the soul sovereign level. Should you be willing to part with it, I assure you, I will repay your kindness manifold." With that, Chao Tianxiang again performed a respectful bow. Yet, Zhao Wujia felt a tinge of disdain at her remarks. Repayment in the future? What empty words are these? You wish to take the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent from us with mere talk. Regardless of your esteemed lineage, if the Dragon Lord were present, I would surely yield. However, here stands only you, Serpent Matron. I'm afraid that won't suffice, as one of my students also seeks a breakthrough to the Soul Sovereign level. And this serpent is precisely what he requires, Zhao Wujie replied, shaking his head. What? One of your students is also aiming for the Soul Sovereign breakthrough? Chao Tianxiang was taken aback. Is it him? She pointed incredulously at Dai Mubai. Among the children present, only Dai Mubai bore a resemblance in age to her granddaughter Meng Iran, while the others appeared noticeably younger. Given that her granddaughter was already a prodigy, recently achieving her own breakthrough, she found it hard to believe that someone younger could also be on the verge of such a leap. Not him. Zhao Wujie shook his head. Not him. This is increasingly hard to believe. Chao Tianxiang struggled to comprehend this revelation. If it were not Dai Mubai, then it implied that among these children, there existed someone with even greater potential than her granddaughter. Noticing her incredulity, Zhao Wujie feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, Alas! It appears Sister Chao is skeptical of my words. Children, summon your spirits and showcase the prowess of Shrek Academy. Upon his command, except for Bai Yu. The others summoned their spirits in unison. A cacophony of vibrant colors erupted as various soul rings ascended from beneath their feet, dazzling Chao Tianxiang's senses. What is this? As she beheld the impressive display of soul rings, each demonstrating optimal configurations, and noted that the youngest among them had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of academy is Shrek that it harbors so many prodigies? Some of them appear merely 12 or 13 years old. Yet they have already become Great Soul Masters. Such talent is remarkable. Sister Chao, do you now grasp that I speak the truth? Zhao Wujie reveled in her astonishment. Beckoning Oscar. By the way, this child is the one destined to absorb the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. If you sense closely, you will realize that I am indeed truthful. Taking a deep breath, Chao Tianxiang forced herself to regain her composure. After carefully perceiving the fluctuations of Oscar's soul power, it became evident that they were indeed similar to those of his granddaughter, Chao Tianxiang, suggesting he was also at level 30. This revelation cast a shadow over Chao Tianxiang's countenance. It turned out there was indeed a child capable of absorbing the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. Were they to resort to competing with the immovable king for the spirit? However, the immovable king was a soul sage, possessing both a higher cultivation level and a superior martial spirit than her own. Engaging in a confrontation seemed futile, as victory was uncertain. Grandmother, what should we do now? Are we to relinquish the phoenix-tailed chicken snake? Seeing that there truly was someone capable of absorbing the spirit ring, Meng Yiran felt a surge of urgency. She had followed her grandparents for an extended period in the Star Doe forest to find a spirit beast that met her expectations in both species and cultivation age. Brother Zhao, both our sides require the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. Neither of us would willingly concede. However, should we resort to conflict, it would ultimately be unwise. Perhaps we could adhere to the conventions of the spirit master community. You may let the child from your side who wishes to absorb the phoenix-tailed chicken snake compete with my granddaughter. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the spirit, Chao Tianxiang suggested. Her gaze steady as she turned to Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing her proposal, Zhao Wujie's expression turned somewhat peculiar. That may not be feasible. Not feasible? Brother Zhao, do you think I am unaware simply because my grandfather, Long Gong Mingshu, is not present? Chao Tianxiang's annoyance was palpable. Although her grandfather was absent, her suggestion was entirely fair, and Zhao Wujie's dismissal felt disrespectful. Please, Sister Chao, do not misconstrue my words. Your suggestion is indeed fair. But the child in question is not a combat-type spirit master, but rather a food-type spirit master, thus he would undoubtedly be no match for your granddaughter, Zhao Wujie explained. A smile crossing his face as he noted Chao Tianxiang's irritation. A food-type spirit master? Chao Tianxiang was taken aback. The child appeared to be no older than her granddaughter. If he was indeed a food-type spirit master, that would mean he was a 30-level food-type spirit master at merely 15 years of age. Such a notion was almost inconceivable. It was widely recognized that food-type and support-type spirit masters typically had the slowest cultivation rates. Discovering a food-type spirit master who could potentially reach level 30 at such a young age left Chao Tianxiang eager to recruit Oscar for their Longxi family. For a spirit master clan, securing a powerful food-type spirit master was akin to unearthing a gold mine, offering substantial benefits for the nurturing of future generations. Despite her excitement, Chao Tianxiang composed herself. The prospect of recruiting this food-type spirit master could wait. However, The contention over the phoenix-tailed chicken snake posed a dilemma. With the revelation that the child was a food-type spirit master, what was to be done about the ownership of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake? She furrowed her brow in contemplation. Zhao Wujie, sensing her dilemma, found himself in a quandary as well. Logically, besides Oscar, they did have other 30-level spirit masters on their side. Bai Yu was also at level 30, but would it be too unfair to have him fight? Yet, with Bai Yu not participating, Tang San and Xiao Wu were only at level 29, putting them at a disadvantage. After some consideration, Zhao Wujie resolved to have Bai Yu and Tang San compete. Bai Yu would surely be able to defeat Meng Yiran, and Tang San should manage as well. Although the peculiar weapons these youngsters had previously used against him were ineffective, they remained quite effective against spirit masters of the same level. Zhao Wujie was not one to exploit an advantage. He would allow Chao Tianxiang's granddaughter to choose. Even if she selected Bai Yu and lost, Zhao Wujie would still have done her a favor, and even Long Gong Ming-Shu would have no grounds for complaint. Very well, Sister Chao. I will select 2 capable children from among us to face your granddaughter, allowing her to choose one, Zhao Wujie stated. Glancing at the group behind him, Bai Yu, Tang San, stepped forward. Me? Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Bai Yu stepped forward with a sense of ease. Though he was surprised to see Tang San chosen as well. In his view, given Zhao Wujie's temperament, it would be expected that he would be the sole combatant under circumstances where victory was assured. Why then was Tang San also permitted to participate? Could it be due to a certain apprehension towards Long Gong Ming-Shu? Bai Yu pondered suddenly. Although Zhao Wujie harbored no fear of Shi Chao Tianxiang, it was evident that he held a significant trepidation towards Long Gong Ming-Shu. It seemed that allowing only himself to engage in battle was likely motivated by a concern that Shi Chao Tianxiang might divulge this matter to Long Gong Ming-Shu, potentially inviting trouble. After all, Ming-Shu's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering the outcome nearly a foregone conclusion. Thus, both he and Tang San were summoned to appear together, granting Shi Chao Tianxiang the liberty to choose. In such a scenario, even if she selected him and Meng Yiran inevitably faced defeat, there would be no grounds for her to instigate conflict. After all, Zhao Wujie granting her the freedom to choose already constituted a considerable concession. However, it was regrettable that neither he nor Tang San were opponents that Meng Yiran could hope to vanquish. As Bai Yu and Tang San stepped forward, Zhao Wujie immediately turned his gaze towards Chao Tianxiang. Pointing at Bai Yu and Tang San, he spoke in a hearty voice, Sister Chao. These 2 youngsters possess cultivation levels comparable to that of your granddaughter. Out of respect for you, I shall allow you to choose one as a rival for your granddaughter. Please, make your selection. Such confidence. Witnessing Zhao Wujie present 2 children for her to choose from, Chao Tianxiang could not help but feel a surge of skepticism. However, given Zhao Wujie's invitation to select, she felt no fear as long as the 2 children were of the great Soul Master realm. She held immense confidence in her granddaughter Meng Yiran's abilities. Yiran, please choose one, she urged. After listening to Zhao Wujie's words, Chao Tianxiang turned her gaze towards her granddaughter Meng Yiran and spoke, Shall I go? Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Meng Yiran did not hold back. Gripping her serpent staff, she stepped forward and began to assess Bai Yu and Tang San. As Meng Yiran gazed upon the white-feathered figure, her eyes lingered for a moment, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered within them. This young lad possesses remarkable good looks. Grandmother, I wish to challenge him. After a thorough examination, Meng Yiran pointed her serpent staff directly at Bai Yu and exclaimed, Are you challenging me? Upon hearing her words, Bai Yu's eyes flickered with an odd expression. Although he was eager for Meng Yiran to choose him for the duel, as a lecherous soul, he found himself somewhat tempted by her figure. However, he did not wish for her to be torn to shreds by Tang San's blue-silver grass, exposed to public ridicule. Yet, it seemed that choosing him was perhaps a stroke of misfortune for Miss Meng Yiran. Cough, sister, why not let your granddaughter reconsider? Does she truly wish to select Bai Yu? Bai Yu's strength was rather formidable, and sister, if your granddaughter chooses him, her chances of defeat are rather high. Upon seeing Meng Yiran's choice, Zhao Wujie felt a moment of relief, yet he could not help but feign a cough and shake his head in mock disapproval, offering a word of caution. However, Zhao Wujie's remarks only deepened Chao Tianxiang's suspicion. For, as far as she knew, Zhao Wujie had once been a notorious figure in the Soul Master realm. Could he genuinely possess such benevolence? Grandmother, I have made my choice. In response to Zhao Wujie's comment, Meng Yiran disregarded him entirely, firmly brandishing her serpent staff towards Bai Yu, affirming her decision. May I inquire why you have chosen me? Bai Yu, intrigued by her resolute choice, asked. Why? Because you are handsome. Meng Yiran replied, her tone brimming with conviction. Because I am handsome? Bai Yu was taken aback. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression darkened considerably. Such words were hardly pleasing to the ear. Among those surrounding Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong nearly burst into laughter. This was nothing short of blatant discrimination based on appearance. Yet, undeterred by Bai Yu's astonishment, Meng Yiran proudly placed her hands on her hips and continued. Did you think I was superficial? I assure you, my choice is well-founded. Through my nearly decade-long experience at the Soul Master Academy, I have observed that among Soul Masters of the same rank, the more attractive they are, the weaker their combat prowess tends to be. Conversely, those less aesthetically pleasing tend to possess greater strength. In the academy, handsome boys are often pursued by girls, leading them to neglect their training. Meanwhile, those deemed less attractive, lacking such attention, are compelled to hone their skills. Hence, your superior looks imply inferior strength, and I am determined to defeat you and claim the phoenix tail coxcomb serpent. After hearing Meng Yiran's explanation, Bai Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The notion that handsome individuals receive excessive admiration, resulting in weaker combat abilities, seemed quite plausible. However, the crux of the matter was that he possessed an advantage. His system ensured that even if he indulged in leisure, his cultivation and strength would not falter. Yet, this revelation was a sharp jab at Tang San's pride. Casting an odd glance at Tang San, Bai Yu noted his darkened demeanor, which spoke volumes. While Meng Yiran's words indirectly praised Tang San's strength, the reality was that Tang San's prowess was not superior to his, nor was his appearance particularly striking. Although Tang San might not place great value on looks, being publicly criticized by a beautiful girl was a blow to anyone's ego. As Bai Yu silently mourned for Tang San, Meng Yiran stepped forward, ready to engage him in battle. Meng Yiran, Wuhuan Serpent Staff, level 30, second ring Soul Master, she declared, thrusting her serpent staff diagonally at Bai Yu. Seeing that Meng Yiran was prepared, Bai Yu touched his nose and stepped forward, positioning himself opposite her. Bai Yu, Wuhuan Blue Silvergrass, level 30, second ring Soul Master. Your Wuhuan is blue silvergrass? Both Meng Yiran and Xiao Tianxiang were taken aback, their expressions transforming into a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Such a useless Wuhuan, and you have managed to reach level 30 at such a young age? Meng Yiran questioned, her incredulity palpable. I suppose I am a rare exception, as I possess innate full soul power. Bai Yu shrugged, chuckling lightly. Innate full soul power? While Meng Yiran and Xiao Tianxiang still regarded him with some skepticism, their doubts began to dissipate. If he truly possessed innate full soul power, it was indeed plausible. Very well, summon your Wuhuan. Let us engage in a battle to determine the rightful owner of the phoenix tail coxcomb serpent. After receiving Bai Yu's response, Meng Yiran gazed at him and exclaimed once more, summon your martial spirit? I have no intention of doing so, for my strength is far too formidable. If I were to summon my martial spirit, you would likely succumb in a single strike. It would be best for you to attack directly. In response to Meng Yiran's words, Bai Yu sighed and shook his head. He was a man who cherished the delicate, and to vanquish such a beautiful young lady in an instant would be a grievous blow to her pride. However, upon hearing Bai Yu's remarks, Meng Yiran was instantly consumed by anger. This insufferable fellow, though handsome in appearance, had a tongue that was exceedingly vexing. Arrogant fool! You think I cannot withstand a single strike from you? I shall see for myself the extent of your power. As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, the furious Meng Yiran could not help but stomp her foot on the ground. With an angry cry, she brandished her serpent staff and charged towards Bai Yu. Come and take it. Tomorrow marks the release of my work. I wish to promote it as usual, yet I feel there is little to offer. Reflecting on the shocking tale of UC, where I mentioned that my family had unexpectedly welcomed 7 younger brothers, leaving my parents overwhelmed and my grandfather toiling away in the fields to make a living, I find myself in dire straits. In my struggle to support my family, I have nearly found myself homeless and without food. However, I fear that if any well-meaning friend genuinely believes my plight and offers me a job, it would be quite embarrassing. While writing does not yield substantial income, I reside in a small county where expenses are modest and I am devoid of romantic entanglements. So it is of little concern. Ultimately, I cherish my freedom and prefer to avoid social interactions. Yet, after years of writing, I have consistently faced setbacks, with my best initial subscription barely exceeding 300, which is quite disheartening. I sincerely hope this book can break through barriers. If possible, I kindly ask for your support. Subscribing would be ideal, but even an initial subscription would be appreciated. I would also like to encourage everyone to subscribe on QQ Reading. If that is not feasible, perhaps consider Qijian, where one can watch advertisements to earn coins without financial burden. Your support through advertisements sustains me. The better this book performs, the more frequently I will update. Additionally, I wish to announce the launch schedule. The book will be available tomorrow around noon, with a guaranteed 10 updates. For every additional 100 initial subscriptions beyond 500, I will add another update. Starting from the launch, for every 20 monthly votes on QQ Reading, I will provide an extra update. After the launch, I will ensure a minimum of 4 updates, and I hope for your continued support. By the way, the book may undergo a reverse chapter release tomorrow, so if you haven't finished reading, please hurry. Chapter 87. Only I feel for Meng Yiran, incensed by Bai Yu's words. Meng Yiran charged at him, her anger palpable. As she approached, she aimed her serpent staff at him and struck fiercely. However, Bai Yu, with a resigned shake of his head, reflected that he spoke only the truth. Why be so angry? It was quite alarming. While others merely sought the outcome of this battle, he found himself empathetic towards Meng Yiran. As Meng Yiran swung her serpent staff, Bai Yu remained unperturbed. After a moment of regret, he reached out to grasp the staff. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a sudden impulse surged within him. Activating his demon force field, an invisible repelling force erupted from him, radiating outward and pushing Meng Yiran away. What on earth? As an unseen force thrust her backward, Meng Yiran lost her balance and fell, panic overtaking her. In that instant, Bai Yu seized the serpent staff, pulling it towards him with a force that Meng Yiran could not resist. Realizing her weapon was being taken, Meng Yiran was thrown into a state of alarm. She had never encountered such an outrageous situation before. Stop, she cried out, desperate to reclaim her staff. Yet, Bai Yu yanked it roughly towards him, causing her to tumble into his embrace. Just as she lunged forward, Bai Yu unexpectedly released his grip and pivoted to the side. Just as Meng Yiran was on the verge of missing her target, Bai Yu suddenly appeared behind her, seizing her from behind. His left arm constricted around her neck, while his right hand rested beside it. You have lost. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yu subdued Meng Yiran. His right hand poised like a claw beside her delicate neck, accompanied by a soft chuckle. Witnessing Bai Yu's swift triumph over her granddaughter, Snake Woman Tianxiang's face was a portrait of shock and disbelief. She had presumed that Bai Yu's decision to engage Meng Yiran without even summoning his martial spirit was nothing short of arrogance, and he would undoubtedly be defeated. Yet, to her astonishment, Meng Yiran was subdued in an instant. It was utterly incredulous that someone could, with bare hands, vanquish a soul master who had summoned their martial spirit. Was this a jest? I have not yet lost. Realizing she had been so abruptly overpowered, her arms completely immobilized, and feeling the refreshing aura emanating from Bai Yu, Meng Yiran's face flushed with embarrassment, her body somewhat weakened as she indignantly exclaimed, having just boasted so grandly, to be so decisively defeated left her unwilling to accept the outcome. Second soul skill, serpent body, unable to move her arms and thus unable to wield her martial spirit. The serpent staff, Meng Yiran let out a frustrated cry and activated her second soul skill, serpent body. This skill allowed her body to become as supple and agile as that of a serpent. In the serpentine form, Meng Yiran's physique exhibited an astonishing degree of suppleness. For instance, her body could abruptly invert, rendering her lower half impervious to the constraints imposed by Bai Yu, allowing her to ensnare Bai Yu's head with her legs. However, due to Meng Yiran's attire, when she unexpectedly captured Bai Yu's head with a lethal scissor kick, Bai Yu found herself enveloped by a skirt, glimpsing something she ought not to have seen, a hue of blue-violet. A fleeting thought crossed Bai Yu's mind. Shrouded by Meng Yiran's skirt, she was momentarily deprived of her vision. Seizing this opportunity, leveraging her remarkable flexibility and agility, Meng Yiran forcefully extricated her upper body from Bai Yu's grasp, akin to a snake. With a flustered yet indignant exclamation, Meng Yiran propelled herself upward, delivering a swift kick aimed at Bai Yu's head. You wretched creature, you've taken advantage of me. Yet, just as Meng Yiran's kick connected with Bai Yu's head, the perfected state of the Zhuangyu Ju activated automatically, transforming Bai Yu's skin to a lustrous white jade hue in response to the assault. Under the dual influence of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and the Seed Jade technique, Bai Yu felt untroubled. However, Meng Yiran was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful rebound force that surged through her legs, causing excruciating pain. With a panicked scream, she was instantly propelled away. Oh no! Upon witnessing Meng Yiran being launched away by the rebound effect stemming from the perfected realm of his Seed Jade technique, Bai Yu realized she was on a collision course with a large tree. He quickly activated the Spiral 9 Shadows, transforming himself into a fleeting specter that shot into the air, catching Meng Yiran mid-flight. In comparison to the Ghostly Shadow technique, which excels in evasive maneuvers and short-distance movements, the Spiral 9 Shadows is superior in long-distance dashes and straight-line sprints. Are you all right? In mid-air, Bai Yu tenderly embraced Meng Yi, who, feeling flustered, managed to stammer, I'm fine, realizing that her surprise attack had not only failed but had also resulted in her being rescued by the enemy. Meng Yi felt a deep sense of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, the warmth of Bai Yu's embrace and the refreshing, natural aura he exuded inexplicably provided her with a soothing sense of security. This infuriating fellow seemed to have spoken no falsehoods earlier, and he indeed displayed a gentler side. As she gazed at Bai Yu, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Nearby, Ning Rongrong clenched her delicate fists, her heart filled with envy as she witnessed the tender exchange between Bai Yu and Meng Yi. How can this insufferable man be so gentle with other girls while treating me so harshly, when clearly her attributes are not significantly greater than mine? Similarly, Zhu Xuqing felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart at the sight of Bai Yu cradling Meng Yi in midair, as if something she cherished had been taken from her. However, she quickly recognized that her feelings were misguided, startled by her own reaction. Why am I feeling this way? Bai Yu and I are merely classmates. There's no need for such tension. Reflecting on Bai Yu's previous gentleness towards her and his current kindness towards an adversary, she concluded that he must inherently be a gentle soul. Yet, had Bai Yu been privy to Zhu Xuqing's thoughts at that moment, he would likely have shrugged and chuckled. I am not a gentle person. I am merely an ordinary fellow with a penchant for beauty. After catching Meng Yi from the air and gently placing her down upon their descent, Bai Yu observed the astonishment of Chao Tianxiang, who, having recovered from the shock of Bai Yu's remarkable strength, stepped forward and politely clasped her hands in gratitude. I sincerely thank you, young master, for your mercy towards Iran. Recognizing the extraordinary prowess of Bai Yu, Chao Tianxiang now regarded him as a disciple nurtured by a formidable power, and thus refrained from any undue offense. Indeed, Bai Yu had shown great leniency towards Meng Yi. You were too kind, senior snake lady. After releasing Meng Yiran, Bai Yu offered a faint smile. In this contest, it appears that my side is lost. According to our agreement, this phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake shall belong to you. Iran, let us depart. Having lost the contest alongside Bai Yu, Chao Tianxiang expressed her acceptance of defeat and prepared to leave with Meng Yiran. However, just as Chao Tianxiang turned away, a sudden cry of pain from Meng Yiran pierced the air. Oh no! Initially poised to take Meng Yiran away, Chao Tianxiang halted abruptly upon hearing Meng Yiran's exclamation of distress. She swiftly turned back and witnessed Meng Yiran collapsing to the ground. Yiran, what has happened? Seeing Meng Yiran fall, Chao Tianxiang felt a surge of alarm and hurried towards her. Grandmother, I think I'm injured. Meng Yiran, suppressing her pain, placed her delicate hand near her ankle. To her dismay, the once fair ankle was now distinctly swollen and red. Earlier, when Bai Yu had embraced her, she had not noticed the injury. It was only now, as she attempted to walk, that she realized the force from kicking Bai Yu had somehow injured her ankle. And the pain was now unbearable. Let me take a look. Noticing Meng Yiran's injury, Bai Yu perceived yet another opportunity to showcase his abilities and promptly approached her side. Kneeling down, he then activated the Divine Rain technique, quickly forming a sphere of life energy, which he gently pressed against Meng Yiran's ankle, beginning to massage the area tenderly. Under the control of Bai Yu, a rich essence of life continuously flowed into Meng Yiran's ankles. Under the nourishment of vitality, Meng Yiran's swollen ankle quickly returned to normal. As Bai Yu gently massaged her ankle, a blush involuntarily crept onto Meng Yiran's cheeks. However, under the effects of Bai Yu's healing technique, she soon discovered that the swelling on her right ankle had rapidly subsided, leaving her astonished. Oh, it seems to no longer hurt. Is this a support-type soul skill? But isn't your martial soul blue silvergrass? How could you possess a support-type soul skill? Looking at Bai Yu, Meng Yiran could hardly believe her eyes. Is that so strange? It's merely a development of soul skills. In fact, I forgot to mention that I am a support-type soul master. Bai Yu shrugged and flashed a smug smile. You are a support-type soul master? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, both Meng Yiran and snake woman Chao Tianxiang were momentarily taken aback, subsequently gazing at Bai Yu with disbelief. Are you truly a support-type soul master? Meng Yiran's eyes reflected her skepticism. Previously, when Bai Yu had defeated her, his displayed prowess had seemingly surpassed that of a soul sovereign. How could he possibly be a support-type soul master with such feeble combat abilities? Indeed, Bai Yu is a support-type soul master, albeit an unconventional one. You two need not delve too deeply, Zhao Wujie exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to ease the atmosphere. It seems to truly confirm the saying, the world is vast and full of wonders. We were too narrow-minded in our assumptions. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Snakewoman Chao Tianxiang took a deep breath, reflecting, Brother Zhao, you have indeed cultivated an exceptional disciple. After casting a lingering glance at Zhao Wuji, the serpent matriarch, Tang San prepared to depart with her granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Bai Yu, though we have lost this contest, may I request to behold your martial soul before we take our leave? You refrained from summoning it during the match. Surely, now is an opportune moment? As Chao Tianxiang was preparing to depart, Meng Yiran rose with a serious glint in her beautiful eyes, eager to witness Bai Yu's martial spirit. This is certainly permissible, but should you be privy to it, do not be overly astonished. Upon hearing Meng Yiran's request, Bai Yu scratched his nose. I am simply too exceptional. This applies to both my person and my martial spirit, as well as my soul rings. Meng Yiran, reassured, replied, rest assured, it is merely a glimpse. After all, I hail from a prestigious family and am not one to be easily astonished. Although she held some skepticism toward Bai Yu's words, she affirmed her stance. Behind her. Upon hearing Bai Yu's declaration, the snake matriarch Chao Tianxiang turned with curiosity. She too wished to ascertain whether Bai Yu's martial spirit was indeed blue silvergrass. Even with innate full soul power, how could a martial spirit like blue silvergrass, which pales in comparison to top-tier beast martial spirits such as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, have allowed him to effortlessly defeat his granddaughter Meng Yiran? There had to be more to the story. Very well, observe closely. Bai Yu stepped back a few paces, cleared his throat, and began to prepare for the summoning of his blue-silver king martial spirit. Brother Yu is about to show off again. Tang San, familiar with Bai Yu's tendencies, shook his head in mild amusement. Yet he pondered, was this truly entertaining? Blue-silver grass martial spirit appear. After taking a few steps back, Bai Yu felt a stirring in his heart and promptly summoned his blue-silver king martial soul. In an instant, with a flash of blue light from his right hand, a series of tendrils, resembling blue crystals yet interwoven with golden fibers, emerged from his grasp. Simultaneously, two deep purple soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, encircling him in a mesmerizing display. This was astonishing. Upon witnessing Bai Yu's summoning of the blue-silver king martial soul, Meng Yiran and Shipa Xiangxiang were momentarily filled with uncertainty. However, the sight of the two deep purple soul rings rising from Bai Yu's feet left them utterly astounded, prompting involuntary exclamations of disbelief. The first two soul rings were actually a millennium in age. How could this be possible? I previously mentioned that you should prepare yourselves mentally. It was merely 2 millennium soul rings, nothing to be astonished about. Observing the shock etched on Shipa Xiangxiang and Meng Yiran's faces, Bai Yu sighed in resignation before retracting his blue-silver king martial soul, causing the surrounding soul rings to vanish as well. Are you even speaking human language? Upon hearing Bai Yu's boastful remarks, Shipa Xiangxiang felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with her serpent staff out of sheer frustration. Indeed, while the 2 millennium soul rings, as one as cultivation advanced, would ultimately pale in comparison to 10,000-year soul rings, their significance in early-stage battles was unparalleled, ensuring dominance among opponents of the same rank. This young man, possessing both strength and character, how could he lack the ability to convey himself appropriately? Yet, this frustration was merely a reflection of Xiangxiang's inner turmoil. Upon witnessing that the first 2 soul rings of Bai Yu were indeed a millennium old, Chao Tianxiang became increasingly convinced that Bai Yu was no ordinary individual. Moreover, he had previously claimed that his martial soul was blue silvergrass. Those tendrils, resembling blue crystals, could they truly be blue silvergrass? She was not blind. Truly, young Master Bai Yu is a prodigious talent. The fact that his first 2 soul rings are of 1,000 years is unprecedented and perhaps will remain unparalleled in the future. Just now, she felt immensely grateful for his leniency. After regaining her composure from the indignation caused by Bai Yu's arrogance, she calmly cupped her hands and bowed once more towards Bai Yu. After casting a profound glance at Bai Yu, she turned to leave with her granddaughter, Meng Yiran. Her gratitude towards Bai Yu stemmed from the fact that he refrained from resolving the matter with a single strike against Meng Yiran. Had Bai Yu employed the millennium soul skill of his martial spirit, blue silvergrass, to swiftly defeat her granddaughter, it would have undoubtedly inflicted a tremendous psychological blow on the young girl. After Snake Lady and Meng Yiran departed, the members of Shrek Academy immediately gathered around. You go. What was it like to hold Meng Yiran just now? With their departure, the mischievous and rotund Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, a playful grin adorning his face as he approached Bai Yu. Oh, it was nothing significant. It was merely a coincidence. I was just concerned she might fall, which is why I rushed over to catch her. As for any particular sensation, I paid no heed to that. When Ma Hongjun approached, he discovered that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also nearby. Bai Yu immediately raised an eyebrow, signaling his innocence. Upon realizing the impact of his words, Ning Rongrong's previously tense expression instantly relaxed. Meanwhile, a subtle softening appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cool and delicate face. Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh in relief. To play the role of a scoundrel, one must remain vigilant at all times. Before the opportune moment arrives, it is imperative to remain undisclosed. Chapter 89. The Titan Giant Ape Strikes. Why am I the one being captured? Humph. That rotund fellow. Does he think that Boss Bai Yu is as lecherous as he is? Boss Bai Yu merely acts out of goodwill, concerned that the individual named Meng Iran might come to harm. Beside them, upon witnessing Ma Hongjuan's persistent curiosity about Bai Yu's embrace of Meng Iran, Xiao Wu abruptly shoved Ma Hongjuan away, crossing her arms with a look of disdain. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's remarks, Ma Hongjuan felt somewhat speechless, scratching his head while muttering to himself, "We are all men. Who doesn't know one another? Which man is devoid of an appreciation for beauty? Such men are either fools or eunuchs. Enough. Let us all maintain silence." After the snake woman and Meng Iran departed, Zhao Wuji promptly clapped his hands to silence the crowd, then turned his gaze towards Oscar. "Oscar, swiftly eliminate this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to prevent any unforeseen complications." "Understood, Teacher Zhao," Oscar replied, hastily retrieving the dagger he had previously used. He strode purposefully towards the nearly lifeless phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, this time with no one to hinder him. Oscar successfully plunged the dagger into the snake's eye, piercing its brain and ending its life. In an instant, countless purple motes began to emanate from the snake's body. Before long, a millennia-old purple soul ring materialized from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar then seated himself beside the snake's remains and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood vigilantly around him. The hours swiftly passed, and by midnight, after 4 or 5 hours of dedicated absorption, Oscar triumphed in assimilating the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring, acquiring the same flying mushroom sausage as described in the original text. After the formidable prowess of the flying mushroom intestines was unveiled, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although auxiliary spirit masters have previously acquired similar soul abilities, the issue lies in the fact that such potent soul skills have always emerged in the later stages. Never has anyone possessed such power at the third soul skill. Upon learning that Oscar's flying mushroom sausage could bestow the ability of flight upon consumption, everyone was filled with exhilaration and urged Oscar to create some flying mushroom sausages so they could experience the joy of soaring through the skies. After indulging in this delightful adventure, they tidied up their belongings, preparing to rest for the night before embarking on a quest with Bai Yu to seek out the third soul ring beast for hunting. However, Bai Yu harbored little concern regarding Zhao Wuji's assistance in the hunt, for he was aware that the Titan Great Ape would come to take Xiao Wu away the following day. At that juncture, he intended to seize the opportunity to discreetly depart from the group and seek out the soul beast imbued with the ultimate soul-absorbing ability. As indicated on the System S-Map panel, Bai Yu's decision was not born out of arrogance, but rather a strategic inclination to accomplish the task of subduing the formidable dragon serpent. He believed that pursuing this mission alone would afford him the flexibility to capitalize on any opportunity that might arise, enhancing his chances of success. Conversely, remaining with Zhao Wuji and the Shrek Academy team would undoubtedly complicate matters. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the group awoke from their slumber, and after addressing their breakfast needs, Tang San suddenly informed Zhao Wuji that he had achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level through a night of diligent cultivation. This revelation brought an immediate smile to Zhao Wuji's face, prompting him to gather everyone to pack up the tents before setting off to help Bai Yu and Tang San find suitable soul beasts for hunting. However, just as they were finishing their preparations to depart, the ground began to tremble violently beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. Sensing the quaking earth, Zhao Wuji instinctively raised his hand to halt the group, his expression a blend of tension and gravity. "Wait, it seems something is approaching," he exclaimed. After a moment of careful observation, he turned his gaze toward the source of the vibrations. The others, equally anxious and curious, followed his lead. It was the Titan Great Ape. As Bai Yu gazed toward the source of the commotion, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Through the fiery golden pupils, he discerned in the distance an endless expanse of forest, where a colossal ape, towering several dozen meters tall, its muscles taut and sinewy, and enveloped in a gray-brown hue, was leaping with remarkable agility, rapidly approaching his direction. The tremors felt beneath his feet were the result of the Titan ape's powerful landings with each bound. A Titan ape? How could such a formidable spirit beast appear here? Upon Bai Yu's recognition of the Titan Great Ape's identity, Zhao Wuji swiftly discerned the same. His astonishment palpable as he gasped in disbelief. The Titan Great Ape, a soul beast perched at the pinnacle of the food chain, typically resides only within the inner sanctums of the Stardoe forest. Furthermore, this particular Titan Great Ape stood an imposing several dozen meters tall, its cultivation undoubtedly surpassing 10,000 years. How could such a creature manifest in the outskirts? You all must flee swiftly, depart from this place at once, while I endeavor to hold it back. Upon discovering the impending threat of the Titan Ape, Zhao Wujie could not help but turn to the crowd and bellow urgently for them to flee. In the face of a Titan Ape that had existed for at least 10,000 years, even Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, felt no confidence in halting the creature's advance. His only aim was to delay it as much as possible. The very mention of the Titan Ape caused alarm among the group, aside from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were still unaware of the nature of this soul beast. Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Tang San all exhibited expressions of profound concern. As for Xiaowu, she appeared hesitant, as if struggling to express her thoughts. Follow me, quickly. With the Titan Ape approaching, Dai Mubai swiftly entered his martial spirit manifestation state, roaring as he swung his arms, leading the charge away from the Titan Ape's path. As they witnessed Dai Mubai's retreat, the others hurriedly followed suit. Mighty Diamond Bear, manifest, he declared, activating his 7th soul skill, embodying his martial spirit. As the crowd fled in a state of panic, Zhao Wujie stood his ground, unleashing a furious roar. He consecutively activated his martial soul manifestation, the true form of his martial soul, and all the soul skills that augmented his power. After a furious roar, Zhao Wujie seemed to transform into a true mighty golden bear, instantaneously becoming a streak of golden light that charged towards the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, leisurely fleeing while glancing back, witnessed Zhao Wujie, whose entire being appeared to pulsate with golden soul energy, colliding with the Titan giant ape. He was exerting all his strength to resist the Titan's onslaught. Yet, with a mere impatient growl, the Titan giant ape swatted Zhao Wujie away effortlessly, sending him crashing into a nearby forest. Subsequently, the Titan giant ape turned its gaze towards the direction in which the crowd was fleeing and leaped, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Amidst a series of earth-shattering tremors, the Titan giant ape surged toward the crowd. There was no escape. Everyone braced themselves for a fight. After Zhao Wujie's was sent flying by a powerful swipe from the Titan giant ape, the beast quickly closed in on them without any hindrance. As it drew nearer, Dai Mubai could not contain his fury and bellowed, turning to confront the Titan giant ape in a desperate battle. Since retreat was futile, they would fight. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. 1st soul skill, Bind. 1st soul skill, Thunderbind. In an instant, those capable of ranged attacks unleashed their skills upon the Titan giant ape. However, whether it was Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave or Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fireline, none of their attacks managed to penetrate the Titan giant ape's tough hide. Tang San and Bai Yu's Blue Silver Grass and Blue Silver King, which they had summoned to ensnare the Titan giant ape, were effortlessly shattered. This was disastrous. Witnessing their attacks yield no results, a sense of dread enveloped everyone, save for Bai Yu and Xiao Wu. As the Titan giant ape closed in, Bai Yu wore a grave expression, yet remained composed internally, already preparing for his next move. When the Titan giant ape seized Xiao Wu, he would be the first to pursue, seizing the opportunity to break away from the group. On the other side, as the Titan giant ape approached and laid eyes on Xiao Wu, a flicker of surprise and joy flashed in its eyes. Its sister Xiao Wu. Yet, despite its excitement, the Titan giant ape recalled that the beast god emperor had emerged from his seclusion. If it were to bring back Xiao Wu, who had chosen to transform, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of hesitation, the Titan giant ape resolved not to capture Xiao Wu but instead, guided by the ancient tree leaves in its grasp, shifted its gaze to Bai Yu. The child of nature is actually human. The Titan giant ape was filled with confusion and disbelief upon realizing that the target indicated by the ancient tree was a human. Nevertheless, the guidance of the ancient tree leaves was infallible. The Titan giant ape decided to seize this human first. As for any complications, those would be left for the beast god emperor and the master to handle. With this thought in mind, the Titan giant ape quickly closed the distance to the group and reached out with a colossal hand, aiming directly for Bai Yu. What? Why me? Bai Yu was taken aback, his mind racing as he realized the Titan giant ape was not reaching for Xiao Wu but for him instead. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Did Ming come here not to find her? Chapter 90. Bai Yu captured. Sword Douluo arrives. 410. Seeking monthly votes. Brother Yu, be careful. Bai Yu, watch out. The crowd erupted in alarm as they witnessed the Titan giant ape extend its hand toward Bai Yu, with Ning Rongrong's voice ringing out in particular urgency and panic. At that moment, Zhu Qing's usually serene expression transformed into one of deep concern and anxiety. First soul skill, bind. From afar, witnessing Bai Yu in peril, Tang San summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit. With a powerful shout, he activated his first soul skill, bind. In an instant, numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, wildly wrapping around the Titan giant ape's massive form. However, the Titan giant ape's visage betrayed a hint of irritation at the sight of the summoned blue-silver grass. Although these vines posed no tangible threat, their touch was annoyingly ticklish. With a furious roar, the Titan giant ape unleashed a terrifying wave of black soul power, sweeping outward like a tempest and obliterating the blue-silver grass into dust. Its hand, undeterred, continued its advance toward Bai Yu. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted from the side, leaping atop a nearby tree before launching itself at the Titan giant ape. It was Zhu Qing, empowered by her martial spirit. In the air, Zhu Qing unfurled her gleaming claws, her serene and resolute face brimming with determination, vowing to rescue Bai Yu. At this moment, Bai Yu had supplanted Daimu Bai as her sole beacon of hope. However, just as Zhu Qing was about to pounce upon the Titan giant ape, an invisible force suddenly erupted, pushing her back. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in her ear. It was Bai Yu's telepathic message. Do not worry about me. This Titan giant ape harbors no ill intent towards me, and I have a guardian behind me. I am merely observing its intentions. Do not act foolishly. Although Bai Yu felt a swirl of uncertainty regarding the Titan giant ape's approach, after acquiring his awakened form, he had become remarkably attuned to the aura of hostility. Yet, he sensed no trace of malice emanating from the Titan giant ape. It was evident that the creature bore him no ill will. He was intrigued to discover the Titan giant ape's intentions in seizing him. Of course, an equally pressing matter was that escape was no longer an option. The Titan giant ape was too close for him to evade. Even if he desired to unleash an electromagnetic cannon now, it would be too late. Nevertheless, as the Titan giant ape reached out to grasp him, Bai Yu was not one to sit idly by. Although he was undoubtedly no match for the Titan giant ape, he was eager to ascertain whether he could compel the creature to retreat with a full exertion of his power. Gazing at the colossal hand approaching ever closer, Bai Yu activated the Jade technique in the Flying Cotton Force, while simultaneously delving into his mental realm, allowing his awakened form to take control of his body. Preparing to confront the Titan giant ape with all his might. Bang! After making all the necessary preparations, Bai Yu suddenly stomped his foot onto the ground with great force. With a thunderous bang, cracks spread across the surface like a spider's web. The explosive force of the demonic energy field surged forth, merging with the entirety of his physical might. In that instant, Bai Yu's body transformed into a mere shadow, akin to a cannonball propelled forward with incredible velocity. With a piercing rush of air, the body seized by the Titan ape was propelled outward in an instant. Finally, it collided with the hand of the Titan ape. Boom! Amidst a cacophony of dull rumblings, a potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the outstretched palm of the Titan giant ape, propelling a howling tempest that swept in all directions, sending the fallen leaves on the ground swirling into the air. However, despite Bai Yu's full-force collision, the Titan giant ape remained unfazed, which was rather peculiar. This human did not flee. Instead, he moved toward my hand. How strange. Could it be that this human is not truly human, but rather a natural offspring of our spirit beast lineage, akin to Sister Xiao Wu? Yet, I thought little of it. After seizing Bai Yu, the Titan giant ape swiftly turned and bounded deeper into the Stardow forest. Alas, with my current strength, I am indeed no match for the Titan giant ape. Captured in the grip of the Titan giant ape, Bai Yu could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Although his dragon elephant prajna technique was nearing completion, his strength was still around 30,000 pounds. The Titan giant ape, on the other hand, was a 100,000-year spirit beast, renowned for its might and defense as a top-tier spirit beast species. In terms of sheer power, even a rank 99 title Douluo would likely struggle against the Titan giant ape. It was perfectly reasonable that I could not contend with it. Bai Yu. Upon witnessing Bai Yu being taken away, Ning Rongrong could not help but scream, attempting to chase after the fleeing Titan giant ape, only to be grasped firmly by Zhu Qing. What do you intend to do? Upon seizing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing coldly declared, "Release me. I must rescue Bai Yu. That villain has been captured by that colossal gorilla. If I do not act swiftly, he is surely doomed." Struggling against Zhu Qing's grasp, Ning Rongrong's delicate features were now blurred by tears, her voice choked with emotion as she desperately attempted to break free in pursuit of the Titan great ape. Calm yourself. Setting aside the question of whether we can catch up to the Titan Great Ape, even if we were to succeed, our strength is insufficient to save Bai Yu. We must wait for teacher Zhao to arrive. Observing Ning Rongrong's tear-streaked face, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and spoke with a chilling tone. Her concern for Bai Yu's predicament was no less than that of Ning Rongrong. Yet, due to Bai Yu's earlier words, Zhu Zhuqing chose to place her faith in him. After all, if the Titan Great Ape harbored malicious intent towards Bai Yu, it could have easily dispatched him with a mere swipe of its hand. Yet, it had not. However, this was a secret between her and Bai Yu, one she could never divulge to Ning Rongrong. Curse it! How could the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, possibly appear on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? As Zhu Zhuqing grasped Ning Rongrong, she was forcefully struck away by the Titan Giant Ape. At that moment, Zhao Wujie, in a disheveled state with his hair resembling a chaotic nest, staggered back from the distance, spitting out fragments of leaves and dirt, his expression growing increasingly grim. Upon noticing the absence of one among them and learning that Bai Yu had been captured by the Titan Giant Ape, Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened even further. Teacher Zhao, Bai Yu has been taken by the Titan Giant Ape. He is undoubtedly in grave danger. We must rescue him. Upon learning of Bai Yu's capture, Ning Rongrong turned to Zhao Wujie with a face full of pleading. Teacher Zhao, we are from the same academy. We cannot abandon anyone. Beside her, Tang San also expressed unwavering determination. However, in contrast to Ning Rongrong and Tang San, Xiao Wu, who had always been a devoted admirer of Bai Yu, now wore a conflicted expression, seemingly at a loss for words. Our Shrek Academy will not forsake anyone. Oscar, hurry and produce some flying mushroom sausages. We must pursue. Under the counsel of Ning Rongrong and Tang San, Zhao Wujie exhibited a moment of hesitation, but ultimately inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards Oscar, and solemnly announced his intention to pursue and rescue Bai Yu. However, just as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, amidst a sudden sound that pierced the air, a radiant beam of silver sword light shot forth from the distant horizon, hovering above the heads of the gathered crowd. Shortly thereafter, a gentle voice resonated. At last, I have found you. Which of you is Bai Yu? Step forward. By the end of this proclamation, the voice had taken on a commanding tone, filled with intensity. However, upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. When she turned around, incredulity washed over her as she beheld the familiar figure standing upon a silver sword in the sky. Her face lit up with delight. Grandfather's Sword. Chapter 91. Ning Rongrong's Plea. Sword Douluo versus Titan Giant Ape. 510. Ning Rongrong's grandfather's sword. Could it be Sword Douluo? At the sound of Ning Rongrong's exclamation of joy, everyone was taken aback and turned their gaze skyward to the figure poised on the silver sword. Xiao Wu hastily sought refuge behind Tang San. Rongrong, it has been too long. How have you fared? Sword Douluo, clad in a flowing robe that danced in the air, felt a swell of warmth in his heart at Ning Rongrong's evident joy. His care for this granddaughter had not been in vain. Rongrong, I have come specifically to seek justice for you. Is there a lad named Bai Yu among you? He has bullied you before, but fear not. I am here to make him pay. Grandfather's Sword. Upon hearing Sword Douluo mentioned by Yu, Ning Rongrong's earlier joy was swiftly replaced by sorrow. Her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she spoke. What is it, Rongrong? Do not cry. Rest assured, I will teach that boy a harsh lesson for you. Sword Douluo, witnessing her sudden display of distress, felt a pang of anxiety. He swiftly descended on his 7-killing sword martial spirit, landing before Ning Rongrong and producing a clean handkerchief to dry her tears. In his mind, he believed that mentioning the bullying incident had caused her distress. No, Grandfather Sword, Bai Yu did not bully me. He has been very kind to me. However, he has now been captured by a Titan Giant Ape, and you must save him. You are the only one who can. Hearing Sword Douluo's misunderstanding about Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong clutched his sleeve, her voice choked with emotion as she implored him to rescue Bai Yu. Not bullied. Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's words, a question mark forming in his mind as confusion enveloped him. How could that be? The guards who protected Rongrong previously reported that she was bullied. They would not lie. Then it struck him. When had Rongrong become so concerned for someone else? Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon Sword Douluo. Previously, Ning Rongrong had been the fearless little witch of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, never caring for others, as it was always others who cared for her. Yet now, she was genuinely worried about someone, particularly a male who had once bullied her. In that instant, Sword Douluo felt a tumult of emotions, realizing the implications of this newfound concern. Alas, After nurturing my little cabbage for so many years, she is ultimately enamored by some wild boy. How infuriating. Sword Douluo was filled with both anger and helplessness. For he understood that his little cabbage would inevitably grow up and one day marry, a reality that even he and Old Bone could not prevent. However, he was determined to discover what kind of rogue had managed to enchant his little witch so thoroughly. Grandfather Sword, I implore you, please save Bai Yu. As the complexities of his emotion swirled within him, Sword Douluo found himself grasped by the sleeve of his robe by Ning Rongrong, who was fervently pleading with him. It was evident that he could not refuse the request of Ning Rongrong, whom he had cherished like a granddaughter since her childhood. Rest assured, my dear Rongrong. When have I ever denied your requests? He assured her. Tell me, where did that Titan great ape flee after it took someone? I shall retrieve them for you. Observing his beloved granddaughter's deep concern for a mere boy, Sword Douluo felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Nonetheless, he affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head, his stern visage softening into a warm smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude and joy upon hearing Sword Douluo's promise to save Bai Yu. She then pointed her delicate finger in the direction the Titan great ape had escaped. Grandpa, the Titan great ape fled that way. Very well. Wait here, Rongrong. I shall bring them back. Although a twinge of melancholy lingered within him, Sword Douluo's spirits soared upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's radiant smile. After making his declaration, he swiftly mounted the 7-killing sword, transforming into a flash of silver light as he raced after the Titan great ape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yu found himself in the grasp of the Titan great ape, which bounded through the star-doe forest with wild abandon. He felt as though he were on a roller coaster, the landscape around him a dizzying blur that threatened to disorient him entirely. Had he not plunged his consciousness into his mental space just in time, he might have succumbed to nausea. Great ape? My good fellow, judging by your size, you must be 100,000-year-soul beast. Surely you can speak? Might you enlighten me on your intentions for capturing me? If not, could you at least place me on your shoulder? I assure you, I won't run away. I couldn't possibly outrun you. But if you continue to shake me like this, I fear I might perish from the motion. Bai Yu sighed in resignation, attempting to communicate with the Titan great ape in hopes of improving his predicament. The relentless jostling was bearable within his mental space, but even with his spirit infused, such vigorous shaking would eventually lead to his undoing. In response to Bai Yu's words, the Titan great ape exhaled 2 columns of air from its nostrils, displaying a hint of impatience. However, recognizing Bai Yu's identity as a child of nature, the great ape chose not to offend him further. It lifted its hand, ceasing the shaking as it continued its swift stride. At that moment, a silver streak of sword light pierced the air in pursuit. Following this, a chilling voice rang out. Titan great ape, release the person in your grasp. Startled by the voice, Bai Yu turned to look back, spotting a stern, silver-haired man clad in a blue robe, swiftly closing in on them, his feet gliding atop a gleaming silver sword. Surrounding him were 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. It was Sword Douluo. Recognizing the iconic soul rings in the sword beneath him, Bai Yu immediately identified Sword Douluo. Though he found himself puzzled as to why the esteemed figure had appeared in this predicament. This lad certainly possesses an appealing appearance, he mused. As Bai Yu cast his gaze upon Jian Douluo was also observing Bai Yu. Even Jian Douluo could not help but acknowledge the striking appearance of Bai Yu. It was no wonder that this young man could win over his cherished girl. Roar. As the Sword Douluo pursued the Titan great ape. Upon hearing that the Sword Douluo intended to seize the natural child from its grasp, did not waver in the slightest. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a tremendous wave of soul power, stirring up a tempest of wind and falling leaves, and retaliated with a mighty slap aimed at the oncoming Sword Douluo. 100,000-year Titan great ape. The moment the Titan great ape erupted with its formidable soul power, the Sword Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. However, even in the face of the 100,000-year Titan great ape, the Sword Douluo harbored no intentions of retreat. He had promised his precious granddaughter, Ning Rongrong, that he would return with allies. To return empty-handed would surely invoke her disappointment. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true form. Confronted with the colossal paw of the Titan great ape, the Sword Douluo bellowed in fury, activating his martial soul true form. As the 7th soul ring around him blazed to life, the 7-kill sword martial soul beneath his feet ascended into the air, rapidly enlarging into an enormous 7-kill sword, which he grasped firmly, preparing to strike at the Titan great ape. Boom. In an instant, the Titan great ape's immense paw enveloped in soul power, collided with the sword Douluo's 7-kill sword martial soul true form, resulting in a resounding explosion. The terrifying fluctuations of soul power surged forth, whipping the winds into a frenzy and radiating outward in all directions. Chapter 92. The Arrival of ZG. The Retreat of the Sword Douluo, 610. After locating the Titan Great Ape, in a bid to reclaim Bai Yu, the sword Douluo Xian unleashed his 7th soul skill, manifesting his martial soul in its true form. Grasping the 7-killing sword, he executed the 7-killing sword technique, engaging in fierce combat with the Titan Great Ape. In an instant, as the Titan Great Ape and the sword Douluo clashed, violent fluctuations of soul power surged through the forest, unleashing a tempest that sent leaves swirling in chaotic abandon. The Titan Great Ape roared in fury, clutching Bai Yu in one hand while swinging its robust, gray-brown arm to sweep away massive trees with a single blow. Meanwhile, high above, the sword Douluo deftly evaded the Titan Great Ape's assaults, unleashing the true form of the 7-killing sword. A torrential downpour of sword energy erupted, raining down like a deluge and reducing vast swathes of timber to mere dust. However, during the fray, the Titan Great Ape struggled to fully unleash its might, constrained by the necessity of holding Bai Yu, ultimately finding itself at a disadvantage against the sword Douluo. Nonetheless, the reason the Titan Great Ape clutched Bai Yu was that he was the child of nature. It was under the command of the Beast God Emperor to retrieve Bai Yu to the core region, not merely to seize him for amusement. Therefore, even in the face of defeat against the encroaching sword Douluo, the Titan Great Ape would never relinquish Bai Yu. Yet, as it grappled with the sword Douluo's relentless pursuit, the Titan Great Ape had no choice but to devise a strategy. Its solution? To shake things up. Oh no, to shake the beast. Roar. After being bested by the sword Douluo, the Titan Great Ape once again forced the sword Douluo to retreat, and then erupted with a surge of soul power, letting out a roar that pierced the heavens. This time, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its full might, causing a tremor that reverberated through the earth. The terrifying sound waves spread outward like a tangible force, causing the towering trees around to sway violently. In an instant, the sword Douluo, who was in close proximity, felt their blood boil, nearly losing their balance in midair. Had it not been for the Titan Great Ape's deliberate protection of Bai Yu with its soul power during the roar, Bai Yu, being so close, would have likely found it extremely challenging to withstand such a cacophony. As the colossal Titan Ape emitted a thunderous roar in another realm, within the heart of the starry forest, beside the Lake of Life, the Tree of Life continues to sway. However, within the core area, there are not only the azure bull python but also a multitude of other formidable beasts. Among them stands the imposing and handsome figure of Emperor Tian, clad in black armor and transformed into human form. There is also Bijia, a voluptuous beauty in a flowing green gown, exuding grace and gentleness, and Ziji, who captivates with her enchanting looks, dressed in alluring purple leather, her long violet hair cascading elegantly. Additionally, the 3-headed crimson demon hound, Qi Wang, and the dark golden claw bear, Xiang Jun, maintain their beastly forms. At this moment, all the ferocious creatures await the return of the Titan Great Ape, hoping it will bring back the child of nature to the core area. Their Soul Beast clan has already welcomed the Imperial Beast, the 3-eyed golden lion. Should they succeed in retrieving the child of nature and activating the ancient Tree of Life, it would be an unparalleled blessing for their clan. Suddenly, the roar of the Titan Great Ape echoed rapidly from afar. It appeared that the Titan Great Ape had encountered an adversary. The first to react was Qi Wang, the 3-headed demon hound with 6 ears. Could it be that a human titled Douluo has ventured into the Stardow Forest? Emperor Tian furrowed his brow in concern. Ziji, go investigate the situation, he commanded, turning his gaze towards her. Yes, Lord Emperor Tian. Upon hearing his words, Ziji wasted no time, instantly transforming into her hellish dragon form, soaring into the sky towards the direction of the Titan Great Ape's roar. I hope she can swiftly bring back the child of nature. Emperor Tian mused as he watched Ziji's figure fade into the distance. Titan Great Ape, leave the person in your grasp, and I shall allow your departure. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Within the inner sanctum of the starry forest, the sword Douluo continued his fierce battle against the Titan Great Ape, vociferously demanding that the Titan relinquish its grip on Bai Yu. As a rank 96 title Douluo, sword Douluo's prowess inherently surpassed that of a soul beast of 100,000 years. And this was further compounded by the fact that the Titan Great Ape's fighting capability was significantly diminished due to its singular focus on holding Bai Yu. However, The Titan Great Ape paid no heed to Sword Douluo's entreaties. It was resolute in its determination to carry the child of nature back to the core region. Alas, in the grasp of the Titan Ape, Bai Yu found himself in a state of helplessness. He could not comprehend why the Titan Ape was intent on capturing him. Yet any attempts at communication were met with silence. Within the Douluo forest, Sword Douluo continued his relentless assault on the Titan Ape. Meanwhile, the Titan Ape utilized its innate gravitational field to restrict Sword Douluo's movements, retreating while steadfastly refusing to release Bai Yu. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from afar. Sword Douluo turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a colossal purple demon dragon flapping its enormous wings as it soared rapidly in their direction. Was this the Hell Demon Dragon? Upon recognizing the approaching figure of the purple princess in the sky, Sword Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Upon arrival, the purple princess wasted no time. She opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath towards Sword Douluo, forcing him to retreat. Following this, she struck out with a claw, and although Sword Douluo managed to block the attack with the 7 killing sword's true form, he was still sent flying. The Hell Demon Dragon was an immense creature, its cultivation evidently surpassing 100,000 years, reaching an astonishing 200,000 years. When had such a formidable dragon-type soul beast emerged in the Douluo forest? After being knocked back by the purple princess's strike, Sword Douluo finally halted. Having embedded his 7 killing sword into the ground and skidding several meters away, he surveyed the Titan Ape and the purple princess before him, his countenance darkening. If it were merely the Titan Ape, he could manage, but with the addition of a Hell Demon Dragon boasting over 20 years of cultivation, he felt utterly outmatched. Time was of the essence. He had to flee, to take Rong and escape from this place. The Douluo forest was in dire straits due to the arrival of the Hell Demon Dragon. Faced with both a Hell Demon Dragon of over 20 years cultivation and a Titan Ape of 100,000 years, Sword Douluo recognized he was no match for them. His concern for Ning Rong propelled him to turn and flee, transforming into a streak of silver light as he ascended into the sky. Bai Yu, witnessing the sudden emergence of the Hell Demon Dragon, was equally bewildered. Could this Hell Demon Dragon possibly be the Purple Princess from the second battle? Just after Sword Douluo's departure, the Purple Princess fixed her gaze upon the Titan Ape, her fearsome purple dragon visage issuing a beguiling feminine voice. Titan Ape, have you found the child of nature? Indeed, the Titan Ape replied with a deep, rumbling voice, scratching its head as it opened its hand to reveal Bai Yu, who was now exposed before its eyes. Is this a human? No, it seems he indeed possesses the aura of our soul beasts. Upon encountering Bai Yu, Ziji first furrowed her brow, but after a moment of careful sensing, she became aware of the 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline aura emanating from him, leaving her in a state of perplexity and uncertainty. Dear dragon sister, where are you taking me? I do not resist, but might I perch upon your back instead? Being gripped by this gorilla, I fear I shall be jostled to death along the way. Upon hearing Ziji mention the soul beast aura within her, Bai Yu immediately recalled the fused 12-winged elemental spirit royal bloodline, and a sense of assurance washed over him. He sincerely addressed Ziji. Might I inquire if this esteemed child of nature is unaware of her own identity? Upon hearing Bai Yu mistakenly believe she had come to capture him, Ziji was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with confusion. However, considering that Bai Yu simultaneously emitted both human and soul beast auras, she sensed that there was more to the matter. Yet, she deemed it best to leave these questions to Lord Tian and the Master to resolve. Her responsibility was solely to accompany the Titan Great Ape and escort this esteemed child of nature back to the core of the Douluo forest. It was indeed an honor for her to have the esteemed child of nature ride upon her. She was taken aback by the Titan Great Ape's impudence towards His Highness. Once she returned with His Highness, she would ensure that the Titan Great Ape faced the consequences for his disrespectful actions. In response to Bai Yu's request, Ziji respectfully replied, according to Lord Tian, this esteemed child of nature is as vital to the Soul Beast clan as the Emperor Rue Beast, and addressing him as Your Highness is entirely appropriate. Ziji, I harbor no disrespect towards His Highness the Child of Nature. It was merely that when I initially seized him, I was afraid he might escape, hence my actions, the Titan Great Ape hastily explained, alarmed at the thought of punishment for disrespecting the Child of Nature. May I ask, what exactly is a Child of Nature? Bai Yu inquired, momentarily stunned by the exchange between Ziji and the Titan Great Ape, who referred to himself as the Child of Nature. In the trilogy of Douluo he has perused, there exists no such entity as the Child of Nature. This Ziji, too, is at a loss for words. Please, Your Highness, take a seat upon Ziji's back. Once we return, you shall be informed by others. In response to Bai Yu's inquiry, Ziji shook her head, indicating her ignorance, before folding her expansive dragon wings and descending from the sky. Very well. Bai Yu found it somewhat peculiar. Yet he did not decline. With a leap under the grasp of the Titan ape, Bai Yu swiftly landed upon the back of the dragon, concealed beneath Ziji. Once settled atop Ziji's majestic form, Bai Yu couldn't help but exhale in relief. Being held captive by someone felt entirely different from riding a dragon, especially one as exquisite as this beautiful dragoness. Your Highness, please make yourself comfortable. Once Bai Yu settled upon the back of Ziji, she offered a brief reminder. And then, with a powerful thrust of her mighty wings, her colossal form surged skyward, soaring into the depths of the starry forest. Meanwhile, within the forest, the Titan great ape, aware of the impending consequences it might face, was overwhelmed with despair, its heart heavy with sorrow. It trudged disconsolately behind Ziji, leaping along the ground as it followed her, for they had already ventured into the inner reaches of the starry forest. As Bai Yu rode upon Ziji, they hastened towards the depths of the starry forest. Before long, a colossal tree suddenly came into view, capturing Bai Yu's attention. Upon beholding this magnificent tree, an overwhelming sense of kinship surged within Bai Yu, causing his spirit to leap with joy. Deep within his veins, an insatiable yearning to return to the embrace of this majestic tree began to awaken. Could this towering arboreal giant be akin to a maternal figure? Was it, perhaps, the fabled tree of life? Contemplating the royal bloodline of the 12-winged elemental spirit, Bai Yu's gaze took on a peculiar quality. A tree capable of invoking such profound affinity within his elemental lineage could only be the legendary tree of life. Yet, did such a tree truly exist within the Douluo Continent? How strange. Bai Yu found himself perplexed. However, considering that he had traversed into a tangible world where even Ziji from the second installment had made an early appearance, it seemed only natural that some elements not present in the novels might exist here. Perhaps this was merely a patch to fill the gaps. Without these adjustments, the very fabric of the Douluo trilogy's lore would be irreconcilable. The Tree of Life radiated a luminous glow, as if it were the very embodiment of nature's offspring. Nearby the Lake of Life, Bai Yu witnessed the Tree of Life suddenly burst forth with a radiant green light, exuding waves of spiritual energy that coiled around it like ethereal mist. This spectacle prompted a jubilant exclamation from Xiangjun. There, Ziji returns. At that moment, the three-headed red demon hound also caught sight of Ziji soaring from the horizon, emitting a low rumble of acknowledgement. Following the hound's utterance, the formidable beasts gathered by the Lake of Life, Tian, Bai Ji, the three-headed red demon hound, the dark golden claw bear Xiangjun, and the emperor beast, the three-eyed golden lion, turned their attention towards Ziji with curiosity. Before long, Ziji descended gracefully, bringing Bai Yu along with her, landing upon a broad expanse of ground beside the Lake of Life. Here stood Tian, Bai Ji, the Red King of the three-headed red demon hound, the dark golden claw bear Xiangjun, and the emperor beast, the three-eyed golden lion, or perhaps Wang Chou'er. As the purple figure gently descended, Bai Yu meticulously observed the formidable creatures below, discerning their identities. Upon spotting the three-eyed golden lion, a wave of complexity washed over Bai Yu's heart. The character of the three-eyed golden lion king, Chou'er, had been one of Bai Yu's favorites in the second season of the saga. Regrettably, she had fallen victim to the machinations of Tang San, who had already ascended to godhood, and was forced to be sacrificed to Hui Yuhao. This had been a source of great anger for Bai Yu in his previous life. However, having traversed into the Holy Soul Village and befriended Tang San in his youth, Bai Yu found it difficult to harbor hatred towards him for events that had yet to unfold. Since he had been reborn, he yearned to alter the tragic fate. And the most effective means to that end was to reform Tang San, instilling in him the understanding that all intelligent beings are born equal, and that humans and wise soul beasts are alike. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that in the Douluo Continent, the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is one of mutual dependence. Without soul beasts, soul masters would inevitably cease to exist. Rather than allowing humanity and soul beasts to engage in a fierce struggle, Bai Yu believed that the true antagonists disrupting the harmony of the Douluo Continent were the deities of the divine realm. After all, why had the Douluo Continent, or Douluo Star, been embroiled in endless warfare during the existence of the divine realm? Yet, after the divine realm was swept away by the tempest of time and space, Douluo Star swiftly evolved into a federation, with soul guide technology advancing rapidly into the era of space exploration. It seemed evident to Bai Yu that the divine realm harbored a desire to prevent the unification of the Douluo Continent. Originally, had it not been for Tang San, the natural trajectory of the Douluo Continent would have seen Bibi Dong, with the Spirit Hall, unify the land under its dominion. However, due to the interference of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong grew increasingly malevolent, ultimately leading to a climactic confrontation with Qian Renxue. In a moment of maternal reflection, Bibi Dong allowed Qian Renxue a final opportunity, resulting in her demise and Qian Renxue's embrace. The Spirit Hall and the Empire returned to their respective positions, and by this time, the continent had become a unified empire. Yet, Tang San's emergence distorted this trajectory. Following this, Tang San found himself unable to contend with Bibi Dong, as he was overshadowed by the Sea God and the Shura God, who intervened on his behalf. Additionally, the Food God and the Seven-Colored Goddess descended to assist in his revival. It is difficult to believe that the divine realm was devoid of schemes. Furthermore, Tang San ultimately accepted the divine positions of the Sea God and the Shura God. It is unlikely that these deities were unaware of Tang San's status as a traverser, yet they never alluded to it. Perhaps, Tang San was merely a pawn cast by the divine realm to disrupt the originally destined unity of the Douluo Continent. Chapter 94. The Imperial Heavens Unleash the Beast Tide, the Unfortunate Supreme Dragon and Serpent. 810. Seeking monthly votes. Within the core region of the Stardow Forest, as the colossal form of the Purple Queen descended gracefully, the fierce beasts momentarily froze upon discerning the figure of the white-feathered individual perched upon her back. Among them, the three-headed Crimson Demon Hound, the Crimson King, exhibited the most irritable demeanor, letting out a furious growl as it confronted the Purple Queen. Purple Queen, why have you brought back a human, the child of nature? This esteemed individual is none other than the child of nature. After Bai Yu leaped down from the back of ZG, she instantly transformed back into a stunningly alluring beauty with purple hair, frowning at Qi Wang. How can this be? Qi Wang was prepared to retort fiercely at ZG's words, but was abruptly interrupted by Di Tian. Qi Wang, be silent. Upon hearing Di Tian's command, the three-headed Crimson Demon Hound, Qi Wang, ceased his protests, shutting his enormous blood-red mouths in submission, refraining from further speech. The one who can provoke the tremors of the life-ancient tree is none other than this young master, the child of nature, Di Tian asserted with a sidelong glance at Qi Wang. Although Bai Yu appeared in human form, Di Tian sensed the unmistakable aura of a spirit beast emanating from within him. Earlier, he had inquired with his master, the silver dragon Guyu Na, who indicated that this young master's human appearance was due to his bloodline not being fully awakened. Once this young master undergoes the baptism of the life-ancient tree, his bloodline will awaken completely, restoring him to his true form as the child of nature. As for why the child of nature appeared in human form, Di Tian mused that it might be a twist of fate. According to his master, the elven race had been utterly extinguished. The human before him likely possessed the bloodline of the elves, awakening in this era as the child of nature of their spirit beast clan by the design of destiny. Regardless of whether this human perceived himself as human or spirit beast, the awakening of the elven bloodline meant he could not be accepted by the gods of the divine realm. Thus, it seemed that the only path for this human was to join their spirit beast clan. Di Tian felt no concern whatsoever. Are you their leader? Earlier, this Sister ZG referred to me as the child of nature. What exactly is a child of nature? Can you enlighten me? Although Bai Yu had deduced Di Tian's identity, he still feigned ignorance due to the constraints of his own status, addressing Di Tian with curiosity. Oh, allow me to introduce myself first. You may call me Di Tian. As for the child of nature, this is a figure of great significance within our spirit beast clan, with an extraordinary origin. Di Tian smiled slightly at Bai Yu's inquiry, proceeding to elaborate on his identity and recount the illustrious history of the elven race, as well as the origin of the elven king, or the child of nature. The child of nature is the elven king, and astonishingly, the elves are indeed a type of spirit beast. After listening to the introduction of Emperor Tian, Bai Yu couldn't help but ponder deeply. Previously, he had speculated that since the Douluo Continent is home to mermaids and medusas, the existence of angels and elves must also be a possibility. It turns out that he was indeed correct. Moreover, angels, elves, and mermaids were ancient races that once co-ruled Da Star alongside the Dragon Clan, with the Dragon Clan serving as the feudal kings of antiquity, while these three races were akin to vassal lords. However, following the defeat of the Dragon God, the divine realm unleashed curses upon certain promising soul beast species on the Douluo Continent, causing the once diverse Dragon Clan to dwindle increasingly. The angels, elves, and mermaids, in particular, have nearly been driven to extinction. As far as he knew, angels and elves should be completely annihilated. Even among the mermaid race, it seems only one mermaid princess remains. Alas, the divine realm truly exhibits a cruel disposition. After hearing Emperor Tian's words, while Bai Yu lowered his head in contemplation, Emperor Tian merely assumed that Bai Yu was struggling to accept the reality. However, this was quite normal, given some time. He believed Bai Yu would be unable to resist the allure of awakening the elven bloodline within him. As for ZG, what exactly happened previously? Did the Titan giant ape encounter enemies on the way? As Tian allocated time for Bai Yu to accept reality, he could not help but glance at ZG and inquire, "It is the human title Douluo. When I arrived, the Titan great ape was engaged in battle with a human title Douluo." ZG replied solemnly, "A human title Douluo? Such a being has entered the Star Do Forest at this moment?" Upon hearing ZG's response, Tian's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Although the strength of the Soul Beast clan far surpassed that of humans, the presence of deities in the divine realm compelled him to restrain the Soul Beast's arrogance, at least until the return of their sovereign, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. However, the natural progeny of their clan was on the verge of awakening through the ancient life tree. This process was likely to generate tremendous commotion and phenomena, which could potentially attract the attention of human-titled Douluos, a dire prospect indeed. It was imperative to drive the human-titled Douluo away. Tian resolved within himself. Yet, he realized that there was no need for him to confront the titled Douluo directly. Instead, he decided to incite a beast tide. The human titled Douluo could not absorb soul rings. Thus, their presence here undoubtedly indicated they were hunting soul beasts for their descendants. By unleashing the beast tide and rendering the Star Do Forest perilous, he believed that the titled Douluos present would hastily depart for the safety of their kin. With this thought, Tian unfurled a pair of black dragon wings from his back, soaring into the sky, and then released a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. This was the signal to initiate the beast tide. With Tian's resounding roar, a tangible wave of sound surged forth from the heart of the Star Do Forest, rapidly radiating in all directions, reaching the inner circle and finally the outskirts. Upon hearing the mighty roar of the Dragon Emperor, the entire Star Do Forest erupted into chaos. As the soul beasts responded with their own thunderous howls, an unprecedented wave of beasts surged forth from the depths of the forest, a veritable ocean of creatures in motion. Countless soul beasts stirred restlessly, converging into a tumultuous tide that swept outward with the force of a stampede, causing the very ground to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. With the onset of this beastly surge, in a particular region on the outskirts of the starry forest, Longgong Mengshu, who was in pursuit of a humanoid demon spider, suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly ascended to the towering treetops and gazed into the distance, where he beheld a vast cloud of dust rising, heralding the relentless surge of a tide of soul beasts. Longgong Mengshu's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. A beast tide. A beast tide." Upon hearing Longgong Mengshu's words, Shi Pacha Tianxiang and Meng Yiran below were taken aback. A beast tide. Was this not a calamity of soul beasts that existed only in legends? "Quick, take Yiran and flee. The beast tide is upon us. We must abandon the humanoid demon spider and run." With the ground trembling increasingly beneath them as the tide approached, Mengshu roared, urging Shi Pacha Tianxiang to hasten their escape. Without hesitation, Shi Pacha Tianxiang scooped up her granddaughter Meng Yiran and sprinted towards the exit of the starry forest. Mengshu promptly followed suit. "My humanoid demon spider." Cradled in her grandmother's arms, Meng Yiran gazed sorrowfully at the receding figure of the humanoid demon spider, tears welling up in her eyes. How could today be so unfortunate? After a hard-fought search for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which had been snatched away, she now encountered the legendary beast tide upon discovering the humanoid demon spider. As the formidable Gazalong fled with his granddaughter Meng Yiran, no one noticed the direction in which the human-faced demon spider escaped. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji was in pursuit of the Sword Douluo alongside Tang San and others. In the distance, the Sword Douluo, having detected the approaching beast tide, was desperately accelerating on his sword to rendezvous with Zhao Wuji and the others, determined to protect Ning Rongrong. Chapter 95. New Mission, 3 Conditions. As the beast tide was unleashed by Tian, within the heart of the Star Do Forest, Bai Yu, having contemplated Tian's words, swiftly regained his composure. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his gaze as he turned to Tian and spoke slowly. You claim that I am the natural son of your soul beast clan, and that through this ancient tree of life, I can undergo a transformation, fully awakening the bloodline within me. However, what benefit does this hold for me? To my knowledge, if a human possesses sufficient talent and discovers the sacred site of the divine, they may undergo the divine examination and hold the potential to inherit the divine position, thus ascending to godhood. Yet, if I activate this so-called bloodline you speak of, what if it prevents me from achieving divinity? Tian was taken aback by Bai Yu's awareness of the divine examination. Given that the Silver Dragon King, their sovereign, had descended from the divine realm, Tian was well-versed in matters concerning gods and the divine realm. However, such esoteric knowledge was typically unknown to humanity, save for those hailing from ancient and venerable lineages. It was unexpected that this natural son before him possessed such insight. In truth, Bai Yu harbored no animosity towards the Soul Beast clan. Unlike the carnivorous demon races depicted in certain novels from his past life, the Soul Beasts exhibited a far more tranquil disposition. Moreover, the critical point lay in the symbiotic relationship between the Soul Beasts and the Soul Masters of Douluo Continent. Without the Soul Beast clan, the existence of Soul Masters would inevitably dwindle. While it was true that human Soul Masters were required to hunt Soul Beasts and absorb their soul rings to transcend their limits, this was not an irreconcilable conflict. According to the contents Bai Yu had perused in Douluo 2, if Soul Beasts were transformed into Soul Spirits, not only could their sentience be preserved, but Soul Masters could also attain breakthroughs. Furthermore, should a Soul Master ascend to godhood, the Soul Beasts that became Soul Spirits could similarly achieve divinity. This method could be described as a harmonious resolution. Thus, Bai Yu felt no resistance towards forming a connection with the Soul Beast clan. Aspiring to become a natural son of the clan, whose status could rival that of the Emperor of the Ruins. In fact, he felt a sense of elation, for this would grant him an affiliation with an immensely ancient and powerful lineage. Additionally, it would allow him to awaken the long-dormant bloodline of the 12-winged elemental spirit emperor within him. Nevertheless, despite these contemplations, the reality remained that self-interest reigned supreme. Before joining the Soul Beast clan, Bai Yu still sought to secure as many advantages as possible. Meanwhile, after being slightly taken aback by Bai Yu's knowledge of the divine examination, Tian swiftly fell into contemplation, devising ways to persuade Bai Yu. As Emperor Tian pondered, Bijia unexpectedly approached, whispering a few words into his ear before gracefully stepping aside with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Bijia's words, Emperor Tian's heart swelled with understanding, and a confident smile graced his face. Should you wish to awaken your bloodline and join our Soul Beast clan, numerous advantages await you. For instance, if you choose to activate the bloodline of the elven race within you, you will be granted a lifespan rivaling that of the Soul Beasts, with elves being among the longest lived even within our clan. Moreover, awakening your bloodline will bestow upon you the elven ability to manipulate flora. Given that your bloodline